The cold proclamation pierced Boruto's heart like a poisoned ice pick, igniting the stifled flames of grief and despair that burned within his chest. A low suppressed laugh laced with bitter self-mockery and finality escaped from Boruto's throat. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. He stopped trying to suppress the trembling of his body. Instead, he suddenly straightened his back, as if to break free from the invisible iron chains of fate. He no longer looked at Sasuke. His gaze swept past his father's cold cenotaph, past the terrified and bewildered faces, and finally fixed on the tip of the Kusanagi sword pointed at his throat. His right hand rose slowly but with unwavering determination. No hand seals, no superfluous movement. Blue chakra light erupted from his palm like a long-suppressed raging wave. The light was not blinding, but it was strikingly bright in the dim rain curtain. It spun and compressed rapidly, emitting a low, dangerous hum, the Rasengan. I have no choice. Boruto's voice suddenly rose hoarse, but with a maddening edge that tore through the rain. Then try this. Uncle Sasuke. The moment the last word roared out, he moved. The muddy water beneath his feet his figure left a blurred trail of blue in the cold rain curtain like a moth diving into flame, with a tragic momentum of recklessness charging toward the deadly Kusanagi sword and the man who was once his most respected elder. The roaring Rasengan in his palm was his only blood-filled answer. The crowd erupted in terrified screams. The solemnity of the funeral was torn apart. Under Sasuke's straw hat, the Sharingan's crimson light subtly shifted, clearly reflecting the blue sphere and the boy's determined silhouette. His expression remained unchanged, cold and hard as stone. Just as the Rasengan was about to touch him with a tearing shriek, Sasuke moved. No earth-shattering force. His body simply slid aside at an impossible angle, nearly brushing the edge of the Rasengan. The movement was concise, precise, and supremely efficient, a instinct honed through countless life-or-death battles. The Kusanagi sword, still sheathed, rose like a black viper, lightning fast. Bang! A heavy, dull impact. The tip of the scabbard struck precisely against Boruto's rushing wrist. An overwhelming force surged through Boruto. His entire arm went numb in an instant, and the gathered chakra collapsed. The blue Rasengan vanished like a popped bubble, dissipating in the cold rain. The immense force continued driving through his numb arm and deep into his body. He flew like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the muddy ground. Cough. Muddy water mixed with a metallic tang of blood. A burning pain shot through his back, his organs felt displaced. Cold mud smeared his face and clothes. An overwhelming difference in strength. Anger and impulse were pale in the face of absolute power and experience. Boruto struggled to get up, vision blurred by pain and mud. He saw Sasuke's figure appear like a ghost above his fallen physician. Rainwater dripped from the brim of the hat onto Boruto's face, icy cold. The tip of the Kusanagi scabbard once again pressed firmly against the heart position on his chest with overwhelming force. The immense pressure almost stopped his breathing. Sasuke looked down at him, rainwater streaming down his cold face, the Sharingan's crimson, like frozen blood devoid of any ripple. Give up, Boruto. Sasuke's voice cut through the rain, still cold, but with a hint of barely perceptible weariness. Or something else. In your current state, you're not even worthy of making me serious. He paused, the pressure of the scabbard increasing. Come with me. This is your last chance. This is your last chance. Why? Boruto lifted his head from the muddy water with difficulty, the rain washing away the grime on his face, revealing blue eyes filled with pain and confusion. Father. What? Why do you have to do this? Every word was a struggle, a blood-soaked accusation. Sasuke's lips seemed to press together almost imperceptibly, so fast it could be mistaken for an illusion. He did not answer Boruto's question, only repeated the cold order: for the village and for you. Come with me. For the village. For me. A flash of absurdity and deeper grief crossed Boruto's eyes. With a sword pointed at me. Treating me like a monster to be captured. This is what you call for. Treating me like a monster to be captured. This is what you call for. He struggled violently, ignoring the crushing pain from the scabbard on his chest. Naruto. If my father knew what you're doing to me. Shut up. Sasuke's voice suddenly rose, carrying an obvious emotional fluctuation for the first time, like a cold blade scraping against an iron plate. The scabbard pressing on Boruto's chest suddenly sank with force, almost crushing his sternum, making him lose his voice and burst into violent coughs. You have no right to speak his name. Sasuke's voice returned to coldness, but that momentary loss of control, like a stone thrown into still water, stirred deeper ripples in Boruto's heart. Why? Why was his father's name forbidden? At that suffocating moment of confrontation, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several sharp sounds tore through the rain curtain. Several kunai wrapped with explosive tags like a deadly swarm of bees shot precisely at Sasuke's back and side. The timing was perfect, seizing the moment when his focus was locked on Boruto. Boom. 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 The explosive tags detonated instantly. Orange fireballs exploded in the cold rain, sending heat waves and shock waves mixed with mud spreading outward, deafening. It was the Konoha pursuers. They had finally arrived. Sasuke's reaction was incredibly fast. The moment the kunai's sound came, his figure had already blurred like a ghost, leaving only an afterimage. The explosion engulfed the spot where he had stood, mud and debris flying. Secure the scene. Priority target Uzumaki Boruto, take control first. Uchiha Sasuke. Listed as extremely dangerous, armed intervention permitted if necessary. A calm but weighty voice sounded amidst the explosion's aftermath, directing the arriving Umbu. It was Nara Shikamaru's voice. Through the rain screen, he could be seen standing at a distance, brow furrowed, rain plastering his usually neatly combed hair, his expression grim and terrifying. Behind him stood several masked Umbu with keen auras, and Sai with a complex expression, hands clenched into fists. Chaos. The funeral had turned into a battlefield. Boruto's heart pounded. Opportunity. He saw the only faint chance of survival. Sasuke's figure coalesced at the edge of the explosions, glow the brim of his hat singed. He ignored the attacking Umbu, his Sharingan swept through the smoke and locked onto Boruto struggling on the ground. This time the scabbard slid off the kusanagi in his hand, revealing the true blade gleaming with cold light. The killing intent was more bitter than the rain. But Boruto was faster. The instinct to survive overrode pain and shock. The moment the explosion's flash obscured vision, he used the last of his strength to smash a smoke bomb to the ground. Puff. Thick white smoke burst open, engulfing his position. Cough. Target release smoke. Careful. An Umbu's call came. Careful. The Umbu shouts echoed. Boruto didn't care about direction. Ignoring the bow-shattering pain all over his body, relying on his last memory of the terrain outside the village, he scrambled on all fours toward the thickest part of the smoke, away from the crowd, the vast and dark death forest outside the village, fleeing for his life. Every step sank into the mud, splashing icy water. His lungs burned, but only one thought screamed in his mind: run. Live. Must live. And figure this all out. Through the smoke, Sasuke's figure pierced through like a ghost, the Kusanagi's cold light flashing in the rain curtain. He clearly saw the golden-haired back staggering, but desperately charging into the forest. He did not pursue immediately. Umbu's kunai and shuriken came again, trying to intercept him. Sasuke swung the Kusanagi casually, as if brushing away dust, precisely deflecting all projectiles with clear metallic clashes. His gaze remained fixed on the direction where Boruto had vanished. In that crimson Sharingan beneath, the ice churned incredibly complex emotions that no one could understand. Mission. His low voice was almost swallowed by the rain. Failed. The Umbu's attacks grew denser. Sasuke's figure blurred again, easily evading all strikes, as if taking a leisurely stroll. He cast one last glance at the dark forest that had swallowed the boy's figure like a lurking beast. Or, just beginning. The moment his words faded, his figure completely disappeared from the spot, leaving only a circle of ripples and more bewildered Umbu. The rain fell harder. The cold rain washed the muddy battlefield, the broken tombstones, and the fear and mysteries in everyone's hearts. Uzumaki Boruto, son of the 7th Hokage, with the suspicion of patricide and the dangerous karma mark, vanished into the vast rainforest outside Konoha, becoming a true fugitive. The cold rain fell without cease, as if the sky itself had been torn open. The trees of the forest of death towered ominously, their grotesque trunks rising into a dense canopy that wove together overhead into a dome of darkness. Only scattered droplets forced their way through the gaps, striking the leaf-rotted ground with monotonous, suffocating plops. The air was saturated with the stench of damp rot and the metallic tang of wet earth. In the darkness, Boruto stumbled and lurched as he ran for his life. Every breath felt like swallowing a blade heated red-hot. A dull ache radiated from the spot on his chest where Sasuke's sword sheath had struck him, each jarring movement sending fresh waves of darkness across his vision. The inside of his wrist was grotesquely swollen, where it had been hit, numbness laced with needle-sharp stabs of pain. Mud plastered his trouser legs each time his heavy boots tore free from the mire. It cost him a tremendous effort. His ragged breathing, Hugh, echoed unnaturally clear in the silent forest. He did not dare stop. At any moment he felt that cold Kusanagi blade might thrust toward his back, or a deadly kunai from Konoha's Umbu might whistle through the rain toward him. The wedge-shaped mark in his right eye throbbed under the assault of the icy rain, sending up waves of searing pulses like the beating of some restless foreign heart. With every pulse a chill power rose, thick with temptation trying to course along his nerves. Boruto bit down hard on the tip of his tongue. The violent pain and the taste of blood snapped his mind a little clearer. Get out. He roared, inwardly struggling to suppress that alien power. He could not rely on it. He absolutely could not. That would only brand him a monster beyond all doubt. Father had suffered because of this. The image of his father's face warped and distorted upon the cold stone memorial, Sasuke's eyes devoid of warmth, regarding him like a dead thing, the villagers' terrified whispers. These scenes clung to his mind like maggots on bone, flashing and cutting through his exhausted thoughts again and again. Why, Uncle Sasuke? He slumped against the slick trunk of a giant tree, gasping for air. Ice-cold rain slid down his neck into his collar, sending a violent shiver through him. The man who had once stood before him time and again in moments of peril, who had sternly taught him the way of the shinobi, who had guided him whenever he was lost, how had he become like this? That cold blade had cut deeper than any enemy's strike, piercing straight into his heart. The enormity of the betrayal and the crushing sense of being abandoned by the entire world wrapped around him like this boundless rainforest, enclosing him layer by layer, nearly consuming him whole. I have to survive. Boruto wiped rain and mud from his face, and amid the despair a stubborn glint reformed in his eyes. For father, for myself, for uncovering the truth. He slammed a fist against his aching chest, forcing himself away from the tree trunk. After a brief check of his bearings, he staggered forward again. He needed food, medicine, a dry place to treat his wounds. He had to survive like a true shinobi. The forest seemed endless. He did not know how much time had passed before hunger began to gnaw at his stomach like a wild beast. Cold seeped into him until his body shook beyond his control, and his wounds aggravated by constant running, and the damp chill throbbed with sharper, more vicious pain. Just as exhaustion and despair were about to crush him, faint voices and the rasp of metal scraping reached him from somewhere deep within the dense forest ahead. Boruto's instincts flared like a startled beast. He dropped low, held his breath, and slid forward, using the cover of thick shrubs and tree shadows. Parting a curtain of wet, enormous fern leaves, he glimpsed a small clearing among the trees. For rogue shinobi, more like armed vagrants, dressed in mismatched gear and wearing feral expressions, clustered around a pile of supplies covered with waterproof tarps. 2 large wooden crates sat in the center, with several bulging bundles piled beside them. One man cursed as he checked whether the tarps were secured tightly. Damn this cursed weather. This job is nothing but bad luck. A burly man with a knife scar across his face grumbled, stomping the mud from his boots. Quit whining and finish up. If this cargo gets soaked, the boss will have our hides. A lanky man scanned the surrounding darkness with wary eyes. What's there to worry about? In this forsaken hole, who's here besides ghosts? A stocky short man scoffed carelessly. Better cautious than dead, the last man, a sallow fellow who seemed to be their minor leader, murmured. Things have been tight lately. Konoha's hounds have keen noses. I heard the vessel escaped. It's active in this area. The vessel. The scar-faced man snorted. That kind of monster. If we run into it, we could drag it back. Might fetch us a fortune. Idiot. The leader snapped, cutting him off. You think you can touch that thing? Getting involved with it is a death sentence. Move the cargo. Vessel. Boruto's pupils contracted. Were they talking about him? What was this shipment? And who was the boss they served? A chill climbed his spine, quickly overridden by a fiercer thought: food, medicine. One of the bundles had come loose at the corner, revealing sealed rations and what appeared to be a box of medical supplies inside. These were the things he desperately needed to stay alive. More importantly, chaos. He needed chaos to finally shake off whatever pursuit might still be behind him. A bold and perilous plan crystallized in Boruto's mind in an instant. He drew a deep breath, the icy air burning his lungs. He had to strike fast and get out, no lingering fights. Quietly, he unfastened the ninja tool pouch at his waist, finding his last few shuriken and a single smoke bomb. The wedge mark in his right eye began to pulse restlessly again, cold power seeping out in fine threads. He forced it down and gathered his chakra in his feet. He waited until all 4 men's attention was fixed on the cargo, and the leader turned away to check another side. Shoo! 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 Boruto, using his left hand, the only one that could still muster strength, hurled 3 shuriken with all his might. His target was not the men, but a dead branch above their heads from which hung a massive beehive. The shuriken sliced cleanly through the base of the dead branch. A sharp crack, then a buzzing roar. The huge hive-laden branch crashed down. In an instant, countless enraged venomous bees erupted like a cloud of black smoke, their terrifying drones swelling as they surged toward the 4 unsuspecting humans below. What is that? It's a hive. Run. Damn it. They're stinging me. The clearing dissolved into instant pandemonium. The rogues, utterly rattled, ran in disarray, clutching their heads, swinging their weapons uselessly at the swarm. Screams and curses rose and fell. Their cargo was knocked over, bundles bursting open onto the ground. Now! Boruto sprang from his hiding place like a hunting leopard, his eyes locked on the spilled bundles containing rations and medicine. He moved with startling speed under cover of the confusion and the raging swarm. He reached the supplies in the blink of an eye. Someone's here. The sharp-eyed lanky man was first to notice, enduring the stings as he drew a kunai and charged. You little thief. Looking back at him wasn't worth the time. Boruto snatched a box of medicine and stuffed it into his shirt, then kicked hard at a wooden crate that had rolled to his feet. The heavy crate skidded into the lanky man, disrupting his attack. Seizing the opening, Boruto grabbed a bundle of rock-hard rations and turned bolting toward the depths of the forest. Don't let him get away. Catch him. The leader, face swollen from stings, shouted furiously. The other two rogues shook off part of the swarm and charged after Boruto with murderous intent. Kunai and Shuriken howled through the air toward Boruto's back. Driven purely by survival instinct, he darted and weaved between trees, dodging as best he could. A burning sting flared across his back, a shuriken grazed his shoulder. Pain and blood loss darkened his vision in waves, his steps growing unsteady and light. Stop. The pursuers were drawing closer, their vicious laughter carried clearly to his ears. The shadow of death loomed over him again. And then, the wedge mark in his right eye erupted with scorching heat unlike anything before. That cold, violent power burst forth like a breached floodgate, completely beyond his control. Ugh, ah. Boruto let out a muffled cry of pain. Crimson washed over his field of vision. The world around him seemed to slow, the contorted lunges of the rogues, the arcs of incoming kunai, all of it sharpened into perfect clarity. A tremendous power flooded into his legs and his speed spiked. He twisted instinctively a kunai that should have struck him squarely past, so close it nearly grazed the bridge of his nose. Then he kicked off a large tree, his body snapping into an impossible angle, rebounding in defiance of physics and instantly widening the gap between himself and his pursuers. His sudden burst of speed and uncanny movement left the pursuers gaping. What was that? Boruto had no room in his mind for them. The power that had surged so abruptly ebbed even faster, receding like a tide and leaving behind a backlash of agony so intense it felt as if his very soul were being torn apart, coupled with a crushing wave of vertigo. His vision went black, he nearly collapsed face first into the ground. Only sheer stubborn will kept him moving. Teeth clenched, he seized the brief moment of hesitation from his stunned pursuers, pouring his last reserves of strength into a staggering dash into a tangle of thicker growth and interlaced vines, vanishing from their sight and senses entirely. He did not know how long he kept running, only that he did not stop until all sounds behind him had faded, until his lungs felt wrung dry of air. Only then did Boruto collapse like a limp rag into a shallow hollow, half encircled by massive tree roots tucked out of sight. Cold muddy water seeped into his clothes, soaking him through, yet he felt no chill now, only bone-deep pain in every muscle and joint, as if his body had come apart, and waves of dizziness pulsing from the depths of his mind. His breathing came in harsh bursts, each inhale laced with the taste of blood. Hands trembling, he fumbled in his shirt and pulled out the mud-spattered medicine box and the bundle of rations. Inside the box he found several clean rolls of bandage, a small vial of disinfectant, and a few painkillers. He now possessed the supplies he needed to cling to life. Yet there was no joy in him. Leaning back against the cold roots, he raised a trembling hand to his scalding right eye. Beneath the skin the wedge mark seemed to twitch faintly like a curse branded into flesh. Just now, that power, that feeling of holding everything in his grasp yet remaining utterly cold and merciless, he had nearly surrendered himself to it. Monster. Boruto stared at his hands caked in mud and blood, muttering hoarsely in despair, have I really become a monster? Tears mingling with the rain slid down without a sound. Exhausted, he closed his eyes and groped for the bandages, preparing to dress the wound on his shoulder that was still seeping blood. At that moment his fingers brushed against another hard object tucked at his chest, a small item he had scooped up in the chaos when he kicked the crate, shoving it into his pocket without thinking, intent only on amplifying the confusion. He drew it out. It was a metal tag no larger than half a palm, neither quite gold nor iron cold, and heavy in his hand. On one side an odd emblem had been etched, a stylized owl rendered in sharp angular lines, wings half spread, its keen eyes fixed straight ahead. On the owl's chest, barely visible, lay a minute triangular motif akin to the mark of the Kara organization, yet not quite the same, more like an overlay or a mutation. He had never seen this emblem before. It was cold and secretive, carrying a sense of ill omen. Boruto clenched the icy tag until his knuckles turned white. The cargo, the boss, the vessel, the rogues had mentioned, and this bizarre symbol. His father's accident, Sasuke's inexplicable change, his own flight. Could there be some terrifying connection binding all of this together? As he fixed his gaze on the metal tag, struggling to straighten out his chaotic thoughts, Shah. The faintest of footsteps, soft yet unnaturally distinct, pressed into the wet leaves, approaching from far to near, and stopped just beyond the hollow cradled by the roots. It was not the trained stealth of Umbu, nor the careless trampling of rogue shinobi. The footsteps were steady and measured, with a particular rhythm, deliberately light yet not entirely concealed. Boruto's heart leapt into his throat. Every muscle locked tight. For a moment he even forgot the pain of his wound. Like a frightened rabbit, he curled his body in on itself, held his breath, and slid his right hand toward his ninja pouch. Only one shuriken remained inside. Was it Sasuke tracking him down? The rogue's comrades? Or something worse? The footsteps halted right at the edge of the hollow. The patter of cold rain seemed magnified in that instant. A familiar voice carrying an indescribable tangle of emotions slipped through the curtain of rain and sounded softly, "Boruto, is that you?" The moment he heard that voice, Boruto's tense nerves were suddenly jolted. It was Teacher Konohamaru. This realization cracked open the heavy block of ice in his chest, and a warm current, mixed with grievance dependence, and a faint glimmer of hope surged up. But he did not respond immediately. Sasuke's cold blade, the ruthless pursuit of the Umbu, the brutal faces of rogue ninjas. These experiences were etched in his heart like a brand, reminding him of the cost of trust. He still curled up like an injured little beast, but the fingers gripping the kunai relaxed slightly. He lifted his head, slightly peering through the damp, obstructing gaps in the roots above. The rain curtain blurred his vision, but he still recognized that figure. He wasn't wearing the signature green Jonin vest, but was clad in a deep gray, completely soaked ordinary outfit with wet hair plastered against his forehead, his face marred by rain and undeniable fatigue and worry. A crucial detail instantly caught Boruto's attention. Konohamaru was not wearing the Leaf Village headband on his forehead. "Konohamaru. Teacher. It's me." Upon hearing the response, Konohamaru visibly sighed in relief, his tense body relaxing slightly. He quickly crouched down, moving agilely and cautiously into the narrow, shallow pit. The space in the pit instantly felt cramped, a cold, damp atmosphere rushing towards them mingled with the scent of blood and dirt from Boruto. Konohamaru's gaze immediately fell upon Boruto. When he clearly saw Boruto's condition in the dim light, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he gasped, shock and heartache spreading across his face. The boy before him was barely recognizable. His blonde hair was matted with mud and blood, sticking messily to his pale forehead. His face was covered in scrapes and dirt, and his lips were cracked and pale. On his shoulder, the hastily wrapped bandages were soaked with blood and muddy water, presenting a dark, deep. The most striking feature was his eyes, once filled with sunlight and vitality, now deeply sunken, bloodshot, and overwhelmed with an intense fatigue, pain, confusion, and a nearly numbing despair. The rapid change in such a short time had nearly destroyed this boy completely. "You're seriously injured." Konohamaru's voice trembled, filled with unmistakable anger and heartache. He quickly rummaged through a similarly soaked, but evidently waterproof backpack behind him, his movements efficient like a professional ninja. "Don't move, let me take care of it." He pulled out a roll of clean gauze, a bottle of pungent special external injury powder, and a sealed pack of high-energy food pills. Boruto watched Konohamaru's urgent actions, seeing the genuine concern in his eyes, and his tense body finally relaxed. He did not resist, allowing Konohamaru to carefully unwrap the already soaked, blood and mud-stained makeshift bandage from his shoulder. When the gruesome wound was exposed to the damp, cold air, the rolled flesh and swollen, pale edges caused Konohamaru's brows to knit together tightly. "Bear with it will hurt a bit." Konohamaru's voice deepened, carrying a stabilizing reassurance. He quickly rinsed the wound with disinfectant, his movements quick and decisive yet careful. The cold medicine mixed with a strong pungent odor attacked the wound, and the intense sting made Boruto's body tremble violently. He bit down hard on his lip to suppress a cry, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "How did you find me?" Boruto struggled to speak, trying to distract himself from the piercing pain. The raindrops hitting the overlapping roots above created a dull, continuous sound. Konohamaru carefully sprinkled the cool scented powder evenly onto the wound, bringing a soothing sensation after the burning pain. After the funeral, the chaos was quickly suppressed by Uncle Shikamaru. "But the atmosphere in the village is terrible." He spoke quickly while skillfully rewrapping with clean gauze, lowering his voice in urgency. "The higher-ups, especially consultants Kurai and Mito, have been very adamant. They believe you are the primary suspect behind Lord Naruto's incident, thinking the wedge on you is an extremely dangerous source, and are demanding immediate elimination measures." Elimination. Boruto mulled over the cold term, his heart feeling as if it had been submerged in ice. But Uncle Shikamaru stood firm. Konohamaru's tone suddenly became urgent and resolute, his rapping becoming slightly more forceful. "He insists that there are significant doubts in the evidence chain with many unexplained aspects at the scene. He insisted on bringing you back for a detailed investigation instead of elimination. For this he had a heated argument with the two consultants, even smashing a table." He paused, looking at Boruto with a complex gaze. "The pressure Uncle Shikamaru is under is unimaginable. The village has lost its Hokage, and the people are anxious. The higher-ups need an explanation. And you unfortunately have become the most obvious target." Boruto listened in silence. Uncle Shikamaru's insistence warmed his heart slightly, but terms like suspect and explanation pricked at him like needles. As for Senior Sasuke, Konohamaru's brows furrowed even tighter, his eyes filled with deep confusion and disbelief. His behavior is completely inexplicable. About a week before Lord Naruto's incident, he became extremely abnormal, seemingly investigating something exceedingly dangerous alone, his movements mysterious. Even Uncle Shikamaru had difficulty tracking him. The night before the incident, Konohamaru's voice dropped lower as if recounting a taboo. Someone saw him having a fierce argument with Uncle Shikamaru in the Hokage office. The noise was loud and there were even fluctuations of chakra. No one knows the specifics, but afterward Senior Sasuke left the village in a fury only to return suddenly at the funeral. And then that incident happened. The argument before his father's incident. Sasuke's bizarre actions. The cold blade at the funeral. Konohamaru's words felt like heavy pieces of a puzzle crashing down on Boruto's heart, sketching out a vast and dark outline of a mystery. He felt himself tightly ensnared by an invisible net. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. And Boruto Uzumaki seemed merely a bait manipulated by fate at the center of this net. I didn't harm my father. Boruto suddenly lifted his head, the fire of humiliation and anger blazing in his blue eyes, his voice cracking with emotion. At that time, I felt a sudden intense burning pain in the wedge on my right eye. Something was very wrong. I had a strong premonition of disaster and rushed towards the Hokage office to warn my father. But when I arrived, I only saw a blinding white light, distorted space, and my father's last figure swallowed by the light. Then there was an explosion. He painfully closed his eyes. The roar of the explosion, the scene of the ruins, his father's final blurry outline. These images tormented his nerves like the cruelest instruments of torture. I believe you, Boruto. Konohamaru pressed firmly on Boruto's uninjured shoulder, his gaze intense and unwavering, filled with the steadfastness of a rock. I know you better than anyone else. This is undoubtedly a meticulously plotted conspiracy. Someone used the power of the wedge to create that incident and shifted all the suspicion onto you. We must uncover the truth, expose the mastermind, and clear your name. Teacher. Looking at the unreserved, almost blind trust in Konohamaru's eyes, the grievances, fears, and helplessness that had accumulated over the days suddenly burst. The dam Boruto had been holding up. His nose-tinged hot tears, mixed with cold rainwater, surged uncontrollably from his eyes. At that moment Boruto remembered the cold metal plate he had been tightly gripping in his palm. Konohamaru-sensei, he opened his palm, presenting the metal plate, which was warm from his body temperature and sweat, to Konohamaru. I got this from a group of rogue ninjas transporting goods while I was on the run. They mentioned goods the boss and said to be careful of the container. It should refer to me. They seemed very afraid of me but also very greedy. Konohamaru's gaze fell upon the metal plate. Upon seeing the unique owl symbol etched on the plate, especially the small yet clear triangular mark on its chest, which resembled the Shell organization's emblem, but had eerie extending lines, his expression changed drastically. More shocked than ever, his face even bore a hint of indescribable horror. This is... Konohamaru's voice changed, tone filled with disbelief and dread. He grabbed the metal plate tightly, his fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure, bringing it close to his eyes to identify, as if to confirm the nightmarish symbol was real. Raindrops hit the cold surface of the plate, and the abstract owl with sharp lines and piercing eyes seemed to come alive in the dim light, coldly staring at them. Night Owl. Konohamaru almost gritted his teeth, forcing out the name through clenched teeth, his voice filled with unprecedented gravity and trepidation. It's them. They really exist, and they have already infiltrated here. Night Owl. Boruto had never heard of this name, but Konohamaru's reaction sent a chill down his spine. A more secretive, crazier, and far more dangerous underground organization than Shell. Konohamaru's voice was low, almost a whisper, as he cautiously scanned the surrounding darkness, as if afraid to disturb the existence in the shadows. The intelligence department has very little record of them. They only know that they, like real night owls, operate only in the deepest darkness and chaos. It is rumored that they inherited the core legacy of Shell regarding Otsutsuki and wedge research, but their ideology is even more extreme and twisted. They adhere to a terrifying purification evolution theory, believing that the ninja world has decayed, and only by completely mastering the power of Otsutsuki, even through some forbidden means to replace or become an Otsutsuki, can they bring about a so-called new world. For this they do not hesitate to conduct all sorts of inhumane, forbidden experiments. Konohamaru's fingers rubbed intensely over the cold symbol on the metal plate, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. This symbol is the identity marker of their core members. They regard it as a treasure. The goods they transport can never be ordinary supplies. They are likely key materials for conducting those forbidden experiments. Or they may have plundered samples directly related to Otsutsuki's power from somewhere. He suddenly looked up at Boruto, his eyes filled with unprecedented urgency. Boruto, the situation is worse than we imagined. The Night Owl organization has an almost pathological obsession with perfect vessels like you. They believe you are the key to realizing their mad evolution blueprint. If they know you are here and with their core members marking plate. Before Konohamaru could finish. Rustle, rustle. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A series of extremely dense, different from raindrops, hair-raising scratching sounds suddenly emanated from all directions, surrounding their hiding spot in the shallow pit. The sound was like countless small hard claws frantically crawling over the damp layer of fallen leaves and rough tree trunks. Approaching rapidly, it resembled a death net woven from sound tightening swiftly. At the same time, a cold, viscous, and malicious mental perception swept across the area like invisible suction-cupped tentacles, precisely locking onto the location of the shallow pit. This perception was chillingly powerful, filled with a non-human distortion far beyond what an ordinary ninja could possess. Konohamaru's face turned pale instantly. He abruptly shielded Boruto completely behind him, his right hand gripping several specially made kunai that shimmered with a blue hue clearly poisoned, while his left hand swiftly formed a complex defensive seal. His chakra surged instantly, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade fixed intently on the direction of the sound and malicious perception. He fiercely barked, "Damn it. We've been locked onto. It's a summoning beast pack. And at least one extremely powerful sensory-type enemy. The Night Owl's minions. They are coming." SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. A dense grating rustle, chilling as the tide of death, suddenly drowned out the cold drumming of rain. Countless black silhouettes surged forth from the surrounding darkness of the forest, neither human nor beast, but grotesque beetles, each no larger than a clenched fist armored in dark purple chitinous carapaces. Their compound eyes glowed with ominous emerald light, their mandibles snapped with sharp brittle click-click sounds, and their six-spined segmented limbs scuttled with astonishing speed across the sodden leaves and moss-licked tree trunks. Erosion bone beetles. Watch out for their acid and gnawing fangs. Moegi shouted a dire warning as his left hand completed a hand seal. Earth release, earth flow wall. With a low forceful exhalation, chakra surged into the muddy ground beneath his feet. A muffled boom echoed, and a thick earthen rampart erupted, instantly encircling the shallow pit's rim, leaving only a narrow observation slit. Almost the instant the wall rose. Hiss. Dozens of jet-black, acrid-smelling acid streams shot forth, like venomous arrows slamming violently against the freshly formed outer surface of the earthen barrier. The hardened earth was instantly pitted and corroded, billowing thick white smoke. Splattering droplets struck stagnant puddles within the pit, hissing fiercely as froth churned violently across the water's surface. Incredibly potent corrosion. Boruto gasped, heart hammering as he stared at the pockmarked wall, its surface already ravaged beyond recognition. Had Moegi not reacted with lightning swiftness, they would have been drenched in that lethal acid. But this was only the beginning. Whip! 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 Piercing shrieks tore through the rain-laden air. Several uniquely shaped kunai, glinting with eerie cobalt luminescence, lanced inward from cunning angles, slipping past the earthen wall's defenses like venomous serpents aimed straight at the pit's core. Fine, nearly invisible chakra threads, delicate as spider silk, trailed from their halves. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Moegi's gaze sharpened like a hawk's, his right hand already clutching several poisoned kunai released them in one fluid motion. Midair, the kunai multiplied and fragmented, bursting into dozens of sapphire streaks, each hurtling with uncanny precision to intercept the incoming projectiles. Clink, clink, clatter. A rapid crystalline cascade of metallic clashes erupted within the confined space, sparks flying like scattered stars. Moegi's kunai intercepted most attacks, but a few launched from impossibly acute trajectories pierced the defense, hurtling toward Boruto with lethal intent. Boruto's right eye, the comma mark, burned like a searing brand. Agony flared alongside that cold, ravenous power surging uncontrollably through his veins, a crimson bled deeper into the periphery of his vision. Faced with imminent death, primal instinct overrode rational resistance. He roared, a guttural cry, as his body arched backward in a contortion defying human limits. One kunai sliced past his nose, embedding itself deep into the gnarled roots behind him. Simultaneously, his left hand slammed into the wet earth, propelling his body sideways in a boneless eel-like slide. Another kunai grazed his scalp, shearing off golden strands of hair. His evasion was seamless, uncanny, radiating an inhuman grace. Yet, this was not his ability, it was the Kama's will commanding his flesh. Boruto. Moegi's pulse spiked at the sight of that unnatural movement, but there was no time for questions. His sharp eyes caught the tautening of the chakra threads trailing from the fallen enemy kunai. Watch out. They're puppeteered. Before the words fully left his lips, the cobalt kunai on the ground detonated, not with fire or blast, but with sudden disintegration, unfurling into slender serpentine mechanical centipedes jointed entirely of gleaming metal. Pulled taut by chakra threads, they coiled and sprang upward like living things, jaws agape, flashing razor-edged metallic fangs, hurtling toward Moegi's and Boruto's vital points with blinding speed and lethal precision. Angles were vicious. Speed unfathomable. Fire release Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Red. Moegi moved faster than thought, inhaling deeply, chest swelling, hands weaving seals so rapidly they blurred into afterimages. Dozens of fist-sized fireballs, each cradling a razor-edged shuriken, blazed forth like blooming impatiens wreathed in searing heat and roaring gusts, meeting the onrushing centipedes with unerring accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs collided with metal bodies in thunderous concussions, blinding flashes erupting alongside shrill, tortured shrieks of twisting alloy. Intense heat melted joints and shattered several centipedes into molten fragments, but two forged with exceptional resilience pierced the inferno, striking straight for Moegi's face. A flash of steel entered Moegi's eyes, not retreat but advance. His right hand ignited with pure chakra, blazing with surgical blue light, the chakra scalpel, striking with velocity too swift for mortal sight. Shink. Shink. Two cerulean arcs cleaved the air, splitting both ferocious centipedes cleanly down the center. They fell in smoking severed halves, twisted scrap upon the mud. Well done, sensei. Boruto exhaled in relief, only for Moegi's expression to harden further. Don't let your guard down. The main threat has arrived. Moegi's gaze locked unflinchingly beyond the observation slit. Through the curtain of rain, three figures materialized soundlessly upon the open ground, encircled by the erosion bone beetles, like phantoms stepping from shadow. They wore identical dark gray, form-fitting combat suits, cloaked in hooded mantles. Their faces were concealed behind metallic masks, revealing only eyes and mouths, etched with abstract doll motifs. The leader stood tall, his presence as still and frigid as a bottomless abyss, the very source of that overwhelming warped malice Moegi had sensed earlier. Behind him, one figure's fingers danced with preternatural dexterity, extending dozens of near-invisible chakra threads, the puppeteer who had animated the centipedes. The other held a strange hand seal, evidently sustaining a psychic link with the beetle swarm. Surrender the vessel. Surrender the all-seal. Your lives may yet be spared. The towering masked figure spoke, the voice emerging distorted, metallic, and chillingly detached, as if reciting facts devoid of consequence. His gaze pierced the rain, tangible as a physical weight locking unerringly onto Boruto within the pit. Vessel. All-seal. They had come solely for Boruto and that metal talisman. Never. Moegi roared, unleashing chakra without restraint. His hands flew through seals, faster, sharper than before. Wind release vacuum great ball. A highly compressed, visibly transparent sphere of air coalesced instantly within Moegi's mouth, howling like a tearing storm, before launching toward the masked leader. Raindrops shattered and dispersed in its wake. Facing this devastating assault, the tall masked man merely raised his right arm. Its surface rippled, coating instantly in flowing mercury-like dark purple metallic luster. Tum. The vacuum great ball struck that arm with cataclysmic force. No explosion followed. Instead, the hyper-compressed air ball vanished, absorbed, swallowed whole, by that undulating violet metal limb, leaving only a faint ripple across its surface. What? Moegi's pupils contracted sharply. A technique capable of absorbing ninjutsu. This defied all known mastery of ordinary shinobi. Obstinate fool. The tall masked man uttered coldly, then swung his absorbed arm forward with brutal. A violent twisted vortex, charged with residual vacuum energy and raw chakra, lashed back like a rogue tornado, slamming directly into the earthen wall. Crumble. The already weakened earth flow wall exploded outward, torn apart by the backlash. Shrapnel of stone and soil erupted, propelling Moegi and Boruto backward with crushing force. Ugh. Moegi grunted, twisting midair to shield Boruto, both crashing heavily into the muddy earth behind the pit. Move. Seize the vessel alive. Eliminate the other. The tall masked man commanded with icy finality. The puppeteer's fingers resumed their frenzied dance. More mechanical centipedes launched from the forest's gloom. Meanwhile, the third masked figure emitted a piercing insectoid whistle, shrill and resonant. The surrounding erosion bone beetle swarm surged forward like a disciplined legion, flooding the breach, while more cobalt kunai streaked from every direction, sealing all possible escape routes. Desperation closed in. Boruto struggled to rise, every bone screaming in protest. His comma mark pulsed wildly, burning like a live coal. That cold feral power roared within him, straining to break free and seize control. His vision flooded crimson. Moegi's anxious face, the snarling horde of beetles and centipedes, the masked leader's glacial stare, all warped, distorted, saturated with murderous intent. Get out of me. Boruto howled, a bestial raw cry. This time resistance dissolved. Survival instinct and the fierce, unwavering desire to protect Moegi overpowered dread. He did not yield, he channeled. deliberately guiding the Kama's raging power, not into surrender, but into his own jutsu. Brilliant blue chakra erupted from his left palm, the sole limb still responsive, but now threaded with sinuous vein-like streaks of ominous dark purple. The Rasengan's form destabilized violently, warping edges shrieking with a dissonant reality to Boruto, stop. Moegi's face paled at the sight of that corrupted Rasengan, its purple-veined aura screaming of the Kama's perilous corrosive nature. But Boruto heard nothing. His world narrowed to the threats converging upon him. Like a wounded beast, he charged headlong into the tide of beetles and centipedes. His left hand cradled that unstable apocalyptic sphere, the mutated Rasengan pulsing with annihilation. Die. At that razor's edge of annihilation. A shadow, darker than the deepest night, materialized without warning at the battlefield's edge perched atop the tallest giant tree's canopy. A wide-brimmed straw had obscured his features, revealing only a stern, angular jawline. His black cloak hung utterly still amidst wind and rain, as if woven from the shadows themselves. He observed the chaos below in silent sovereign stillness. Uchiha Sasuke. He did not intervene. Yet his profound Sharingan, visible beneath the hat's brim, reflected the entire scene with crystalline clarity. Boruto's unstable purple-veined Rasengan, a Moegi's desperate shielding form, the owl cult's uncanny techniques and ruthless lethality. His gaze lingered, just for a breath, upon that corrupted sphere where a complex, unreadable emotion flickered deep within his crimson irises. Then his eyes shifted to the tall masked man whose arm absorbed ninjutsu and to the second masked figure who commanded the beetle swarm. A subtle, almost imperceptible shift touched Sasuke's lips beneath the shadows, less a smile, more a quiet confirmation. Below Boruto's mutated Rasengan hurtled toward the onrushing tide of insects and machines. Annihilating energy hovered on the precipice of detonation. Moegi's eyes widened in horror. Boruto. And high above among the whispering leaves Sasuke's fingers rested, barely perceptibly, upon the hilt of his Kusanagi blade. The aura of destruction coalesced and roared in Boren's palm. The Rasengan, tinged with ominous dark purple patterns, resembled a microstorm on the verge of eruption, emitting a piercing, ear-splitting, tearing sound. The edges of the blue chakra sphere twisted violently, the dark purple patterns squirming like living creatures, emanating a chilling, light-devouring, cold fluctuation that could swallow all light. Boren's eyes turned bloodshot, the dam of reason tottered under the violent impact of the karma power, leaving only the instinct to protect Master Muyuan and tear apart every threat before him. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he charged forward, holding the out-of-control orb of destruction, boldly crashing into the surging tide of bone-eating bugs and the several mechanical centipedes glittering with deadly cold light. Boren! Stop! Miyuan's roar was drowned in the hum of surging energy. His eyes nearly split, he lunged recklessly toward Boren, trying to halt this suicidal attack. He knew all too well the terrifying backlash such uncontrolled power inflicted upon its caster. At this critical moment, on the treetop, Zhuoju's fingers resting on the hilt of his sword finally moved. No earth-shattering commotion, only a black afterimage so fast it surpassed the limit of visual perception, like instantaneous movement. Zhuoju's figure seemed to materialize out of thin air at the side of Boren's charging path. Lightning-style thousand birds current. A low hoarse voice rang out with an indisputable authority. Zhuoju's left hand did not draw the sword, instead it was instantly covered in blinding thunderous lightning like the cries of 1,000 birds. He did not attack Boren nor the minions of Yishao, but suddenly slammed this lightning-covered palm heavily onto Boren's left arm that held the mutated Rasengan. Zzzt. A piercing electrical explosion roared. The violent lightning-natured chakra, like countless tiny silver serpents, instantly coiled around Boren's left arm and frenziedly surged into the mutated Rasengan that was about to spiral out of control. A strange thing happened. The originally wild destruction-filled mutated Rasengan, upon contact with this pure and domineering lightning chakra, seemed to be injected with a potent tranquilizer. Its violently distorted edges suddenly froze, the internally clashing blue chakra and dark purple karma power, under the forced intervention of the lightning, achieved a fleeting, extremely unstable equilibrium. Boren's forward momentum was abruptly halted. His bloodshot eyes regained a trace of clarity. He stared in astonishment at the lightning wrapped around his left arm and the temporarily frozen, dangerous energy orb in his palm. An intense numbing sensation traveled through his body via the lightning-suppressing part of the frenzy brought by the karma. Control it. Zhuoju's voice poured coldly into Boren's ears with an indisputable command, or be devoured by it. Uncle Zhuoju. Boren's mind shook violently. Why did he step in? Wasn't he going to kill me? This brief confusion was instantly replaced by the enormous pressure from the energy ball in his palm, still humming and trembling, which could lose balance again at any moment. Control it. How? The instinct to survive coupled with Zhuoju's commanding order carrying overwhelming pressure ignited unprecedented willpower in Borin. He no longer resisted the karma power nor let it run rampant. Instead, he focused all his mental energy trying to guide and restrain that cold violent force, forcibly compressing it back into the form of the Rasengan. Sweat mixed with rainwater rolled down his forehead, his teeth were clenched, every muscle in his body trembled from the immense mental strain. Humph. In the way. In the way. The leading tall masked man let out a cold, furious snort. Zhuoju's sudden intervention had completely disrupted his plan. His metallized arm raised again, sharply pointing at Zhuoju and Boren. Take them all down together. The puppeteer's 10 fingers danced wildly. More mechanical centipedes shot out like venomous dragons from their lair, bypassing the temporarily frozen Borin, and lunged straight at Zhuoju. The bug user's sharp whistle rang out again. The bone-eating bug swarm abandoned the breach, and like a purple tide turned and surged towards Zhuoju. At the same time, several blue kunai were thrown at deadly angles towards Zhuoju's vital points. Facing a 3-pronged assault, Zhuoju's gaze was as cold as eternal ice. He didn't even turn his head to look at the incoming attacks, only the profound eternal Mangekyo Sharingan under his bamboo hat suddenly rotated. Almighty push. An invisible yet immensely formidable repulsive force erupted from Zhuoju as the center. Boom. Like a thunderclap on flat ground. The air was compressed and then exploded violently. The charging mechanical centipedes bore the brunt. As if hitting an invisible steel wall, they instantly twisted, deformed, and shattered into countless metal fragments. The surging bone-eating bug swarm was slammed back faster by an invisible giant wave clattering against the surrounding tree trunks, splattering ichor. The blue kunai flew into a viscous mire, their speed drastically reduced, and finally floated helplessly about a meter around Zhuoju, unable to advance an inch. Absolute control. Overwhelming power. The 3 masked men of Yishao all stepped back, their eyes behind the masks filled with shock and wariness. Uchiha Zhuoju. This name itself represented the pinnacle combat capability of the ninja world. The vessel is mine. The tall masked man's eyes flashed with madness and greed. His fear of Zhuoju seemed overwhelmed by his desire for the vessel. His metallized arms suddenly swelled, the flowing dark purple metallic luster deepening, as if about to launch an attack. Just then, pfft, a faint sound like leather being pierced. A hair-thin, almost completely transparent pale purple spike shot out without warning from the shadow behind Zhuoju. Its timing was exquisite, seizing the absolute gap just after Zhuoju released almighty push when old force had just dissipated and new force had not yet generated. The spike's speed was inconceivably fast, aimed directly at the vital point of Zhuoju's nape. Senior Zhuoju. Watch your back. Miyuan's cry of alarm rang out. He had been vigilant all around and spotted the lethal ambush immediately. But he was too far away and too heavily injured to rescue in time. Zhuoju's Sharingan caught it. But he had just unleashed a powerful almighty push, leaving his body in a brief state of stiffness. A forced movement would come at a great cost. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shifted his body with an extremely subtle movement. SSSH. The pale purple spike failed to hit the nape, but plunged deep into Zhuoju's left shoulder near the collarbone. Zhuoju's body shuddered violently. A cold, numbing, highly corrosive eerie energy instantly surged from the wound, frantically destroying his nerves and chakra pathways. He groaned at the 1,000 birds, current lightning covering his left hand flickered on and off. And what made Zhuoju's gaze even icier was that the successful attacking pale purple spike, after hitting its mark, instantly softened, dissipated, as if it had never existed. The attacker, hidden in the shadows, struck and retreated without a trace. Such bizarre methods and timing. Opportunity. The tall masked man, seeing this, his eyes blazed with ferocity. He hesitated no longer. His metallized arm, with a tearing screech that split the air, grabbed viciously at the Rasengan in Boren's palm, which was once again violently fluctuating and nearly out of control due to Zhuoju's unstable lightning. He wanted to seize the vessel while he could. Zhuoju's left shoulder throbbed with intense pain as the strange toxin eroded wildly. The 1,000 birds current in his left hand almost collapsed. He jerked his head up, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the tall, masked man, his pupil power frenziedly condensed. Even wounded, he was still Uchiha Zhuoju. Amaterasu. Black, ominous flames instantly ignited on the tall, masked man's metallized arm. Silent yet exuding an aura that incinerates everything. The tall, masked man let out a pained and furious roar. Amaterasu black flames. This fire that was said never to extinguish. He made a snap decision, his other hand, not covered by metal, transformed into a palm blade, and with ruthless determination hacked down at his own metal arm, engulfed in black flames. With a metallic clang, the strange metal arm was severed at the shoulder. The severed arm fell to the ground and was instantly consumed by the black flames. The tall masked man staggered back, blood spurting from the stump, his face beneath the mask twisted in agony, his gaze at Zhuozhu filled with venomous hatred and a trace of fear. Zhuozhu forcibly activated Amaterasu, aggravating the toxin. A wisp of dark purple blood seeped from the corner of his mouth and his form swayed slightly. Uncle Zhuozhu. Seeing Zhuozhu wounded and bleeding, Bo Ren's mind quaked. The temporarily suppressed mutated Rasengan in his palm instantly lost control, dark purple patterns spreading wildly. Now! Do it. The ambusher, who had been hiding in the shadows, a small wiry figure wearing a snake-patterned mask, appeared like a specter at Bo Ren's side. His target was not Bo Ren, but the Yishao's mark metal plate tightly grasped in Bo Ren's other hand. A strange hand covered in fine scales with sharp claws snatched at the metal plate like lightning. At the same time, the bug user mask man emitted an extremely piercing whistle. All remaining bone-eating bugs, including those stunned by Almighty Push, received a self-destruct command and frenziedly pounced at Zhuozhu, Muyuan, and Bo Ren. The acid inside their bodies was instantly ignited, their bodies swelled rapidly. No! They're going to self-destruct. Muyuan's face turned ashen. Chaos. The aura of death instantly pervaded. The karma mark in Bo Ren's right eye blazed with unprecedented brilliance under the multiple stimuli. The out-of-control mutated Rasengan in his palm finally erupted completely. The violent energy mixed with lightning blue-purple chakra and dark purple karma power gushed out indiscriminately in all directions like a burst dam. Boom! The deafening explosion, mixed with the muffled detonations of countless bone-eating bugs, unleashed a destructive storm in the rainforest. Blinding light instantly swallowed everything. The shock wave hurled mud, broken wood, and bug carcasses high into the air. Rainwater was instantly evaporated into white mist. In the glare of the explosion, Bo Ren only felt an irresistible, tremendous force slam into his chest. The metal plate in his hand was snatched away by that snake-shaped strange hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite. His consciousness was overwhelmed by the violent shock and the backlash of the karma. Before sinking into darkness, he seemed to see Uncle Zhuozhu's black figure blocking his backward path. After the intense light and thunderous noise, all was a mess. The center of the explosion formed a charred crater. Rainwater quickly poured in, forming a murky pool. Surrounding trees were felled or snapped, emitting wisps of blue smoke. The air was thick with the intense smell of burning, the stench of acid, and the scent of blood. Muyuan struggled to rise from the muddy ground. Half his body was corroded by acid, bloody and mangled with excruciating pain. He searched anxiously. Bo Ren. Senior Zhuozhu. At the edge of the explosion, Zhuozhu knelt on one knee, his Kusanagi sword thrust deep into the ground to support himself. His left shoulder wound oozed dark purple blood. His face was pale, his breathing somewhat irregular. Clearly the strange toxin and forced activation of his dojutsu had taken a toll. His Sharingan stared fixedly at the center of the blast, his gaze cold and heavy. Not far behind him in the muddy water, Bo Ren lay motionless, his whole body charred, his breath faint. The karma mark in his right eye had dimmed, but still ominous dark purple patterns remained under his skin. A bit farther from the explosion center, the tall masked man who had lost an arm to Zhuozhu, supported by the puppeteer and bug user, staggered, trying to retreat. Their masks were mostly damaged, their bodies covered with wounds. They too had paid a heavy price. But what made Zhuozhu and the struggling Muyuan's pupils contract was the ambusher with the snake-patterned mask. He had not left. He stood on a relatively clear patch of ground, toying with the Yishao's mark metal plate just snatched from Bo Ren. Rainwater streamed down his eerie mask. He seemed completely indifferent to his comrade's hasty retreat, his gaze lingering with interest over the grievously injured Zhuozhu, the unconscious Bo Ren, and finally resting on Muyuan. A low raspy laugh like a snake's hiss came from his throat. Hee Uchiha Zhuozhu. Worthy of the ninja world's pinnacle. Able to suppress the heart-eroding poison for so long. The snake-masked man's voice came through the mask, carrying a nauseating slickness. And Uzumaki Bo Ren. A perfect vessel. Truly enviable material. He paused, turning his gaze to the metal plate in his hand, his tone becoming playful and fanatical. But the most important key is finally in hand. With it, the door to the nest will soon open for us. The legacy of the god will finally belong to Yishao. Having said that, he ignored Zhuozhu's icy glare and Muyuan's angry gaze, and formed an extremely bizarre hand seal with one hand. The space before him, like a calm lake disturbed by a pebble, suddenly rippled with strange waves. At the center of the ripples, a pitch-black spatial rift that seemed to swallow light silently opened. From deep within the rift came the muffled rumble of some massive machinery, along with a cold, ancient, non-human, terrifying aura. What made Zhuozhu's gaze sharpen like a blade was that in the fleeting glimpse within the spatial rift, he caught a very familiar yet deathly pale golden light. That light's shape resembled a strand of lifeless hair. The snake-masked man let out a final triumphant hissing laugh and unhesitatingly plunged into the black spatial rift. The rift, like a closing wound, rapidly healed and vanished as if it had never existed. Only the cold sound of rain and a dead silent battlefield remained. Zuozhu slowly rose to his feet and pulled the Kusanagi sword from the ground. The rain washed over the dark purple wound on his left shoulder, and also over the bloodstains on his icy face. He stared at the spot where the snake-masked man had vanished in his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, surged unprecedented cold killing intent, and a grave confirmation. Found you. His low voice was like cracking ice. Miyuan, dragging his injured body, rushed to Bo-Ren's side, checking his wounds. Hearing Zuozhu's murmur, he jerked his head up. Senior Zuozhu. Do you know who he is? What is that place behind the spatial rift? That golden. Zuozhu did not answer Miyuan's question. He walked over to Bo-Ren, looked down at the unconscious boy with traces of karma erosion on his body, then at Miyuan's severe injuries, and was silent for a moment. Let's go. He uttered a single word, his voice still cold, but with an indisputable command. We can't stay here long. Bigger trouble will arrive soon. Was he referring to the Konoha pursuers drawn by the explosion and powerful chakra fluctuations, or the even more frenzied retaliation of the Yishao organization? Miyuan looked at Zuozhu's unfathomable eyes, then at the faintly breathing Bo-Ren in his arms, and finally nodded with gritted teeth. He tore off his clothes, roughly bandaged his most severe wounds, and then laboriously hoisted Bo-Ren onto his back. Zuozhu cast one last glance at the spot where the snake-masked man had disappeared, then looked in the direction the tall masked man had retreated under his bamboo hat. His eyes were dark and inscrutable. He turned and took the lead, stepping into the deeper darkness of the rainforest. Miyuan, carrying Bo-Ren, staggered after him. The cold rain continued to fall, relentlessly washing over this blood-soaked battlefield, and also washing over the just-revealed tip of a far deeper and more terrifying conspiracy. The shadow of the Yishao had already silently spread its wings over the ninja world. And Uzumaki, Bo-Ren, the boy bearing the suspicion of patricide and the curse of the karma, his path of escape, had only just entered an even more perilous abyss. Cold raindrops struck the rocky ceiling of the cave, gathering into slender streams that dripped along the jagged crevices, collecting into murky puddles on the cave floor. The air was damp and frigid, thick with the heavy scent of blood, the bitter aroma of herbs, and a lingering, faintly sweet reek of potent venom. Deep within the cave, a campfire flickered, barely dispelling a small patch of darkness and casting wavering shadows. Miyuan sat leaning against the cold stone wall, his face as pale as paper. He tore open his sleeve, which had been corroded into tatters by the acid of the bone-eroding insects, revealing a left arm and part of his chest that were mangled and torn, with bone visible beneath the flesh. The edges of the wounds bore an ominous dark purple hue, like necrotic roots slowly being eroded by an invisible toxin. The excruciating pain, like countless steel needles, incessantly pierced his nerves, and cold sweat soaked his remaining clothes. Clenching his teeth, he used his only remaining right hand to tremblingly mix the last of the potent antidote and hemostatic powder he carried, then applied it to the gruesome wounds. As the powder touched the rotting flesh, a soft sizzling sound arose, accompanied by a searing pain that made him grunt. He had to stay conscious. Bo-Ren still needed him. Not far from him on the ground, Bo-Ren remained unconscious. His breathing was weak and rapid, his face still bearing scorched marks from the explosion. Beneath his skin, the dark purple erosion patterns of the Xia power undulated faintly, like living things flickering in and out of brightness. Each pulse of the patterns was accompanied by Bo-Ren's unconscious, agonized twitching. He was like a bomb that could detonate at any moment, exuding a dangerous yet fragile aura. On the other side of the campfire, Zuozhu sat cross-legged with the Chao-Ti Jian placed horizontally across his eyes were closed, the shadow of his conical hat covering most of his face, but his tightly pressed lips and the cold sweat constantly oozing from his forehead betrayed the immense pain he was enduring. On his left shoulder, near the collarbone, the wound inflicted by the snake-masked man's venomous sting had surrounding skin that displayed an eerie web-like spread of dark purple. The toxin, the heart-corrupting poison, like a bone-attached maggot, frantically eroded his chakra pathways and nerve endings. Each heartbeat brought a wave of icy numbness and tearing agony. Zuozhu's chakra circulated at high speed within his body, like a surging undercurrent engaging in a fierce tug-of-war with the invading toxin. His chakra was pure and vast, carrying the ferocity of lightning release and the depth of yin release, forcibly suppressing the spread of the toxin, and even gradually forcing it out through the wound. Dark purple venomous blood dripped from his fingertips drop by drop onto the rock beneath him, emitting a faint hissing sound and corroding tiny pits. This process was slow and perilous. The slightest misstep would allow the toxin to counterattack and strike directly at the heart vessels. Time trickled by in oppressive silence and pained gasps. Only the crackling of the fire, the dripping of water, and Bo-Ren's occasional pained moans broke the deathly stillness. Having treated his most severe wounds and bandaged them with torn cloth strips, Miyuan was utterly exhausted. He leaned against the rock wall gasping heavily and cast a complicated gaze at Zhuozhu, who was healing from poison with closed eyes, then at the unconscious Borin. Countless questions like venomous snakes gnawed at his heart. Senior Zhuozhu's blade turned against him at the funeral, the rescue in the forest that led to injury and poisoning, and the fleeting glimpse of that pale golden light when the snake-masked man opened the spatial rift. Senior Zhuozhu. Mu Yuan's voice was hoarse and dry, breaking the silence. In the spatial rift. I think I saw. He swallowed with difficulty, his voice trembling. The hair of Lord Mingren. The flames flickered over Zhuozhu's face. He still had his eyes closed, but his poison-healing motion seemed to pause for an extremely subtle moment. After a few seconds, he spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse, carrying a forced weariness from suppressing pain, yet even colder than the freezing rain outside the cave. Not think you saw. Those 4 words slammed into Mu Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. He abruptly sat upright, pulling at his wounds and wincing in pain, but the shock and urgency in his eyes completely overshadowed the hurt. You mean, Lord Mingren? He is really in the hands of Yishao, in that nest. Is he still alive? Zhuozhu did not answer immediately. The chakra inside his body surged again, and the dark purple venomous blood oozing from the wound on his left shoulder increased visibly. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Under the firelight, that deep eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flickered with a cold sharp light piercing directly at Mu Yuan. Life or death unknown. Zhuozhu's voice was utterly flat yet carried a heavy pressure. But his presence is extremely faint, like a candle flickering in the wind. He is confined in a core area, filled with ancient machinery and cold energy. Mu Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. Life unknown, presence faint. Imprisoned in a place like that. Anger, worry, and immense grief instantly overwhelmed him. Lord Mingren. So the way you treated Boran at the funeral. Mu Yuan's voice carried barely suppressed agitation and a hint of accusation. Was to get close to Yishao. Zhuozhu cut him off, his tone cold and direct, as if stating a long-planned icy scheme. They have been secretly observing Boran, coveting his identity as a vessel. The funeral was the opportunity for the key, the Yishao seal, to appear, and the most likely place for them to show themselves. The public pursuit of Borin was the only way to make them lower their guard somewhat, and even actively accept my pledge of allegiance. The truth, like an icy blade, laid bare the cruelest core. Mu Yuan drew a sharp breath, instantly understanding all of Zhuozhu's anomalous actions. He was acting. A performance for the Yishao organization. A deadly gamble with Borin as bait and himself as the blade. The goal was to infiltrate Yishao and find Mingren. The blade confrontation at the funeral, the driving away, and standing by in the forest, all were to deepen the illusion of betrayal and gain Yishao's trust. Then why didn't you tell Uncle Luan? Why didn't you tell us? Mu Yuan's voice carried anger and lingering fear. Do you know how dangerous this was? Borin almost. He looked at the unconscious Borin, thinking of the pain of betrayal and the desperation on the verge of losing control that the youth had endured, and his heart bled. The more people know, the bigger the loopholes. Zhuozhu's voice remained cold without a hint of wavering. Luan. He had to show genuine anger and pursuit to deceive all possible eyes inside and outside the village. As for Boran, Zhuozhu's gaze fell upon the unconscious youth, and in that Sharingan seemed to flash an extremely complex, indescribable emotion, fleeting as an illusion. He needed to experience this. Rage, despair, the pain of being betrayed by a loved one. These intense emotions can stimulate the Xie's reaction to the maximum, making Yishao more certain of his value, and also making it easier for me to observe the degree of integration and controllability of the Xie. Observe the integration of the Xie. Mu Yuan's heart gave a violent lurch. So Boran was not only bait, but also Zhuozhu's experimental subject for studying the Xie. This realization sent a chill through him. What about now? Mu Yiyan forced down his churning emotions, his voice trembling with agitation. The key was stolen by that snake-faced bastard. Your identity might be exposed too. Although Lord Mingren's location is confirmed, how do we get in? How do we rescue him? The key being taken has indeed hindered the plan. Zhuozhu's voice dropped, tinged with gravity. That snake-masked man, codenamed Viper Fang, is the leader of the Dark Beak unit of the Yishao organization, one of the most dangerous vipers. He specializes in assassination, poisoning techniques, and space secret arts, and is extremely cunning. He recognized me. Zhuozhu's fingers unconsciously tightened on the hilt of the Chao Ti Jian. However, he also revealed the entry method of the nest. It requires the combined effect of specific spatial coordinates and the key. Although the key is lost, the coordinates, I have already memorized them. Zhuozhu's Sharingan rotated slightly, a crimson light flashing deep within the pupil. Unfailing memory is one of the basic abilities of the Sharingan. As for my identity, a cold mocking curve touched Zhuozhu's lips. Viper Fang thinks he has succeeded and is eager to open the nest's gate to obtain the divine legacy. He won't immediately spread the news of whether my betrayal is real or fake throughout Yishao. This buys us a little more time. He paused, his gaze turning sharp as a blade again. The core defenses of the nest are extremely powerful, forcing an entry would be suicide. Our only hope is to use Boren. Use Boren. Miyuan's heart leaped again, looking at Zuozhu, where the Xia is the bridge to the power of the Otsutsuki. Zuozhu's voice carried a cold rationality. The core area of Yishao is filled with modified and amplified Otsutsuki energy. Only someone who also possesses the Xia and can initially guide its power can approach the core without triggering the devastating defenses and even find and contact Mingren. You want to send Boren? Miyuan almost jumped up. He can't even control it right now. You saw his loss of control just now. Going in would be suicide. And Yishao's people are waiting inside for him to walk right into the trap. This is something he must face. Zuozhu's voice was resolute, carrying an unquestionable determination. Either learn to control the Xia, reclaim the key in the nest, and find Mingren. Or be consumed by the Xia or die at the hands of Yishao. There is no third path. But Miyuan wanted to argue further when from outside the cave a faint yet rhythmically distinct bird call pierced through the rain curtain. 3 short and 1 long, repeated twice. Miyuan's face instantly changed dramatically. This was the specific signal of the leaf umbu to confirm target location and prepare for a raid in complex terrain. Very close. Dammy. Pursuers are coming. Miyuan struggled to stand, but his heavily injured body and intense pain made him stagger. Zuozhu also snapped, his eyes open, cold light bursting from his Sharingan. He forcibly suppressed the surging toxin and chaotic chakra within his body, instantly gripping the hilt of the Chao Ti Jian with his left hand. Almost at the same moment. Whoosh! 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 Several figures wearing animal masks with sharp, formidable auras appeared like phantoms at the cave entrance. They were silent, the kunai and short swords in their hands gleaming with cold light under the firelight, instantly sealing off all possible escape routes. The leader, wearing a dog-shaped mask, had a steady and powerful aura, the Umbu squad leader. What made Miyuan's heart sink even more was that behind the Umbu figures an old woman wearing a Hokage advisor's robe stooped and leaning on a cane slowly emerged. Rain soaked her gray hair, but the gaze she shot through her spectacles was like a poison-nipped ice pick, cold, harsh, with undisguised murderous intent fixed unwaveringly on the 3 severely wounded people inside the cave. Juan Qin Xiaochun. Her voice, old and shrill, carried a condescending, judgmental tone, piercing the rain, and clearly entering the cave. Yujibwa Zuozhu Xianhua Boran and Traitor Yuan Fei Muyuan. Surrender. Otherwise, no mercy. The icy, murderous intent, like a tangible wave of cold, instantly flooded the entire cave. The chilling words of "kill without mercy" from Zhuangqin Xiaochun echoed like a death knell within the damp cave. The cold, murderous intent, mixed with the sorrowful wind and rain outside, instantly extinguished the warmth of the campfire. Several elite members of the Umbu were like poised leopards, their breaths locking onto the 3 individuals within the cave. The cold glint of their kunai reflected their emotionless animal masks, devoid of any sentiment. The captain of the Inuzuka Umbu team slightly raised his right hand, awaiting the command to strike like thunder. Makura's heart sank into an icy abyss. His severely injured body could barely move, his chakra nearly depleted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He looked at the unconscious Boruto, then at Sasuke, whose face was pale, and whose left shoulder wound still oozed dark purple poisoned blood, despair wrapping around his heart like a cold vine. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Lord Naruto. Sasuke's Sharingan erupted with a sharp cold light beneath the shadow of his hat. The chakra within him was like an oppressed volcano, disregarding the frenzied erosion of the heart-corroding poison and the excruciating pain in his meridians, forcefully pushing forward. The Kusanagi sword emitted a deep resonant hum in his hands. He would never sit idly by. Even if it meant exhausting his last ounce of strength, he would tear open a path for Naruto and for... Just as Sasuke was about to unleash his chakra recklessly, ugh. A painful groan as if his soul were being torn apart escaped from the unconscious Boruto. This groan was like a signal. The dark purple lines of the cursed mark beneath his skin, which had merely been slightly undulating, suddenly twisted and expanded like a poison snake splashed with boiling oil, wildly writhing and spreading. A wave of cold, violent energy imbued with a destructive aura erupted, centered around Boruto. Boom! The invisible shockwave instantly spread out. The campfire was pressed against the ground, sparks flying. The droplets of water dripping from the cave's ceiling shattered into mist. The debris and dust on the ground were violently stirred up. Boruto! Makura exclaimed in horror. He was all too familiar with this power. It was a sign of the cursed mark going out of control. And it was more intense than any previous time. Stimulated in this state. Suppress him. Zhuangqin Xiaochun's sharp voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fear and deeper murderous intent. That monster's power is about to go out of control. Act fast. Move. The Inuzuka Umbu captain no longer hesitated, barking orders. Several figures shot forward like arrows released from a bow, rushing toward the depths of the cave with lethal intent. The sharp blades of the kunai were aimed directly at Sasuke Makura and Boruto at the very center of the energy wave. A glint of determination flashed in Sasuke's eyes as he drew upon his chakra, readying the Kusanagi sword. Even if it meant succumbing to the poison, he had to block this first wave of attack. However, a sound that was utterly inhuman, mixed with boundless pain, anger, and despair erupted from Boruto's chest like an ancient beast on the brink of death. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. They were not the familiar azure. His right eye still bore the blazing, otherworldly purple-black mark of the cursed seal. As for his left eye, that originally clear blue orb, at this moment the sclera was entirely covered by a profound indigo hue reminiscent of a cosmic nebula. The pupil transformed into precise rotating golden rings resembling gears. The entire eyeball emanated a cold penetrating aura as if it could see through all energy flows and spatial structures in the world. The pure eye. In the midst of intense pain, fury, and the crisis of life and death, Boruto's pure eye awakened for the first time truly and completely. At the moment the pure eye opened, time seemed to stretch, infinitely unraveling. In Boruto's inhuman vision, the approaching Umbu ninjas were no longer blurred figures, but rather energy models composed of countless flowing chakra meridians, explosive muscle fibers, and the trajectories of weapons. Their speed within the pure eye's sight became predictable. Sasuke could see every detail where the turbulent purple lightning chakra suppressed the corrosive heart poison, clashing violently. The poison, like creeping vines, was stubbornly eroding the crucial chakra nodes. The wound on Makura's body, corroded by the acid of the bone-corroding insect, still had faint traces of acidic chakra slowly destroying his vitality. Outside the cave within Zhuangqin Xiaochun's seemingly hunched form, a cold viscous chakra was rapidly coalescing like a venomous snake. Her target was unmistakably the center of the energy explosion, Boruto. Danger. Sensei. Uncle Sasuke. Father. Confused thoughts flashed through Boruto's consciousness, nearly overwhelmed by the raging cursed mark, but the cold insight of the pure eye forced upon him a sliver of perception beyond the chaos. Protect. I must protect. The instinct to survive complex emotions toward Makura and Sasuke, and a strong obsession with his father's fate formed an unprecedented, powerful mental anchor the moment the pure eye awakened. He did not fully succumb to the cursed mark's madness, but unconsciously and clumsily attempted to guide the surging destructive energy. Get away. Boruto let out a beast-like roar. He suddenly raised both hands. No longer gathering a Rasengan, but unleashing the turbulent dark purple chakra mixed with the cursed mark unreservedly, and like a flood toward the Umbu and the outside where Zhuangqin Xiaochun was. There was no form. No technique. Only the purest, most primal energy pouring forth. A column of destructive light mixed with azure dark purple and violent lightning instantly filled the cave entrance. What? Defend. Fall back. The two elite Umbu at the front were caught off guard. They could only cross their kunai in front of them, gathering all their chakra for defense. Boom. A deafening roar. The destructive light column crashed into the Umbu's defenses, like a red-hot iron rod thrusting into snow. The defensive chakra of the two Umbu shattered instantly like paper. The kunai twisted and melted upon contact with the light column. Before they could even scream, they were violently thrown away by the raging energy torrent, crashing into the mud outside, like broken sacks, their fates unknown. The light column continued unabated, carrying the aura of destruction, charging straight toward Zhuangqin Xiaochun in the rain outside. For the first time, real terror appeared in her murky old eyes. She had never anticipated Boruto would unleash such terrifying energy characterized by spatial tearing in this state. With a shriek, she could no longer care for her image, violently thrusting her staff into the ground and hastily forming seals. Ninjutsu Poison Barrier. A wall of viscous dark green liquid exuding a strong stench and intense corrosive aura instantly rose before her. This was her trump card defensive ninjutsu, extremely poisonous, capable of corroding the vast majority of chakra and physical attacks. However, sizzle. The destructive light column slammed into the poison barrier. The anticipated corrosion did not occur. The energy mixed with the cursed mark and Boruto's violent chakra seemed to possess a higher level decomposition characteristic. The dark green poison barrier emitted a piercing sound as if it were oil thrown into strong acid being visibly decomposed, dissolved, and pierced through. Impossible. Zhuangqin Xiaochun screamed in disbelief, her old face turning pale. She stumbled backward in panic. But the speed of the light column was too fast. Although it had lost much of its power due to the poison barrier, the residual energy shockwave still violently struck her body. Pff. Zhuangqin Xiaochun was hit like a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her hunched body flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into the mud covered in filth, looking utterly miserable, her staff flying from her grasp. She struggled to rise, but was pulled by her internal injuries into another violent fit of coughing, her gaze towards the cave filled with resentment and a hint of unmistakable fear. The entrance of the cave lay in ruins, a massive gaping hole blasted open by Boruto's indiscriminate strike, with rubble and charred marks everywhere. The remaining Umbu were intimidated by this terrifying power and momentarily did not dare to advance, merely keeping a vigilant circle around their injured comrade and the disheveled Zhuangqin Xiaochun. Inside the cave, smoke and dust filled the air. After Boruto released that devastating strike, it seemed he had exhausted all his strength, the golden rings in his pure eye rapidly dimming, the indigo hue of his scara slowly receding, returning to its original blue, though a lingering cold resonance still seemed to remain deep within his pupil. His body weakened, he fell forward, slipping back into unconsciousness, the dark purple lines beneath his skin subsiding, but his breath was even weaker than before, clearly indicating that this outburst had caused more severe overexertion. Makura was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion, looking at the terrifying destruction at the cave's entrance, then at the unconscious Boruto, his heart filled with overwhelming shock. The Pure Eye. That is the legendary Pure Eye. Boruto, actually. Sasuke, during Boruto's outburst, forcibly interrupted his own chakra surge, driving the Kusanagi sword into the ground to steady himself, avoiding a direct impact from the energy torrent. Under his hat, Sasuke's Sharingan fixed intently on the unconscious Boruto, especially on his left eye, which had just lost the form of the Pure Eye, his gaze filled with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of confirmation. The Pure Eye. Finally. Sasuke murmured, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. The prophecy of Otsutsuki Mamashiki has begun. He suddenly looked up, gazing at the stunned pursuers outside the cave, and the disheveled Zhuangqin Xiaochun, quickly sensing his surroundings. Though Boruto's earth-shattering strike had temporarily stunned the enemies, it was like a lighthouse in the night, inevitably attracting more and more powerful beings. The Night Owls, people, the true elites of Konoha, and even other factions coveting the power of the Otsutsuki, could swarm here at any moment. They could not afford to linger here for even a second. Move. Sasuke's voice was resolute, filled with undeniable determination. He forcefully endured the erosion of the poison in his left shoulder and the backlash from forcibly interrupting his chakra as he stepped beside Boruto, swiftly lifting him onto his back. Boruto felt terrifyingly light, like a feather. Makura, keep up. Sasuke shouted, his gaze sweeping over Makura, who was struggling to rise. Makura looked at Sasuke carrying the unconscious Boruto, then at the pursuing enemies outside, who were cautious yet reluctant to advance. Gritting his teeth, he mustered his last strength to stand and stumbled after Sasuke. Sasuke, carrying Boruto, did not head toward the cave entrance, but instead turned and dashed toward the deepest part of the cave. There lay only a stone wall covered in slippery moss. Senior Sasuke, that way is a dead end, Makura exclaimed. Sasuke did not reply. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly glowed with a scarlet light in the darkness, locking onto a specific point on the stone wall. His empty left hand quickly formed several extremely complex seals, infused with spatial fluctuations. At the same time, he summoned the remaining lightning chakra within him, compressing and condensing it to his fingertips. Huh. Sasuke let out a low shout. His finger, charged with lightning chakra, struck the point on the stone wall he had locked onto with his Sharingan like the sharpest of chisels. Zzz. The blinding lightning erupted. The area struck on the stone wall rippled violently like water, disturbed by a thrown stone twisting with intense distortion. A black deep vortex, just large enough for one person to pass through, flickered with unstable arcs of electricity at its edges, was forcibly torn open by Sasuke, using his eye power and lightning chakra. From within the depths of the vortex, a dull roar akin to the sound of enormous machinery in operation, reminiscent of when the Viper Fang opened a spatial rift, could be faintly heard. Go in. Sasuke shouted unhesitatingly, stepping into the dark vortex while carrying Boruto. Makura looked at the ominous space passage, then back at the pursuers outside, who were trying to regroup, and Zhuangqin Xiaochun, who was glaring at them with resentment, and made a firm decision. There was no turning back. He followed closely behind Sasuke, rushing into the twisted vortex. Just as Makura's figure disappeared, stop them. Zhuangqin Xiaochun's frantic scream rang out. Several kunai and beams of ninjutsu shot toward the spatial vortex. However, it was all too late. After Sasuke and the others entered, the spatial vortex flickered violently as if it had exhausted its energy, producing a dull hum before rapidly collapsing and sealing, ultimately vanishing from sight, leaving only the moss-covered stone wall as if nothing unusual had ever occurred. And outside the cave a group of Umbu ninjas wore expressions of confusion and disbelief, while Zhuangqin Xiaochun sat in the mud, her eyes filled with resentment, yet tinged with a hint of bewilderment and fear. The cold rain washed over the cave's broken entrance, cleansing the aftermath of this haphazard pursuit. Boruto Uchiha Sasuke and Sarutobi Makura, the three of them vanished into the other end of the spatial passage, like drops of water merging into the sea. Their destination was the lair of the Night Owl, a place that had consumed the 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, filled with cold machinery and forbidden power. The vertigo of spatial distortion receded like a tide, replaced by a suffocating stillness and bone-chilling. Sasuke, carrying the unconscious Boruto on his back, and the staggering Konoha emerged into a vast corridor entirely constructed of some dark silver metal. The corridor was immensely high, its ceiling lined with strip lights emitting a constant pale cold luminescence, casting the metal walls in a cold and smooth light devoid of warmth. The air was dry, heavy, with a peculiar odor that blended ozone disinfectant and an indescribable scent reminiscent of rust and decaying flesh. Silence. Absolute silence. Apart from their own somewhat labored breathing, there was no sound of machinery, nor any sign of life. It was as if the entire colossal nest had died. This place. Konoha, fighting through the pain of his wounds and the discomfort from the corridor's eerie pressure, looked around warily. The corridor stretched straight ahead, disappearing into darkness at the far end. On both sides were countless identical tightly shut metal doors, devoid of any markings, their smooth cold surfaces reflecting the pale light. The oppressive feeling weighed down on his heart like a tangible mass. Beneath his straw hat, Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings warily. His face was paler than before. The wound on his left shoulder, after forcibly tearing through space, seemed to have spread further with dark purple poison veins. Every breath triggered nerve-wracking pain. But he still stood erect like a black spear thrust into this dead silence. The energy field has been deliberately suppressed. Sasuke's voice was low and hoarse, with a barely perceptible wheeze. For concealment, or to prepare for some kind of ritual. He keenly sensed that the tremendous roar of machinery and the cold energy fluctuations he had felt when the spatial rift opened earlier were now mostly blocked by a powerful force field. He set Boruto down, leaning him against the cold metal wall. Boruto remained unconscious, his face pale and almost translucent, his breathing weak. The dark purple karma markings under his skin lay dormant like venomous snakes, exuding an unsettling aura. The exhaustion from awakening the pure eye, coupled with the burden of spatial teleportation, had left him in a critically bad state. We have to find Lord Naruto as quickly as possible. Konoha looked at Boruto, then at the seemingly endless corridor, his anxiety skyrocketing. He had got the key before them, and he could make his next move at any moment. The core is over there. Sasuke pointed to the end of the corridor. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to pierce through the thick metal walls and energy barriers, locking onto a direction. The source of the energy shield, and also the place where Naruto's presence is faintest. He paused, then added, but the path is distorted. The spatial structure here is abnormal. He walked up to a seemingly ordinary metal wall, the crimson light of his Sharingan swirling. In his eyes, the wall was not solid. Its interior was filled with dim pale purple energy lines flowing like blood vessels, their courses forming an immense, ever-changing labyrinth illusion array. Forcibly breaking through would trigger a catastrophic alarm, and blindly entering would lead to getting lost in spatial traps. Stay close to me. Not a single misstep. Sasuke's voice carried an undeniable gravity. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the paralysis from the poison. Extending the index finger of his left hand, he condensed an extremely faint yet pure droplet of lightning release chakra at his fingertip, like a precision probe. He began to move his fingers slowly across the wall, the lightning at his fingertip, like a living thing, tracing along specific nodes of the dim pale purple energy lines that were invisible to normal eyes. His movements were extremely slow, each shift accompanied by subtle adjustments in chakra fluctuations, as if he were picking an invisible energy-based colossal lock. Konoha held his breath, carrying Boruto on his back, following half a step behind Sasuke, his eyes fixed on the trajectory of Sasuke's fingertip, afraid to be distracted for even a moment. He could feel the air around them subtly warping with Sasuke's movements and invisible pressure spreading. Time passed slowly in the silent unlocking. Each second felt like an eternity. Suddenly, Sasuke's fingertip stopped at an extremely complex intersection of energy nodes. His eyes sharpened and the lightning at his fingertip stabbed inward. Hum. A low spatial tremor sounded. The smooth metal wall before them slid silently to both sides like quicksilver, revealing behind it not the expected passage, but a vertical abyss so vast it defied imagination. The abyss below was bottomless, filled only with a terrifying darkness. Across the abyss floated a gigantic spherical core structure, connected by countless thick dark purple energy conduits pulsating slowly like a heart. The core emitted a cold, inhuman pale light, the very source of the energy sensed from the spatial rift. The thunderous roar of machinery filtered by the barrier was reduced to a deep heartbeat-like hum. What made Konohamaru's heart stop was this: in the very center of the spherical core structure within a transparent cylindrical container, a blurred figure was suspended in pale energy liquid. That dazzling sun-like golden hair now seemed utterly lifeless, like withered straw listlessly drifting, and the familiar orange Hokage robe was tattered and torn. Naruto Uzumaki lay with his eyes closed, his face drained of color. Dozens of thin energy probes inscribed with eerie runes pierced his body, connecting him to the surrounding energy conduits. His presence was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, his vital signs almost gone. Lord Naruto. Konohamaru's cry of anguish escaped his lips, tears blurring his vision instantly. Even prepared for the worst, witnessing this scene firsthand felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Under his straw hat, Sasuke's face muscles tensed instantly, his Sharingan seething with towering rage and icy killing intent. But he forcibly restrained his impulsive urges. The abyss could not be crossed directly. The spherical core structure was enveloped by a visible dark purple energy barrier flowing like water, the powerful shielding field he had sensed earlier. On the surface of the barrier, countless fine runes like circuit board patterns flickered erratically. God's sleep chamber. Sasuke's voice was as cold as the wind from the ninth abyss. They've turned him into a battery for their god, draining the remnants of his nine tails chakra and his life essence. At the edge of the abyss, a suspended bridge of dark purple energy, barely wide enough for one person, connected their platform to the spherical core structure across the chasm. The bridge emitted a faint glow, a thin line leading to hell in the darkness of the abyss. The key. Sasuke's gaze locked onto a recess on the outer wall of the spherical core structure. The shape of that recess perfectly matched the metal token of the Night Owl's mark. Kia. He must be inside. He's using the key to perform some kind of ritual. As if to confirm Sasuke's words, the light inside the spherical core structure suddenly intensified. The energy probes connected to Naruto blazed with blinding light, forcibly extracting even more energy. Naruto's suspended body convulsed violently, his face contorted in extreme agony. Though still unconscious, his faint life force was like a guttering candle, as if it would be extinguished completely in the next second. No! Konohamaru's eyes burned with fury. He set Boruto down and was about to recklessly charge onto the bridge. Stop! Sasuke barked sharply. That barrier. And the bridge itself. They are all deadly traps. His Sharingan clearly saw that the energy structure of the bridge was extremely unstable, riddled with countless trigger-based spatial cutting traps and energy annihilation nodes. And the barrier enveloping the core radiated energy fluctuations potent enough to instantly vaporize steel. Without direct contact with the key, attempting to touch it would be suicide. Then what do we do, eh? Are we just going to watch Lord Naruto be? Konohamaru's voice carried a desperate sob. Sasuke's gaze slowly shifted to Boruto, still unconscious against the wall. His eyes were incredibly complex, resolute, heavy, and with a trace of reluctance. Only he. Sasuke's voice was low and hoarse. Only he, bearing the karma, might be able to pass through that energy without triggering the barrier's lethal counterattack. And reach Naruto. It's a defense built on Otsutsuki energy. It might turn a blind eye to power of the same origin. Konohamaru felt as if struck by lightning. He looked at the unconscious, dying Boruto, then at Naruto, whose life essence was being drained across the abyss. Immense pain and an agonizing choice crushed him like two mountains. Send Boruto in. In his current state, it would be sending him to his death. And Kia was still inside. No time to hesitate. Sasuke suddenly turned to look back down the corridor behind them, his Sharingan flashing with cold light. They're coming. Scrape. 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 An extremely faint yet chilling rustling sound came from deep within the corridor they had just traversed. The sound was like countless tiny metal claws crawling across the smooth metal floor, moving rapidly, drawing. In Sasuke's Sharingan vision, 3 distorted life forms radiating intense malice and the scent of modification were closing in at high speed. They were not humanoid, they seemed like grotesque amalgamations of humans, ninja, beasts, and machinery. Pale skin covered with metal plates, sharp bone blades protruding from the joints, compound eyes gleaming with crimson light, corrosive saliva dripping from their mouths, the biochemical guards of Yishao. Konohamaru. Hold them off. Buy me time. Sasuke growled, and without further hesitation he stepped over to Boruto and propped him up against himself. He took a deep breath, forcing down the surging poison, and rapidly formed several extremely complex hand seals with an intent for spiritual guidance. He was going to use a secret technique to forcibly stimulate Boruto, awakening his remaining consciousness. Konohamaru saw Sasuke's actions and heard the rapidly approaching teeth-grinding crawling sounds behind him. The last shred of hesitation in his eyes was replaced by resolve. He spun around, dragging his broken, heavily wounded body, and positioned himself between the corridor entrance and the abyss platform. Come on, you monsters! Konohamaru let out a roar. With his remaining right hand he gripped a kunai, tightly burning his chakra recklessly, like the final flicker of a candle in the wind. He knew he couldn't hold them off for long, but to buy even 1 second for Sasuke-senpai and Boruto, he was willing to burn his last ounce of strength. Scree. The 3 biochemical guards let out piercing shrieks, charging like 3 pale lightning bolts reeking of blood and corrosive fluid toward Konohamaru, blocking the platform entrance. The battle erupted instantly. Sparks flew as kunai clashed against bone blades in the cold corridor. Konohamaru's roars mingled with the monster's howls. Meanwhile, Sasuke was oblivious to the fierce battle behind him. All his focus was on Boruto. His hands covered in pure in-release chakra gently pressed his fingertips against Boruto's temples. Boruto. Sasuke's low voice, like a whisper traversing the soul, carried an unprecedented, almost pleading weight. Wake up. Your father is waiting for you. Only you can save him. Sasuke's deep and urgent call echoed like a stone thrown into a still pond, sending ripples through Boruto's consciousness, which was engulfed by boundless darkness and suffering. Wake up. Your father. He is waiting for you. Only you can save him. Father. Naruto Uzumaki. That eternally cheerful face. Submerged in cold energy liquid, pierced by needles, life flickering like a candle in the wind. Like the sharpest shard, it stabbed ruthlessly into Boruto's chaotic mind. Father. A barely audible groan escaped Boruto's cracked lips. His tightly shut eyelids trembled violently. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with intensity. The secret technique had taken effect. He immediately increased the output of his shadow chakra, the mental guidance from his fingertips acting like a lighthouse piercing through the dense fog of Boruto's consciousness. Boruto. Look at me. Feel the wedge. Use it to save him. Sasuke's voice thundered, striking directly at the depths of Boruto's soul. Meanwhile, the battle at the entrance of the passage had reached a fever pitch. Ugh. Konohamaru let out a pained roar. A sharp bone blade from a stalker viciously pierced his already severely injured left leg. Blood gushed forth. The intense pain nearly brought him to his knees. But he gritted his teeth, his right hand's kunai thrusting with a determination to take them both down, plunging deep into the eye of another attacking stalker. Screech. The stalker struck in its eye, let out a chilling scream, and struggled wildly. Corrosive slime splattered all over Konohamaru, burning his skin. A third stalker took the opportunity to sneak past the battle group, its crimson eye locking onto the defenseless Sasuke and Boruto on the platform, its drooling maw opening wide as it lunged like an arrow. A foul wind swept over. Not on my watch. Konohamaru's eyes widened in fury. He fiercely yanked the kunai from the stalker's eye socket and threw himself at the ambusher without hesitation. Using his body as the final shield, he crashed into the side of the stalker. Bang! The heavy impact echoed. Konohamaru and the stalker tumbled together, crashing hard against the cold metal wall. Konohamaru coughed up another mouthful of blood, his consciousness starting to blur, but he clung tightly to the stalker, using his last bit of strength to restrict its movements. Sasuke-senpai. Boruto. Hurry. Konohamaru's voice was weak and hoarse like a This tragic sacrifice, this desperate protection, served as the final adrenaline shot fiercely injected into Boruto's consciousness. Ugh. Boruto's eyes snapped open. The wedge mark on his right eye burned like a violet-black sun, erupting with blinding radiance. The pure eye on his left opened once more. Within the deep indigo sclera, the faint golden gear pupils spun wildly, cold and all-seeing. This time it was no longer an uncontrolled explosion. Stimulated by his father's near-death state, guided by Sasuke's mental direction, and fueled by Konohamaru's desperate protection, an unprecedented surge of intense emotion, mixed with endless sorrow, rage, and a will to protect, anchored Boruto's consciousness, which was nearly consumed by the power of the wedge. He saw it. The vision of the pure eye penetrated everything across the abyss. Within the spherical core, his father's life force flickered weakly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. An energy probe piercing through his father's body was greedily extracting the last remnants of his essence. Inside the core, a figure wearing a snake-patterned mask viper stood before the control panel, slowly inserting the Night Owl seal key into a slot. Blinding energy flowed through the key into the core. Behind him, Konohamaru was drenched in blood, desperately holding onto a ferocious stalker, his life flickering like a candle in the wind. Sasuke stood before Boruto, toxins spreading from his left shoulder, his Sharingan fixed on another stalker that lunged at them, the Kusanagi sword drawn, its tip crackling with lightning, ready for one last stand. Time. There was no time left. Father. Teacher. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto's voice was hoarse yet carried an icy determination that transcended pain. He suddenly shoved aside Sasuke's supportive hand and staggered to his feet. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin writhed like a living creature, but this time he did not resist. Instead, he actively guided the icy violent power of the wedge, infusing it into his legs. Boruto. Sasuke felt a jolt in his heart as he saw the cold light in Boruto's eyes, a mix of the pure eye's insight and the power of the wedge. He saw hope but also tremendous risk. Leave this to me. Go. Sasuke wasted no time. The Kusanagi sword transformed into a black flash, shrieking through the air as it met the last stalker Hiden. Lightning erupted. Boruto did not look back. All his will, all his power were focused on his father within the spherical core across the abyss. He stepped onto the suspended bridge, emitting a faint glow made of dark purple energy. Buzz. Just as he stepped onto the bridge, an unexpected change occurred. The energy bridge beneath his feet was not solid, but pure energy flow. The moment Boruto stepped onto it, dozens of invisible high-speed rotating spatial blades shot out from both sides of the bridge. These blades were formed from twisted spatial layers, silent, yet capable of slicing any matter into molecules. At the same time, the energy structure of the bridge violently fluctuated, becoming like a boiling swamp, producing immense suction, trying to drag the intruder into the endless abyss below. The trap was activated. Had it been the Boruto of earlier, he would have undoubtedly perished. But at this moment, the pure eye was fully open. In Boruto's vision, those invisible spatial blades were marked with clear red trajectories. The weak points of the energy flow of the bridge and the safe paths emerged like beacons in the dark. Huh. Boruto let out a low growl, the power of the wedge granting him speed and reflexes beyond limits. His body transformed into a blurred afterimage on the narrow bridge. At impossible angles, he sidestepped, slid, and rolled. Each movement grazed the lethal edge of the spatial blades with precision. His feet seemed to have suction cups, rapidly tapping on the violently fluctuating energy flow, each footfall landing precisely on the fleeting stable nodes marked by the pure eye. Faster. Even faster. The shriek of the spatial blades tearing through the air echoed in his ears. The abyss suction felt like a giant hand pulling him in. Boruto pushed the power of the wedge to its limits, the violet-black light in his right eye nearly igniting. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin burned like a hot iron, causing excruciating pain, but he ignored it completely. His father's life force was rapidly dimming. Get me through. Boruto roared in his heart. The short distance of just a few meters across the bridge felt like a journey through hell. When Boruto finally stepped down hard on the edge of the platform on the other side, the bridge behind him collapsed with a roar, transforming into countless shattered dark purple light points, dissipating into the abyss darkness. He succeeded. But the cost was immense exhaustion and deeper erosion by the power of the wedge. He knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, sweat mixing with blood sliding down his forehead. There was no time to adjust. He suddenly looked up. Before him was the dark purple barrier, flowing like water, emanating waves of destructive energy, divine barrier. Behind the barrier, Viper had completely inserted the Night Owl seal key into the slot. The entire spherical core structure erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. The liquid within the energy conduits boiled violently. The energy probes connected to Naruto glowed intensely. The last remnants of essence were being frantically extracted. Naruto's body convulsed violently, his skin taking on an ominous grayish color. No! Boruto's eyes widened in rage. He sprang to his feet, charging toward the barrier without a second thought. Foolish vessel. Viper looked through the barrier at Boruto, who was charging like a moth to the flame, his voice rasping with mockery. The divine barrier is an Otsutsuki creation, only the key can unlock it. You think your immature wedge can? His words were cut short. Because Boruto did not crash into the barrier as he had anticipated and vaporized. At the moment Boruto was about to touch the barrier, the wedge mark in his right eye erupted with an unprecedented violet-black light. Simultaneously, the pure eye's faint golden gear pupils spun to its limit. Under the inside of the pure eye, the barrier was no longer a solid entity, but composed of countless flowing, orderly energy nodes. And the wedge, as if stimulated by a common energy source, the cold and violent power within Boruto under his strong will no longer surged recklessly, but acted like the most precise key, instantly resonating with the frequency of the barrier's nodes. Zzz. Boruto's body, like an ink drop merging into water, effortlessly and silently penetrated the layer of divine barrier capable of annihilating everything. What? Impossible. Viper's eyes, hidden beneath the mask, displayed genuine shock and disbelief for the first time. This exceeded all his expectations of the wedge and the divine barrier. Boruto successfully penetrated the barrier. His feet landed heavily on the platform inside the spherical core. The cold metallic sensation greeted him, surrounded by massive energy conduits and the roaring sound of mechanical operations. At the center of the core, Naruto's suspended vessel was within reach. The painful scene of his life essence being extracted burned into Boruto's eyes like a red-hot iron. Let my father go. Boruto let out a beastly roar, flames of fury and cold killing intent blazing in his eyes, locking onto Viper at the control panel. In the palm of his right hand, blue chakra glowed, fiercely swirling and compressing. But this time it was no longer a mere Rasengan. The blue sphere of light combined with the golden glimmers of insight from the pure eye along with the dark purple arcs of lightning from the power of the wedge. Wedge Void Spiral Rasengan. A terrifying spiral ball containing the power to annihilate space, the power of insight, and Boruto's endless fury screamed forth toward the astonished Viper. The target was not only his body, but also the Night Owl Seal key he held in the control panel. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Would Boruto's unprecedented strike interrupt the ceremony and reclaim the key? Or would Viper after the shock reveal the true terrifying might of the Dark Beak leader? Outside the platform, Sasuke's sword blade was striking toward the last stalker, while Konohamaru's life force flickered on the edge of the abyss. Karma Vacuum Vortex Rasengan. Boruto's roar mingled with the energy shriek as it tore through the sphere of annihilation, infused with the golden insight of the Jogan. The violet arcs of Karma and Azure Chakra did not strike in a straight line. Guided by Boruto's precise will, it carved an eerie arc that seemed to anticipate any evasive path, hurtling with cataclysmic force toward Viper Fang before the console. Its goal was not only to kill but to destroy the Night Owl Seal key embedded in the slot, which was forcibly extracting Naruto's life force. Under the Viper mask, the pupils contracted sharply. Before the shock of Boruto piercing the divine barrier had faded, the terrifying strike, woven from spatial tears and precise prediction, was already upon him. Its speed and angle far exceeded his expectations. Underestimated you. Viper Fang's throat let out an enraged hiss, yet his reflexes, as the leader of the Dark Fang, were lightning fast. Rather than confront the Rasengan, which clearly brimmed with spatial power, he snapped his body backward like a boneless serpent, dodging its direct impact with an impossible flexibility. At the same time, his right hand, still lodged in the console's key, twisted abruptly. Whoom. The entire spherical core shuddered violently. The console blazed with piercing red light. The energy probes connected to Naruto surged to peak brilliance. The last vast reservoir of life essence was forcibly drained. Naruto's suspended body arched sharply, convulsing in silent, agonized spasms. A pallor of decay swept across his skin, his life force plummeting like a cliffside fall. No. Boruto watched his father's final remnants of vitality being violently extracted, his eyes splitting with rage. Fury nearly shattered his reason. Though Viper Fang evaded the Rasengan's core, the fringe of its space-rending energy still slashed harshly across his left arm. SSSSH. No blood sprayed. The grazed left arm, along with part of the pauldron, vanished into nothingness, as if erased by an invisible eraser. The wound was smooth as glass. A dark rift opened briefly in space, before being forcibly mended by the laws of reality. Gah! Viper Fang grunted in pain and fury, his face twisted in agony beneath the mask. He staggered back, a strange numbness spreading from the severed arm, the lingering aftermath of spatial rending. What enraged him even more was that Boruto's uncontrolled Rasengan, though dodged, slammed viciously into the side of the console. Boom! A deafening explosion mingled with the screech of twisting metal. The console was blasted into a massive gaping hole, sparks and arcs of lightning scattering. The Night Owl Seal key in the slot was sent flying by the shockwave, spinning into a corner of the core. The ritual was interrupted. But Naruto's life had reached its end. The key. Viper Fang ignored the searing pain of his lost arm, his crimson lone eye locked onto the flying key as he lunged after it like a phantom. Boruto, however, paid no heed to the key. His gaze was fixed solely on his father, suspended in the energy fluid, whose life flame was on the verge of utter extinction. Father. Boruto let out a heartrending cry, draining the last vestiges of strength from his body as he threw himself recklessly toward the cylindrical container at the center. The karma mark in his right eye blazed madly, the dark violet patterns beneath his skin glowing as bright as molten lava, bringing tearing agony, but he paid it no heed. He smashed his fist, still cloaked in residual karma power, against the container's resilient, transparent wall. Thump! 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 The collision of fist and reinforced glass was muffled and desperate. Cracks like a spiderweb spread across the glass, yet it held stubbornly. Useless. Once the container enters the final divine sleep, the outer wall's strength. Viper Fang sneered venomously as he lunged for the key, but his words were cut off by another anomaly. Just as Boruto battered the container in despair, tears and blood dripping onto the cold glass, a faint yet incredibly warm and familiar golden light began to seep out from deep within Naruto's withered body, struggling stubbornly and tenaciously. Like a sliver of sunlight forcing its way through endless winter. It was the Nine Tails, the indomitable flame of will within Naruto's soul. The final echo ignited by the desperate call of a child. This faint golden radiance, as if alive, pierced through the cold energy fluid through the cracked container glass and gently touched the back of Boruto's scarred hand, marked with dark violet patterns. At the moment of contact, boom! The karma mark in Boruto's right eye erupted with unprecedented violet-black light. Yet within that light a strand of warm gold was inexplicably interwoven. as if the lingering power and will of the Ninetales through this blood touch briefly merged into the karma. An indescribable warmth, blending his father's tenderness with his own savage strength, surged through Boruto's entire being. The burning agony beneath his skin was miraculously soothed a little. A profound sense of power born from the depths of bloodline to protect one's kin swelled within him. Open. For me. Boruto roared beyond his limits. His fist was no longer merely cloaked in dark violet karma power, but wrapped in a layer of faint flickering golden flames. The fusion strike, the last will of the Ninetales melded with karma power, slammed like a blazing meteor against the cracked outer wall of the container. Crack. This time the immensely tough, reinforced glass could no longer withstand the blow. It shattered completely like fragile ice crystals. Icy energy fluid mingled with glass shards gushed out in a torrent. Boruto plunged in without hesitation. The freezing liquid soaked him instantly, the biting cold nearly freezing his blood. Yet his eyes saw only his father, who was so close, his breath so faint it was almost gone. Father, take my hand. Boruto extended his trembling, equally cold hand and grasped firmly the limp cold hand of Naruto. The moment their hands clasped, "TCH. Got you." Viper Fang's rancorous voice rang out behind him. He had abandoned the key, and while Boruto was rescuing his father appeared like a wraith behind Boruto. His remaining right hand was coated in viscous, sickly wheat dark purple venom. His fingers curled into claws screeching with space-daring force as they lunged for Boruto's back. Divine Barrier was his goal, to cripple the perfect vessel who had ruined his plan and severed his arm. This strike was fast, vicious, and venomous, carrying the quintessence of Viper Fang's lifelong hatred and heart erosion poison. Boruto had just exhausted his strength to save his father. His old power was spent, and new power had yet to arise. He was utterly unable to dodge. At the most critical moment, Kamui. A low hoarse shout carrying an irresistible authority exploded like thunder within the core. The space between Boruto and Viper Fang twisted and spun violently without warning. A pitch-black spatial vortex formed instantly. Viper Fang's lethal claw plunged deep into the vortex's center, disappearing like a stone cast into the sea without even a ripple. Instead, a powerful spatial suction pulled at him, threatening to devour his entire arm. Uchiha Sasuke. Viper Fang snarled in shock and fury, yanking his arm back and stumbling away. His bloodshot single eye locked onto the outside of the barrier. There on the divine barrier's surface, a hole just large enough for one person to pass through, fringed with unstable lightning arcs, was slowly closing. At the edge of the hole, Sasuke's figure was clearly visible. He knelt on one knee, the Kusanagi sword beside him supporting his body. Dark purple venom lines had spread from the wound on his left shoulder all the way to his neck, and even climbed up half his face. Blood dark purple with venom constantly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was locked fiercely onto Viper Fang within the core, its crimson glow like burning flames. He had forced his grievously injured body, overtaxing his dojutsu and chakra, to tear a brief opening in the barrier and used Kamui to save Boruto. The price was that the heart erosion poison had spiraled completely out of control, raging through his heart meridian. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto turned and saw Sasuke's horrific state, his heart shuddering. Take Naruto. And go. Sasuke's voice was as raspy as an old bellows, every word accompanied by a gush of venomous blood, yet his tone carried unwavering resolve. He yanked out the Kusanagi sword, stood unsteadily, and pointed its blade at the enraged Viper Fang. He would use his broken body to buy Boruto and his father the last chance to escape. At that moment, Naruto, whose hand was held by Boruto, showed the faintest twitch beneath his pale cloak. A consciousness so weak it was nearly imperceptible, like a candle flame in the wind, struggled to rekindle under the warmth of his child's touch and the violent energy fluctuations around him. Sasuke's swaying figure, sword in hand, fought to the death, like a blood-stained black monument firmly locked in Boruto's. Poisonous patterns crawled up half of his face, dark purple blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the cold metal platform. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan firmly locked onto the enraged Viper Fang, crimson light, flickering like a dying candle in the wind, yet burning with a resolve fierce enough to incinerate everything. Take Naruto. And go. That hoarse voice, like a broken bellows, was the final command and farewell. Boruto's heart felt as if gripped by a cold hand. Immense grief and rage nearly tore him apart. But he had no time to hesitate. His father's cold hand rested in his palm, the faintest flicker of life, waiting for him to protect. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto gritted his teeth, tears mingling with the cold energy liquid as they rolled down. He turned abruptly, no longer looking at the heartbreaking figure, all his will focused on his father in his arms. Father. Hold on. Boruto shouted, using all his strength to drag the unconscious Naruto from the Naruto's body was cold and heavy as if filled with lead. Boruto was at his limit as well, the wedge mark in his right eye searing painfully, the dark purple patterns beneath his skin burning like heated iron wires, each breath pulling at his strained organs. But he gritted his teeth, propping his father's arm on his shoulder, supporting him with his body. The escape route, the spatial gap that Sasuke had torn open with his life, was rapidly closing. Viper Fang was forced back by Sasuke's Kamui, his single eye filled with hatred almost material. He glanced at the closing spatial gap, then at Boruto, who was struggling to move while holding Naruto, and finally his eyes fell on the glimmering Night Owl seal key in the corner. A moment's weighing. The key. The organization's grand plan. The vessel could be replaced, but the key and crucial data must not be lost. Uchiha Sasuke. You seek death. Viper Fang abandoned the pursuit of Boruto and unleashed all his fury on the obstructing Sasuke. His remaining right hand spread open, a sphere of intensely swirling dark purple venom gathering in his palm. At the center of the sphere, a pitch-black core seemingly capable of swallowing light spun, essence of the heart-eating poison. He hurled the venom sphere at Sasuke while his body transformed into a distorted shadow rushing towards the key. He intended to eliminate this greatest obstacle first before leaving with the key. Facing the venom sphere that could instantaneously corrode steel and annihilate souls, Sasuke's lips curled into a cold arc tinged with a hint of mocking relief. He did not evade, nor did he even look at the lethal attack. His Sharingan pierced through the approaching venom sphere, and Viper Fang's figure finally locking onto Boruto, who was staggering towards the spatial gap while dragging Naruto. The underdog. This time. It's my turn to be late. Sasuke whispered, his voice barely audible. The Kusanagi sword in his hand erupted with an unprecedented blinding lightning that burned like life itself. The sword tip was not aimed at Viper Fang, but rather thrust violently towards the control center of the core beneath him, a remnant half destroyed by Boruto's explosion, yet its core energy circuitry still operational. Lightning release ultimate Kirin. A massive furious lightning pillar, as if connecting heaven and earth, ignored the core's barrier already torn open by Sasuke, and erupted from the tip of Sasuke's sword, crashing fiercely into the control center. This was not an attack, but an explosion. It was the fuse that ignited the raging energy within the entire spherical core. Madman. Do you want to perish together? Viper Fang screamed in terror as he lunged for the key. He never expected Sasuke would use such a method. The entire core of God's Sleep was as if plunged into a sea of lightning with billions of volts. Blinding white light instantly consumed everything. The raging energy surged like an uncontrolled flood, wildly rushing back through the energy conduits. The massive spherical structure emitted a mournful wail, as if an ancient beast was on the brink of death. Countless metal structures twisted, melted, and exploded. The entire space shook violently, as if it were about to collapse completely in the next moment. The self-destruct sequence was forcefully triggered by Sasuke at the cost of his life. This was his last, most chaotic chance for escape for Boruto and his father. Run! Amidst the thunder and explosions, Sasuke's final roar echoed like a thunderclap. Boruto was propelled forward by the destructive energy erupting behind him. He tightly protected his father in his arms, bracing his back against the scorching shockwave and flying metal fragments. Pain shot through him, but he could not care. Using the momentum, he rolled and crawled towards the spatial gap that had shrunk to barely allow a person to pass sideways. At the edge of the gap, unstable lightning licked at the spatial rift like a venomous snake. Father, hold on to me. Boruto screamed, using his last ounce of strength to crash into the closing rift with Naruto in his arms. The agonizing pain of the torn space spread throughout his body. It felt as if his body was being forcibly stretched and compressed. Yet Boruto gritted his teeth, channeling all his chakra and remaining wedge power to protect his father. Before his eyes, light and shadow twisted and shattered wildly. The mournful wail of the massive machinery, the roar of energy explosions, Viper Fang's frantic screams. All sounds elongated and distorted, ultimately swallowed by the suffocating darkness. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps it was a moment, perhaps an eternity. Thud. Chilling muddy water, mixed with the scent of decaying leaves, rushed toward him. Boruto fell heavily onto the muddy ground, the biting cold instantly waking him up a little. He instinctively tightened his arms. His father was still in his embrace. Cold, yet seemingly. There was a faint, almost imperceptible breath. He struggled to lift his head. Cold raindrops fell onto his face. Before him was no longer the cold metal air, but a familiar death forest reeking of damp decay. They had escaped from that hellish, God's Sleep. Boruto looked back. Behind them lay a particularly eerie forest in the rain and the bushes they had collapsed through. The spatial gap had long vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Uncle Sasuke. Iruka Sensei. A wave of immense sadness and exhaustion surged like a tide, nearly drowning Boruto again. He held on desperately to keep himself from falling, looking down at his father in his arms. Naruto's face was ashen, his breath so weak it was nearly imperceptible, his body cold, and though the wound punctured by the energy probe no longer bled, its edges displayed an ominous dark purple clearly tainted by some form of energy erosion from the night owl. Father. Hold on. We made it out. I'll take you back. Boruto's voice choked, tears mingling with the rain as they fell. He struggled to lift Naruto onto his back, but his exhausted body felt as if it were falling apart at the moment he moved. Pain coursed through him, making him black out as he fell into the mud again. In his moment of despair, whoosh, 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 several figures dashed through the rain like phantoms appearing around them. They were Leaf Village ninjas. Leading them was Nara Shikamaru. His face bore a terrifying seriousness, his eyes bloodshot, clearly showing the cost of the pursuit. Behind him were the medical team leaders Shizune and several elite Anbu. When Shikamaru saw Boruto tightly holding Naruto in the mud along with Naruto's pitiful condition, his pupils suddenly contracted and his body swayed slightly. Naruto. Boruto. Shikamaru's voice was hoarse and dry. He had no questions, no hesitation, and he waved his hand fiercely. Quick. Medical team. Highest priority rescue. Target Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Boruto to be given special protection. Immediately return to Konoha Hospital. Hurry. Shizune and the medical ninjas rushed forward like arrows, carefully taking Naruto's cold body and quickly performing the most basic life-saving measures. At the same time, several medical ninjas helped the nearly exhausted Boruto to his feet. Sasuke, Uncle Sasuke and Iruka Sensei are still inside. Boruto clutched Shikamaru's sleeve, his voice hoarse, filled with endless sorrow and plea, save them. Shikamaru looked into Boruto's bloodshot, pain-filled blue eyes, then glanced at Naruto being swiftly carried away by the medical team, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Anbu teams 1 and 3. Shikamaru's voice was cold and resolute. Target area of abnormal energy residue ahead. At all costs. Search for Uchiha Sasuke and Sarutobi Konohamaru. Alive, we want to see them. Dead, we want to see their corpses. Understood. Several elite Anbu instantly vanished into the rain, rushing towards the area where Boruto and the others had escaped. Shikamaru's gaze finally landed on Boruto, his expression extremely complex. There was aftershock scrutiny, heaviness, and a hint of barely perceptible guilt. Boruto, go back first. Shikamaru's voice lowered. Everything can wait until you are out of danger. The cold rain continued to fall relentlessly. Outside Konoha Hospital, outside the intensive care unit, the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air. Behind the large observation window, Naruto was covered in life support tubes and monitoring equipment soaking in a special nutritional fluid. His vital signs were extremely weak, the fluctuating lines on the screen resembling a candle flickering in the wind. The medical team had used all means to barely keep him alive, but whether he would wake up and when were all unknowns. The residual energy erosion from the night owl and the depletion of his life source were the biggest challenges. In the adjacent ward, Boruto was also lying on a hospital bed connected to various devices. His external injuries healed quickly under the medical ninjutsu, but the dark purple wedge power erosion patterns beneath his skin appeared as stubborn imprints, clearly visible against his fair skin, emitting an ominous aura. Even more challenging for the medical team was the wedge mark in his right eye as well as his left eye, which occasionally flickered uncontrollably with that inhuman indigo and pale gold halo pure eye. His chakra pathways were also in disarray due to multiple overexertions and the impact of the wedge power. Shikamaru stood before the observation window, looking at the unconscious Naruto, then through the one-way glass at the sleeping Boruto in the adjacent ward, his brows knitted tightly together. In his hand was a report just delivered by the Anbu, still carrying the dampness of the rain. The report contained only a few cold lines: high-intensity energy annihilation residue found in the search area, spatial structure extremely unstable, traces of brief spatial rifts present. A small amount of biological tissue fragments belonging to an unknown modified creature and metallic debris were discovered. No trace of Uchiha Sasuke or Sarutobi Konohamaru was found. Preliminary assessment. Missing in action, MIA. Sasuke and Konohamaru. Alive or dead, no one knows. Shikamaru wearily rubbed his temples. The assassination at the funeral, the escape in the forest, the truth of the night owl's lair, Sasuke's sacrifice. All clues and fragments of information swirled and combined chaotically in his mind. He looked at Boruto's hospital room with unprecedented heaviness. This child bore burdens heavier and more dangerous than anyone could imagine. At that moment, Boruto in the hospital room seemed to sense something, his eyelids fluttering slightly, slowly opening. His gaze was somewhat dazed, quickly filled with immense sorrow and pain. He instinctively reached for his right eye, the searing pain of the wedge mark still clear. He turned his head, seeing Shikamaru standing outside the window as well as his father in the adjacent ward, whose fate was uncertain. Tears silently streamed down. His gaze finally landed on his hand wrapped in bandages. Beneath the skin dark purple patterns flickered in and out. And in a deeper level visible only to the pure eye he seemed to see the faint yet tenacious golden light struggling within his father, the remnant will of the Nine Tails, as well as the cold and violent purple-black power, the wedge deep within his own body that resonated subtly with his father's light. Vessel. Boruto murmured softly, his voice hoarse and hollow. He slowly raised his hand, looking at his palm as if holding an invisible key there. Outside, the sound of rain began to lessen. A crack in the dark clouds opened and a faint ray of pale sunlight struggled to cast down, illuminating the towering Hokage rock of Konoha. The statue of the seventh Hokage still stood proudly, yet the shadow beneath it seemed deeper than ever. And in the unknown depths of that shadow, a figure with a severed arm wearing a tattered snake-patterned mask was toying with the glimmering night owl seal, key in his hand. His single eye peered through the gap in the mask, gazing in the direction of Konoha, a low hoarse laughter escaping his throat reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. The vessel will eventually return. And the key will always be in my hands. The game has only just begun. Volume 2. Ashen Eyes. The smell of disinfectant in Konoha Hospital clung to Boruto's nostrils and consciousness like a thick inescapable membrane. He lay on the hospital bed, a white sheet covering his chest, while the winding dark purple lines beneath his skin were exposed under the cold light, resembling a shameful mark. The impression in his right eye burned faintly beneath the gauze, each heartbeat accompanied by a prickling sensation from the chaotic chakra network. Outside, the false tranquility of Konoha village loomed. The rain had stopped and the sunlight was blinding, but Boruto could feel countless gazes like cold probes penetrated the walls and focused on him. Curiosity, fear, suspicion, and hatred. These invisible pressures suffocated him more than the claws of a night owl. The door was gently pushed open and Shikamaru walked in. He looked even more fatigued than a few days ago, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a few strands of hair seemed to have turned gray. He held a thin report in his hands, the edges crumpled slightly. How do you feel? Shikamaru's voice was deliberately steady, but Boruto still caught a hint of undeniable heaviness. I want die. Boruto's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, avoiding Shikamaru's eyes. He didn't dare to ask about his father's condition, fearing worse news. Uncle Sasuke and Konohamaru Sensei. The term missing in action weighed on him like a cold boulder on his heart. Shikamaru fell silent for a moment, walked to the window, and turned his back to Boruto, looking outside. The high-level meeting just ended. He slowly spoke, each word seemingly weighed with deliberation. It concerns you, Boruto. Boruto's fingers unconsciously curled, gripping the sheet tightly. Advisor Korin believes that the wedge on you is an extremely dangerous, unstable source, the culprit behind Naruto's severe injury, Sasuke and Konohamaru's disappearance, and even the disaster caused by the night owl. She has demanded that you be closely monitored and, if necessary, undergo neutralization. Boruto chewed on the cold term, his lips twisting into a bitter arc. In the eyes of those lofty figures, he truly was just an object to be dealt with, a mere vessel. I rejected it. Shikamaru turned sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Boruto. Using my authority as acting Hokage, using the fact that Naruto lies in the next room, using Sasuke and Konohamaru's sacrifices, and he paused, his voice dropping, using your desperate attempt to bring Naruto back. I told them that Uzumaki Boruto is the son of Konoha's hero, the one who saved the seventh Hokage. His wedge is both a curse and a strength, the key for Konoha's future against unknown threats. And he is not garbage that needs to be dealt with. Shikamaru's tone carried repressed fury, his chest rising slightly. It was evident that the meeting had been a brutal battle without smoke. But Shikamaru's tone shifted, fatigue creeping back onto his face. The pressure is immense, Boruto. Very immense. Korin's influence is deeply rooted and panic spreads among some villagers and ninjas. They need an explanation, a guarantee, a visible safety valve. He walked to the bedside and placed the report on the nightstand. So this is the compromise. Before you fully recover and prove you can stabilize your power, you will need to accept restricted freedom. Boruto's gaze finally shifted to the report. The cover bore an eye-catching title: Regulations for the Guardianship and Assessment of Special Individual Uzumaki Boruto. Guardianship. Boruto looked at Shikamaru. Not imprisonment, Shikamaru emphasized. You can move within Konoha, but you must wear specially designed tracking and vital signs monitoring wristbands. He pointed to the inconspicuous black sports band on Boruto's wrist. At the same time, your residence will be moved to a more secluded and secure place on the outskirts of the village. There will be Umbu on shift guarding the perimeter, but they will not interfere with your normal life. Moreover, Shikamaru's expression turned serious. You need to regularly report your physical condition to me and Shizune, especially any changes regarding the wedge and the clean eye. We will arrange a specialized sealing team and medical team to assist you in stabilizing and controlling this power. Boruto felt a wave of humiliation, raising his voice slightly. What's the difference from being in a cage? The difference is, Shikamaru met Boruto's pained eyes directly. You still have a chance to prove yourself, Boruto. You can still visit your father, walk in the sunlight, and wait for news about Sasuke and Konoha. This is the best outcome I could fight for. Before Naruto wakes up, or we can fully prove your worth. This is a necessary compromise. For you and for the stability of the village. Boruto fell silent. He understood Shikamaru's helplessness and efforts. That report was a shaky dam Shikamaru had erected for him amidst the turbulent waves. He looked at his wrist, the black band cold against his skin like a silent declaration. He was no longer the carefree son of the Hokage. He was Uzumaki Boruto, a prisoner bearing the stigma of patricide suspicion and the label of a dangerous vessel. What about my father? How is he? Boruto finally asked the most feared question, his voice trembled. The situation is very dire. His vital signs are barely maintained, but his source is depleted and the energy of the Night Owl's corrosion is like a maggot slowly destroying his bodily functions. Shizune and the entire medical team are at their wits' end. Conventional medical ninjutsu and medications have minimal effect. He needs a miracle. Shikamaru did not elaborate, but the weight of his tone said it all. Boruto closed his eyes, a tremendous sense of powerlessness nearly engulfing him. He had brought back his father's body, but could not bring back his life. The opportunity bought with Uncle Sasuke's life still seemed devoid of hope. One more thing, Shikamaru's voice pulled Boruto back to reality, carrying a hint of chill. The Umbu continued their search for the nest entrance area and captured an extremely weak but unusual spatial fluctuation. The analysis team confirmed that it partially matched the energy characteristics from when you and Sasuke opened the portal. Boruto's eyes widened suddenly. Did someone come out from there? Boruto's heart leaped to his throat. Uncle Sasuke. Konohamaru Sensei. Or, we cannot determine the identity. Shikamaru shook his head, a serious expression on his face. The fluctuations were too weak and severely disrupted by the annihilation energy from the nest's self-destruction. We cannot trace the direction. But it is enough to prove one thing. The nest was not completely destroyed, or there are other exits we do not know about. The shadow of the Night Owl has not dissipated. Shikamaru's words fell like ice into the heart of Boruto, which had just felt a flicker of warmth from Shikamaru's support. The cold rapidly spread. The viper's fangs. That key. And the resentful eyes behind that snake-shaped mask. Just then a gentle knock sounded at the hospital room door. An Umbu wearing a mask silently appeared at the door, slightly bowing to Shikamaru, and handed over a small scroll sealed with special talismans. Acting Hokage, an urgent report from the intelligence department. Source: unknown. Designated to be opened by you and Uzumaki Boruto. Shikamaru's brow furrowed as he took the scroll. The scroll itself was unremarkable, but the sealing talismans emitted a chilling, slippery, and extremely uncomfortable aura vaguely similar to the Night Owl style. He waved his hand to signal the Umbu to withdraw, carefully unsealing the talisman. The scroll unfolded, revealing only a paper as thin as a cicada's wing. There were no words. But when Shikamaru and Boruto's gazes fell on the paper, a sudden change occurred. The paper instantaneously turned to ashes. A faint yet unmistakable image, like a holographic projection, was directly cast into the air before them. In the image there was a dimly lit laboratory filled with intricate instruments and flowing dark purple energy liquid. At the center of the frame a giant incubation tank held a figure. The figure bore striking resemblance to Boruto, with the same golden hair and similar physique. But the skin was an unhealthy gray-white, eyes tightly shut and devoid of any expression, like a delicate doll. Most chillingly, where his right eye should be there was not a wedge mark, but a slowly rotating black hole-like bizarre rune. Countless small tubes connected to his body, seemingly supplying nutrients and data. Beneath the image a line of twisted dark purple text slithering like a snake flashed by container, alternative codename Shadow Corpse. Status and debugging. Key compatibility 72. Looking forward to the return of the genuine article. The image lasted less than 3 seconds before completely dissipating along with the paper into nothingness. Only the heart-pounding distorted text remained etched like a brand in Boruto and Shikamaru's minds. The hospital room fell into a deathly silence. Boruto felt a chill all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He stared at his hand, at the dark purple lines beneath his skin. Container. Alternative. Shadow Corpse. Debugging. Key compatibility. What was that black hole-like rune? The Night Owl. Were they not only extracting his father's power, but also attempting to create a new container? Or perhaps they might be trying to replicate him. Shikamaru's face turned iron gray, his fists cracking from the tension. This was not just provocation. This was an outright declaration of war. The Night Owl had not been annihilated. Instead, they were conducting even more insane and blasphemous experiments in the shadows. What do they want? Boruto's voice was hoarse and dry, laced with uncontrollable fear and anger. Shikamaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, but the cold light in his eyes seemed almost tangible. No matter what they want, Boruto, his voice was deep and powerful. You have now seen it. Avoidance and retreat will only bring pain to your loved ones and joy to your enemies. Container is your shackles, but it can also be your weapon. You must stand up, you must learn to control it. For Naruto, for Sasuke and Konoha, and for yourself. Otherwise the next one lying in the incubation tank might not just be shadow corpse. Shikamaru's words hit Boruto like a heavy hammer. He looked at the heavy trust and determination in Shikamaru's eyes, then recalled that mirror-like shadow corpse from the image of flame, mixed with fear, anger, and unwillingness, struggled to ignite in the depths of his cold despair. Stigmatized and shadowed, the road of the container is fraught with thorns. But Uzumaki Boruto had no way to retreat. He slowly raised his bandaged hand, covering the burning wedge mark on his right eye. The new home is situated at the northernmost edge of Konoha, adjacent to the edge of the Death Forest, which is shrouded in mist year-round. Rather than a residence, it resembles a carefully disguised fortress. The towering walls are covered in moss, with the only entrance being a pair of heavy iron doors engraved with simple ceiling runes. Inside the courtyard, a traditional Japanese-style house stands alone, surrounded by expansive, deliberately maintained open spaces for observation. Boruto stands in the empty living room, his feet upon the cold, smooth tatami. The air is thick with the scent of wood and dust, accompanied by an unshakable chill of being watched. On the window, a specially made one-way film is affixed. He can see the sparse trees and the gray sky outside, but those outside cannot see him. The black monitoring bracelet on his wrist feels like a cold iron hoop, constantly reminding him of his predicament. From now on you will live here, Master Boruto. The voice of the Umbu team leader who brought him here is monotonous, with no emotion in his eyes behind the mask. Daily necessities and food will be delivered on time. The medical and sealing teams will arrive for inspections and guidance at 9 o'clock every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Without special permission, you are not allowed to leave this building or the courtyard. This is for your safety and for the stability of the village. Having completed his routine briefing, he slightly bows and silently exits, vanishing into the shadows of the walls. Boruto knows that at this moment outside the walls at least 2 Umbu teams are on watch, their gazes like invisible chains. Safety. Stability. Boruto smirks bitterly, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. He walks to the window, his fingertips brushing against the cold glass. Outside the sun shines brightly and distant sounds of lively chatter from the village center drift in. Those voices were once a part of his life, but now they feel as if separated by an entire world. In the afternoon, the doorbell shatters the silence. Outside stands Sarada and Mitsuki. Sarada is dressed in her usual attire, her black hair tied back. She pushes her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her Sharingan carrying complex emotions, concern, worry, and a hint of scrutiny. Mitsuki remains as calm as ever, his pale face betraying no emotion, his serpent-like eyes resting for a moment on the black bracelet encircling Boruto's wrist. Boruto. Sarada's voice is somewhat hoarse. Are you okay? Boruto steps aside to let them in. The atmosphere feels a bit stagnant. I want die. Boruto repeats what he told Shikamaru, his voice flat. He gestures to the empty living room. It's spacious, but there's no one here. Mitsuki looks around, his gaze sweeping over several inconspicuous rune nodes in the corners resembling mere decorations. The security is tight. Lord Shikamaru is very diligent. His voice is calm and unwavering, making it hard to tell if it's a statement or an evaluation. Diligent. A tinge of bitterness wells up within Boruto. It's more like meticulous surveillance. Sarada obviously notices the monitoring runes as well. She bites her lip. We are very worried about you, Boruto. And Lord Hokage. She hesitates but ultimately asks what exactly happened that day. Sasuke-sensei and my father. What happened? Boruto suddenly raises his head, the wedge mark in his right eye subtly burning beneath the bandage. Does it matter what happened? In your eyes, in everyone's eyes, am I not just a dangerous vessel that needs to be contained? His repressed emotions find an outlet, his voice laced with uncontainable anger and grievance. Uncle Sasuke and teacher Konoha sacrificed themselves to save me and my father. And now I'm here stuck like a prisoner. He abruptly raises his wrist, revealing the black monitoring bracelet. Sarada is taken aback by Boruto's sudden outburst, stepping back slightly. Her Sharingan activates instantly, the crimson tomo spinning as it instinctively captures the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from Boruto and the faint dark purple patterns beneath his skin. Mitsuki steps forward, positioning himself in front of Sarada, calmly looking at Boruto. Boruto, calm down. Sarada means no harm. We just want to understand the truth. The truth. Boruto dejectedly lowers his hand, his anger ebbing like a receding tide, leaving only deep fatigue and helplessness. The truth is, we've all been played by the night owl. My father almost got drained dry as a battery. Uncle Sasuke. His voice falters, unable to continue. He can't reveal Sasuke's plan to them. That would only tarnish Sasuke's sacrifice and could lead to greater troubles. Seeing Boruto's pained expression, much of the scrutiny in Sarada's eyes fades, replaced by deep concern. Boruto, I believe you. I believe you would never harm Lord Hokage. But the power within you. She looks at the patterns on Boruto's skin. It is dangerous, not just for yourself. Uncle Shikamaru's arrangements may be a necessary protection. Protection. Or isolation. Boruto scoffs coldly within, yet he does not refute her. He understands Sarada's position and concerns. The brief visit ends in a heavy and awkward atmosphere. Sarada leaves behind some comfort items and a few basic ninjutsu scrolls, while Mitsuki gives Boruto a meaningful look. Boruto power itself is neither good nor evil. The key lies in the will that controls it. If you need help, you can come to me. As they leave, Boruto sees Sarada glance back at him at the courtyard entrance, her expression complex. The following days are a cycle of monotony, oppression, and hidden pain. The thrice-weekly guidance sessions arrive as scheduled. The medical team is personally led by Shizune. The examinations are comprehensive and meticulous, cold instrument patches covering his body monitoring Boruto's chaotic chakra flow and vital signs. Shizune looks at the anomalously fluctuating data on the screen and the distinct dark purple patterns on Boruto's skin, her brows furrowing. Boruto, try to guide a bit of chakra, but do not use the power of your right eye. Shizune's voice is gentle yet carries an undeniable professional tone. Boruto closes his eyes, attempting to gather chakra. But as soon as the chakra rises from his dantian, it is immediately drawn towards the dormant wedge in his right eye, like a cow sinking into the sea, only provoking a wave of searing pain. The patterns beneath his skin begin to glow faintly, sending a prickling sensation through him. Ugh. Boruto grunts, cold sweat beating at his temples. Stop. Shizune immediately halts, quickly recording the data. The meridian's affinity for chakra has significantly decreased, and the energy is being forcibly absorbed by the wedge. The repulsion is evident. The conventional paths for chakra refinement and application are basically blocked. Her tone carries a heavy sense of helplessness. The arrival of the sealing team proves even more torturous. 3 experienced sealing ninjas attempt to apply gentle suppressive seals on Boruto, not aiming to fully seal the power of the wedge, which is impossible, but rather to stabilize its fluctuations and reduce its corrosiveness toward Boruto's body. As the cool sealing rune ink touches Boruto's skin and makes contact with the dark purple patterns, ZZ's, it's like cold water splashing into hot oil. The dark purple patterns suddenly flare up, erupting with powerful repulsive energy. The freshly drawn seals are instantly eroded and distorted, the ink evaporating into black smoke. A cold, violent backlash of power surges back through the rune pathways. Pooh. The leading sealing ninja is hit hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back, his face pale. The other 2 also change their expressions dramatically, quickly withdrawing their hands. No. The injured sealing ninja gasps, panic filling his eyes. This power carries a strong vitality and corrosiveness. Our sealing techniques are not at the right level. Forcibly applying them will only trigger more violent backlash, harming both the user and Boruto himself. Attempting again ends in failure. Shizune and the sealing team discuss in hushed tones, the atmosphere heavy. Boruto silently puts on his clothes, the patterns on his skin still clear, as if mocking humanity's efforts without a word. Each examination, each failed attempt feels like a repeated confirmation of his inhuman state, deepening his sense of helplessness and humiliation. Nighttime is the hardest to endure. It is eerily silent, broken only by the rustling of leaves outside and the occasional faint shift signal from the umbu in the distance. Boruto lies in the cold bedding, completely unable to sleep. The sound of his father's breathing machine seems to echo in his ears. Uncle Sasuke's final silhouette with a sword emerges in the darkness, and the image of teacher Konoha falling lingers in his mind. Along with the shadow corpse in the incubation tank, identical to himself, the black hole rune in his right eye seeming to mock him. Vessel. Backup. Compatibility of the key. The intense pain, anger, and unwillingness surge and clash in his chest, almost tearing him apart. He suddenly sits up, looking down at his hands. In the darkness, the dark purple patterns beneath his skin seem to emit an extremely faint, ominous glow. Get out. He shouts at the empty room, his voice hoarse. Get out of my body. Get out. In response, there is only a profound silence. No. This cannot continue. Shikamaru is right. Evasion and retreat will only bring pain to the loved ones and joy to the enemies. The opportunity that Uncle Sasuke bought with his life is not meant for him to wallow in self-pity here. An unprecedented will mixed with despair and determination erupts within Boruto like a volcano. He no longer resists that cold power. Instead, he focuses all his mind like a drowning man grasping a last straw, actively feeling it. He tries to touch the cold torrent lurking deep within his right eye, flowing beneath his skin. Come out for me. Boruto roars in his mind. No longer passively enduring, but actively pulling. He attempts to use his strong will to guide and command the rebellious power of the wedge. Buzz. The wedge mark in his right eye suddenly bursts forth with a scorching purple-black light. Like a red-hot branding iron. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin instantly become scalding like lava flowing through his veins. A violent pain as if his soul is being torn apart sweeps over him. Ugh. Boruto curls up in agony, his teeth grinding together, cold sweat soaking through his pajamas. This power is too rampant. It is like an enraged beast wildly resisting his will, rebounding against his body. No. He cannot give up. For his father. For Uncle Sasuke. For teacher Konohamaru. Boruto grits his teeth tightly, blood seeping from his gums. He transforms all the pain into a more frenzied will. He no longer tries to command, but attempts to understand, to communicate. He imagines the feeling of guiding chakra, envisioning the flow of the Rasengan forcibly infusing that intent into the cold and violent power. Miraculously, as the intense confrontation and pain reach a critical point, the raging torrent of wedge power seems to show the faintest hint of sluggishness. As if a wild stallion has been fitted with an invisible bridle, it remains restless, but seems to have gained a momentary sense of vague control. At that moment, Boruto's left eye, the pure eye, uncontrollably opens. The indigo sclera and light golden gear-shaped pupils suddenly illuminate the darkness. In the vision of the pure eye, he sees it. The once chaotic and violent torrent of wedge power under the forced guidance of his will has managed to coalesce into a small mass within the meridians of his right arm, albeit with great difficulty and instability. Though it is only the size of a fist, its form is distorted and unstable, with edges constantly emitting strands of purple-black energy, yet it has indeed been bound for a brief moment. No longer indiscriminately impacting his body, but forcibly confined within a small area. What shocks Boruto even more is that under the inside of the pure eye, the space surrounding the bound wedge power seems to experience extremely subtle twists and folds. As if this massive power itself contains the property of tearing through space. Did he succeed? Though it lasted only a moment and was almost fainting from the pain, he seems to have truly guided it. However, this brief success brings not joy but a deeper tremor and fear. At the moment, the bound wedge power forms a cold, indifferent whisper seemingly from the depths of an endless void, unexpectedly resounds deep within his mind vessel. You are trying to tame the storm. The voice is like cold metal scraping, devoid of emotion, yet carries a pressure that sends shivers through the soul and a hint of indescribable interest. Boruto's hair stands on end. It's as if he has been targeted by the most terrifying predator. The mass of wedge power he just gathered instantly dissipates, the violent power sweeping over him once more, bringing even more intense backlash pain. His vision goes black, completely losing consciousness, crashing heavily onto the cold tatami. The light of the pure eye extinguishes. In the room, only Boruto's unconscious figure remains, the dark purple patterns on his skin flickering in the darkness, like some evil heartbeat. And on the edge of his consciousness abyss, that cold, inhuman whisper lingers like a parasite, echoing, and darkness thick and cold enveloped Boruto. His consciousness floated slowly like a sunken ship in the lightless depths of the sea. The remnants of excruciating pain crackled at every nerve ending, and it felt as if his right eye was being seared repeatedly by a branding iron, with dark purple lines under his skin radiating a persistent feverish sting. Harnessing the storm. The cold, inhuman whisper pierced through his chaotic consciousness, like poisoned ice needles striking without warning. Boruto convulsed violently, nearly leaping off the tatami mat, but was held down by a heavy fatigue and pain. He gasped for breath, cold sweat drenching his forehead, clinging to his skin, bringing a chill. This is not a dream. That voice was chillingly clear, carrying an indifference akin to the cosmic void and a hint of inquiry. What is it? Is it the lingering resentment of the peach-like entity? Or a far older, more terrifying existence? Casting a glance through the wedge within him, fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent. But accompanying it was a stronger surge of anger and unwillingness. Why? Why should he be parasitized by such a thing? Why should his body become a battleground? Ugh. He struggled to sit up, but his body felt like it was falling apart, every muscle crying out in agony. The consequences of forcibly guiding the wedge's power last night were more severe than he had imagined. He lifted his heavy eyelids. Outside, the sky was dimly lit, the silent courtyard shrouded in a gray haze, mirroring his current mood. At that moment, a faint, almost indistinguishable hiss sound blending seamlessly with the morning breeze echoed from the corner of the room. Boruto looked over alertly, his pupils narrowing suddenly. A small snake, entirely snow-white with scales glimmering like pearls, was sliding out from an extremely narrow gap at the edge of the tatami mat. It was only as thick as a finger, moving swiftly and silently, heading straight for Boruto. On its head, two golden vertical pupils glimmered with an unnatural familiar light in the dim glow. Is that The chakra of the sea moon. Boruto instantly recognized those eyes. This was no ordinary snake, it was the vessel of Sea Moon's chakra. The white snake reached Boruto's pillow, lifted its head, and gazed at him with its golden vertical pupils. There was no aggression, only a silent waiting. Boruto hesitated for a moment, extending a slightly trembling finger. The white snake immediately coiled around his fingertip, its cold scales invigorating him. Then a faint yet clear thought entered his mind directly, not a voice, but a stream of consciousness imprinted like text. Boruto. Abnormal fluctuations. Are you seriously injured? Snake message special suppressor. Can temporarily alleviate the pain of erosion. Not a cure. Use with caution. The message was brief, but contained key information. Sea Moon not only detected the violent fluctuations caused by his forced guidance of power last night, which likely bypassed some monitoring, but also delivered the snake message, a specialized agent that could temporarily suppress the pain of the wedge's erosion. Boruto felt warmth in his heart, but then a sinking feeling followed. Sea Moon emphasized not a cure and use with caution, indicating that this agent had limited effects and might even have side effects or dependency. Yet he could hardly think through the pain now. This was undoubtedly a timely relief. The white snake's body slightly expanded and contracted, and a small sealed transparent capsule was ejected from its mouth, landing in Boruto's palm. Inside the capsule were a few drops of thick liquid glowing faintly with a bluish-purple fluorescence. Boruto did not hesitate, pulling out the seal and tilting his head to pour the liquid into his mouth. The liquid was cool upon entry, carrying a strange bitter taste of herbs swiftly sliding down his throat. Almost instantaneously, a refreshing, slightly numbing sensation spread from his stomach, like a gentle flow of ice, swiftly soothing the burning meridians, suppressing the restless, dark purple lines beneath his skin. The tearing sensation that penetrated his bones and the low fever-like burning pain noticeably weakened, as if the tide were receding. He let out a long sigh, his tense body finally having a bit of room to relax. The white snake completed its task, casting one last glance at him with its golden vertical pupils, conveying a message of take care, then released his finger and silently slid back into the gap, disappearing from sight. Sea Moon's help was like a firefly in the dark, providing a brief respite and a hint of solace, but also made Boruto more acutely aware of how isolated and helpless he was in the face of this predicament. Even a friend's aid had to be so clandestine. At 9 in the morning, the medical team and sealing team arrived on time. The atmosphere was heavier than usual. Shizune immediately noticed Boruto's pale complexion and the lingering fatigue and pain between his brows. Her keen eyes swept across the room, seemingly catching a faint, barely discernible trace of abnormal energy residue, the trace of Sea Moon's medicine. But it was quickly overshadowed by the still active fluctuations of the wedge's power within Boruto. She said nothing, merely starting her routine check. Vital signs. Still chaotic, but the burden on the core organ seems slightly alleviated. Shizune looked at the data jumping on the instrument screen, frowning slightly, with an almost imperceptible hint of confusion. The energy explosion peak monitored by the bracelet last night far exceeded previous levels. Theoretically, it should have caused more severe damage to his body, yet the current data showed that while the damage was serious, it seemed a bit better than expected. This was illogical. She looked up at Boruto. Boruto, last night. How did you feel? The monitoring shows you had violent energy fluctuations. Her tone carried an investigative note. Pain, Boruto replied succinctly, avoiding Shizune's gaze. It hurt so much I almost died. Then, I passed out. He was not lying, merely omitting Sea Moon's involvement and the existence of the suppressor. Shizune looked at him deeply, clearly not entirely convinced, but Boruto's condition did match the characteristics of energy backlash. She sighed, continuing to record data. Chakra affinity further decreased. The activity of the wedge's power seems, after last night's shock, to have temporarily entered a relatively inactive cycle. This discovery left her even more puzzled, yet she could also breathe a sigh of relief. At least the risk of another explosion in the short term had decreased. The sealing team appeared shaken. The leading ninja, still injured, had a pale face and regarded the patterns on Boruto's skin with a wary gaze. Today they merely performed the most basic rune scans, recording the patterns and changes in energy intensity, not daring to attempt any sealing. Last night's backlash had left a deep impression on them. Lord Shikamaru needs a detailed report. Before leaving, Shizune said to Boruto, her tone complex. Boruto, I know this is difficult, but please try to remain calm. Any violent emotional fluctuations could trigger the power within you. She paused, adding, the Hokage is currently stable. Father. Stable. This was probably the only news Boruto had heard in days. That wasn't too bad. He nodded silently. In the Hokage's office. Smoke swirled, making it nearly impossible to see Shikamaru's face. On the table in front of him lay two reports. One was Shizune's detailed medical report emphasizing last night's abnormal energy explosion, the contradiction in Boruto's physical condition, severe damage, yet with slight signs of improvement, and the Speculation that the wedge's power had temporarily entered an inactive phase. The other was the shocking failure record from the sealing team, along with an imprint of the sealing rune pattern that had been instantly eroded and distorted by the wedge's power. The edges blackened as if corroded by strong acid. Inactive phase. Shikamaru repeated the term softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. This sounded like good news, but in light of the energy explosion that had nearly cost Boruto his life, this inactivity felt more like the calm before the storm, or the beginning of some unknown change. The slight improvement mentioned in the report was even more suspicious, as Boruto could not have achieved that on his own. He picked up an energy waveform graph from Shizun's report, focusing sharply on an extremely brief, almost concealed anomaly in the waveform just before last night's explosion. This waveform was very weak, carrying a strange, unnatural frequency starkly different from the violent nature of the wedge's power. Sea Moon. Shikamaru almost immediately associated it with that white-haired boy. Orochimaru's creation, mysterious and powerful. If he had intervened in secret, it could explain the contradictory data and the minor waveform anomalies. Shikamaru's mood became even more complex. Sea Moon's loyalty to Boruto was beyond doubt, but it also meant that Orochimaru's tendrils had once again reached into this sensitive event in a way he did not wish. Was this a blessing or a curse? He rubbed his weary forehead. Conventional methods had completely failed, and the dangerous attempts Boruto had undertaken in despair had nearly led to catastrophe. The involvement of an ally, Orochimaru, was hard to control. The situation was sliding towards the edge of chaos. Shikamaru. The office door was suddenly pushed open, and the advisors Nara Shikamaru and Midogate Kurenai entered with a grim demeanor under the escort of Umbu. Midogate Kurenai held a copy of a report. Clearly the news had leaked. We've just learned that Boruto Uzumaki has once again triggered a loss of control last night. It even resulted in serious injuries to the sealing team. Nara Shikamaru's voice was sharp, carrying unabashed accusations and fear. This proves our concerns were entirely correct. That wedge is nothing but a ticking time bomb. And Boruto Uzumaki, he has neither the ability nor the willingness to control it. Last night's loss of control is proof. Advisor, Shikamaru stood up, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable weight. The situation is more complex than the report outlines. Boruto encountered backlash while trying to control the power, which precisely proves he does have the will. The latest assessment from the medical team indicates that the power within him is currently tending towards stability. Temporary stability. Midogate Kurenai interrupted him, her voice low. Shikamaru, you and I both know the danger of that thing. A single loss of control can seriously injure high-level sealing ninjas. What about the next time? What if it erupts in the village? The Hokage is still in a coma. We cannot afford any risk. He stepped forward, his murky old eyes fixed intently on Shikamaru. We demand an immediate high-level meeting to reassess how to deal with Boruto Uzumaki. The isolation intensity must be increased. If necessary, consider a more thorough solution. A more thorough solution. Shikamaru's gaze instantly turned cold, as if the temperature in the office had suddenly dropped. Advisor, please be cautious with your words. Boruto is not the enemy. He is the son of the 7th Hokage and a ninja of Konoha. He is enduring pain to save his father and the village. But his very existence is a threat. Nara Shikamaru pressed on. For the absolute safety of the village, some risks must be completely eliminated. Shikamaru, do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment. Think of the lessons from the 1st Hokage and Madara. Think of Orochimaru. Personal feelings. Shikamaru's voice carried suppressed anger. Everything I do is for the future of Konoha. Eliminating Boruto would be the simplest and most foolish action. That would only allow Night Owl and the Shadow Corpse conspiracy to succeed. We would lose not just a boy, but possibly the key to fighting against the Otsutsuki. Key. Midogate Kurenai sneered. A key that could backlash against its holder at any moment. What value does it hold? Shikamaru, you are too young. You have no idea what we are facing. That could be another Otsutsuki Peach, or even worse. The stances of both sides were sharply opposed, and the air felt as if it had solidified. Shikamaru knew that the hardliner elder's patience was wearing thin. Boruto's loss of control last night had given them the perfect excuse to attack. Once the high-level meeting was convened with Naruto in a coma and Tsunade absent, the situation would be extremely unfavorable for him. He had to buy time. He needed to find a new breakthrough. Advisor, Shikamaru took a deep breath, suppressing his roiling emotions, his voice returning to its usual calmness. I understand your concerns. But please give me some time. A week. Within a week, I will present a new, more effective monitoring and suppression plan and seek Lady Tsunade's professional opinion. If after a week Boruto's condition remains uncontrollable or shows any signs of threatening the village, he paused, his gaze sharp, I will personally propose a high-level meeting to discuss all possible options. Nara Shikamaru and Midogate Kurenai exchanged glances, seemingly evaluating the weight of Shikamaru's promise. A week of that time frame was within their acceptable range. All right, Shikamaru. Nara Shikamaru finally spoke, her tone still icy. Remember your promise. A week. If by then you cannot provide us with a reassuring plan. HM. She did not finish, but the threat was implicit. The two turned and left the office, followed by Umbu. Smoke enveloped the room again, and Shikamaru wearily returned to his chair, his fingers digging deep into his hair. A week. He had only a week's time. Lady Tsunade. He needed to contact Lady Tsunade immediately. Perhaps only her level of medical ninjutsu and understanding of the Senju Sage body powers could find a glimmer of hope. And that shadow corpse. Shikamaru's gaze drifted to a secured scroll cabinet in the corner of the office. Was it time to reveal the intelligence about the shadow corpse to Lady Tsunade? This would undoubtedly bring enormous risks, but perhaps only by utilizing certain characteristics of the shadow corpse could he find a way to counterbalance the wedge power within Boruto. He felt as if he stood at a fork in the road filled with thorns, with any choice potentially leading to an abyss. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, hidden underground in a secret base filled with precision instruments and cold solutions, the shadow corpse, a perfect clone of Boruto Uzumaki, lay quietly suspended. With his eyes closed and a serene expression, he stood in stark contrast to the struggling body. His body was also covered in dark purple lines, but they were more stable and profound, like intricately carved circuits. Viper stood in front of the control console, his pale fingers dancing rapidly over the virtual keyboard. On the screen, an extremely complex and chaotic energy waveform graph was being replayed. The source was the northern end of Konoha, where Boruto had forcibly guided the wedge's power to explode last night. Oh, interesting. Viper's lips curled into an intrigued arc, like a scientist who had discovered a new toy. The compatibility of the key actually showed a brief intense fluctuation in pain. It even triggered a slight resonance in the doorway. He enlarged an extremely tiny, almost obscured resonance signal in the waveform. Is he trying to open the door? No. More like clumsily attempting to grasp the doorknob. Viper chuckled quietly, his laughter echoing eerily in the silent laboratory. Commendable courage, Containerkin. Unfortunately, can a storm be controlled by an ant? He pulled up the real-time monitoring data of the shadow. At the moment Boruto's power erupted, causing that slight resonance, the wedge power patterns within the shadow corpse also lit up in sync, as if receiving some kind of signal. Its stability even showed an extremely brief, nearly undetectable improvement. Synchronization rate increased by 0.0001. Viper adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold light from the screen. Though negligible, the direction is correct. It seems that the key's painful struggles can actually serve as the best catalyst for doorway adjustments. A cold and cruel plan rapidly formed in his mind. He needed to make Boruto suffer more, despair more and more frequently, touch and stimulate the power of the wedge within. Each struggle, each backlash would become nourishment for the shadow corpse, adjustments accelerating the opening of the doorway. He opened an encrypted communication channel and entered the command, activate the resonance needle, program target key. Strength trace level. Mode intermittent nerve pain induction. Purpose maintain its wedge power activity and pain threshold, inducing it to attempt more power contact. Note avoid existing monitoring thresholds in Konoha. The command was sent. Viper watched with satisfaction as the small icon representing the resonance needle program lit up with a ghostly green glow on the console. Struggle, Containerkin. He whispered to Boruto's blurred monitoring image on the screen, as if speaking to a caged beast. The more you suffer, the harder you strive, the closer the day of the doorway opening will be. Your despair will be the most beautiful prelude to the birth of a new world. In the cultivation tank, the corner of the shadow corpse's mouth seemed to twitch upwards slightly, fleetingly, like an illusion. Boruto lay on the cold tatami mat, the suppressor from Sea Moon alleviating the severe pain in his body, yet unable to ease the torment of his spirit. Shizun's report and the elder's threats felt like a heavy shackle. He absent-mindedly rubbed his right wrist, where the dark purple lines under his skin seemed clearer than usual. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp piercing pain, as if his nerves were pierced by an ice pick, exploded from deep within his right eye. It instantly engulfed his entire head. Boruto swiftly clutched his right eye, his body curling up like a shrimp, and even the scream was choked in his throat by the intense pain. The pain came swiftly and left quickly, lasting less than a second, yet it was enough to darken his vision and soak his back with cold sweat. He gasped for breath, his heart racing, looking around in panic. It was eerily silent. The monitoring bracelet showed no response, as if that heart-wrenching pain had merely been a figment of his imagination. But Boruto knew it was not an illusion. At the moment that intense pain hit, the wedge mark within his right eye seemed to faintly throb, as if a sleeping beast had been gently poked by something. Pain. is the guiding lighthouse. That cold, inhuman whisper echoed in the deepest part of his mind again like a ghost. This time it seemed a bit closer. Boruto felt a chill run through him, a coldness rushing from his feet to the top of his head. He hugged himself, feeling an unprecedented, deeply ingrained loneliness and fear in the empty, silent room. As if an invisible malevolent eye was quietly watching his every move in the darkness, savoring every ounce of. At the end of the thorny road, what awaited him, redemption or deeper, unfathomable darkness? All he knew was that even the qualification to suffer seemed to have been stripped away, becoming a carefully tortured pawn in the enemy's plan. And the storm was silently gathering in unseen places. Cold and hard. When Boruto regained consciousness, the first sensation he felt was the coarse texture of the tatami beneath him, along with the heavy metallic taste of rust filling his mouth, the blood that had flowed from his gums after he bit down. The lingering agony from the depths of his right eye felt like the aftershocks of being brutally gouged at each heartbeat, struck like a hammer against his fragile nerves. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin resembled a searing iron brand. Although the pain was largely subdued by the suppressant from Siwa, a deeper weariness and weakness originating from his marrow overwhelmed him like a cold tide. He attempted to move his fingers, but was met only with muscle-tearing soreness and sharp pain from his nerve endings. The cost of last night's uncontrollable outburst was far beyond his imagination. It wasn't just his body, even his spirit felt as if it had been torn apart by the violent force and the inhuman whispers that followed. Pain is a guiding lighthouse. The cold voice echoed hauntingly in the depths of his consciousness, carrying an almost mocking tone. A lighthouse. To illuminate the path to hell. Boruto curled his lips, yet he lacked even the strength for a self-deprecating smile. He struggled to turn his gaze towards the window. The sky was overcast, heavy lead clouds pressing down over the death forest, as if they might collapse at any moment. The air was stifling, suffocating. The monitoring wristband on his wrist remained ice cold. It faithfully recorded every instance of his physical decline and each painful spasm, yet showed no reaction to the resonance needles delivering excruciating pain from the void and the viper's bite. He felt like he was trapped in a transparent cage, enduring invisible torment from all sides, while all his suffering became the cold data in the enemy's plans. The air in the Hokage's office was heavier than the lead clouds outside. Tsunade sat in the spacious chair that belonged to Naruto, arms crossed, her golden twin tails hanging at her sides, her usual jovial demeanor replaced by an unprecedented gravity. A massive display screen in front of her froze on a high-definition image, that of Ingai, the clone of Uzumaki Boruto, quietly suspended in a murky green nutrient solution. He too bore the dark purple patterns of the wedge power, yet exhibited a strange artificial sense of perfect stability. Shikamaru stood nearby, the cigarette between his fingers burned down to its end, the long ash precariously swaying. He had just divulged the conspiracy of the night, all the existence of the Viper, and the terrifying truth of Ingai as a gateway, along with all the gathered intelligence, unreservedly to this legendary Sannin and the last surviving descendant of the first Hokage. This was a gamble dependent on Tsunade's wisdom, decisiveness, and sense of responsibility towards the future of Konoha. Silence spread, with only the faint sound of electrical currents emitted from the screen. Tsunade's gaze was fixed tightly on the black hole rune in Ingai's right eye. The profound darkness seemed capable of swallowing all light. Her fingers unconsciously tightened, knuckles turning slightly pale. Otsutsuki. After a long moment, Tsunade finally spoke, her voice low and hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, earlier and deeper than we imagined. She slammed her fist down onto the heavy wooden desk, producing a thunderous sound as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the surface. Damn it. Those relentless bastards. They won't even spare the dead cells. Her anger was like a palpable shockwave, making Shikamaru's heart skip a beat. But Tsunade was indeed a legend who had endured the ninja world wars and personally slain powerful foes. After her fury came an extreme calm. Shikamaru, she raised her head, her golden eyes sharp as knives sweeping over Shikamaru. You did well, tell me the truth. But you've also dug a deep pit for yourself. If this information leaks, not only those two stubborn old fools, but the entire Konoha will fall into panic and division. I understand the risks. Shikamaru's voice was unusually calm, with only a burning flame of desperation deep in his eyes, but this is the only glimmer of hope. Conventional medical treatment and sealing had no effect on Boruto's wedge power. He was being torn apart by the forces inside him and the enemies outside simultaneously. And Ingai. It was not only a threat, but might also be the key. We need to understand it even. Utilize it. Utilize. Tsunade frowned. Utilize a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment and drag the entire ninja world down with it. Not entirely. Shikamaru took a deep breath, pointing to the stable wedge power patterns within Ingai on the screen. The Viper is calibrating it, aiming to turn it into the perfect gateway. This proves one thing: the wedge power, at least within Ingai, can achieve a stable state through some form of program or guidance. Boruto's power went out of control because as a key his wedge power was wild and unformatted. If we can reverse engineer the stability mechanism of Ingai, find the control codes or stability frequencies within, perhaps we can find a way for Boruto to master his own power rather than being consumed by it. This idea is bold to the point of madness. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shikamaru. You want to steal technology from Ingai to tame the monster within Boruto? Yes, Shikamaru replied decisively. This is the only hope to break the deadlock. Otherwise, we can only watch as Boruto is destroyed by pain and power or dealt with by the elders, while Ingai matures in the hands of the Night Owl and Otsutsuki descends. The outcome would be the same. Tsunade fell into a long silence. She walked to the window, looking at the heavily clouded Konoha. The village stretched below, appearing tranquil, yet turbulent currents lurked beneath the surface. Naruto was in a coma, powerful enemies lurking, severe internal divisions, and a key that could explode at any moment, along with a more terrifying gateway. The situation was dire. Reverse engineering Ingai. Tsunade murmured, a decisive light flashing in her eyes. The risks are immense, but it's worth a try. However, Shikamaru, this will require time, and the very best sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu, and biotechnological experts. The current sealing team's level in Konoha is insufficient. Are you referring to? Shikamaru stirred. We need the legacy of Root. Tsunade turned around, her tone leaving no room for doubt. The questionable research that Danzo conducted in the past on Otsutsuki cells and forbidden sealing techniques may contain the information we urgently need. And Orochimaru. Mentioning Orochimaru, Tsunade's tone bore obvious disdain and wariness, yet also a hint of helplessness. That guy may be a lunatic, but in the fields of life sciences and forbidden techniques, no one can match his expertise. Sei's ability to bypass your surveillance to deliver medicine to Boruto indicates that Orochimaru has likely noticed Boruto's condition. Rather than letting him lurk in the shadows like a viper, it would be better to utilize his knowledge and resources to a limited extent. But he must be kept securely locked up. I will personally supervise him. Shikamaru's heart sank. Engaging with Danzo's legacy was already taboo, and involving Orochimaru was akin to courting disaster. But Tsunade was right. This was the only feasible plan they could think of at present. Time was their most 1 week. No, only 6 days left now, Shikamaru reminded. In 6 days, we must present progress that can silence the elders, even if it's just theoretical. 6 days. A fierce glint flashed in Tsunade's eyes. That's enough. I will immediately set out to access the highest confidential documents of Root. As for Orochimaru, she looked at Shikamaru. You need to reach out to Slew and convey my message. Konoha needs his father for academic insights on wedge power stability and biological suppression techniques. In exchange, within a controllable range, we can turn a blind eye to some of his minor actions in Konoha. Remember, it's academic insights, not to let him touch Boruto or Ingai. Understood. Shikamaru replied solemnly. This was a perilous tightrope, but they had no other choice. At the Night Owl base in the main control room, the pale fingers of the Viper elegantly danced over the complex holographic control panel as if conducting a silent symphony. On the screen, the data stream representing Boruto's vital signs and wedge power fluctuations cascaded down like a waterfall. One specially marked window clearly displayed the operational logs of the resonance needle program, minute intermittent neural pain stimuli precisely avoiding the threshold of Konoha's monitoring wristband continuously inflicted upon Boruto. Pain threshold steadily rising. The Viper adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the cold glow of the data. The key's resilience is stronger than expected. Excellent. Pain is the best whetstone for will. The more resilient, the more dazzling sparks can erupt in despair. His gaze shifted towards the large cultivation tank in the center. Ingai floated within, the dark purple patterns on his body pulsating as if breathing synchronously, flashing with the faint light generated by the minute energy ripples as Boruto endured pain from afar. On a nearby screen, a progress bar representing synchronization rate was crawling upwards at an almost imperceptible speed, slow yet remarkably steady. 0.0012. The Viper's lips curled into a satisfied arc, though slow, the direction is clear. Each painful tremor is a small step towards the perfect calibration of the gateway. He pulled up another set of data capturing the fleeting moments of insight and spatial distortion from when Boruto's power had gone out of control last night. Spatial tears. Such a fascinating talent. The Viper's eyes sparkled with fervor. Unfortunately, in the key's case, it is merely an uncontrollable disaster. But here in the gateway, he glanced at Ingai, it will be the most perfect door opener. A bolder thought began to form in his mind. Merely maintaining pain and inducing attempts was still too inefficient. He needed a stronger stimulus to elicit deeper power fluctuations from the key, providing higher quality debugging signals for Ingai. He accessed an encrypted communication inputting new instructions. Prepare the Whisper Echo program. Target key. Mode utilized the wedge power fluctuations within its body and mental lows to simulate the original while whispers referencing database sample Otsutsuki Momoshiki's residual thought frequency. Intensity minimal penetration. Purpose induce mental chaos and deeper power resonance, enhancing the debugging signal. Risk potential alerting of Konoha's mental monitoring device, requiring simultaneous activation of noise interference. The instruction was sent. The Viper's gaze became profoundly ominous. He was playing with fire, intentionally provoking the potential terrifying will that resided within Boruto. But he believed in his understanding of wedge power and in Yingai's ability as a receiver and filter. He aimed to squeeze Boruto's body and soul to the utmost, converting them into fuel to unlock a new world. Struggle Whale Containerkin. The Viper whispered to the screen like a demon's chant, let your pain and fear become the most beautiful sacrifice to awaken the deity. Boruto curled up in the cold corner of the tatami. The sharp pain brought on by the resonance needle was like a parasitic worm, intermittently flaring each time, piercing his taut nerves and pushing him to the brink of collapse. The physical pain could barely be sustained through willpower and CU's medication, but the erosion of his spirit was pervasive. The cold whispers had become increasingly frequent. Lighthouse. Guiding the way home. Storm. Yearning for release. Container. Will eventually. Submit. The voices were vague and intermittent, sometimes echoing Momoshiki's familiar malicious tone, and at other times morphing into a more ancient, indifferent, and human tone. They swirled in his mind like the hissing of a venomous snake gnawing at his sanity, amplifying his despair and loneliness. He could not distinguish whether this was the Viper's trick or the genuine whispers of the monster within him, or perhaps both. He felt himself being torn apart. On one side was the will of Uzumaki Boruto, a yearning for his father, his companions, and his responsibility towards Konoha. On the other, the inhuman temptation brought by that cold power, to give up resistance, embrace power, stop the pain. And the terrifying implications of an ultimate hinted at in the whispers. Go away. All of you go away. Boruto pressed his forehead against the cold wall, trying to dispel the noise in his mind with physical stimulation, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. At that moment, an unprecedented intense tremor, originating from the depths of his soul, erupted without warning. It felt as if something had been forcibly pried open deep within his consciousness. Come. Back. This time the whisper was exceedingly clear. It carried an irresistible, terrifying allure from the very source of his bloodline. Simultaneously, deep within the wedge mark of his right eye, the minute crack left from last night's forced power guidance erupted with a chilling torrent. Pooh. Boruto suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was not bright red but bore a strange dark purple glow. He felt as if his right eyeball was about to explode. His vision was instantly stained a shade of purple-black. The patterns beneath his skin writhed wildly like a venomous snake come to life. The monitoring wristband emitted an unprecedented sharp alarm. Red lights flashed frantically. Ugh, Boruto could no longer endure letting out a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently as he crashed heavily to the ground. In the final second before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw the dark purple blood he had coughed up splattering on the tatami, sizzling like strong acid, corroding tiny pits into the straw mat. The nether eye opened autonomously amidst the agony and chaos, indigo and pale gold lights flashing wildly, illuminating his contorted, suffering face and the corroded scar-like tatami beneath him. The alarm sound penetrated the thick walls, shattering the deadly silence at the edge of the death forest. Shadows of the umbu outside the surrounding walls instantly appeared, rushing towards the building. Boruto's body convulsed uncontrollably on the cold floor, the dark purple patterns flashing erratically on his skin, resembling the final struggle of a dying beast. And that inhuman whisper transformed into a cold and prolonged sigh within the abyss of his sinking. The cold sensation came from the rough stone slab beneath him, not the familiar tatami. The moment Boren regained consciousness, the first thing he felt was a weakness that penetrated to the marrow, as if his entire body had been drained, leaving only a heavy husk. Each breath tugged at the lingering, tearing agony deep in his chest. Deep within his right eye, the brand of the karma mark remained scorching hot, yet the raging, splitting burn was replaced by a vaster, heavier pressure. He struggled to open his eyes. Vision blurred, light dim. What met his gaze was a massive rough rock dome covered with traces of age and erosion. The air was damp and heavy, carrying the scent of soil, moss, and an indescribable, ancient aura. This aura was not decay, but the profound weight and vastness of millennia pressing heavily on his heart. The air seemed much more viscous than outside. Each inhale felt like swallowing invisible lumps of lead. The surroundings were eerily silent save for the extremely faint sound of dripping water from an unknown source, as regular as the heartbeat of some giant beast. Where is this? It wasn't his tightly monitored cage. He attempted to turn his neck and a tearing soreness shot through his muscles. The corner of his eye caught a glimpse of his wrist. The monitoring wristband was gone, replaced by a thinner ring of unknown material that looked like pale green vines clinging tightly to his skin. It emitted an extremely faint yet exceptionally gentle warmth seeping into his body strand by strand, barely suppressing the restless dark purple lines beneath his skin. Awake. A steady, somewhat hoarse voice sounded not far away. Boren looked toward the voice, his pupils constricting slightly. Gangsho sat cross-legged on a protruding rock not far from him, her golden hair casually tied back, her expression more serious than ever. She was not wearing the Hokage robe, but a dark outfit convenient for movement, arms crossed. Those eyes that had experienced countless life-and-death battles were now sharply scrutinizing Boren, as if to pierce through his skin and gaze directly at the raging monster within him. Luan stood in the shadows a bit behind, the cigarette between his fingers unlit, just held habitually. The fatigue on his face was deeper, but his gaze was sharper and more focused than in the Hokage's office, like a drawn bow. Gangsho. Grandmother. Boren's voice was hoarse, laced with disbelief. Uncle Luan. Where is this? The sacred ground of the Qianshou clan. Gangsho's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this silent space, carrying an undeniable authority. And one of the last places in Konoha, even the entire shinobi world, that can temporarily suppress that damn thing inside you. Sacred ground. Boren repeated blankly. He had heard some legends about the ancient ruins of the Qianshou clan, but never imagined he would be placed in such a situation. He struggled to sit up, but his body was too heavy to obey. Don't move. Gangsho shouted sharply, instantly appearing beside Boren with lightning speed. Her calloused fingers precisely pressed several acupuncture points on Boren's neck and chest. A gentle yet exceptionally resilient chakra surged in, forcibly suppressing the karma power that had become agitated again due to his movement. Boren let out a muffled groan, feeling the burning pain that had just been somewhat suppressed by the vine surge back up. Your body now is like a porcelain covered in cracks, ready to shatter completely at any moment. Gangsho's voice was low with a hint of barely perceptible fear. The blood you vomited last night was highly corrosive, even able to eat through the special tatami. The monitoring wristband overloaded and burned out directly. If not for the timely transfer. She didn't finish, but Boren already understood. He looked down at his hands. The dark purple lines under the skin seemed deeper than before, and the edges even faintly revealed an ominous metallic luster. Corrosion. Is he really turning into an inhuman monster? A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. What about the elders? Boren asked in a dry voice. He could almost imagine the reaction of the hardliners upon learning of his loss of control and mutation again. Humph. Gangsho snorted coldly, a fierce, murderous aura flashing in her golden eyes. Those two old fools almost directly activated the root final elimination protocol. Her words carried icy fury. They only see the threat, but don't see the abyss behind the threat. If not for Luan transferring you out in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luan stepped forward, his tone unprecedentedly serious. Boren, the situation is even more severe and urgent than we anticipated. The speed of your mutation is accelerating, and Kuei-Yas methods are becoming more direct and malicious. We judge that he is not only torturing you, but also using your pain and power fluctuations as a catalyst to calibrate the Shadow Remnant. Catalyst. Boren's heart sank. Was every struggle and collapse of his helping the enemy open the door to destruction faster? So we have no time to follow the usual procedures. Luan's gaze turned toward the deeper, thicker darkness inside the cave. Lady Gangsho has already accessed the root highest secret archives regarding Otsutsuki cells and forbidden seals. At the same time, he paused. See, you also sent over Orochimaru's preliminary academic At the mention of Da Shiwan, Gangsho's face darkened visibly, but she still took over. That mad and though sinister has indeed advanced further than anyone in research on life energy and heterogeneous cell fusion. He provided a theoretical model. The stable state of the karma power requires a higher order energy with properties of suppression and smoothing as an anvil to forge it into a controllable form. Higher order energy. Boren was puzzled. Natural energy. Gangsho said decisively, her gaze burning as she looked at Boren. In other words, Sage Chakra. Moreover, it's the most ancient and purest quality of Sage Chakra. Deep within this sacred ground is the most primitive and massive source of natural energy from the dawn of the shinobi world. It is old enough, powerful enough to suppress, and even tame the raging karma power within you. Sage art. Boren's heart shook violently. He recalled his father's hardships in training sage art, the power of Jiraiya grandfather and Mingren father in sage mode. But that required extremely strict talent, long cultivation, and enormous risk. The slightest mistake would lead to being assimilated into a stone statue by natural energy. Can I do it? Boren looked at his hands covered with lines, his voice filled with fear and uncertainty. He couldn't even gather normal chakra, now how could he sense and absorb the wild, natural energy? There is no choice, Boren. Gangsho's tone was unquestionable, carrying a determined resolve. This is currently the only way that might allow you to regain control of yourself instead of being devoured by the power or exploited by the enemy. It is also the only hope to prevent the shadow remnant from fully opening. The powerful natural energy field of the sacred ground can temporarily shield you from direct detection and interference from the outside, including Kueya buying us time. She crouched down, looking directly into Boren's eyes. Those palms that had once held up countless lives now contained an irresistible force. Listen, kid. I know this is hard, very hard. Pain, fear, failure, and even the risk of death are close at hand. But you are the son of Xuanhua Mingren. Your body flows with the blood of the Xuanhua clan and the Ri-Xiong clan. You have inherited the will of that fool Jiraiya. You must not fall here. For your father, for Zhuozhu, for Muyuan, for everyone still fighting. You must stand up. Turn that damn power inside you into a blade in your hand, not a guillotine hanging over everyone's head. Gangsho's words struck like a heavy hammer against Boren's crumbling mental defenses. His father's unconscious face, Uncle Zhuozhu's resolute back the moment Master Muyuan fell, and the worried looks of Zuoliang Na and Siyu. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Fear and despair still existed, but a stubbornness and unyielding spirit belonging to Xuanhua Boren, born from the depths of his bloodline after being cornered, rekindled like a faint flame in the darkness. He took a deep breath of the heavy viscous air, his lungs stinging, yet he seemed to draw a faint trace of strength from. He lifted his head with difficulty to meet Gangsho's sharp gaze. His right eye was covered with gauze, but deep in his left eye the pale golden gear-like pupil Jing Yen seemed to flicker faintly. What should I do? His voice was still hoarse, but with a trembling of resolve. A flicker of approval passed through Gangsho's eyes, but her expression remained as grave as iron. First step, survive. Adapt to the pressure here. Feel it. She gestured at the heavy atmosphere all around. The concentration of natural energy here far exceeds that of Mayaboku Mountain or Ryochi Cave. Its pressure on the body is all-encompassing. Under this pressure you need to first let your body remember the normal state of existence, not the form twisted by I will guide you with my chakra. Luwan will monitor energy balance and external defense. Remember, pain is your enemy, but also your signpost. Guard your heart. No matter what you hear, see, or feel, remember who you are. Just as Boren began a desperate struggle with natural energy and his own pain deep within the sacred ground inside Konoha village, undercurrents had turned into turbulent whirlpools. Inside the Hokage's office the atmosphere was tense and confrontational. Luwan. Gangsho. How dare you? Zhuanqin Shaochun's roar nearly lifted the roof, her withered finger trembling as she pointed at the acting Hokage's physician. To dare to privately transfer a high-risk target and use the sealed root legacy. Even secretly collude with the rogue ninja de Shiwan. Do you have any regard for the village's rules? And what about us, the advisory elders? Shui Humen Yan's face was iron-gray, his voice as if pulled from an ice cellar. Xuanhua Boren's loss of control and mutation last night, the evidence is. Blast. His blood is highly corrosive. This is no mere loss of control over power, it is utter dehumanization. A source of contamination that must be eliminated immediately. Where have you hidden him? Hand him over at once. Otherwise we will exercise our elder authority to directly impeach your proxy status and initiate the emergency protocol. Confronted by the towering fury and aggressive accusations of the two elders, Shizune and several jonin supporting Shikamaru, including Kakashi and Might Guy, stood by with grim faces, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Shikamaru sat in the acting Hokage's chair, his face expressionless save for the icy flames burning deep within his eyes. He rose slowly, slapping a file, just delivered by the intelligence division under urgent seal, onto the desk with a sharp crack. Eliminate. Emergency protocol. Shikamaru's voice was low but carried an unprecedented chilling pressure that instantly overwhelmed Kohara's roar. Honored advisors, before you busy yourselves with impeachment and elimination, perhaps you should first read this urgent intelligence. All eyes focused on the document. The cover was stamped with blood-red letters, top secret, and strength. Half an hour ago, Shikamaru's voice dropped like a cold iron hammer. Our multiple covert monitoring stations deployed along the borders of Wind Country, the Black Market in Earth Country, and Near Sea Country simultaneously detected abnormally powerful, directionally precise spatial energy fluctuations. He paused, his gaze cutting like a blade across the stunned faces of the two elders. Their intensity, frequency, and characteristic spectrum are completely identical to the energy ripples generated during the initial activation of Inghai. Moreover, the intensity is rising exponentially. What? Koharu and Hamura's faces turned deathly pale instantly. Do you know what this means? Shikamaru's voice suddenly rose, filled with fury and urgency. It means Kia's Inghai debugging has entered its final stage. It may even be partially activated. Kia is no longer content with covert adjustments. He has begun actively testing the power of the gate. These spatial fluctuations are likely the energy leakage before the gate opens. Or, Kia is attempting a preliminary spatial anchor. He slammed his palm on the desk, making the documents jump. Now, at this very moment, the entire ninja world faces an apocalyptic catastrophe. And you, two venerable advisors, are still entangled over how to deal with the victim who is tortured and exploited in the enemy's scheme. Boruto may be dangerous, but right now he is merely a pawn on Kia's chessboard. And Inghai is the real sword hanging over everyone's head about to fall. Eliminating Boruto would only allow Kia to complete his gate faster and without hindrance, exposing Konoha and the entire ninja world directly to the Otsutsuki's sight. Shikamaru's accusations exploded like thunder in the office. Koharu and Hamura were struck dumb by this sudden far more terrifying threat, their anger replaced by fear. They might not care about a mutated Boruto, but they could not ignore a gate that was about to open and might invite the Otsutsuki's descent. Then, what should we do now? Hamura's voice lost its former strength, tinged with panic. Seal the information. Maximum combat readiness. Shikamaru ordered without hesitation, speaking rapidly. Notify all allied nations, Sanagakure Awagakure Kirigakure Kumogakure. Share the Inghai energy characteristic spectrum. Jointly establish a spatial interference barrier. Exert all efforts to locate the precise source of the energy fluctuations. At the same time, he turned to Kakashi and Might Guy, Kakashi Senpai Geizensei, activate the village's internal defense and civilian evacuation protocols immediately. Shizun placed the medical corps and sealing corps on wartime status. All resources to be allocated to spatial defense and emergency medical treatment. Orders flowed like water, and the Hokage building instantly hummed like a precision war machine. Koharu and Hamura opened their mouths, then finally slumped back into their seats, unable to utter any further objection. In the face of an extinction-level threat, internal conflicts seemed so trivial and absurd. Night Owl Base Core Laboratory. Ear-piercing alarms wailed one after another, and crimson light bathed the cold metal walls in a bloody hue. In the central giant cultivation tank, the originally emerald solution was now bubbling violently like boiling liquid, radiating shocking energy fluctuations. The Inghai, a clone of Naruto Uzumaki, suspended within its tightly shut eyes, snapped open. Those eyes were no longer empty darkness. In the depths of the right eye's black hole ruined like a cosmic singularity, a dark vortex spun, devouring all light and chilling the soul. The left eye, however, was a pure extreme cold white. Deep within the pupil, a faint light like a stream of data flickered. Warning. Warning. Gate core activity has exceeded critical threshold. Warning. Energy output out of control. Spatial anchor coordinates being generated. Warning. Resonant link with the key is being strongly interfered with by an unknown force field. Signal attenuation 99. Kia stood before the violently trembling console, his pale, almost translucent face not panicked, but instead glowing with a nearly manic, morbid flush of excitement. Ignoring the piercing alarms and the frantically jumping red data on the screen, his hands danced across the control panel like playing a piano, so fast they left after images. Interference. That ancient energy source. The sacred land of the Senju clan. So it still exists. Kia's voice trembled with barely contained excitement. What a pleasant surprise. Such vast primordial natural energy. It's practically a natural eye of the storm. Perfect for testing the gate's ultimate load-bearing capacity. He slammed down several scarlet buttons. Bzzzzz. The entire underground base groaned under unbearable strain. The reinforced glass of the cultivation tank instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. A violent violet-black torrent of energy erupted from the Yinghei's body, like a demonic dragon breaking free. This force tore through space, forming a twisted, constantly collapsing and reforming spatial vortex several meters in diameter in front of the cultivation tank, extremely unstable. Coordinates locked. Space channel forcibly opening. Target Senju's sacred space coordinates estimated. Kia roared, a gambler's mad light blazing in his eyes. Let me see which is tougher, ancient natural energy or the perfect gate. Boruto-kun, are you ready to meet your shadow? Within the distorted spatial vortex, violent energy currents raged like an apocalyptic storm. A blurred figure identical to the Inghai slowly coalesced in the center of the vortex. It raised its hand to the black hole vortex in its right eye, seemed capable of devouring all light in the laboratory, while the pale data stream in its left eye locked onto a distant direction, the location of the Senju sacred land. Deep within the Senju sacred land, Boruto sat cross-legged on the cold rough stone slab, his body trembling slightly. The vine bracelet emitted a soft green glow, struggling to maintain his fragile balance. Tsunade's palm pressed against his back, pure life chakra flowing like a warm stream, guiding him to perceive and touch the omnipresent yet mountain-heavy primordial natural energy. Pain. Unimaginable pain. The crushing pressure not only assaulted the physical body, but seemed to directly compress the soul. Every attempt to breathe that viscous energy felt like swallowing burning gravel scraping against his already fragile meridians. The dark violet patterns beneath his skin writhed and struggled violently under the pressure of natural energy, emitting a silent shriek, bringing agony even greater than Kia's resonance needle. Cold sweat streamed from his temples like a brook dripping onto the stone slab, instantly vaporized by the heavy energy. Shackles. Hateful. Return. To the void. Gate. Calling. The cold, inhuman whispers resounded again in his pain-ravaged, confused consciousness. This time the voice was clearer, closer, carrying an enraged violence and an urgent summons that pierced through space. Just as Boruto felt his consciousness about to be utterly shredded by agony and whispers, boom. The entire sacred cave trembled violently as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Debris rained down from the ceiling. A wave of icy violent annihilation-filled terrifying energy fluctuation tore through the thick natural energy barrier outside the sacred land, without warning stabbing in like a pitch-black venomous thorn. Boruto's head snapped up, his pure eye activated on its own under the stimulus of pain and crisis. Indigo and pale gold light pierced the gloom, locking onto the cave entrance. Their distorted space rippled and tore like shattered glass. A spatial vortex several meters in diameter with edges constantly collapsing and reforming, radiating an ominous violet-black light, was forcibly opening within the ancient barrier of the sacred land. In the center of the vortex, a figure slowly precipitated out. A pure white lab coat, spotless, starkly out of place in this ancient cave. Under black, untidy hair was a face identical to Boruto's. The right eye was a black hole vortex devouring all light, the left eye was a cold, pure, inorganic scanner like pale white. Inghai, the perfect clone of Naruto Uzumaki, the incarnation of the gate, descended upon the Senju sacred, its pale data stream left eye ignoring the own-alert Tsunade, and the combat-ready Shikamaru locked precisely and coldly onto Boruto, who was slumped on the stone slab, his face twisted in pain and shock. A voice devoid of emotion like an electronic synthesizer rang out clearly amidst the violent energy chaos. Key acquisition protocol initiated. The spatial vortex resembled a festering wound, forcefully tearing at the ancient and heavy natural energy field of the sacred land, emitting a painful zzz sound. The purple-black energy turbulence danced like a frenzied venomous snake, wildly eroding the surrounding rough rock walls, leaving behind charred, corrosive marks. The cold, brutal pressure infused with an absolute inhuman aura crashed down like a tangible tsunami, instantly engulfing the entire cave, making it hard for one to breathe. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Boruto, her golden hair dancing wildly in the violent airflow, her gaze sharp as a blade fixed firmly on the slowly solidifying figure at the vortex's center. A perfect reflection, a cold creation, shadow corpse. Shikamaru's figure had vanished from its original spot, not in an instant transmission, but having fully merged into the unstable energy shadow at the cave's entrance caused by the space tear. His chakra fluctuations were so weak they seemed almost non-existent, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, leaving only imperceptible ripples. This was the Nara clan's secret top-tier stealth technique, shadow stealth kill, relying on the environment's shadows and the extreme restraint of one's chakra to transform into an invisible blade amidst chaos. Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly, a torrential wave of life chakra erupted from within her like a... This power was not an attack, but forcibly expanded a relatively stable domain centered around her like a reef amidst tumultuous waves, fiercely isolating the terrifying pressure and frenzied energy turbulence brought by the shadow corpse, granting Boruto a moment of breathing space. Ugh. Boruto grunted despite being sheltered by Tsunade's domain. The cold pressure, as if capable of freezing the soul, still pierced through his defenses like countless icy needles. The dark purple lines beneath his skin thrashed violently the moment the shadow corpse appeared, as if awakened venomous insects twisting and writhing, bringing excruciating pain. A tearing sensation surged from deep within the mark in his right eye, as if something was violently colliding inside, trying to break free. The door opens. Devour. Container. That cold, inhuman whisper, like ice water thrown into boiling oil, suddenly became sharp and urgent, filled with greed and a desire for destruction. This whisper resonated not only in Boruto's mind, but also seemed to resonate oddly with the energy fluctuations emanating from the shadow corpse. Shut up. Boruto roared within, his teeth grinding, veins bulging on his forehead. He forced down the tumultuous pain within, and the disturbance of the whisper activating his pure eye instinctively under the pressure of crisis. The indigo scara and light golden gear pupil instantly locked onto the shadow corpse. In the vision of the pure eye, the world shed its superficiality. The shadow corpse was no longer a mere humanoid, but transformed into a highly condensed, intricately structured purple-black energy core. Countless cold data streams flowed around its core like a waterfall processing information. What sent chills down Boruto's spine was that the energy core of the Shadow Corpse was clashing violently with the omnipresent primordial natural energy of the sacred land like fire and water. The purple-black wedge power eroded and devoured those ancient golden-green light points like a strong acid, emitting a silent energy annihilation hiss. Target key. Status weak. Energy conflict index high. Threat assessment low. Primary directive capture. The emotionless electronic synthesized voice of the Shadow Corpse sounded again, its pale, left eye the cold data streams instantly focusing on Boruto like a precise scanner. It moved. No hand seals, no warning. The Shadow Corpse's figure vanished like it had been deleted, leaving behind a faint shadow being consumed by the spatial turbulence. The true body had already appeared at the edge of the golden domain, as if teleporting. The speed surpassed the limits of visual capture. Its seemingly ordinary palm rose fingers spread, aimed at Boruto within the domain. In its palm was not a chakra-concentrated sphere, but a suddenly formed miniature, terrifyingly attractive spatial vortex. At the vortex's center was an absolute darkness that devoured all light. Universal heavenly pull. No. It's a more pure spatial collapse. Tsunade's pupils constricted suddenly experience, allowing her to immediately judge that this was no simple gravitational manipulation. This was a forced creation of a localized spatial collapse intending to tear apart and devour Boruto along with the surrounding space. Not happening. Tsunade shouted angrily, her right fist instantly enveloped in a dense, tangible golden chakra. No flashy techniques, only the purest power and speed. A monstrous strength punch. A strike terrifying enough to shatter mountains and split rocks, tearing through the air with a dull roar. It ruthlessly slammed towards the spatial vortex created by the Shadow Corpse. She aimed to forcibly shatter this twisted space with absolute strength. Boom. The golden chakra giant fist collided violently with the miniature spatial vortex. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a heart-pounding eerie sound of space being forcibly torn apart and then forced to mend. Blinding light and the darkness that devoured light clashed furiously. Tsunade's fist seemed to be trapped in a thick, constantly collapsing mire, the immense power being stripped away layer by the spatial distortion. And the miniature vortex in the palm of the Shadow Corpse also shook violently under the impact of the monstrous strength, its edges fracturing into tiny spatial shards, emitting a brittle sound like breaking glass. A stalemate. Pure violence and distorted spatial laws were engaged in the most primitive duel in a confined space. At that moment of razor-thin difference. In Boruto's pure eye vision, a minuscule energy fluctuation, almost merging with the environmental shadow, flickered quietly like a snake's flicking tongue from the extremely precise, intricately functioning purple-black energy core behind the Shadow Corpse. It was Shikamaru. He emerged as if from the Shadow Corpse's own shadow. The kunai in his hand was not made of solid metal, but formed from pure compressed shadow energy, pitch black as ink with unstable spatial ripples flowing along its edges. At the tip of the kunai, a fine point as small as a needle, yet emanating a lethal threat, locked onto an extremely tiny energy circulation node created by the maintenance of the spatial vortex. The data stream in the Shadow Corpse's pale left eye flickered wildly. It had almost completed scanning and predicting at the exact millisecond Shikamaru appeared. Its left hand, maintaining the spatial vortex, remained perfectly still, but its body twisted instantly at a non-human, completely unnatural angle. Its right arm moved like a boneless whip, shrieking through the air, striking back toward the shadow behind. At the tips of its fingers, 5 long, sharp purple-black energy spikes, also entwined with spatial cutting power, condensed. It was an attack meant to counter a deadly threat. It took offense instead of defense, attempting to repel Shikamaru's lethal strike. Too slow. Shikamaru's cold voice echoed from the shadows, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Just as the Shadow Corpse's right arm pierced the unstable shadow beneath, Shikamaru's feet twisted violently like a living thing. Shikamaru's figure was swallowed by the shadow, disappearing in an instant. The 5 spikes, infused with spatial cutting power of the Shadow Corpse, merely pierced through the rolling shadows and residual spatial ripples. The true killing blow appeared beneath the left arm, maintaining the spatial vortex exposed due to the forced twist of its body. Shikamaru's figure emerged like a phantom from the ground's shadow. The shadow kunai in his hand, like a reaper's sigh, silent yet incredibly swift, precisely stabbed at the energy node that had become relatively vulnerable due to the highly outputting energy. Timing, angle, speed perfect to the point of suffocation. This was the pinnacle assassination, combining the wisdom of the Nara clan with shadow techniques. The data stream in the Shadow Corpse's pale left eye exploded into blinding red light. It seemed to finally realize the lethality of the strike. Forcing the termination of the left palm's spatial vortex would come at a cost, but if it didn't terminate, the consequences of the core node being destroyed would be even more unimaginable. Zzz. A harsh sound like metal being forcibly torn apart rang out. The spatial vortex, maintained by the Shadow Corpse, was forcibly detonated just before Shikamaru's kunai struck. A surge of uncontrollable spatial turbulence violently spread outward like an explosion's shockwave. Tsunade let out a grunt. The golden domain shook violently, and she was forced back a step. The shadow kunai in Shikamaru's hand was violently pushed by this turbulent flow, causing its originally perfect trajectory to deviate ever so slightly. Pfft. The pitch-black shadow kunai failed to strike the core node accurately, instead piercing deeply into the shadow corpse's left arm near the shoulder. A purple-black viscous energy liquid surged forth in an instant. The liquid fell to the ground, making a sizzling, corrosive sound, even eating deep pits into the sacred land's rocks. The shadow corpse trembled violently from this heavy blow, but its cold face still bore no expression, as if it wasn't the one injured. The data stream in its pale left eye flickered wildly, as if recalibrating and adjusting. Effective. Tsunade's spirit lifted. Although Shikamaru's ambush failed to deliver a fatal blow, it successfully dealt a heavy blow to this monster. However, just as the old strength faded and the new strength had yet to emerge, the shadow corpse's black hole-like right eye suddenly locked onto Boruto, who was being impacted by the spatial turbulence and unsteady in form. An even more terrifying pure suction force acted not on the body, but directly on Boruto's soul and the raging wedge power within him. Boruto felt as if struck by lightning. He sensed his soul being forcefully pulled out of his body. The dormant cold torrent deep within the mark of his right eye surged violently like a breached dam being forcefully attracted by that black hole vortex. The dark purple lines beneath his skin instantly became scorching and glaring, as if they were about to burst forth. Return. Fuse. Door. That inhuman whisper reached an unprecedented intensity, carrying an irresistible summoning. This time the voice seemed to come directly from the depths of the black hole in the shadow corpse's right eye. Boruto let out a piercing scream, his hands clutching his head tightly, his body uncontrollably pulled forward by that suction force. The light of the pure eye flickered wildly, leaving only that all-devouring black hole vortex in his sight. Boruto. Tsunade's eyes widened, the monstrous strength punch gathering once again. She struck towards the shadow corpse without hesitation. Shikamaru's figure also emerged from the shadows again, the kunai in his hand pointed directly at the shadow corpse's heart. But the shadow corpse seemed to have completely given up on defense. Its black hole-like right eye fiercely locked onto Boruto, enduring Tsunade's punch capable of shattering mountains and Shikamaru's sharp kunai strike with its body. Bang! Pfft. The purple-black energy liquid splattered again. The shadow corpse staggered back, terrible wounds appearing on its chest and back, yet its right eye's pull on Boruto's soul showed no signs of weakening. In fact, due to the injuries, the suction of that black hole vortex became even more frenzied and reckless. Ugh. Boruto felt as if his consciousness was being torn apart. Half was being dragged towards the cold black hole, while the other half was being crazily torn by the rampaging wedge power within him. He felt as if he was about to be completely torn apart. Just at this critical moment. Buzz. The entire Senju sacred land seemed to awaken like a giant beast that had slept for eons, thoroughly enraged. From deep within the earth came a low roar that was utterly indescribable, as if originating from the primordial chaos. It was not a sound, but a pure pulse of energy. The ancient stone slabs on the wall's ceiling, and even beneath Boruto's feet, suddenly illuminated with dense, intricate, and profound golden runes. These runes ignited like stars, instantly forming a vast golden light web. The colossal, unimaginable primordial natural energy, having settled for millions of years, was completely awakened. Like the waters of the celestial river breached, carrying an overwhelming, dense, and unassailable terrifying will, it surged from all directions from the depths of the earth, violently washing towards the forcibly torn spatial rift at the cave's entrance, rushing towards the shadow corpse that emanated an aberrant aura. This was not an attack, but the instinctive rejection of the entire sacred land's spatial laws. Like the human immune system launching a devastating counterattack against invading viruses. Booming sounds. An incomprehensible massive noise. Like the collapse of heaven and earth. The spatial vortex forcefully torn open by the shadow corpse shattered like a fragile soap bubble under the impact of this vast, ancient, pure natural energy flood, instantly collapsing and vanishing. The passageway to the outside world was forcibly closed. For the first time, the cold electronic synthesized voice of the shadow corpse displayed intense fluctuations, warning. External space anchoring has been forcibly stripped. Energy field level exceeded threshold. Interference source cannot be analyzed. Its black hole-like right eye's pull on Boruto was forcefully interrupted by this sudden celestial might. The wounds inflicted by Tsunade and Shikamaru on it under the wash of this pure natural energy began to dissolve and annihilate like snow exposed to sunlight, the purple-black energy tissue making sizzling sounds as it rapidly melted away. Even its intricately functioning purple-black energy core became dim and unstable under the suppression of this force. Opportunity. Tsunade and Shikamaru's eyes simultaneously ignited with brilliance. The might of the sacred land far exceeded their imagination. However, the data stream in the Shadow Corpse's pale left eye flickered to the extreme. It seemed to instantaneously calculate an unavoidable conclusion. Before being completely engulfed by the golden rune light web and the natural energy flood, its black hole-like right eye deeply like a brand cast a final glance at Boruto, who was kneeling on the ground struggling in pain. A cold stream of information, not a voice, but directly in the form of energy waves, penetrated the sacred land's suppression, vanishing instantly into an unknown dimension. Key coordinates. Depth locked. Spatial parameters. Record complete. Waiting. Final retrieval. In the next moment, the Shadow Corpse's body was completely consumed by the violent golden energy flood. The purple-black light flickered and struggled violently in the pure gold, ultimately dissolving and disintegrating like ice thrown into flames. Boom! With the final muffled sound, the Shadow Corpse's body completely disintegrated, transforming into countless tiny purple-black light points, thoroughly purified and annihilated by the sacred land's natural energy, vanishing without a trace. Only a mess remained at the cave's entrance, along with the lingering heart-pounding sensation of spatial tearing and the cold, inhuman aura in the air. The low roar of the sacred land gradually subsided, the golden rune light web slowly faded, but the heavy viscous natural energy field still surged within the cave like an angry aftershock. Boruto collapsed on the cold rough stone slab, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, as if just pulled. The light of the pure eye dimmed, the burning pain of the right eye's mark and the agitation of the lines beneath his skin were temporarily suppressed by the lingering might of the sacred land, but the searing pain from being forcibly torn at his soul and the Shadow Corpse's final cold gaze left him shivering. Tsunade and Shikamaru quickly rushed to his side, their faces devoid of any joy of victory, only an unprecedented gravity. It last. Boruto's voice trembled, filled with the terror of having survived. It locked onto this place. Not just this place. Shikamaru's voice was unusually somber, gazing at the spot where the Shadow Corpse had vanished, his gaze sharp as an eagle. What it has locked onto is you, Boruto. No matter where you are. Moreover, it has sent out the spatial parameters of this place. Above the village, a space rift torn by the Shadow Corpse's power after losing the support of its entity did not heal, but instead seemed infused with new fuel, violently collapsing and rotating inward. A spatial vortex several times larger in diameter, with edges flowing with purple-black lightning, took shape slowly under the terrified gaze of Konoha. At the vortex's center was no longer a chaotic energy turbulence, but a deep cold realm as if composed of countless shattered stars. The backdrop of the cosmic deep space. The sky of my shattered. The colossal spatial vortex, forcibly torn open by the shadow remnant and then stretched apart by an unknown power, hung like a festering pusuzing wound upon the firmament. Blackish-purple lightning crazily leaped and lashed the air around the vortex's edge, producing incessant teeth-grinding, crackling sounds. Each flash violently twisted the light of my village below. Deep within the vortex, the cosmic deep space backdrop, composed of cold stellar debris, was not static. It rotated and shifted slowly, as if a cold colossal eye was gazing down through the wound with utter indifference upon the tiny lights of civilization below. Terror. Indescribable terror. It was not the aggressive tyrannical pressure brought by the shadow remnant, but a higher dimensional absolute suppression originating from the very essence of life. Like an ant gazing at the firmament, like a grain of sand facing the sea of stars. The moment Mui's barrier touched this aura, it groaned under the strain like thin snow under sunlight, twisting and fluctuating violently. The outermost defensive runes flickered unsteadily on the verge of collapse. The air became viscous and heavy, each breath carried a burning sensation. Invisible pressure weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Panic spread like a plague through the deathly silent streets, stifled sobs, rapid gasps, the shattering of fallen objects interwove into a desperate prelude before the end of days. Temporary command center, top floor of the Hokage building. Barrier platoon. Hold the line. Connect all backup chakra batteries. Prioritize maintaining the core area. Shikamaru's roar exploded in the room, filled with alarms and calm static, his eyes bloodshot, knuckles white from clenching. On the massive monitor, the red zone representing the barrier's tolerance limit was expanding visibly. Shikamaruzuma. 3rd and 7th nodes overload. Runes melting, the barrier platoon leader's hoarse voice carried despair. Abandon the perimeter. Contract the defense. Reinforce the Hokage Rock Hospital and Shelter Core Zone with all output. Shikamaru decided on the spot, his voice cold as ice. On the massive monitor, the red zone representing the barrier's tolerance limit was expanding visibly. Shikamaruzuma. 3rd and 7th nodes overload. Runes melting, the barrier platoon leader's hoarse voice carried despair. Abandon the perimeter. Contract the defense. Reinforce the Hokage Rock Hospital and Shelter Core Zone with all output. Shikamaru decided on the spot, his voice cold as ice. 3rd and 7th nodes overload. Runes melting, the barrier platoon leader's hoarse voice carried despair. Abandon the perimeter. Contract the defense. Reinforce the Hokage Rock Hospital and Shelter Core Zone with all output. Shikamaru decided on the spot, his voice cold as ice. Abandon the perimeter. Contract the defense. Reinforce the Hokage Rock Hospital and Shelter Core Zone with all output. Shikamaru decided on the spot, his voice cold as ice. Contracting the defense meant sacrificing some areas, a painfully agonizing decision, but before absolute power it was the only choice to preserve more living forces. Kakashi-senpai. Gei-zensi. Lead the Jonin squad to establish a second line of defense. Rely on buildings and sealing techniques, prepare to engage the enemy. The target could be anything that comes out of that hole. Understood. Kakashi-senpai. Gei-zensi. Lead the Jonin squad to establish a second line of defense. Rely on buildings and sealing techniques, prepare to engage the enemy. The target could be anything that comes out of that hole. Understood. Kakashi's voice remained steady, but his exposed Sharingan stared fixedly at the heart-chilling cosmic deep space on the screen, heavy with extreme gravity. Kakashi-senpai. Gei-zensi. Lead the Jonin squad to establish a second line of defense. Rely on buildings and sealing techniques, prepare to engage the enemy. The target could be anything that comes out of that hole. Understood. Kakashi's voice remained steady, but his exposed Sharingan stared fixedly at the heart-chilling cosmic deep space on the screen, heavy with extreme gravity. Might Guy clenched his fists, green steam uncontrollably rising from his body surface. He felt an unprecedented challenge. Shizune. Medical and sealing platoons all go into the underground shelters. Prioritize protecting the severely wounded and civilians. Prepare for possible spatial contamination and spiritual erosion. Shizune. Medical and sealing platoons all go into the underground shelters. Prioritize protecting the severely wounded and civilians. Prepare for possible spatial contamination and spiritual erosion. Shikamaru's words came rapidly, his gaze sweeping over another split screen showing blurred energy readings on the outskirts of the sacred land. Boruto. Tsunadesima, over there. Just then. A silent yet soul-piercingly terrifying pulse like the heartbeat of the universe burst outward from deep within the spatial vortex. Just then. A silent yet soul-piercingly terrifying pulse like the heartbeat of the universe burst outward from deep within the spatial vortex. At the center of the vortex, the rotating stellar debris background suddenly warped and stretched. A huge, entirely energy-formed, cold, emotionless eye phantom slowly opened in the vortex core. This eye had no pupil, no sclera, only a profound darkness composed of countless rotating galaxies. The moment it opened, the light of the entire my village seemed to be partially drained, plunging into a deeper gloom. All who were gazed upon by this eye, whether shinobi or civilians, felt a chill from the depths of their soul and an uncontrollable sense of insignificance. As if all the joys, sorrows, struggles of one's life were utterly meaningless before that eye, as insignificant as dust. Heavenly Domai. Shikamaru's voice was dry, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Just the phantom's gaze made his mind sluggish and chakra circulation sluggish. This was utterly incomparable to the shadow remnants kind of creations. This was a true projection of power from the other side of the starry sky, from a higher existence. Spiritual suppression. Range A. Everyone. Fortify your spirit. Don't look directly at the eye. Kakashi shouted sternly, simultaneously forming hand signs rapidly. Release. A powerful surge of chakra mixed with willpower erupted, trying to dispel the negative influence on his companions. This was a true projection of power from the other side of the starry sky, from a higher existence. Spiritual suppression. Range A. Everyone. Fortify your spirit. Don't look directly at the eye. Kakashi shouted sternly, simultaneously forming hand signs rapidly. Release. A powerful surge of chakra mixed with willpower erupted, trying to dispel the negative influence on his companions. But the effect was negligible. The weaker Chunin and Genin were already pale, staggering, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Deep within the Senju's sacred land, Boruto knelt on the cold stone slab, his body trembling violently like a sieve. The soul-tearing pain from the shadow remnant's final brand-like icy glare had not yet subsided. The moment the terrifying vortex formed above and the heavenly dome eye opened, an even greater, more irresistible pressure crashed into his spirit like a giant hammer crossing space. Ugh. Boruto suddenly clutched his head, letting out a beast-like howl of agony. This time the pain did not come from the erosion of the karma power on his body, but directly attacked his spiritual core. It felt as if countless icy steel needles were piercing his brain from all directions, churning his consciousness. The inhuman whispers stimulated by this external higher pressure exploded like cold water thrown into boiling oil, instantly erupting and roaring. Blasphemy and prying. The doorway shall open, purification. The vessel, return. Chaos. Shrill. filled with offended fury and cold commands. The whisper seemed to come simultaneously from the depths of the karma mark in his right eye, from the distant heavenly dome eye in the vortex, and even from the shadow remnants brand imprinted in his very soul. Blasphemy, and prying. The doorway shall open, purification. The vessel, return. Chaos. Shrill. Filled with offended fury and cold commands. The whisper seemed to come simultaneously from the depths of the karma mark in his right eye, from the distant heavenly dome eye in the vortex, and even from the shadow remnants brand imprinted in his very soul. 3 icy voices crashed and tore against each other within his oncoming collapse of consciousness. Shut up. Shut up. All of you get out. Boruto roared madly, in his heart his teeth deeply biting his lower lip, blood mixing with cold sweat dripping down. The pure eye uncontrollably activated wildly. 3 icy voices crashed and tore against each other within his oncoming collapse of consciousness. Shut up. Shut up. All of you get out. Boruto roared madly, in his heart his teeth deeply biting his lower lip, blood mixing with cold sweat dripping down. The pure eye uncontrollably activated wildly. Indigo and pale gold light flickered wildly in the dim cave, his vision torn into countless chaotic fragments, the golden rune network of the sacred land pulsing in fury, the cold spatial coordinate left by the shadow remnant blinking like a clinging bone on the spiritual plane, and the enormous galaxy-formed heavenly dome eye phantom above me with supreme indifference directly projecting into his pure eye vision. Even more terrifying under this triple pressure and the chaotic inside of his pure eye, the cold power deep within his right eye karma mark went completely berserk. It was no longer content to merely collide within his meridians like a flood of black water breaching a dam. It violently crashed against the last boundary between his spirit and body. The dark purple patterns beneath his skin sizzled like red-hot branding irons, the edges even beginning to appear with tiny porcelain-like cracks. An indescribable soul-freezing assimilation-threatening cold radiated from the depth of the mark. Boruto. Tsunade cried out in shock and anger, clearly seeing the terrifying mutation of the patterns on Boruto's skin. An indescribable soul-freezing assimilation-threatening cold radiated from the depth of the mark. Boruto. Tsunade cried out in shock and anger, clearly seeing the terrifying mutation of the patterns on Boruto's skin. At the cracks, wisps of blackish-purple icy energy mist were seeping out. She pressed both hands onto Boruto's back, without hesitation, her vast life chakra gushing in like a raging torrent, trying to suppress that rampaging cold. But this time even her life-giving chakra, potent enough to raise the dead, vanished like a stone dropped into the sea upon contacting that blackish-purple cold. Moreover, that cold, like a greedy viper, followed her chakra path back and tried to corrode her arms. What? Tsunade's face changed drastically. She jerked her hands back. Her palms were already covered with a thin layer of blackish-purple ice crystals radiating cold. Moreover, that cold, like a greedy viper, followed her chakra path back and tried to corrode her arms. What? Tsunade's face changed drastically. She jerked her hands back. Her palms were already covered with a thin layer of blackish-purple ice crystals radiating cold. She quickly channeled chakra to shatter and dispel them. No. That thing is mutating. Assimilating. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of unimaginable horror. She had never seen such eerie and domineering power. Boruto's body was being frozen, eroded, and transformed from the inside out by this cold blackish-purple energy from the depth of his karma mark. She quickly channeled chakra to shatter and dispel them. No. That thing is mutating. Assimilating. Tsunade's voice carried a hint of unimaginable horror. She had never seen such eerie and domineering power. Boruto's body was being frozen, eroded, and transformed from the inside out by this cold blackish-purple energy from the depth of his karma mark. Boruto's consciousness ebbed and flowed in the sea of agony and chaos. In his pure eyes' wildly flashing vision, the shadow remnants cold coordinate, the heavenly dome eyes indifferent gaze, and the rampaging blackish-purple ice erosion inside him. All these chaotic sources seemed to be forcibly warped, drawn close, and overlapped under the inside of his pure eye. Just as he felt about to be completely frozen, torn apart by the chaotic whispers, and devoured by the erupted blackish-purple ice erosion. A fragmented image, as if forcibly captured and magnified by his pure eye from the chaos, pierced into his consciousness. Icy confinement. Dark purple energy thorns. A pale, familiar yet lifeless face, Uchiha Sasuke. His eyes were tightly shut, his right arm severed at the shoulder. The wound was covered with writhing, corroding, blackish-purple crystals. That crystal was exactly the same as the ice erosion spreading inside him. Sasuke, uncle. Boruto's unfocused pupils suddenly sharpened, a torrent of soul-wrenching pain and grief erupted like a volcano. This sudden, real, horrific image of his loved one, like a lightning bolt tearing through darkness, instantly overwhelmed the chaotic whispers and erosion agony inside and out. This pain was deeper than any physical injury, sharper than any spiritual suppression. No. A roar mixed with endless agony, fury, and despair burst from the depths of Boruto's throat. This pain was deeper than any physical injury, sharper than any spiritual suppression. No. A roar mixed with endless agony, fury, and despair burst from the depths of Boruto's throat. The sound waves echoed through the sacred land's cave, even briefly drowning out the spatial hum from outside. Accompanying that sultry, his wildly flickering pure eye, the indigo base suddenly deepened like the most profound night sky, and the pale gold gear-like pupils, as if injected with molten lava, spun frantically. Accompanying that sultry, his wildly flickering pure eye, the indigo base suddenly deepened like the most profound night sky, and the pale gold gear-like pupils, as if injected with molten lava, spun frantically. An invisible pure eye originated, strongly purifying and rejecting will. A strange wave expanded violently from Boruto's center. A miracle occurred. Those blackish-purple ice erosion patterns spreading on his skin, trying to freeze and assimilate him, emitted a sizzling wail like snow exposed to scorching sun under the sweep of this pure eye wave, and instantly stopped their advance. The blackish-purple icy mist at the crack edges was forcibly driven back, compressed back into the patterns. The cold assimilation flood from the depth of the karma mark, as if meeting its nemesis, showed its first obvious stagnation and retreat. Deep within his right eye, karma mark, the inhuman whispers for the first time carried suspicion and extreme fury. Pure eye obstruction. Boruto, Tsunade, and Shikamaru both caught this fleeting change, a glimmer of unbelievable hope bursting in their eyes. Deep within his right eye, karma mark, the inhuman whispers for the first time carried suspicion and extreme fury. Pure eye obstruction. Boruto, Tsunade, and Shikamaru both caught this fleeting change, a glimmer of unbelievable hope bursting in their eyes. But Boruto was oblivious to all this. The image of Sasuke's severed arm sliced through his soul like the sharpest blade. That bone-deep agony and fury became his sole anchor at this moment, gripping his consciousness on the verge of... He jerked his head up, his bloodshot pure eye burning with a near-blazing determination, piercing through the sacred land's barrier, fixing his stare upon the enormous galaxy-formed heavenly dome. "I phantom above my... Get out!" He hurled a silent, soul-deep roar at that indifferent cosmic eye. As if in response to the challenge of an insignificant ant, the giant heavenly dome, "I phantom above my," slowly blinked once. The next second, a gray-white beam, pure to the extreme, cold to the extreme, as if condensed from highly focused cosmic rays, shot out without warning from the rotating stellar eye. Where the beam passed, space seemed to be frozen and stripped in an instant, leaving a fleeting void-like black trail. The target, directly aimed at the heart of my village below the Hokage building. The apocalyptic light. The grayish-white beam of light is the manifestation of the cosmic laws, the embodiment of entropy, the proclamation of nothingness. It descends silently from the rotating eye of the stars, carrying with it a cold will to erase all existence. The space through which the beam passes is not torn apart, but peeled away. Color, sounds, the very essence of matter, and even the concept of space itself fade into the silence of that grayish-white light, leaving only a deep, smooth, black trajectory, like the despairing tears of the heavens. Target: Hokage building. Time seems to stretch infinitely at the moment the beam descends. The despair of Konoha is frozen on every upturned face. Shinra Tensei. Kakashi's roar is like the howl of a dying beast. His scarlet Sharingan spins to an unprecedented limit. Around his pupils, tiny blood vessels even burst forth. Space distorts and collapses wildly before him, forming a vortex of turbulent energy that he strains to maintain. He intends to forcibly transfer this world-destroying light to an unknown alternate space. However, when the grayish-white beam touches the edge of the Shinra Tensei vortex, a piercing shriek resonates deep within the soul. The vortex of Shinra Tensei, capable of devouring tailed beast balls, is instantly eroded, disintegrated, and returned to nothingness, like a fragile soap bubble colliding with a red-hot iron. Kakashi is struck hard, blood spewing forth, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, the light of his Sharingan fading, instantly leaving only hollow agony. Seventh gate open. Daytime Tiger. Might Guy's figure transforms into a burning green meteor soaring into the sky. His speed, surpassing all limits, allows him to position himself before the Hokage building just before the beam descends completely. The air cannon, compressed to its utmost, gathers the strongest blow earned by burning his life and fiercely strikes toward that grayish-white beam. Boom! A terrifying shockwave capable of flattening mountains erupts at the point of contact. But the grayish-white beam merely hesitates momentarily, its surface shimmering like rippling water before silently decomposing and annihilating that furious power of the Daytime Tiger. Guy's body is struck as if by an invisible giant hammer, the green steam on his surface dissipating instantly, his bones emitting a painful cracking sound, blood seeping from every pore as he falls like a bloodied figure. Sage Art 5 Right Gates. Jiraiya's figure appears atop the building flanked by the two sages Fukasaku and Shima. A torrent of sage chakra, a fusion of oil fire and wind, crashes into the beam like a roaring fire dragon carrying the power to incinerate the 8 desolations. Hiss! There is no explosion, only the sound of evaporation as cold water is poured onto a hot iron. The powerful sage flames before the grayish-white beam resemble a candle flame thrown into a black hole, instantly decomposed into the most primal energy particles, vanishing without a trace. The backlash from the power causes Jiraiya to grunt, blood oozing from his mouth, and the rooftop beneath him cracks instantly. Damn it. What on earth is this thing? Tsunade appears next to Shikamaru, looking at the unstoppable beam, her golden eyes filled with unprecedented shock, anger, and helplessness. Her monstrous strength can shatter mountains, yet it cannot touch this law of power from the depths of the universe. It's over. Despair floods over every heart in the command center like a cold tide. If even the combined strength of the 3 legendary ninjas cannot move it an inch, what can stop the arrival of this world-destroying light? Just as the grayish-white beam is about to completely engulf the top of the Hokage building. Buzz. A peculiar cold wave of energy imbued with a strong will of purification and peeling away sweeps across space like an invisible ripple coming from the direction of the forest of death. This wave, precisely like a scalpel, cuts into the forefront of the confrontation between the grayish-white beam and Konoha's spatial laws. It is Boruto's cleansing wave. Deep within the Holy Land, Boruto bleeds from all 7 orifices, his body convulsing violently due to excessive strain as the dark purple ice corroding patterns that had been temporarily repelled surge back with a vengeance, the cracks deepening and the purple-black ice mist boiling violently. Yet his bloodshot cleansing eyes, like burning stars, firmly lock onto that world-destroying beam. He pours all his pain, anger, worry for Sasuke, the will to protect his village, and resistance against that cold whisper into this desperate cleansing impact. A miracle blooms in the absolute despair. The seemingly unstoppable grayish-white beam, at the moment it is swept by the cleansing wave, shows an extremely subtle yet fatal disruption within the intricate runes of law, representing peeling away and nothingness. Like a speck of dust thrown into a precision clock. Boom. No longer is it a silent annihilation. A terrifying explosion, blinding to the eye and mixed with grayish-white and purple-black light, suddenly erupts less than 100 meters above the Hokage building. The violent energy currents surge like an uncontrollable cosmic storm, instantly sweeping through a large part of Konoha. The protective barrier, tenuously maintained by the barrier squad, is shredded like paper. The top of the Hokage building is instantly reduced to powder under the shockwave of the explosion. The buildings below collapse with a crash as smoke and chaotic energy particles rise into the sky, obscuring the sunlight. Pooh! Boruto suddenly spews a mouthful of blood in the Holy Land, the blood mixed with tiny purple-black ice crystals. The glow of his cleansing eyes dims to the point of nearly extinguishing his body, going limp, collapsing onto the cold stone floor, his consciousness falling into deep darkness. The cost of forcibly disrupting the cosmic laws is so heavy that it nearly destroys him completely. Boruto! Tsunade exclaims in horror, rushing to save him. In Konoha, amidst the flames and ruins. Cough cough. Shikamaru struggles to rise from the rubble, half his body stained in blood. Ignoring his injuries, he stares intently at the center of the explosion. The smoke gradually dissipates. The massive spatial vortex in the sky still exists. The shadow of the starry-eyed heavens seems to squint, slightly revealing a hint of cold, as if observing experimental data. Surprise and inquiry. It seems to have taken an interest in that cleansing wave that can interfere with its attack. And that world-destroying beam? No, it has not completely disappeared. In the air at the center of the explosion, a viscous grayish-white substance about 10 meters in diameter continues to twist and roll. It no longer possesses the beam's invulnerable penetrating power, but resembles a mass of cosmic sludge, forcibly solidified and struggling, its interior flickering with purple-black lightning, representing the conflict of laws, Boruto's cleansing residue. The space around it presents a pathological wrinkling and sense of collapse. It hangs like a drop of deadly poison over the remains of Konoha. Although it does not immediately destroy everything, the ongoing peeling away and nothingness aura it emits acts like a chronic poison, continuously eroding the surrounding space and matter. The debris of nearby buildings visibly loses color, becomes fragile, and then silently transforms into fine gray dust that scatters away. Spatial pollution source. Shikamaru gazes at the terrifying grayish-white substance, instantly understanding its nature. This is more frightening than immediate destruction. It is like a spreading cancer that will slowly digest the entire Konoha along with the very space itself. Sealing team. Execute the highest level spatial isolation seal. Immediately. At all costs seal it. Shikamaru shouts, his voice hoarse from inhaling dust. The surviving sealing ninjas look at the mass of terrifying law-emitting grayish-white substance, their faces devoid of color. This has surpassed their understanding of sealing techniques. Deep within the Senju Holy Land, Boruto has fallen into a deep coma, his body cold, his breath weak. Tsunade is continuously injecting vast amounts of life chakra into him, engaging in a desperate tug-of-war against the dark purple ice-corroding energy that rampantly wreaks havoc within his meridians and flesh, attempting to freeze and assimilate him completely. The green light of the vine rings has dimmed to its utmost degree. Just then, buzz. Boruto's nearly extinguished cleansing eyes flicker weakly without warning. It is neither indigo nor pale gold, but an almost transparent cold white light. Immediately after, an extremely weak intermittent mental intent like a dying candle flame penetrates the barriers of space and forcefully squeezes into the depths of Boruto's chaotic and painful consciousness. Cold, darkness, corrosion, severed arm, crystal, pain, extraction, weakness, persistence, coordinates, fragments, space, anchor points. There are no complete phrases, only fragmented sensory shards. A bone-chilling sense of confinement. The intense pain of his right arm being forcibly torn apart and covered by some writhing crystal. The weakness and numbness of life force being forcibly drained. Moreover, a strong will to convey something. And several extremely vague, flickering fragments of spatial coordinates. Sasuke, uncle. In the midst of excruciating pain, Boruto's remaining consciousness catches this familiar mental wave. This feeling completely aligns with the scene seen during the flashback of the cleansing eyes. It's Uncle Sasuke. He is still alive. He is enduring immense suffering in some cold, dark place. He is attempting to convey information. Coordinates. Spatial anchor points. Is he referring to the location where he is imprisoned? Boruto tries to concentrate and capture those flickering coordinates, but the ice-corroding energy within him gnaws at his nerves like a venomous snake, the pain scattering his consciousness. That intermittent mental connection also becomes extremely unstable due to his weakness, at risk of interruption at any moment. Coordinates. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto's remaining intent sends a silent cry into the darkness. Night Owl Base Deep Control Room. The shrill alarm suddenly echoes throughout the space. Warning. Deep Confinement Unit 01 Uchiha Sasuke detected abnormal mental wave overflow. Warning. Wave intensity is weak but carries unknown interference properties. Warning. Internal monitoring footage of the unit has been affected by an unknown force field, experiencing brief distortions and noise. Suddenly Viper turned sharply from the holographic control panel, his pale face losing its usual calm for the first time, revealing surprise and cold rage. Mental waves. Interference. He instantly pulls up real-time monitoring of Sasuke's confinement. The footage indeed shows an extremely brief, nearly imperceptible snowflake distortion, which recovers instantly, but Viper keenly catches that hint of anomaly. What shocks him even more is that in the monitoring data, Sasuke's chakra and consciousness waves, which had been completely sealed by the black nails like stagnant water, show a faint and weak ripple as if struggling to survive. How is this possible? Viper's eyes gleam with cold light. The black nails are top-tier sealing runes specifically targeting the Rinnegan and mental power. Sasuke's will had already been suppressed to the lowest point. How could he possibly break through the seal to emit mental waves? Moreover, this wave can even interfere with the base's monitoring system. He immediately retrieves the wave analysis data, attempting to trace its source. However, the data stream, when pointing towards some distant direction, Konoha Holy Land, is completely disturbed by an extremely weak force field carrying strong purification and peeling away properties, swirling like a cow entering the sea, making it impossible to track. Purification. Peeling away. Viper muses over these two words, instantly recalling the strange power Boruto unleashed during his final explosion in the Holy Land. Cleansing eyes. It's you again. Uzumaki Boruto. His voice hisses like a snake filled with offended fury. He glances at the main screen at the grayish-white substance hanging over Konoha, like a tumor after being interfered with by Boruto's cleansing, then looks back at Sasuke's pale, unconscious face in the confinement unit. A cold, murderous thought takes shape in his mind. It seems that the cleanup of the recovered item needs to be letting your demise serve as the last fuel for the doorway's restart. He glances at the nearly transparent body in the adjacent confinement unit. The final step of utilizing waste should also be completed. He brings up a deep red encrypted command panel, his finger hovering over the button labeled Origin, peeling. Let your demise serve as the final fuel for the doorway's restart. Cold. Silent. Viscous darkness. Sasuke's consciousness drifted in the boundless abyss of pain. At the severed right shoulder, the writhing, eroding purple-black crystal coiled like a living viper. Each breath brought excruciating, bone-gnawing agony and a bone-deep chill that gnawed at his remaining vitality. The sealing black nails embedded in his spine and the back of his head exuded a sinister cold, pinning his chakra and consciousness deep within his shell, dragging him down into eternal darkness like heavy lead weights. But this time something was different. Just now a faint yet startlingly familiar wave of will like a meteor streaking through the darkness pierced through the thick seals and touched the dying flame of his spirit. Boruto. That brat. The wave carried the unique aura of the Jogen's purification and severance and a desperate soul-burning fury and protective determination. He sensed it. He received the fragment he had desperately transmitted. Hope like a flickering candle in the wind, faint but stubbornly ignited. But in an instant the flame of hope was extinguished by an even more piercing cold. Outside the containment unit the grating sound of machinery whirred. The thick energy barrier emitted a low hum as it slid open to both sides. Kia's pale bloodless figure like a vengeful wraith appeared silently outside the unit. Behind the cold lenses his serpentine eyes gazed upon Sasuke, trapped inside like a specimen, with utter detachment. Sasuke's Sharingan left eye struggled to open a slit. The crimson pupil trembled violently from agony and weakness, yet locked onto Kia. He sensed pure undisguised killing intent radiating from that man. Uchiha Sasuke. Kia's voice was flat like a lab report. Your value has been reassessed. The weight of instability factors has exceeded the remaining research value. Termination protocol initiated. He raised his right hand palm upward. A complex miniature runic array formed of purple-black energy materialized and rotated slowly. At its center a deep blood-red energy core emanated a soul-shattering aura of destruction. Annihilation directive cellular-level decomposition. Execute. At his icy words the blood-red core flared brilliantly. Hum. An indescribable terrifying suction, not on the body but directly on the most primal cellular energy and soul imprint that constituted Sasuke's existence. Sasuke felt every inch of his flesh, and every cell let out a silent scream torn and ripped away by that. His consciousness, like shattered glass, was about to dissipate completely. Arg. An involuntary agonized roar tore from the depths of Sasuke's throat as his body convulsed wildly within the energy thorns. The purple-black crystal at the stump writhed violently as if being forcibly stripped by the same force. The sealing black nails groaned under the immense energy impact, cracking into fine fissures. Death. True death, annihilation of body and soul, was imminent. The Senju's sacred ground. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto jolted awake from unconsciousness with a heart-rending howl. His heart felt as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand, agony surging through every limb. The horrific pain of being disintegrated and annihilated that Sasuke was enduring on the other end of the soul link stabbed through Boruto's consciousness like the sharpest ice spike. Boruto. Steady. Tsunade pressed both hands firmly on the violently convulsing Boruto, flooding him with vast life-affirming chakra to suppress the rampaging purple-black frost energy within him. The cracks on his skin deepened and wisps of purple-black crystalline mist billowed. But Boruto could care about nothing else. Uncle Sasuke's death throes seared his soul. The fragmented spatial coordinates from earlier under the extreme pain and the obsession to protect blazed like ignited stars in his Jogen's vision, becoming starkly clear. No longer vague perceptions, they transformed into 3 sets of flickering, interweaving coordinates that converged into a definitive spatial node, 3-dimensional coordinates. The coordinates. I see them. Kia, he's killing Uncle Sasuke. Boruto's eyes bulged, blood mixed with ice crystals streaming from the corners. Let me go. Granny Tsunade. Let me go. I have to save him. Boruto. Your condition. Tsunade's words were cut short. Hum. Boruto's Jogen, pushed by extreme agony, and the will to protect, erupted with unprecedented radiance. This time it was no longer indigo and pale gold, but an almost transparent icy soul-freezing, pale white. Pale white scara, at its center a crazily spinning gear-like pupil like absolute zero ice crystals. A pure, more domineering wave of Jogen erosion carrying the absolute will of severance and freeze exploded outward from him. This time the target was no longer an enemy but space itself. Open, now. Boruto roared, pouring all his will into the Jogen. Crackle. The space before him, like an ice sheet struck by a stone, instantly became covered with fine cobweb-like fissures radiating pale, cold air. At the center of the cracks, a highly unstable spatial aperture barely large enough for one person with pale ice crystals flowing at its edges was being forcibly torn open by the Jogen's power. Through the aperture the view was no longer the sacred ground. It showed cold metal walls, flickering instrument lights, and an overwhelmingly thick death aura mixed with Sasuke's chakra signature. Force spatial leap. Target the Yeshiao containment zone. The frost erosion energy within Boruto detonated like ignited gunpowder, rampaging back fiercely. The cracks on his skin expanded instantly. Purple-black ice crystals spread like vines across his body. Blood froze on contact. Boruto. Are you insane? Shikamaru cried out in horror, trying to stop him. But it was too late. Like a moth diving into flame, Boruto, just before his body was completely encased in ice, used the last of his strength to hurl himself into the pale aperture that exuded death. Boruto. Tsunade and Shikamaru's cries were swallowed by the closing fissure. The Yeshiao containment zone. The annihilating blood-red light was about to consume Sasuke completely. At that critical moment, thud! A figure wreathed in pale cold mist shot out from a suddenly tearing spatial aperture above, and beside Sasuke's containment unit, its edges flowing with ice crystals. It crashed heavily onto the cold metal floor. It was Boruto. He was covered in spreading purple-black ice crystals, his body stiff as an ice sculpture. Only his pale Jogan burned with reckless fury locked onto Kia, who was about to execute the annihilation. Stop! Boruto's hoarse roar echoed through the containment zone. Each word carried a soul-freezing. He could barely move, but his pale Jogan, like the most precise weapon, focused sharply on the blood-red annihilation core in Kia's palm. A pure extreme pale beam imbued with the absolute will of severance blasted from Boruto's eye. It traveled faster than thought. The target was not Kia but the annihilation core. Kia's pupils contracted for the first time. He sensed a lethal threat. The power level in this beam far exceeded his estimate. He tried to abort the annihilation program and dodge. But too late. Sizzle. No cataclysmic explosion, only a piercing teeth-gritting screech, as if laws were being forcibly stripped. The pale beam struck the blood-red annihilation core with pinpoint accuracy. That terrifying energy capable of disintegrating Sasuke completely in the face of this pure severance. Beam disintegrated and dissipated instantly like thin frost under the scorching sun. The intricate runic array forming the core shattered and annihilated like fragile glass. The annihilation protocol was forcibly interrupted. Pooh! Kia reeled as if struck body lurching. A strange numbness and freezing sensation spread from his palm. The backlash from the blood-red core's annihilation was mostly stripped by the pale beam, but the residual impact still churned his chi and blood, spilling a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze at Boruto was filled with shock and icy killing intent. Uzumaki. Boruto. Kia's voice was like a chill from the 9 netherworlds. How dare you? Uncle Sasuke. Boruto ignored Kia entirely. The pale Jogan's light dimmed instantly. The forced attack had drained his last strength. The ice crystals on his body spread wildly, almost freezing him solid. He struggled, using the last vestiges of strength, lunging toward the containment unit. Inside, Sasuke, spared from annihilation by the interruption, was at his weakest from the severe injuries and energy drain. He watched Boruto, covered in ice crystals like a broken doll, lunge toward him, his scarlet Sharingan trembling with disbelief and a profound anguish. Boruto, go. He wheezed, voice barely a breath. Don't even think about it. Kia was now utterly enraged. Boruto had not only destroyed his cleanup plan, but also displayed terrifying power that could threaten him. He would never allow these two to leave alive. Activate base maximum defense protocol. Target containment zones 0102. Execute command spatial lockdown. Energy overload. Complete purification. Kia bellowed into the communicator. Simultaneously, his hands moved in rapid seals as a far purer and colder purple-black power gathered in his palms. The entire containment zone was flooded with screeching red alarms. Heavy metal shutters slammed down. From walls, ceiling, and floor, countless hidden weapon ports opened cold muzzles, locking onto Boruto and Sasuke. Even more horrifying, the energy conduit of Containment Unit 02 Konoha flared with blinding red light. The extraction power spiked to maximum. A violent surge of spatial energy bearing Konohamaru's final life imprint was forcibly extracted like an uncontrolled torrent, flooding into the entire defense system of the containment zone. Konohamaru, sensei. Boruto felt that familiar fading wave, his heart wrenching, but he didn't even have the strength to turn his head. He reached Sasuke's containment unit, his pale Jogan fixed on the energy thorns and sealing black nails, trying to muster power again. It's over. Kia's voice was a death knell. The purple-black energy orb in his hand radiated destruction. Together with Uchiha Sasuke and that worthless Konohamaru become cosmic dust. Just as Kia's attack was about to launch. Inside Containment Unit 02, a sudden change occurred. Konohamaru's almost translucent body, at the moment his life force and spatial origin were being drained to the extreme, abruptly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer kind or steady, but filled with endless agony, fury, and a desperate madness. His fading consciousness caught Boruto's arrival, Sasuke's peril, and Kia's murderous intent. Boruto. Sasuke-san. A faint but distinct mental whisper like a final sigh reached Boruto and Sasuke's awareness. The next moment, Konohamaru's body erupted with the final, most dazzling light. It was not the light of chakra, but the light of his life origin and spatial talent being fully ignited and detonated, the light of self-destruction. Don't even think about it. Konohamaru's fading will cried out silently. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying explosion erupted from inside Containment Unit 02. It was not a physical shockwave, but a pure spatial storm. The spatial origin energy forcibly extracted and then ignited by Konohamaru using his life as a catalyst like an unleashed cosmic dragon instantly tore through the containment unit and rampaged across the entire zone. The primary victims were Kia and his forming attack. What? The shock on Kia's face. He hastily pushed the purple-black energy orb he had been gathering toward the incoming spatial storm. SSSS. Like a hot knife through butter. The spatial storm detonated by Konohamaru and mixed with his life imprint carried a desperate will to die together, instantly tearing through and annihilating Kia's hasty counterattack. The raging spatial turbulence slammed into Kia. Ugh. Kia let out a shrill scream as if sliced by countless spatial blades, blood spurting. His white robe shattered, instantly revealing the metallic gleam of his modified body, now covered in terrifying cracks. He was flung like a torn rag, crashing heavily into the closing metal shutter with a dull thud. The containment zone's defense systems and weapon ports, battered by the indiscriminate spatial storm, were ruined. Sparks flew from circuits, metal twisted and deformed. The energy thorns and sealing black nails of Containment Unit 01 flickered and wavered from the spatial turbulence. Now, Sasuke's Sharingan flared with its last radiance. Seizing the moment when the sealing black nails were loosened and energy thorns disrupted by the spatial storm, his remaining chakra desperately assaulted the seals. Boruto was also thrown by the sudden explosion. Most of the ice crystals on him shattered. The pain nearly knocked him unconscious. But he saw the chance. He saw the desperate struggle in Uncle Sasuke's eyes. He saw the only path to survival bought by Konohamaru Sensei's life. He struggled to rise his pale Jogan, focusing again on Sasuke's containment unit, targeting the violently flickering sealing black nails. Break, now! Boruto drained the last of his spiritual energy. A pale beam weaker than before but more condensed shot from his eyes. At the same time, Sasuke unleashed his final will. Open. Combine forces from within and without. Thud. 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 The three sealing black nails deeply embedded in Sasuke's spine, and the back of his head under the dual effect of the Jogan's severance beam and Sasuke's internal assault were finally forced out. The energy thorns of the containment unit dispersed instantly. Go! Sasuke with the last of his strength grabbed Boruto's wrist with his remaining left hand as Boruto lunged to the unit's edge. The Sharingan spun wildly. Remnant Dojutsu mixed with faint spatial perception locked onto a vague direction, the weak point where Boruto had torn space earlier. Ameno de Jikara. Sasuke roared. Space swapped instantly. Boruto and Sasuke vanished from their spots. The next moment they appeared near a spatial fold in the corner of the containment zone, made extremely unstable by the spatial storm. Behind them the spatial storm raged out of control and Kia roared in severe injury. Stop them. Kia coughed blood, his face contorted with fury. The base defense system was crippled, but guards were arriving. But it was too late. Sasuke's left hand gripped Boruto tightly. In his single eye a life-burning resolve flared as he activated another swap. Target the spatial fissure Boruto had torn earlier, which was rapidly closing, its edges flowing with pale ice crystals. You won't escape. Kia, ignoring his severe injuries, forcibly condensed a purple-black energy blade, slashing through the spatial storm toward the two. Slash. The energy blade grazed Sasuke's back, drawing a spray of blood and shattered ice crystals residue from Boruto, but it failed to stop their final leap. Like stones thrown into water, Boruto and Sasuke vanished into the pale spatial fissure. After swallowing them, the fissure, as if exhausted, closed silently and disappeared. Only the apocalyptic scene of the containment zone remained. The raging spatial storm gradually subsided. The severely injured Kia leaned against the twisted shutter, panting heavily, his pale face filled with unprecedented fury and humiliation. He stared at the spot where Containment Unit 02 had been reduced to nothing, where only a few wisps of dissipating energy dust remained. Konohamaru. Boruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Kia's voice was a wounded beast's growl. Excellent. All of you, excellent. He raised his hand with difficulty, wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze turning deep and insane. The game isn't over yet. The reawakening of the door will use your blood as the final sacrifice. He looked toward the main control room. There on the main screen, the progress bar representing the shadow remains repair progress after absorbing the spatial origin energy detonated by Konohamaru was skyrocketing at an unprecedented speed. Cold. Hard. The stench of blood mingled with the earthy odor of moss assaulted his nostrils. Sasuke's consciousness was dragged back by the searing pain tearing through his back and the almost dislocating pull on his left arm. He coughed violently, his throat filled with the taste of rust. Before him was the familiar rough stone dome of the Shikatsu forest, but the light was dimmer than before. He had lost consciousness, and the air hummed with a disquieting low drone as if the entire cavern were groaning in agony. He found himself half-kneeling, his remaining left hand gripping a cold, stiff body. It was Boruto. The boy was curled up like a stone just fished out of an icy river. Purplish-black ice crystals covered most of his body like vicious vines, and the dark purple patterns beneath his skin pulsed eerily under the ice, each pulse causing a faint crack as the crystals split and refroze. Boruto's face was buried in shadow, only a smear of dark purple frozen blood at the corner of his mouth. His breathing was so faint it was almost imperceptible, and the life-sustaining bind bracelet around his arm glowed as weakly as a candle in the wind. Boruto. Sasuke's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. He tried to move, and the spot where the Viper's energy blade had grazed his back immediately flared with burning pain, reminding him of the reality of blood loss and chakra exhaustion. The residual purplish-black crystals on his severed arm also throbbed with a dull ache like cold insects gnawing at his marrow. He gritted his teeth and, using his knee and left hand for support, tried to drag Boruto off the cold floor. "Don't move him." Tsunade's authoritative, urgent voice rang out. She was already crouched beside Boruto, her hands enveloped in a dense golden chakra glow, carefully pressing on the area of his chest, not yet fully covered by ice crystals. Her face was terrifyingly grave, her brow furrowed into a tight knot. The ice erosion inside him is violently clashing with the Holy Land's energy. Forced movement will accelerate the corrosion. Shikamaru's figure also emerged from the shadows. He was pale, clearly having sustained internal injuries from the spatial tears and energy backlash at the periphery of the Holy Land. He quickly assessed Sasuke's injuries, his gaze lingering for a moment on the purplish-black crystals at the severed arm, his eyes sharp as a blade. "Sasuke, hold on." He spoke concisely, swiftly retrieving emergency bandages and a potent hemostatic agent from his ninja tool pouch to treat the deep bone-exposing wound on Sasuke's back. Sasuke grunted, cold sweat instantly soaking his tattered clothes. He allowed Shikamaru to treat the wound, but his gaze was locked onto Boruto. He could feel the cold, violent power within the boy, locked in a desperate struggle against the life-giving chakra Tsunade was pouring in, and the heavy natural energy prevalent throughout the Holy Land. With each collision of forces, Boruto's body twitched slightly, and the ice crystals spread a little further. "Tsunade. Grandma, he." Sasuke's voice carried a tremor he himself did not recognize. He had seen Boruto injured countless times, but never before had he felt the life force of this always energetic boy fading away irreversibly. "Shut up. Focus on resisting the erosion inside you." Tsunade snapped sharply, but the beads of sweat on her forehead betrayed her inner anxiety. Her chakra surged like a tidal wave against the ice erosion barrier within Boruto, but with little effect. The purplish-black energy was exceptionally stubborn, even possessing an assimilation property that turned around to corrode her own chakra. "Shikamaru. Prepare the auxiliary runes for the evil sealing method. Use the Holy Land's original energy as a guide. We have no choice but to gamble." Shikamaru moved quickly, using his own blood and Sasuke's wound blood to inscribe complex ancient runes on the rock floor around Boruto. The rune lines glowed with a faint red light and began greedily absorbing the heavy natural energy in the Holy Land's air. Just then, a cough. A broken groan escaped Boruto's throat. A thin crack split the ice covering his eyelids, and his pale Jogan opened a slit extremely faintly. His vision was a blur of chaotic colors and wild energy currents. Uncle Sasuke's blood-stained face. Grandma Tsunade's furrowed brows. The bloody runes Shikamaru was frantically etching. And then. Vessel. Freeze. Destination. Gateway. Hunger. Nourishment. Those cold, inhuman whispers like a bone-dwelling worm sounded again in his chaotic consciousness with a spine-chilling satisfaction. At the same time, a deeper throbbing originating from his very soul violently surged, not pain but a cold resonance. As if in an extremely distant place, something of the same origin as him was greedily sucking in power, emitting the fetal movement of satisfaction. Shadow. Remnant. Boruto's lips moved soundlessly, his pale pupils suddenly contracting. Konoha, a scene of hell. The once bustling streets were now shrouded in a dead gray-white stillness. The spatial contamination source suspended midair, that lump of constantly twisting, writhing gray-white sludge, was like a drop of ink in clear water, slowly, but unstoppably expanding its lethal domain. At the edge, the eaves of a residential house silently lost their color, the bricks and stones becoming like weathered plaster shedding gray powder. A bird that had not flown away in time was swept by the spreading gray-white edge. Without even a cry, it froze into a struggling gray-white statue, instantly disintegrating into dust the next moment. Invisible panic spread faster than poison gas. The temporary shelter was packed with terrified villagers, a suppressed sobbing and heavy breathing were the only sounds. Children clung tightly to their parents, their eyes hollow. The air was thick with despair. Next to the ruins of the Hokage building, a makeshift command tent. 4th District. Lost. The spread rate of the contamination source is accelerating. The communications ninja's voice was hoarse, on the verge of tears. dozens of civilians near the edge. They just turned to dust. Dead silence fell within the tent. Kakashi sat slumped in a corner, his left eye bound in blood-stained bandages, his exposed right eye bloodshot, the pain from overusing his Sharingan still tormenting him. Might Guy lay on a simple stretcher covered in bandages from head to toe, his green vapor long gone, only heavy breathing remaining. Jiraiya's brow was deeply furrowed, the cigarette between his fingers long extinguished. Shikamaru's shadow clone, its mental link sharing part of the original's perception, stood before the central map, his face paler than paper. He bore the strain of his original body in the Holy Land while dealing with the mess before him. Contract. Continue contracting the defensive perimeter. Shikamaru's voice was as cold as ice, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. Abandon the 4th District, the 5th District. All forces concentrate on protecting the hospital and the largest third shelter. What about the sealing unit? What exactly is that thing? Sir, impossible. A sealing unit, Jonin, his face covered in soot, burst in his voice filled with despair. Our sealing techniques, once they approach the core range of that gray-white substance, they get consumed. Even chakra gets stripped. We simply cannot establish an effective isolation barrier. It seems to absorb our sealing energy, to strengthen itself. Absorb sealing energy. Everyone's heart in the tent sank to the bottom. This was even more horrifying than anticipated. Shikamaru. Shizen pushed aside the tent flap, her face deathly pale. The hospital. Several critically injured patients near the contamination source. Their wounds are starting to show gray-white crystallization. Their vital signs are failing rapidly, adding insult to injury. Damn it. Jiraiya slammed his fist against a nearby support. Is there really nothing we can do? What the hell is that thing? Just then, an invisible cold wave carrying the will of an absolute sovereign radiated again from deep within the massive spatial vortex in the sky. The phantom eye of the firmament, composed of rotating galaxies, seemed to shift slightly. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, a far thinner, but denser gray-white beam like death's probe silently descended from the vortex. Its target, not Konoha's core, but the ruins of the 4th District being slowly eroded by the contamination source, piercing precisely into the center of the gray-white contamination source. No explosion, no shockwave. The spreading gray-white sludge, the moment it was struck by the beam, contracted and condensed inward as if infused with life. Its volume shrank drastically, but its color deepened, becoming more viscous. The aura of stripping and nothingness it emitted abruptly intensified several times. Even more terrifying, the speed of its spread increased visibly. The edges extended like living tentacles, greedily reaching towards more distant buildings. It's feeding it. Kakashi exclaimed, his remaining right eye contracting sharply. Not just feeding. Shikamaru's projection voice was dry, carrying a chilling disbelief. It's calibrating. It's using Konoha's land and lives to test and optimize this spatial contamination weapon, preparing for the next larger attack. Despair like icy water completely flooded the temporary command post. Not only could they not resist, but they had become lab rats in the enemy's experimental field. Night Fang Base Core Laboratory. The acrid stench of burnt matter and the ozone smell of energy overload filled the air. The main control room was in disarray, with some instruments still smoking. Viper leaned back in a barely intact control chair. His once pristine white robe was tattered, revealing the exquisite prosthetic structure beneath, gleaming with metallic cold light. The prosthetic's joints were covered in fine cracks, and a clear dent, a fist mark, was visible on his chest, the scar left by the spatial storm Udon had triggered. His pale face was bloodless, with traces of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, but his snake-like eyes burned with a maniacal, almost insane fervor. On the massive main screen before him, the progress bar representing the repair and activation of Shadow Remnant was skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate from 85, 96, 97, 98. In the center of the screen, within the cylindrical culture tank, the emerald green solution churned and bubbled like boiling water. Suspended within it, the Shadow Remnant, the perfect clone of Uzumaki Boruto, its tightly shut eyes snapped open the instant the progress bar broke 99. The black hole rune in the right eye was as deep as a cosmic singularity, slowly rotating, devouring all light around it. The pale data stream in the left eye, like a surging Milky Way, flickered madly, conducting its final self-check and initialization. A cold pressure far more refined, more restrained, yet even more soul-shivering than when it had descended upon Konoha, spread from the culture tank like an ancient sleeping beast slowly awakening. The laboratory floor trembled slightly. Viper ignored his Bodis pain, struggled to sit up straight, and input a series of complex commands on the cracked control panel. Energy core stable. Spatial anchoring module online. Gateway stability 99. 8. 99. 9. Viper's voice trembled with a morbid ecstasy, a mix of elation and ultimate craving. Initiate final activation procedure. Inject key resonance catalyst, he ordered hoarsely. At the base of the culture tank a thick conduit blazed with dazzling red light. Inside the conduit a viscous golden liquid, warm as sunlight yet carrying a violent aura, the purified essence of Ninetales chakra and Sage chakra forcibly extracted from Naruto, was injected under high pressure into the seething solution. The entire culture tank erupted in a deafening resonance. The solution instantly turned into a boiling golden mess. The shadow remnant's body trembled violently within the golden light. The black hole vortex in his right eye spun at an accelerated rate as if wanting to devour this golden torrent entirely. The data stream in his left eye burst forth with the brilliance of the sun. Naruto. Father's power. Deep within the Holy Land the unconscious Boruto's body convulsed fiercely. Even under the deep ice erosion and Tsunade's suppression a gut-wrenching pain and rage stemming from the depths of his bloodline seared his soul like a red-hot iron. His father's power was being defiled. Infused into that impostor's body. Ugh, hhh. Boruto let out an agonized roar in his unconscious state. The purplish-black ice crystals covering his body under the violent emotional impact emitted a dense cracking sound. His pale Jogan snapped open wide, a spark of molten gold fury blazing in the depths of his pupils. Boruto. Suppress it. Tsunade cried out in alarm. She felt the ice erosion energy within Boruto, and this newly erupted wrathful will forming a terrifying vortex of conflict threatening to tear the boy's body apart. 100. Activation complete. Viper's ecstatic voice echoed in the laboratory. The progress bar on the screen instantly filled. The reinforced glass cover of the culture tank silently slid open to both sides. The boiling golden solution flowed rapidly, like an ebbing tide into the base recovery tank. Shadow Remnant, or rather the incarnation of the gateway, its bare feet stepped lightly onto the cold metal floor. There was no earth-shattering eruption of power, only a suffocating absolute stillness. He lowered his head, slightly examining his flawless hands, the black hole in the right eye and the data stream in the left eye flickering calmly. An invisible force field spread out from him, instantly freezing all floating dust in the laboratory, and the distorted light around him smoothed itself out. He slowly raised his head, and those inhuman eyes pierced through the base's numerous barriers to precisely look towards a certain direction, the location of the Shikatsu forest. A minuscule ice gold, utterly inhuman arc lifted the corner of his mouth. Key. Holy Land. Land of Termination. A cold, emotionless, electronic synthesized voice sounded directly in Viper's mind, carrying a matter of... Viper struggled to stand from his control chair, ignoring the pain in his body, and bowed deeply fervently to the perfect creation. Welcome, Lord of the Gateway. Your will is our direction. Shikatsu Forest. Boruto's agonized roar from the depths of his soul still echoed within the cave. The ice crystals on his body had shattered in large patches, revealing his skin beneath covered in purplish-black cracks like porcelain about to break. Within his pale Jogan molten gold fury and piercing cold intertwined madly, his body convulsing violently under Tsunade's restraint. Sasuke forced himself to press his left hand on Boruto's cold trembling shoulder, his crimson Sharingan locked onto the chaotic light in the boy's eyes. Boruto. Look at me. Suppress it. Don't let anger consume you, he growled, trying to use his own will as an anchor for the boy. The evil sealing method rune Shikamaru had inscribed after absorbing the colossal natural energy of the Holy Land erupted with dazzling red light like burning chains coiling towards Boruto. Just as the red light of the ceiling was about to touch Boruto's body, boom. The entire Holy Land cave, as if struck by an invisible galaxy-spanning giant hammer, shuddered violently. A spatial shockwave 10 times more intense than the Shadow Remnant's descent swept through without warning. The huge rocks on the dome groaned painfully and crashed down. The ground undulated like waves. The sealing rune Shikamaru had inscribed instantly dispersed its light from the shock. Tsunade and Sasuke were sent flying by the immense force. The ice crystals on Boruto shattered completely in the tremor. He coughed up a mouthful of dark purple blood, mixed with ice shards, his body hurled into the air. In his tumbling, chaotic vision through the gaps among the falling boulders, his Jogan burning with molten gold and ice, clearly saw the thick spatial barrier at the entrance of the Holy Land shattered like fragile glass inch by inch. A spatial passage unimaginably vast, its edges flowing with a purplish golden glow, was forcibly pried open. The other end of the passage was not the cold void of space, but a bizarre chaotic backdrop of constantly twisting and shifting superimposed images of countless broken worlds. A figure was stepping out of that chaotic backdrop. Pure white robe, spotless, unmoving amidst the chaotic spatial storm. Beneath the black tousled hair was that perfect, flawless face identical to Boruto's. The black hole in the right eye was so deep it seemed capable of swallowing all the light of the Holy Land. The data stream in the left eye was as calm as a frozen Milky Way. Shadow Remnant, or rather the fully activated incarnation of the Gateway, descended upon the Holy Land. He did not look at the sent-flying Tsunade and Sasuke nor at the collapsing cave. Those inhuman eyes pierced through the chaotic smoke and rubble to precisely firmly lock onto the falling Boruto. A voice devoid of emotion yet carrying the will of absolute dominion sounded directly in the deepest consciousness of every living being in the Holy Land like a cold cosmic law delivering a verdict key retrieve. The Holy Land cries out in mourning. The shockwave of the shadowy figure's arrival tore a gaping fissure in the solid rock dome of the Thousand Hands Holy Land akin to the roar of a cosmic storm. A boulder the size of a grinding wheel crashed down amidst swirling dust accompanied by a painful groan from deep within the Earth's veins. The pure natural energy settled for millennia was violently stirred akin to a stagnant pool disturbed by a massive stone. Boruto was flung like a puppet with severed strings, his back slamming against a protruding rock wall. The excruciating pain made his vision blacken and a metallic taste filled his throat. The purple-black ice crystals covering his body shattered completely under the impact, revealing skin marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Deep within the cracks, dark purple energy pulsed like toxic blood. His pale, clear eyes struggled to focus amidst the dust where molten rage and bone-chilling cold fought madly within his pupils. Each heartbeat tugged at the agony, threatening to tear his body apart. As the dust settled slightly, a pure white figure stood clearly at the shattered entrance. The shadowy figure was flawless, untainted. The black vortex of its right eye slowly spun, devouring the light of the Holy Land and casting a suffocating shadow. The data river in its left eye flowed calmly, instantly scanning and analyzing the entire collapsed and chaotic cave. Its gaze pierced through the rubble and dust like a precise laser, locking firmly onto the struggling Boruto. Resistance is futile. Recovery initiated. A frigid electronic voice resonated directly in Boruto's consciousness, devoid of any emotion, carrying only an undeniable decree. The shadowy figure made no unnecessary movements, simply raising its right hand with fingers slightly spread. A hum resounded as an invisible, terrifying suction force, far beyond the capabilities of a viper's fangs, suddenly descended. This time the target was not only Boruto's body or soul, but the restless source of the wedge power. Boruto felt as if his right eye was about to be forcibly excavated, as the dark purple veins pulsating beneath his skin twisted and screamed wildly, being yanked outward by an irresistible force. The green light of the vine bracelet covering his wounds extinguished in an instant, breaking apart inch by inch. Boruto let out a beast-like wail, his body uncontrollably dragged forward by the suction, his torn skin leaving a glaring trail of blood on the ground. Not on my watch. A thunderous shout erupted like a lightning strike. Tsunade's figure, resembling a golden meteor, crashed into the shadowy figure from the side. Her powerful fist gathered all her rage and chakra, compressing the air to its limits, producing a piercing explosion. This punch was capable of collapsing mountains. The data left eye of the shadowy figure flickered slightly. It did not even turn back. The raised right hand remained poised, with only the wrist subtly shifting. Boom! Tsunade's earth-shattering punch struck an invisible yet indestructible wall of size. The violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, shattering nearby boulders into dust. Tsunade let out a muffled grunt, her golden chakra shield flickering violently. She was sent flying backward like a bird struck by a high-speed train, crashing into a distant rock wall, debris flying, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru's eyes widened in horror, but as soon as his shadow binding technique extended, it was easily distorted and crushed by the invisible force surrounding the shadowy figure. The backlash made his throat taste sweet, causing him to stagger backward. Boruto. Another figure appeared, faster and more resolute. It was Sasuke. His remaining left eye, the three-demo Sharingan, spun wildly, instantly transforming into a bizarre kaleidoscope pattern, heavenly hand power. Space was instantly replaced. Sasuke's figure appeared before Boruto, enveloped by the terrifying suction force. His only remaining left hand form seals at lightning speed, gathering a highly compressed, screeching purple-black thunderstorm in his palm, Chidori. But the target was not the shadowy figure, it was aimed directly at the rock beneath his feet. Lightning released Chidori's stream ground walk. With a piercing screech of Chidori, the violent lightning serpents surged across the rocky ground, instantly laying a jumping thunderstorm net in front of Boruto. This was not meant to attack the shadowy figure, but to utilize the powerful interference field of Chidori's stream, attempting to momentarily and weakly disrupt the precise suction force targeting Boruto's wedge power. ZZZ. The purple-black lightning serpents collided with the invisible suction field, erupting sparks of blinding electricity. Indeed, the suction force showed a slight, barely perceptible delay. In that instant, a resolute light flashed in Sasuke's eyes. He suddenly turned, using all his strength to shove the heavily injured and weakened Boruto backward. Run! At the same time, his spinning kaleidoscope Sharingan locked fiercely onto the shadowy figure's inhuman eyes. The ocular power surged like burning flames, pouring in madly. Izanami. Activate! Sasuke's voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a sacrificial solemnity. Buzz. An invisible horrific ocular energy wave involving causality and will instantly envelop the shadowy figure. The data left eye of the shadowy figure, which had remained calm, suddenly experienced a violent data turbulence for the first time. The spinning speed of the black vortex in its right eye came to a sudden halt. On that flawless face there seemed to be a faint twitch. Izanami, a technique that costs the practitioner one eye to permanently blind, forcibly drags the opponent into an infinite cycle until they acknowledge a certain reality was invading its precisely functioning will core. For the first time the shadowy figure showed a clear pause in its movements. The terrifying suction force enveloping Boruto instantly dissipated. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto fell to the ground, watching Sasuke standing protectively in front of him, gazing at his left eye, which was rapidly losing its luster and turning gray, his heart feeling as if it were being torn apart. Hurry! Run! Sasuke's body swayed slightly, his voice weak yet incredibly firm. Activating Izanami against such a being consumed far more than he had imagined, the backlash crashing against his spirit like a tidal wave. Yet he stood his ground like a reef, buying Boruto every second. Shikamaru seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, disregarding his internal injuries, his hands turning into fleeting shadows. Shadow mimicry technique 100 chain bind. Countless pitch-black shadow chains shot out like venomous snakes from the surrounding shadows, madly wrapping around the temporarily trapped shadowy figure. Not seeking to harm, but to bind for just a moment. Tsunade also struggled to stand up from the rubble, blood at her lips, her gaze sharper than ever. She clasped her hands together, mixing her vast life chakra with the natural energy of the Holy Land, condensing a rune radiating a rich green light in her palm. Sage Art Creation Rebirth Seal. The green rune shot towards Boruto like a meteor, attempting to forcibly suppress the raging ice erosion and wedge power within him, striving to regain his capacity for action. Deep within the Holy Land, Boruto's battered body was enveloped by Tsunade's life rune, a warm yet powerful force attempting to calm the chaotic storm within him. Sasuke's silhouette trembled slightly under the backlash of Izanami, his left eye completely dull. Shikamaru's shadow chains broke apart inch by inch like moths to a flame against the invisible force surrounding the shadowy figure. Though the black vortex in the shadowy figure's right eye rotated sluggishly, the data river in its left eye erupted with unprecedented brilliance. Countless cold data streams surged like a flood, breaking through a dam, madly washing away and analyzing the cyclical illusion constructed by Izanami. The time imprisoning it was rapidly shortening at a terrifying speed. Coordinates. Locked. The shadowy figure's cold electronic voice intermittently echoed amidst the chaotic energy field laced with offended wrath. It forcibly adjusted its power, and the black vortex in its right eye began to spin faster again, the target still being. Boruto struggled to rise, but his body felt as though it were filled with lead. The excruciating pain of ice erosion and the agitation of the wedge power under the suppression of the life rune did not subside, but instead clashed more violently like a cornered beast. He felt as if his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting. At that critical moment, buzz. A faint yet incredibly warm and familiar wave, like a call transcending endless seas of stars, unexpectedly pierced through the chaotic energy field of the Holy Land, gently and firmly touching the collapsing core of Boruto's consciousness. That feeling was like sinking into a hot spring after extreme exhaustion, like a bonfire ignited in the depths of a winter night. It carried the scent of sunshine, the clumsiness, yet unwavering care, and a fervent will that would never give up. Boruto. A vague voice, as if coming through a thick curtain of water, resonated deep within his soul. It was Dad. Boruto's entire body trembled. His pale, clear eyes widened suddenly. Immediately after, a pure, warm torrent of golden chakra akin to the rising sun, neither tangible energy nor mere spiritual imprint, but a pure resonance of the essence, broke through the barriers of space, ignoring the shield of the Holy Land, and surged violently into Boruto's parched and dying sea of consciousness. This power, infused with the unique warmth and inclusiveness of Uzumaki Naruto, was the wild roar of Kurama. It was the natural pulse of sage arts. It was the unquenchable flame of the ninja way. Don't give up. You're trailing behind. The voice of Uzumaki Naruto, filled with his characteristic roughness and laughter, roared like thunder deep within Boruto's soul. Warmth. It was like sinking into a thawing spring stream or being wrapped in winter sunlight. A majestic blazing golden torrent with the scent of sunlight and green grass shattered the ice-corroded ramparts in Boruto's consciousness, without resistance, surging into his nearly exhausted sea of soul. It was not an infusion of chakra, but a resonance of will. A bond engraved in the depths of bloodline. Don't give up, you loser. His father's voice. Gruff, tinged with a hint of foolishness, yet it shattered the despairing ice within Boruto's soul like a thunderclap. Countless images flashed within the golden torrent his father's broad back as they fought side by side at the Valley of the End. His father's resolute step forward to shield him when Momoshiki possessed him. The warmth of his father's hand holding his tightly even while unconscious beside the sickbed, and that phrase echoing in his ears countless times, "I believe in you, Boruto." F.A. father. Boruto's shattered consciousness let out a silent cry. The purple-black ice crystals covering his body emitted dense cracking sounds under the erosion of the golden will. The raging dark purple markings beneath his skin writhed and recoiled in agony, like venomous snakes exposed to direct sunlight. In his pale jugun, the molten gold fury instantly overwhelmed the biting cold, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. The indigo base ignited like a deep night sky. The pale golden gear-shaped pupils spun wildly, and a thin flickering layer of golden flames ignited at their edges. A brand new indomitable will imprinted with his father's mark erupted like a volcano within Boruto's heart. He was no longer merely a vessel passively enduring the erosion of frost rot and the karma's tearing. He would take control. Get back! Boruto forced a hoarse roar from his throat, not directed at the shadow remains, but at the rampaging power within himself. He took the blazing will transmitted by his father, and like the most solid dam built it firmly at the source of the karma mark in his right eye. At the same time, the power of the Jugen was no longer used for attack or defense. Instead, like the most precise probe, it forcibly pierced into the chaotic energy storm within his body to feel, to understand, to guide the cold and brutal karma force. A miracle occurred. Supported by his father's will and the forced insight of the Jugen, the torrent of karma power that had been rampaging like a black storm showed a trace of the slightest taming. It was like a galloping wild horse being fitted with an invisible rein. Though still wild, its direction seemed to have a moment of blurred controllability. A faint yet real surge of power rose from Boruto's dried-up dantian and flowed through his body. He jerked his head up, his jugun burning with golden flames piercing through the chaotic smoke and energy turbulence, locking firmly onto the target ahead. The black hole vortex in the shadow remains right eye struggled to accelerate within the cycle illusion of Izanami, while the data galaxy in his left eye burst with blinding white light, frantically eroding the illusion's logical barriers. The shadow chains binding his body snapped inch by inch. Sasuke's body shook violently, his remaining right eye Mangekyo wept tears of blood from overexertion, and the left eye that had activated Izanami was completely gray and blind with violent backlash piercing his brain like countless steel needles. But he clenched his jaw, sustaining the genjutsu with the last shred of his will. For Boruto, for that sliver of hope. Sasuke. Tsunade forcibly suppressed her injury's golden chakra, enveloping her fists, once more like burning meteors, hammering again at the shadow remains. Aiming at his data left eye, which was analyzing the illusion. Shikamaru, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, weaved hand signs so fast that only after images remained. Shadow sewing technique, black death bloom. Countless more condensed shadow spikes like black thorns crazily stabbed up from the shadows of the crumbling ground, still aiming to disrupt the shadow remains actions. Facing Tsunade and Shikamaru's desperate pincer attack, the always calm data left eye of the shadow remains finally flashed with a trace of icy anger. Maintaining the lock on the karma power with his right eye, he abruptly condensed the data stream in his left eye. An invisible, highly condensed spatial slashing field like the sharpest razor instantly swept out, centered on target Tsunade and Shikamaru. Watch out. Shikamaru's pupils contracted. He instantly judged this attack could not be withstood. He interrupted his jutsu and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style mud wall. A thick rock wall instantly rose to shield them. Crack. The mud wall, capable of blocking an erranked jutsu, was silently sliced through like tofu. The spatial slashing field did not lose its momentum. Tsunade's golden chakra armor burst like a soap bubble, her left shoulder, sliced by an invisible blade, blood spraying instantly. Though Shikamaru retreated in time, a gash deep enough to see bone was cut on the outside of his right arm. Both were sent flying again. The shadow remains attention instantly returned to breaking free from Izanami. The light in his data left eye became almost material. The illusion cycle trapping him like a shattered mirror had cracks spreading rapidly. Sasuke suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body could no longer support itself, and he fell to one knee. The cost of maintaining Izanami nearly drained his soul. An excruciating tearing pain came from his blind left eye, and the field of vision from his remaining right eye also began to blur. The spatial slashing field around the shadow remains rippled slightly, and the black hole vortex in his right eye began to accelerate again. Target, the tottering Boruto. Boruto. Sasuke screamed hoarsely, powerless to stop it. In the nick of time. Uncle Sasuke. Duck. A hoarse yet extremely determined voice sounded. It was Boruto. Somehow he had already struggled to his feet. His body was still covered in cracks, the purple-black of the frost rot, and the dark purple of the karma power fiercely clashing beneath his skin, but his back was straight. Those jugen blazing with golden flames erupted with unprecedented sharp light. His hands were held in a virtual clasp before his chest in a posture that was extremely awkward yet imbued with a mysterious rhythm. No hand signs. No violent chakra fluctuations. Only in the vision of his jugen could he see, the raw natural energy ubiquitous and rampantly chaotic in the sacred ground's air was being drawn like by an invisible vortex frantically surging into his clasped palms. At the same time the small stream of karma power inside him briefly restrained by his father's will and forcibly guided by the jugen was being carefully and painstakingly injected like black ink into the center of the natural energy vortex in his palm. Golden-green natural energy and purple-black karma power, two terrifying forces diametrically opposed like fire and water, were forcibly blended and compressed within the space of his palm. A devastating, extremely unstable energy wave abruptly expanded centered on Boruto. The crumbling rocks around him were silently reduced to powder under this wave. What is that? Shikamaru covered his bleeding right arm, his eyes full of horror. Sage art. No, mixed with karma. Tsunade, supporting her injured shoulder, stared incredulously at the energy sphere in Boruto's palm that was constantly twisting and flashing with dangerous light. Dangerous. Boruto. Stop now. Sasuke, with his only remaining eye, caught the violent conflict inside that energy sphere and shouted. I can't stop. Boruto gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but his face wore a near-insane focus and determination. He could feel the energy sphere in his palm like a soon-to-explode star challenging the limits of his will and jugen control every second. But he had to complete it. His jugen burning with golden flames locked onto the shadow remains who was struggling free from the Izanami illusion, the black hole vortex accelerating once more with deadly precision. Shadow remains. Taste this. Boruto roared, using every ounce of strength, and hurled the extremely unstable energy sphere, a mad interweaving of gold-green and purple-black, with all his might. Incomplete purging Rasengan. The moment the sphere left his hand, its form abruptly changed. It did not spin but transformed into a twisting beam of energy that constantly tore and reshaped space itself. Where the beam passed, the space of the sacred ground cracked like fragile glass, leaving behind pitch-black rents, exuding an aura of annihilation. The golden-green natural energy and the purple-black karma power were like two writhing, biting dragons carrying all of Boruto's will, his father's conviction, and a towering rage at the shadow remains roaring toward the target. The data left eye of the shadow remains instantly flared with a blinding red light. An unprecedented sense of crisis forced him to interrupt his analysis of Izanami. The black hole vortex in his right eye spun to its limit, and a pure torrent of devouring, decomposing purple-black energy surged out, meeting the twisting beam. An indescribable explosion. No radiance from the blast. Only pure annihilation and collision at the level of laws. The gold-green and purple-black entangled beam collided head-on with the devouring torrent released by the shadow remains. The two forces, both bearing the trait of spatial tearing, fiercely corroded, annihilated, and tore at each other at the point of contact. A massive spatial black hole, its edges constantly crumbling and its interior filled with a chaotic storm, was abruptly born at the collision center. A terrifying suction force instantly swept through the entire sacred cave. Countless rubble and dust were forcibly sucked in and instantly turned to nothing. Ugh. For the first time the shadow remains body showed a distinct tremor. The devouring torrent he had released was actually being firmly resisted by that bizarre beam mixed with natural energy and karma, and even showed faint signs of being reversely corroded. Upon his flawless face for the first time there appeared an extremely subtle hesitation, like a precision instrument encountering an unknown variable. The chance. Sasuke, enduring the soul-tearing agony and the darkness of blindness, unleashed the last light from his remaining right eye Mangekyo. He caught that instant of hesitation in the shadow remains. It was a crack created by the combined impact of Izanami's residual effect and the new power. No hesitation. No retreat. Ameno to Jikara. Space instantly swapped. Sasuke's figure appeared like a ghost behind the shadow remains, in that extremely unstable area created by the frantic suction of the spatial black hole. His remaining left hand clamped tightly onto the back of the shadow remains pure white robe. In his palm a highly compressed, ominous purple-black tomo-shaped rune formed from his remaining dojutsu power, a forbidden technique to die together containing the spatial marking of the Rinnegan's ability, Ameno to Jikara, and the trait of absorption seal. Come with me. Sasuke's voice was low and hoarse, filled with bone-deep hatred and determination. He forcibly activated the final swap. Target, the expanding spatial black hole beneath their feet born from the collision. Uncle Sasuke. No. Boruto's eyes were split open and he screamed. The data left eye of the shadow remains flickered madly. He tried to break free, but Sasuke's hand was like a vice, and that purple-black rune was like a clinging curse firmly locking onto his core. The power of spatial swap had already activated. Their figures instantly vanished. The next second they appeared directly at the edge of the frantically spinning, all-devouring spatial black hole. The terrifying suction instantly seized them. Warning. Core facing spatial banishment threat. Forced escape procedure initiating. The shadow remains icy electronic voice took on a note of urgency for the first time. The black hole vortex in his right eye burst with blinding purple light, trying forcibly to hold himself steady. But Sasuke's left hand along with that detonating purple-black rune had already slammed firmly into the shadow remains back. Explode. A blinding purple-black light exploded at the edge of the spatial black hole. A violent spatial tremor rang like a final death knell. The shadow remains figure became blurred and distorted under the explosion's purple light and the black hole's devouring. In his inhuman eyes for the first time shock and a trace of incredulous anger were clearly reflected. He looked one last time toward Boruto and deep within the black hole vortex of his right eye it seemed as if icy flames were burning. Coordinates. Locked. Next time. The icy fragments of thought were torn apart by the black hole's suction. The figures of Sasuke and the shadow remains were yanked violently into the depths of that chaotic void by the blast and the black hole's force vanishing in an instant. All that remained was a spatial scar that shook violently and then slowly shrank. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto let out a heart-wrenching roar struggling to lunge forward only to be held down firmly by Shikamaru and Tsunade. The cave fell into utter silence. Only the low hum of the spatial scar shrinking and Boruto's desperate gasps could be heard. Meanwhile at Shikatsu Forest. The giant slug sage like a mountain carved from white jade lay quietly in a cavern suffused with dense natural energy. Its massive body rose and fell slightly radiating a soft radiance of life. At the center of its bodice coils a golden cocoon of the purest natural energy hovered silently. Within it Naruto Uzumaki floated as if asleep. His face was still pale, but the lingering pain between his brows seemed to have somewhat faded. In the instant Sasuke detonated the rune and fell into the spatial black hole with the shadow remains. Naruto's body inside the cocoon trembled violently. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids his eyeballs shook, a tearing pain from the depths of the soul, and the immense sorrow of losing a dear friend surged like a tide assaulting his dormant consciousness. Sasuke. A faint agonized murmur escaped Naruto's cracked lips. The golden cocoon around him flickered erratically. Dead silence. The low hum of the collapsing spatial rift became the sole sound of the Senju sacred land. Dust settled slowly revealing a cave riddled with scars. The fractured ceiling yawned like a monstrous wound with jagged rocks hanging like frozen tears of blood. Where Sasuke had vanished only the slowly mending fold of space remained like the earth's silent sorrow. Boruto collapsed on the icy rock his body utterly drained of strength. The light of Tsunade's powerful life seal had long extinguished leaving only faint embers flickering in the cracks of his skin. The violet lack of frostbite and the dark purple of the karma clashed beneath his flesh like trapped beasts each pulse sending agonizing pain deep into his bones. The cracks on his skin resembled a parched riverbed on the verge of total collapse. His pale pure eye was dim and lifeless, the golden flames that once blazed had faded leaving only ash and exhaustion. He lacked even the strength to lift a finger his gaze fixed on the fold of space, lips moving silently repeatedly mouthing the name, Uncle Sasuke. Shikamaru knelt nearby his injured right arm hastily bandaged, but blood still seeped slowly staining the cloth. His face was ashen eyes behind the glasses losing their usual cunning replaced by a heavy bewilderment and a hollow exhaustion. Tsunade leaned against a broken rock her golden hair streaked with dust and blood a deep wound on her left shoulder visible to the bone. Gritting her teeth she struggled to suppress the injury with her remaining chakra, but her gaze toward Boruto was filled with deep helplessness. Even the dense natural energy of the sacred land felt oppressively heavy suffocating. Sacrifice. Sasuke had traded one eye and the risk of eternal oblivion to temporarily banish the shadow remnants and grant Boruto a slim chance of survival. The price was so heavy that the very air seemed to solidify. Cough. Boruto suddenly coughed up a dark purple blood clot laced with ice shards, his body convulsing violently. His consciousness wavered under the onslaught of pain and extreme mental shock, just as he was about to sink into darkness. Buzz. An extremely faint yet unmistakably clear surge of energy, like a firefly flickering in the dark, pierced through his chaotic mind without warning. The pulse was not sound but pure information carrying the familiar icy chakra signature of Sasuke and a spatial coordinate echo. Coordinate. Night Owl. Core. Space Anchor. Preserve. The data came in fragments like a candle flickering in the wind, yet it struck Boruto's confusion like a lightning bolt. It was Uncle Sasuke. In the instant he was dragged into the spatial black hole, he had desperately transmitted the core space anchor coordinates of the Night Owl base through some residual chakra imprint or the spatial echo of a Menodajikara. The coordinate information seared into Boruto's soul like a hot brand. It pointed not only to a location, but also carried Sasuke's final breath, the resolute will, before he plunged into the void. Coordinates. Uncle Sasuke's coordinates. Boruto's unfocused pure eye suddenly sharpened, a faint light rekindling deep in his pupils. This was not just intelligence, it was the signpost to the enemy's heart bought with Sasuke's life. The clarion call of vengeance. The beacon of redemption. Boruto, what did you sense? Shikamaru caught the change in Boruto's eyes, forcing himself to ask. Uncle Sasuke, he left coordinates. The space anchor of the Night Owl base core. Boruto's voice was hoarse and broken, but carried an undeniable urgency and strength. He struggled trying to raise a hand to gesture, but the movement aggravated his injuries, and he coughed up more blood. Coordinates. Tsunade and Shikamaru's eyes widened with shock. Sasuke in such a desperate situation had actually managed to send such crucial intelligence. Shikamaru, quickly. Record it. Tsunade commanded, urgently pressing her hand on Boruto's chest again. Ignoring her own injuries, she forcibly squeezed out the last of her life chakra and poured it into Boruto to sustain his collapsing body. Boruto. Focus. Transmit the coordinate information. Boruto closed his eyes, enduring the searing pain inside, and immersed his entire mind into the coordinate data branded upon his soul. Though the power of the pure eye was faint, it now served as a bridge for transmitting the information. Painfully, he guided the data stream, trying to delineate it. Shikamaru immediately bit his finger-formed hand seals and pressed his hand to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A palm-sized armadillo made of strange minerals, its eyes glowing blue, was summoned. The Rock-Heart Armadillo, a secret summon of the Nara clan, used to record confidential intelligence. Record. Shikamaru commanded in a low voice. Boruto's forehead veins bulged, cold sweat mixed with blood trickling down. He extended a slightly trembling finger covered with cracks, gathering faint mental power, and the inside of the pure eye at its tip and painstakingly traced on the smooth mineral carapace of the Rock-Heart Armadillo. There was no ink, only the imprint of spiritual energy. Complex spatial rune lines accompanied by precise energy frequency parameters slowly emerged on the carapace, glowing faintly blue. With every stroke, Boruto's body convulsed violently, and the cracks on his skin seemed to deepen. But he gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with reckless determination. This was information bought with Uncle Sasuke's life. He had to get it out. Deep within Konoha's third shelter, the air was stale, thick with sweat, medicine, and despair. Temporary beds were crammed with the wounded, painful groans and suppressed sobs formed the background noise. Near the source of contamination, several severely injured patients bore horrifying gray-white crystalline patches, their life signs fading rapidly. Shizune and the medical team moved among them, their faces tired and heavy. Conventional medical means seemed utterly helpless against spatial erosion. The temporary command post was set up in the innermost part of the shelter. Kakashi sat against the wall, blood seeping from the bandage over his left eye. His visible right eye was bloodshot, fixed on the blurry intelligence fragments from the sacred land shared by Shikamaru's clone through a communication scroll. Shadow remnants, dragged into spatial black hole by Sasuke. Boruto critically injured. Jiraiya silently smoked his pipe, but the smoke could not hide the heaviness in his eyes. Might Guy lay on a stretcher, the green steam long gone, only heavy breathing remaining, but his clenched fists revealed his inner anguish. District 4, completely turned into a dead zone. Contamination spread rate increased by 30. An intelligence ninja reported hoarsely, each word like a hammer striking everyone's heart. The Sealing Squad tried the 7th plan, still ineffective. Another voice carried despair. At the hospital, the number of crystallized patients is increasing. Shizune's voice choked. Suffocating despair hung like a tangible fog over the command post. Even Jiraiya, a legend who had weathered countless storms, felt a deep helplessness. The enemy came from beyond the stars. The attack was corruption on the level of laws. They were like ants trapped under a glass jar, watching the poison spread. Suddenly, buzz. An extremely faint, but intensely space-disturbing wave of information, like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly pierced through the thick barrier of the shelter and branded itself into the consciousness of Kakashi, Jiraiya, Shizune, and all Jonin with keen sensory perception. It was not language, but a set of extremely complex, precise spatial coordinates. The information stream also carried a trace of cold, resolute chakra signature belonging to Uchiha Sasuke. This is... Kakashi's remaining right eye widened, his Sharingan activating, involuntarily fixed on the coordinates emerging in his consciousness. Sasuke's spatial coordinates. Jiraiya nearly dropped his pipe, his eyes blazing with disbelief. Did he send it out at the last moment? Night Owl. It's the anchor coordinates of the Night Owl base core. Shizune exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement and shock. This sudden coordinate information pierced the darkness like a ray of dawn, instantly dispelling the heavy despair in the command post. Shikamaru's side confirmed. It's Sasuke's final message, transmitted by Boruto, a communication ninja shouted excitedly. Final message. Kakashi's eyes dimmed for a moment, but then were replaced by a fiercer flame. He stood abruptly, ignoring the pain in his left eye. Coordinate analysis. Immediately. All sensory squads focus on locking the coordinate location. Sealing squad prepare highest grade spatial interference projectiles. Logistics mobilize all available chakra reserves. Move. The command spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the entire shelter. Ninjas once paralyzed by despair rekindled the fighting spirit in their eyes. Coordinates. The enemy's heart. This meant the possibility of a counterattack. The hope of destroying the contamination source, and even saving the village. Old man. Jiraiya looked at Kakashi, his eyes burning with long-lost battle intent. Looks like these old bones will have to fight one more time. Kakashi nodded, his exposed right eye flashing with cold light. Notify Shikamaru Konoha. Has received the coordinates. Shikatsu Forest. The giant slug sage lay like a sleeping mountain, radiating gentle life light. At the center, the golden light cocoon flickered violently like a candle flame in a storm. Inside the cocoon, Naruto Uzumaki was trapped in a nightmare. Sasuke's resolute gaze before falling into the void, Boruto's agonized, desperate screams cut through his consciousness like the sharpest blades. Deep in his soul, the rift barely stitched together by the slug sage and the sacred land's energy split open again under the violent mental impact. Sasuke. Boruto. Naruto's cracked lips moved soundlessly, his brows furrowed in pain. Bonds, call, unbroken. The vast consciousness of the slug sage enveloped Naruto's fragmented mind like a warm current. Fading starlight guides the way home. The unextinguished flame will kindle anew. Under the slug sage's guidance, the light of the cocoon began to transform strangely. No longer pure gold, at the edges strands of azure chakra, like the night sky resonating from Sasuke's residual chakra imprint, and blazing golden red flames, Naruto's own Ninetales chakra, and will erupting, began to intertwine and merge. Behind Naruto's closed eyelids, his eyeballs moved rapidly. He felt himself falling into a cold void-like abyss, the trajectory of Sasuke's fall. And at the end of the abyss, a faint yet deeply familiar warmth, like the sun, flickered. It was Boruto. His flame. Boruto. A roar from the depths of his soul, like a sleeping lion awakening. Naruto's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Buzz. The entire golden cocoon exploded. Vast and overwhelming golden red chakra, mixed with azure star fragments, burst upward like a volcanic eruption. A powerful shockwave swept through the entire Shikatsu Forest cavern. At the center of the light, Naruto Uzumaki hovered. His golden spiky hair stood on end like burning flames. Deep in his azure eyes, instead of the usual sunshine, there was a sea of molten lava, an ocean of infinite sorrow, seething fury, and overwhelming battle intent. Orange sage markings appeared at the corners of his eyes. Behind him, 9 tails of pure chakra, dense and tangible, like burning banners, danced wildly. The vast savage 9 tails chakra merged perfectly with the natural and harmonious sage chakra, forming a terrifying pressure that could shake space itself. The misty air of Shikatsu Forest was forcibly pushed away. Sasuke. Naruto's voice was low and hoarse, filled with endless pain. He slowly raised his hand, the palm seeming to still feel the touch of his comrade's final push. But in the next moment, all sorrow was consumed by sky-burning rage. Night Owl. Shadow remnants. He jerked his head up, his gaze seeming to pierce through the spatial barrier of Shikatsu Forest, locking onto a certain direction, the Senju's sacred land where Boruto was. Also locking onto the coordinates branded into his soul by Sasuke's blood. Give me back my son. Give me back my comrades. Boom. Naruto's figure transformed into a blazing golden red meteor that tore through space, disappearing in an instant. Only the echoing furious roar and the slug sage's long sorrowful yet hopeful sigh remained in the Shikatsu Forest cavern. Go, child of prophecy, the final flame has been kindled. Senju's sacred land. The spatial fold finally healed completely, and the last hum faded into silence. Only heavy panting and the small sound of falling rubble remained in the cave. Boruto lay on the cold rock, his pure eye closed, his breath as thin as a thread. The coordinate information from Sasuke had drained his last mental energy. Without will to suppress it, the frostbite and the karma within him ran wild like unbridled horses rampaging through his broken meridians. The cracks on his skin visibly deepened and spread. Shikamaru leaned against the rock wall, his injured right arm turning his face pale. He watched the worsening cracks on Boruto's body, his eyes filled with profound helplessness. Tsunade, her chakra exhausted, felt the wound on her left shoulder burst open again, blood staining her clothes. She futilely pressed her hand on Boruto's chest, trying to slow the spread of the frostbite, but her fingertips only felt piercing cold and the sensation of life slipping away rapidly. Hold on. Boruto. Tsunade's voice carried unprecedented weakness and plea. Just then. Boom. At the entrance of the sacred land, the spatial barrier that had barely stabilized after the shadow remnant's descent shattered like fragile eggshell under the impact of a pure violent golden-red torrent of energy blazing with the will to incinerate all. A figure bathed in golden-red chakra flames descended like a sun tearing through darkness. Golden spiky hair danced wildly, azure eyes burned with lava-like fury, 9 dense, tangible chakra tails thrashed behind him. An overwhelming pressure like a tangible tsunami instantly scattered the despair and deathly stillness that pervaded the sacred land. Nah, Naruto. Tsunade jerked her head up, her eyes blazed with incredulous joy. Shikamaru struggled to stand upright, a glimmer of hope kindling in his weary eyes for the first time. Hovering in the air, Naruto's gaze swept across the ravaged cave over Tsunade and Shikamaru's injuries, and finally, as if drawn by a magnet, locked onto the figure by the rock wall, the one covered in cracks, barely alive. Boruto. A roar mingled with infinite heartache and sky-high rage shook the entire sacred land. The lava in Naruto's eyes exploded. He transformed into a golden-red lightning bolt and appeared instantly beside Boruto. Golden-red flames tore through the sacred site's dead silence. Naruto hovered beside Boruto, a wild chakra storm whipping up broken stones and dust. He looked down at the curled figure beneath the cliff, skin cracked like a spiderweb beneath which purple-black and dark-violet energies pulsed like dying venomous serpents. A faint breath carried the bloody scent of ice crystals. Those azure eyes, once brimming with sunshine, were tightly shut, leaving only the pallor of death. Boruto. Naruto's voice squeezed out as if from a torn throat, rough as sandpaper against gravel. His heart felt clenched and crushed by an icy hand. He had seen his son wounded countless times, but never so broken as if a single touch would reduce him to dust. The alien energy pulsing beneath the skin radiated a coldness and blasphemy that stung his very soul. A towering fury mixed with piercing pain erupted like magma within him. 9 condensed chakra foxtails lashed wildly, raising a substantial storm of energy. On the orange sage, eye-shadow golden flame patterns spread like living things. He jerked his head up, those azure eyes burning with molten lava, locked onto the spatial fold deep in the cave, where Sasuke and Kachai had vanished. Kachai. The roar was like a wounded lion's cry, carrying a rage that could incinerate the 8 directions and deep-seated hatred slamming against the cave walls and shaking down gravel. The spatial fold hummed faintly from the chakra-laden roar. Naruto. Calm down. Tsunade struggled to stand, her voice trembling from the sharp pain in her left shoulder. Boruto's body can't take much more. Save him first. Naruto's body stiffened, the wild chakra storm abruptly receding like flames forced back into a furnace. He took a deep breath, the heavy viscous air seeming to carry away Boruto's fading life. He descended slowly, his large form crouching beside Boruto with a carefulness close to reverence. No hand signs, no complex jutsu. Naruto simply stretched out his hands enveloped in a dense golden-red chakra aura and gently, steadily pressed them against Boruto's icy chest. A torrent of chakra, warm and majestic as the rising sun, carrying endless life, resilience, and encompassing will, instantly surged into Boruto's dying body. This was no ordinary chakra transfer. It was the wild life force of Kurama tempered through trials, the natural power of sage art connecting heaven and earth. More than that, it was the unextinguishable guardian fire imprinted in Uzumaki, Naruto's soul. This searing torrent built like a solid dam at the source of the Kama mark in Boruto's right eye. The madly rampaging purple-black ice erosion energy that tried to freeze and assimilate Boruto entirely met a red-hot iron and let out a silent shriek, for the first time retreating violently. The dark purple karma pattern pulsing beneath the skin also calmed under the father's sun warm will like a beast. A flicker of relief seemed to cross Boruto's pallid face, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed. A faint wisp of his own chakra, like a dying candle flame, rekindled with difficulty under the shelter of his father's vast power. It's working. Shikamaru's eyes blazed with hope. Naruto pressed his lips tight, veins standing out on his temples, his azure eyes filled with undisguised pain and focus. He could clearly sense the stubbornness and malignancy of the 2 alien forces inside his son, the ice erosion clinging like a bone-eating worm, the karma like a lurking beast. His chakra surged like a tidal wave, washing through Boruto's channels, driving away the cold erosion, calming the savage agitation, while carefully sustaining Boruto's own faint thread of life flame. Time seemed to freeze. Nature energy from the sacred site, guided by Naruto's will, gathered gently like tiny streams, merging into his vast chakra torrent to nourish Boruto's broken body. Just as Boruto's breath steadied and the internal conflict was temporarily suppressed, a cold, indifferent, terrifying wave bearing the absolute authority of spatial law burst without warning from the spatial fold deep in the cave that had just calmed. The fold rippled violently like water struck by a stone. Then a spatial rift edged with deep purple gold light was forcibly torn open by an irresistible force. A hand covered in flawless metallic-clustered gauntlet slowly reached out from the rift. Then came the pure white robe, short black hair, and inhuman eyes, his right eye a black hole vortex devouring all light, his left eye a cold data galaxy. Kachai. He had broken free from the spatial black hole's banishment and forcibly torn through space to return. But he was not unscathed. His pure white robe was covered in fine cuts as if sliced by invisible blades' edges, marked with the peculiar distortion of spatial turbulence. The black hole vortex in his right eye spun slightly slower than before, and the data galaxy in his left eye showed brief, but severe flickering. The forbidden technique and spatial turbulence Sasuke triggered had clearly dealt substantial damage. Yet, even so, the pressure he exuded felt like the cold depths of space, instantly solidifying the air in the entire— Warning. Spatial anchor. Interference source. Eliminate. The cold synthetic voice rang directly in everyone's mind, carrying a sense of offended anger. Kachai's inhuman eyes locked onto Naruto, who was healing Boruto. Without warning, Kachai's right hand clenched into a fist toward them. Crack. The space around Naruto and Boruto collapsed and warped inward like glass crushed by a hydraulic press. Countless fine spatial cracks appeared out of nowhere like hungry black vipers madly biting at them. This was pure defense, ignoring spatial law crushing. He intended to shatter them along with that space itself. Watch out. Tsunade's and Shikamaru's cries were drowned in the spatial shriek. Naruto's pupils contracted. He was fully focused on maintaining Boruto's treatment and could not divert power to defend. Worse, Boruto's state was so fragile that any intense spatial oscillation could tear him apart. In a flash, Naruto made his decision. His hands on Boruto's chest remained motionless, his vast chakra output never wavered. He jerked his head up and let out an earth-shaking roar at the collapsing space. Roar. 9 condensed chakra tails instantly swelled and interwove. Golden red light blazed like a burning star, forming a massive roaring 9-tailed fox phantom behind him. The phantom opened its colossal maw, and a highly compressed tailed beast ball carrying the will to incinerate everything took shape and was spat out toward the center of the spatial collapse. Boom. A destructive energy capable of leveling mountains slammed into the invisible spatial collapse field. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a grating, strange, dull sound of spatial structure being torn apart and forcibly mended. Blinding light wrestled with darkness that swallowed light. A stalemate. Pure violence clashed again with twisted spatial law. But this time Kachai's power was clearly superior. The energy of the tailed beast ball was twisted, decomposed, and annihilated layer by the spatial collapse. The crushing field ground down like an unstoppable wheel. Countless spatial cracks had already touched Naruto's chakra cloak, emitting a sizzling erosion sound. The rock beneath his feet fractured inch by inch. He grit his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His vast chakra surged wildly to maintain the tailed beast ball's resistance, but he could not stop the collapse field's advance. Boruto lay beneath him, convulsing again from the violent spatial tremors, the cracks on his skin deepening and spreading. Dad. Boruto groaned in pain, his pale Jogan struggling to open a slit amidst the agony. In his vision, his father's heroic back seemed so small under the shadow of spatial collapse, yet so resolutely stood before him. Kachai's cold, inhuman eyes were like the stare of death. A surge of emotions, fear, anger, unwillingness, and a fierce desire to protect, erupted in Boruto's broken consciousness. No. Dad must not bear this alone. I can't lose anyone else. Sasuke's gaze before falling into the void. Konohamaru's light of self-destruction. Dad's figure shielding him now, and Kachai's cold indifference treating all lives as ants. All the images, all the emotions, all the pain and unwillingness ignited a fuse and detonated the last power deep in Boruto's soul. His pale Jogan suddenly blazed with unprecedented light. No longer indigo and gold nor burning golden flames, but a near-transparent cold-piercing white that seemed to see through all illusions and laws. The whites turned into a cold, ghostly white, and the pupils became madly spinning gears made of absolute zero ice crystals. A new wave of nether erosion will with extreme separation and insight burst out from Boruto. This time the target was not attack but analysis. Under the ultimate insight of his pale Jogan, the invisible formless spatial collapse fields internally operating law runes of compression and annihilation were magnified like under a high-powered microscope, clearly presented in Boruto's consciousness. He could even see the nodes of energy flow in the field and the fine energy threads connecting them to the black hole vortex in Kachai's right eye. Dad. Left front. A node. Attack there. Boruto screamed with all his might, his voice broken, but carrying unerring guidance. At the same time, his pale Jogan locked onto a key node of energy flow in the spatial collapse field, and a pure separation, will condensed from his entire being, stabbed at it like an invisible spiritual spike. Naruto did not hesitate. His trust in his son was absolute. The moment Boruto screamed, he forcibly diverted the tailed beast ball's trajectory, sending the highly compressed destructive energy like a precise surgical blade at the invisible node Boruto pointed to. Boom. This time no stalemate. The node, its law protection precisely peeled by Boruto's nether erosion, will shattered like fragile glass under Naruto's full-force tailed beast ball. Crack. The entire spatial collapse field let out an agonized groan. The once coherent field structure instantly lost balance and became chaotic. Countless spatial cracks ran wild like unruly horses annihilating each other. The terrifying suction and crushing force vanished abruptly. Kachai's body swayed visibly for the first time. His right eye's black hole vortex spun to a sudden halt, his left eye's data galaxy erupted with heart. On his flawless face for the first time appeared a clear expression, like a precise instrument encountering a fatal logic error, stagnation, and disbelief. Now, Shikamaru. Granny Tsunade. Naruto seized this golden opportunity and let out an earth-shattering roar. He maintained the healing on Boruto, while the massive Nine-Tails phantom behind him roared to the sky again. Got it. Shikamaru's eyes flashed, ignoring his right arm injury, his hands becoming blurs. Shadow stitching Jutsu Naraka's other shore. Countless black shadow spears, tougher than steel edges, flowing with sealing runes, shot from all shadows like a rainstorm, targeting the energy nodes exposed around Kachai after his field collapsed. Tsunade endured the near-tearing pain in her left shoulder, clenched her remaining right hand, and condensed dense golden chakra mixed with the sacred site's nature energy. Sage art strength of 100 Realm Breaker. Without long-range attack, she poured all her power into her feet. Like a human cannonball, she crushed the ground and charged at Kachai with absolute resolve, aiming at his data left eye that had briefly stagnated due to data disorder. Kachai's data left eye flickered madly as he forcibly recovered from the stagnation and tried to muster power to defend. But the backlash of the field collapse and the precise desperate attacks from Shikamaru and Tsunade put him in a flustered state for the first time. His right eye's black hole vortex spewed purple-black energy blades to slice at the shadow spears. His left eye's data flow built an invisible barrier to block Tsunade. Boom. 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 Shadow spears clashed with energy blades as Tsunade's heavy fist smashed into the data barrier. The entire cave trembled violently from the wild energy conflict. Yet at the height of chaos, Naruto, hovering in midair, shuddered. His hand on Boruto's chest trembled slightly, a minute fluctuation in his chakra output. On his face, unnoticed, a thin ashen deathly gray crawled up. An extremely faint terminal decay seeped from the deepest part of his body. Baryon mode had begun. This divine technique that burns life essence for ultimate power started its irreversible consumption like a lit candle. Every second of power burst accelerated the depletion of his life. Deep in Naruto's azure eyes beneath the molten battle will a profound unnoticed fatigue and resolve passed fleetingly. He glanced at Boruto below, whose breath was slightly steadier, and Jogen, still locked on Kachai, then at Tsunade and Shikamaru fighting, and finally through the chaotic energy storm at those cold and human eyes. Time was running out. The air of the sacred land wailed in agony. Inghai was temporarily suppressed by Luan's shadow spear storm and Gangsho's immortal art heavy fist, the cracks in his pure white robe deepening and the light in his data left eye dimming slightly from constantly constructing barriers. But deep within those inhuman eyes, cold calculation never ceased. The black hole vortex in his right eye, after a brief pause, began to accelerate its rotation once more. Its target remained the father and son below. Naruto hovered above Boruto, his golden red chakra blazing like a burning star. The Nine-Tails phantom roared skyward, sustaining Boruto's flame of life, while glaring intently at every movement of Inghai. The residual force of the spatial collapse still trembled, and the cracked rocks beneath their feet silently turned to dust. Yet beneath this seemingly invincible power, a subtle, but fatal crack was spreading. On Naruto's face, veiled in golden red chakra, the ashen gray of death was spreading at a visible speed, like withered vines creeping over a vibrant tree trunk. Every violent output of chakra, every roar sustaining the Nine-Tails phantom, was accompanied by a silent burning of life essence. Heavy particle mode, this double-edged sword, was greedily draining his last moments. Father. Boruto lay on the cold rock, his pale, pure eye unclosed. Through the raging energy currents and his father's dazzling chakra radiance, that cold, pale vision precisely captured the spreading deathly gray on Naruto's face. What made his soul tremble even more was that in the ultimate insight of the pure eye, the vast life energy within Naruto, once as majestic as the rising sun, was turning into countless fine light points burning with golden red flames, like reverse flowing stars madly pouring into an invisible furnace deep in his heart. With each influx, the furnace brightened while his father's overall life force dimmed by a fraction. Life was burning. This realization, like the sharpest ice spike, pierced through the defenses Boruto had just warmed with his father's comforting chakra, more agonizing than the bite of ice erosion. more despairing than the tearing of the karma seal. The pain of Uncle Sasuke falling into the void had not yet faded, and now his father was turning to ashes before his eyes. No, don't. Boruto's shattered consciousness let out a silent wail, his body trembling violently from immense fear and pain. The ice erosion energy and karma force just suppressed beneath his skin surged again like sharks scenting blood. The cracks instantly widened and purple-black energy oozed out like poisonous blood. Boruto, stay steady. Naruto immediately sensed his son's disturbance, and the chakra he output through the palm pressed on his chest became more stable and vast, trying to forcibly suppress the backlash. But the deathly gray on his face spread even faster. The furnace of heavy particle burned more fiercely. Naruto, your condition. Gang's-ho punched away the purple-black energy blade Inghai had sent, catching a glimpse of the anomaly on Naruto's face. Her heart shook violently. As a medical master, she instantly understood what it meant. A sign of accelerated life drain. Forget about me. Suppress him. Naruto roared, his voice carrying an unmistakable hoarseness. The Ninetales Phantom spewed another tailed beast ball to blast Inghai, who was trying to bypass their defenses. Luan's shadows clung like bone-gnawing maggots, tangling Inghai's energy nodes to create openings for Gongsho's attacks. But his heart sank to the bottom. Naruto's resolute posture and the deathly gray on his face all proclaimed a cruel truth. He was trading his life for time. Father, stop, please. Boruto's voice carried tears, his pale, pure eye fixed on the glaring ash on his father's face. Tears mingled with blood streaming down. He could see that with every burst of his father's power, countless burning life light points were devoured by that invisible furnace. The helplessness of watching one's closest kin walk toward destruction was crueler than any torture. Amid this heart-wrenching despair deep within Boruto's soul, the cold, inhuman whisper arose again like a coiled viper. Foolish, burn, ant, embrace, power, end, pain. Vessel, release, us, descend. The voice was full of contempt for Naruto's sacrifice, temptation for Boruto's suffering, and a cold, desperate craving to break free. Get lost. Boruto roared in his mind, trying to dispel the whisper. But despair like a swamp dragged his consciousness downward. His father's burning, Inghai's oppression, his own collapse, everything pointed to an unsolvable abyss. Just then, an extremely faint ripple carrying a strong spatial disturbance and familiar lightning release aura, like a distress signal crossing endless chaos, abruptly pierced through the violent energy field of the sacred land, and was captured instantly by Boruto's highly sensitive pale pure eye. This ripple came from the depths of the spatial fold where Uncle Sasuke had vanished. Although faint as a candle in the wind, it carried a tenacious, cold, sharp chakra imprint unique to Uchiha Sasuke. Space, crevice, coordinate, echo, not dead. There was no complete message, only a few fragmented perception shards. A cold, dead alien space. The excruciating pain of being torn by spatial turbulence. And a faint will to survive. Along with an extremely blurred, flickering, unknown spatial coordinate, different from the Night Owl base. Uncle Sasuke is alive. He's trapped in some spatial crevice. He's calling for help. This sudden perception, like a meteor piercing the darkness, instantly ignited Boruto's sinking consciousness. Uncle Sasuke is alive. He needs rescue. And his father is burning his life before his eyes. Protect. Rescue. Two immensely fierce thoughts like two blazing torrents crashed violently against Boruto's crumbling mental defenses. The swamp of despair was instantly swept away by this colossal responsibility and hope. Uncle Sasuke is alive. In a spatial crevice. Boruto screamed with all his strength, his voice hoarse, but carrying undeniable urgency. Coordinates. I caught a glimpse. Father. We must. His words were cut off by Inghai's sudden attack. Interference source. Eliminate. Priority. Escalate. Inghai's cold electronic voice carried a wave of irritation. He seemed to have sensed the spatial fluctuation Boruto caught, and also perceived the instability in Naruto's power from his life drain. The black hole vortex in his right eye suddenly contracted, shooting a purer, more condensed purple-black beam imbued with absolute annihilation will, like a cosmic ray, instantly tearing through the chaotic energy field straight at Naruto's heart. At the same time, the data galaxy in his left eye constructed an even stronger barrier to withstand Gang's-ho and Luan's attacks. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless, seizing the fleeting moment when Naruto was maintaining Boruto and unstable himself. A lethal threat. Naruto's pupils contracted. He could choose to dodge. With his speed, he could completely evade. But behind him was the critically injured Boruto. If he dodged, this annihilation beam would instantly reduce Boruto to cosmic dust. No thought, only instinct. Naruto abruptly pulled back one hand from Boruto's chest and clasped his palms together before him. Vast golden red chakra surged like a raging tide. The Ninetales phantom let out a sky-shaking roar, its massive fox mouth opening again, forming a tailed beast ball, even more condensed than before, with a hint of destructive black light at its core. He was going to take it hidden. No, father. Don't take it directly. Boruto's eyes were nearly split. He saw it clearly. His father had forcibly interrupted his own healing, and now concentrated this level of tailed beast ball. The deathly gray instantly spread across most of his face. The invisible life furnace inside him blazed so fiercely that the light stabbed Boruto's pure eye. If he took this hit hidden, regardless of the outcome, his father's flame of life would be completely consumed by the heavy particle. At this critical moment, a split second between life and death. Under the extreme will to protect, the desperate desire to rescue Sasuke, and the cold threat of Inghai's lethal beam, Boruto's pale, pure eye underwent an unprecedented transformation. Deep within the pale scara, a single molten gold light point blazed into existence, like igniting a star on an absolute zero ice field. Around the edge of the wildly spinning ice crystal gear pupil, a thin layer of dancing golden flame ignited once more, but this time the flame was not illusory. It carried a nearly tangible will of purification and protection. More incredibly, in the all-seeing vision of the pure eye, the intricate annihilation law runes within Inghai's lethal beam and the fine energy transmission path connecting it to the black hole vortex in his right eye were clearly highlighted in Boruto's consciousness. Not only that, he also saw an extremely subtle, almost imperceptible energy flow gap that had briefly appeared due to Inghai forcibly mobilizing power to attack. This gap was like a hairline crack in a perfect suit of armor. A nearly insane yet crystal clear thought struck Boruto's chaotic mind like lightning. Taking it hidden meant certain death. Dodging would cause his father's death. The only path to survival is to cut it off at the source. No time to think about feasibility. Boruto drained the last strength from the depths of his soul, pouring all his will, all his unwillingness, all his desire to protect and rescue into those pale, pure eyes burning with golden flames. Sever. Now. A roar from the deepest soul. Boruto's pure eye erupted with unprecedented light. An invisible, intangible will of severance and insight condensed to the extreme, like a formless blade crossing space and time. Struck with pinpoint precision at the extremely fine energy transmission path between Inghai's right eye black hole vortex and the annihilation beam. ZZT. A piercing screech like a soul being torn, only perceptible to Inghai. The data left eye, which had always been cold and emotionless, erupted for the first time with intense garbled red light. The black hole vortex in his right eye trembled violently. The deadly annihilation beam, just as it was about to strike Naruto's condensed tailed beast ball, abruptly dissipated like a searchlight cut off from its power source. It scattered into countless drifting purple-black light points. The attack was forcibly interrupted. What? Shock and stagnation, like a precision instrument encountering a fatal logic error, clearly appeared on Inghai's flawless face. He looked down in disbelief at the boy, barely breathing yet staring back with a pair of burning eyes. It was this moment of stagnation. Immortal Art Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto seized this fleeting opening, bought by his son's will. He abandoned the hidden approach, instantly converting the condensed tailed beast ball with its destructive black light into a different form. A supersized Rasengan far larger than any before, with golden red and black energy madly spinning inside, exuding an earth-shattering aura, roared into shape between his palms. With the final roar of his burning life, he smashed it into the momentarily frozen Inghai, who was disrupted by the attack interruption and pure severance interference. It's over. Gang Ho and Luan also unleashed their final roars, all their attacks recklessly slamming. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion devoured everything. The roar of destruction engulfed hearing, and the obliterating light deprived sight. Naruto's ultimate technique, the Sage Art Super Big Ball Rasengan, which condensed the last flame of life, descended like a falling sun, crashing hard onto the frozen shadow body, disturbed by the obliterating thoughts. Following closely was Tsunade's Sage Art Heavy Fist, fueled by chakra, and Shikamaru's Full Force Shadow Strangle. Three forces collided thunderously at the location of the shadow body. Boom! An explosion beyond words. It was no longer a mere physical shock, but a collision of obliteration on the level of laws. The blinding white light instantly swallowed every inch of space in the sacred land, resembling the creation light of the universe's birth, yet akin to the death knell of all things. The raging energy turbulence transformed into a storm of destruction, tearing through the air, lifting fallen boulders like mere scraps of paper, shattering them. The entire cave groaned under the violent tremors, as if it were about to completely collapse at any moment. Boruto was violently hurled by the ferocious airwave, his back crashing heavily against a distant rock wall, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken as blood mixed with icy crystal fragments sprayed from his mouth. His pale Byakugan was forced shut under the intense light, plunging his vision into a scorching blankness. Yet he could distinctly feel the horrific energy collision at the center of the explosion. He could feel his father's blazing yet rapidly fading life fire akin to a sun blooming in fury only to wither. He could also feel the cold, precise core energy of the shadow body, like an embodiment of universal laws violently shaking and collapsing under the destructive impact. Dad. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto curled up among the rubble, his fragmented consciousness teetering on the brink under the agonizing pain and immense energy impact. The ice corrosion and wedge force within his body lost their willful suppression, wildly crashing through his meridians while cracks on his skin spread like a parched earth. But he gritted his teeth, using the last of his mental strength to maintain the Byakugan's perception of that explosive core. He needed to confirm the annihilation of the shadow body. To ascertain his father's safety. The light gradually faded, the deafening roar transformed into a low hum, ultimately succumbing to a silence filled with drifting dust. At the center of the cave, a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen meters appeared. The bottom of the pit was charred black, with traces of high-temperature melting and spatial scars left behind, resembling a black spider web. The rocks at the edge of the pit exhibited a bizarre crystallization. The shadow body had vanished. There were no remains, no energy fluctuations. Only at the center of the pit, a fist-sized crystal core hovered, pulsating like a shattered heart, emanating a profound purple-golden glow. The surface of the core was covered in fine cracks, its light flickering erratically, each pulse releasing faint yet heart-wrenching spatial ripples, as if struggling to maintain its final existence. It resembled a piece of cosmic debris forcibly stripped away, emanating a chill silence, yet carrying a hint of unwillingness. Did we succeed? Shikamaru knelt on one knee at the edge of the pit, his right arm's wound bursting open again, blood staining the bandage. He panted heavily, his eyes behind the glasses fixated on the floating core, filled with unbelievable exhaustion and a glimmer of hope. Tsunade, supporting her nearly shattered left shoulder, staggered close to the edge of the pit, her golden hair matted with dust and blood. She gazed at the core, then at the swaying gold-red figure hovering above the deep pit, her pupils constricting suddenly. Naruto. He floated in the air, surrounded by burning golden-red chakra flames flickering violently like a candle in the wind. The illusion of the Nine Tails had long since disappeared. The grayish ash-like pallor on his face now covered most of his visage, resembling the bark of a withered tree visibly spreading towards his neck. His breaths were weak and rapid, each inhalation accompanied by uncontrollable tremors of his body. The chakra cloak enveloping him had become extremely thin and transparent, like morning mist about to dissipate. His blue eyes, burning like lava, were also dimming, leaving only a deep fatigue and a sense of impending extinction. The backlash of the heavy particle mode surged like a raging tide, finally drowning out this forcibly overextended flame. Naruto. Tsunade let out a heart-wrenching cry, recklessly rushing toward the deep pit. Dad. Boruto struggled to climb out of the rubble, staggering toward the edge of the pit, his pale Byakugan fixed on the figure, swaying like a withered leaf in the air, his heart gripped by immense fear. He could see it. The invisible life furnace within his father had dimmed to near extinction. Countless golden light spots representing the essence of life flickered like dying embers, rapidly dispersing into nothingness. That speed was 10 times, 100 times faster than before. Cough, cough, cough. Naruto began to cough violently, each cough bringing forth blood froth laced with ash. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze painfully focusing on the edge of the pit where his bloodied and terrified son knelt. That gaze no longer filled with the fire of battle, but rather settled with endless fatigue, heart-wrenching pain, and a hint of tender relief. Yuto. Naruto's voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping, so faint it was barely audible. He tried to force a smile, but the gray pallor on his face made that smile seem terribly bitter. Well done, you truly are, my son. His body swayed, unable to maintain its floating state, like a bird with broken wings helplessly plummeting into the deep pit. Dad. Boruto let out a piercing scream, recklessly leaping down into the pit. Tsunade and Shikamaru also lunged forward simultaneously. Splash. Naruto crashed heavily onto the charred rocks at the bottom of the pit, kicking up a cloud of dust. Boruto rushed to his side, trembling hands wanting to touch his father, but fearing the cold ashen texture. Tsunade and Shikamaru followed closely behind, immediately kneeling beside Naruto. Naruto. Hold on. Tsunade's hands instantly glowed with a rich life green light, disregarding her severe injuries, wildly pouring the last remnants of her sage chakra into Naruto's body. But this power was like a cow sinking into the sea, utterly unable to halt the rapid loss of the essence of life. The gray pallor on Naruto's face continued to spread, his breath fading like a candle in the wind. It's useless. Tsunade. Granny. Naruto struggled to lift his hand, gently pressing against Tsunade's trembling wrist. His gaze passed over Tsunade and Shikamaru, landing on Boruto, who was kneeling beside him, tears mingled with blood silently streaming down his face. That look was filled with profound, unspeakable apology and reluctance. Boruto. I'm sorry. Naruto's voice was intermittent, each word seeming to drain his strength. Dad, can't go with you any longer. No. No. Dad. Don't say that. Tsunade Granny will definitely save you. Boruto grasped his father's cold hand, his voice breaking into sobs, incoherent. Naruto slightly shook his head, his gray face striving to maintain the last hint of warmth. Listen to me. The shadow body hasn't been completely destroyed. He struggled to lift his other hand, pointing to the floating cracked purple-golden core at the center of the pit. That is the core, the key. Sasuke. Sasuke, he. Mentioning his best friend's name, a flash of intense pain and urgency crossed Naruto's gray eyes. Space, Fisher, coordinates. Boruto, you sensed it, right? Save him, you must, save him. His breathing suddenly grew rapid, the fire of life, flickering like a candle about to extinguish, pulsating weaker and weaker. I know Sasuke uncle's coordinates. I will save him. Dad, hold on. Together. Boruto was in tears. Naruto looked at his son's face stained with tears and blood, and at his Byakugan, which even in despair still burned with stubbornness at this moment beneath the pale hue. Molten golden light spots and icy crystal gears still flickered defiantly, the last glimmer of light in his eyes gradually converging. Boruto, don't be afraid. Naruto used his last strength to tightly grasp Boruto's cold tremble in his palm. Of faint yet incredibly warm and familiar golden red chakra, like the last spark, slowly flowed into Boruto's body. This power was no longer overwhelming, but carried the purest protective will and indomitable faith of a You are Uzumaki Boruto. I am Uzumaki Naruto, proud of you. The future of Konoha is entrusted to you. As his words fell, the light in Naruto's eyes faded, like a candle extinguished, completely dimming. Gripping Boruto's hand tightly, it slipped away weakly. The last trace of chakra cloak enveloping him dissipated silently like smoke in the wind. The spreading gray pallor on his face froze the last outline of relief. The wind of the sacred land, carrying the scent of smoke and dust, swept through the silent pit, emitting a low mourning sound. Naruto. Tsunade let out a heartbroken cry, collapsing to the ground. Shikamaru lowered his head, a layer of mist forming on his glasses, his knuckles turning white. Boruto knelt there in a daze, holding his father's lifeless hand. The world seemed to lose all sound and color, leaving only the gray, faintly smiling face before him. The vast void and chilling despair completely engulfed him like a tide. Tears slid down silently, dripping onto his father's cold hand. Dad is gone. To save him, to fight for that glimmer of chance, he burned himself out. No, this can't be real. This is impossible. Just as Boruto's consciousness was about to be completely consumed by despair. Buzz. A faint yet overwhelming life force and spatial wave of peculiar energy suddenly surged from outside the sacred land, from the distant wetbone forest direction, piercing through space like a warm tide sweeping in. This energy instantaneously swept across the pit, brushing past the heartbroken Tsunade and Shikamaru, and finally gently yet firmly enveloped Naruto's lifeless body, as well as Boruto kneeling beside him like a soulless shell. The light may extinguish, yet it has not. The vast, distant, compassionate, yet hopeful will of the Sage of Slugs resonated in Boruto's soul, like a bell transcending time and space. Meanwhile, deep within Naruto's life furnace, which had already completely extinguished, a faint, almost imperceptible, yet incredibly tenacious golden red spark flickered under the tidal wave, carrying the pure life source of the wetbone forest and the natural energy of the sacred land pulsating weakly. Then a weak yet distinctly clear current of will marked by his father's imprint flowed from Naruto's cold palm into Boruto's nearly frozen heart once more. Don't give up. Boruto, Konoha entrance to shelter no. 3. Kakashi's figure appeared like a ghost at the entrance, filled with an atmosphere of despair. The bandage over his left eye was soaked with dark red blood, while his exposed right eye was sharp as an eagle sweeping across the war-torn streets and the slowly spreading gray-white pollution source in the distance. Jiraiya stood silently beside him, his pipe long extinguished, his face filled with unprecedented seriousness. The spatial coordinate analysis is complete. The error is less than 0.3. The core location of Night Owl Base is locked. A sensory Jonin rushed to Kakashi's side, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement and urgency, holding a blue crystal emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Kakashi took the crystal, feeling its cold touch, which contained pinpoint-accurate spatial anchor information. He looked up toward the temporary command point deep within the shelter, as well as the direction of the sacred land to the north. He knew that Shikamaru's shadow clone was there, that the sacred land had just undergone a brutal battle, and more importantly, what that coordinate implied. Kakashi-senpai. Ino ran out from the depths of the injured-laden shelter, her face pale, yet her gaze resolute. The medical team is ready with emergency medical kits. The sealing team's spatial disruption bomb is ready. All combat-capable Jonin and Chunin have assembled. Kakashi nodded, his eyes sweeping over the assembled Konoha ninjas behind him, all of whom bore injuries yet had determined expressions. Their faces bore sadness, yet they burned with the flames of revenge. He took a deep breath, the air mixed with dust, blood, and despair, igniting the long-dormant battle spirit within him. Communications team. Kakashi's voice was calm and clear, piercing through the oppressive air. Send the highest-level joint operation request to Sunagakure, Iwabakure, Kirigakure, and Kumobakure. Share the coordinates of Night Owl Base. Request long-range spatial fire support. Inform them Konoha's Hokage needs their strength. Yes. The communications ninja responded with solemnity. Everyone. Kakashi raised the spatial coordinate crystal, his Sharingan eye flashing with a cold gleam. Target, Night Owl Core Base. Mission. His voice suddenly rose, filled with a determination akin to burning bridges. Destroy the source of spatial pollution. Rescue the trapped. For our Hokage, revenge. Revenge. The long-repressed roar ignited like a wildfire, instantly setting the entire shelter ablaze. The moment his father's hand slipped away, Boruto's world solidified into an unyielding ice. A chilling sensation crept along his fingertips, freezing his blood and halting his breath. Tsunade's heart-wrenching cries, Shikamaru's suppressed silence, the mournful wind of the Holy Land. All sounds became muffled and distant, as if through thick frosted glass. Before his eyes remained only his father's ashen face, frozen in a smile laced with infinite apology and release. Emptiness. A vast soul-devouring void expanded wildly within Boruto's chest. Papa, is he really gone? For his sake, for this son who always caused trouble and was once eroded by the karma, had he burned his last light and heat? No. A broken sob wrenched from the depths of his throat, carrying the rusty taste of blood. He clenched that cold hand tightly, as if by gripping hard enough he could hold back the swiftly fading warmth, could keep alive the lamp that had burned in his life for 16 years, never to be extinguished. The icy tide of despair surged in, nearly sealing his consciousness forever. Inside him, the ungoverned ice erosion force and the karma's turmoil raged like two rampaging beasts, colliding wildly through his meridians. Cracks on his skin emitted faint fracturing sounds, while ice crystals and dark purple veins spread faster. Just as the spark of his awareness was about to be swallowed by boundless darkness, boom. An indescribable ripple without warning pierced the barriers of space, like the first warm breeze melting winter's snow, like the vital tide surging from the depths of the vast ocean, sweeping across the entire deathly pit. This energy was gentle, majestic, imbued with the pure life force of the Shirgu forest and the natural rhythm of the ancient Holy Land. It softly brushed past Tsunade's tear-streaked eyes, grazed Shikamaru's tense shoulders, and finally, with an unyielding certainty, tenderly enveloped Naruto's lifeless body and Boruto, who knelt beside him as if his soul had been drained. The flame, on the verge of dying, yet not dead. The vast, profound, and compassionate will of the slug sage boomed like a great bell directly in the depths of Boruto's soul. This thought struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving the solidified darkness in Boruto's mind. At the same time, deep within Boruto's despair-emptied pure eyes, the molten golden spark, almost entirely covered by icy blue and dark purple, suddenly erupted into an unprecedented, nearly burning blaze. Through these eyes of the heart, illuminated by the slug sages, he saw it. At the deepest core of his father's life furnace, which should have been utterly extinguished and reduced to cold ash, a faint spark of gold-red, so weak it seemed about to be blown away in the next moment, pulsed, wrapped by the warm tide of pure life force from the Shirgu forest and the natural energy of the Holy Land transmitted across space by the slug sage. Like a candlewick nurtured by the gentlest breath, extremely faint yet incredibly resilient, it flickered once. Then a faint, but utterly clear warm stream of will bearing his father's imprint like a gossamer thread slowly poured from Naruto's cold palm into Boruto's heart, which was nearly frozen by despair. Don't give up. Boruto. His father's voice, not heard by the ears, but a call directly felt by the soul, carrying the familiar warmth and the everlasting will to protect. Dad. Boruto's whole body trembled violently, jerking his head up. His pale pure eyes stared fixedly at his father's ashen face, tears mixed with blood streaming down. But this time it was no longer pure despair, it was a mixture of incredulous ecstasy and gripping dread. Granny Tsunade. Uncle Shikamaru. Papa. Papa is. Boruto's words were incoherent, his voice hoarse and trembling as he gripped Tsunade's arm with astonishing strength. Tsunade and Shikamaru were also startled by this sudden strange energy and Boruto's reaction, raising their heads abruptly. This presence, it's the slug sage. As the contract holder of the Shirgu forest, Tsunade instantly recognized that familiar and vast life fluctuation, and a light of disbelief burst from her eyes. She immediately heightened her perception to the utmost, her cracked hands once again covered with dense green medical chakra, pressing them recklessly onto Naruto's heart. Vital signs. Tsunade's pupils contracted sharply, her voice sharp with agitation. Extremely weak. nearly impossible to detect. But not completely gone. There's a thread. A thread of the flame of life. Shikamaru's breath caught instantly, and for the first time his exhausted face showed an almost scandalous shock and joy. The slug sage's power sustained that last bit of life. He jerked his gaze at the floating purple-gold core at the pit's center. Although the shadow husk was destroyed, the mere existence of this core meant great instability. Boruto, you said you sent Sasuke's coordinates just now. Where? Shikamaru's mind raced in extreme exhaustion. The information Naruto transmitted at the cost of his life, the slug sage's aid across space, Sasuke's life or death, all had to be handled immediately. And the crucial spatial coordinates could only be perceived by Boruto's pure eye. Boruto took a deep breath, forcing down his surging emotions and the excruciating pain from the ice erosion and the karma within. He closed his eyes, then opened his pale, pure eyes again. Deep in his pupils, molten gold and ice crystals spun madly, penetrating the barriers of matter and space, clearly seeing the information his father had transmitted with his final life. The faint flickering chakra imprint of Sasuke, like a dying candle engraved in the depths of the spatial folds. The coordinates are inside the core of the shadow husk. It's like a spatial anchor. Uncle Sasuke's chakra is trapped inside. Boruto pointed at the crystal core covered in cracks and still emitting a faint purple-gold glow and spatial ripples. As the slug sage's power surged in and Boruto's pure eye locked on the once dormant core, seemed to sense something. The cracks on its surface suddenly flickered and the internal heartbeat-like glow became rapid and unstable. A chilling, chaotic spatial wave like the venomous tongue of a dying snake began to emanate from inside the core. The surrounding air twisted subtly. The black spiderweb scars left by spatial tears at the pit's bottom seemed to absorb new energy, showing signs of expanding. Not good. It's repelling the slug sage's power. The space is becoming unstable. Tsunade's expression changed drastically. She could feel the medical chakra she had poured into Naruto being disrupted by a cold spatial repulsion originating from the core. Naruto's heartbeat, barely sustained by the slug sage's power, flickered once more as if to extinguish. Shikamaru, Tsunade urged. On it. Shikamaru's reaction was lightning fast. Almost as Tsunade spoke, his hands had already formed the seals. A jet-black shadow, condensed like solid matter, shot down from the pit's edge like a venomous snake, wrapping precisely around the floating purple-gold core. Shadow binding technique seal. The pitch-black shadow instantly enveloped the core, trying to suppress its rampaging spatial energy and delay its repulsion. But the shadow husk core's power level was too high. Even Shikamaru's all-out seal only slowed the chaotic spatial wave a fraction. The shadow's surface sizzled and trembled violently under the erosion of formidable spatial force. Boruto. Shikamaru's forehead veins bulged, sweat mixed with blood trickling down, his voice squeezed through gritted teeth. Lock onto the coordinates. Find a way to rescue Sasuke. The core's spatial anchor must be broken. Otherwise the conflict between it and the slug sage's power will tear this space apart, and Naruto's last spark of life will be. Boruto shuddered. He instantly understood the desperate situation. His father's last flicker of life was maintained by a delicate, fragile balance between the slug sage's cross-space power and the core's spatial coordinates. But the shadow husk core was instinctively rejecting the slug sage's foreign power, and space was about to collapse. Meanwhile, Uncle Sasuke was imprisoned inside this bomb about to explode. Saving Uncle Sasuke meant saving his father. Breaking the core would stop the spatial rejection and preserve that faint spark of his father's life. But how could he ensure that Uncle Sasuke would not be torn apart by the raging spatial currents when breaking the core? How could he prevent the fragile spatial balance from collapsing instantly? Eye of the heart. Papa. Uncle Sasuke. Boruto closed his eyes. His father's will warm stream flowed in his heart. The slug sage's vast will echoed in his soul, and Sasuke's faint chakra imprint shone like a lone guiding star in his pure eye. Under immense pressure, the ice erosion and karma within him were eerily suppressed by this will. The spread of cracks on his skin momentarily halted. When he opened his eyes again, the molten gold and ice crystals in his pale, pure eyes spun at an unprecedented speed, interweaving into an almost transparent, all-penetrating light. He did not look at Shikamaru or Tsunade. He only stared fixedly at the shadow-bound, violently pulsing purple-gold core. I can do it. Boruto's voice was eerily calm, carrying a resolution and determination beyond his years, the awakening of the son of Uzumaki Naruto. Papa's life and Uncle Sasuke's life. I will protect them. He slowly stood up. The residual chakra in his body, the power of the karma, even the last warm will just transmitted from his father, and the vast life tide enveloping him from the slug sage began to gather and merge in an unprecedented, almost instinctive manner. In Leaf Village, at the entrance of Shelter No. 3, Kakashi took the blue crystal, emitting precise spatial waves. Its cold touch felt like holding the last hope and also a heavy despair. His right Sharingan scanned the crystal, instantly reading all the coordinate information as clear as if etched on his retina. He raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the shelter's thick rock walls toward the distant north, the Holy Land where a devastating battle had just erupted. Jiraiya stood beside him, his usually cynical face unusually grave, twisting his pipe unconsciously. He could feel the icy, resolute aura radiating from Kakashi, the aura of one who, after losing something precious, tempers all emotions into killing intent. Kakashi-senpai. Shizen's voice was urgent. She had just rushed out from the depths of the shelter filled with the wounded, and weeping, her face stained with blood, but her eyes like tempered steel. Medical squad emergency kits ready. All space interference bombs from the ceiling unit activated and on standby. 17 remaining Jonin and 42 Chunin capable of combat are assembled. Awaiting orders. Her voice spread through the oppressive air, followed by the assembled Leaf Ninja. They were all injured, some with blood-soaked bandages, some leaning on broken kunai. Their faces bore the grief of losing home and comrades, but more than that, a kindled, nearly mad flame of revenge. They stared at Kakashi and the crystal, waiting for that command. Kakashi's gaze swept over familiar, resolute faces. The roots of Leaf Village had never been severed. He took a deep breath. The air mixed with blood smoke, and despair now became the fuse to ignite a prairie fire. Communications unit. His voice, not loud, clearly rose above the suppressed weeping and distant roars within the shelter, carrying an icy, unwavering force. Here. Send a highest-level joint action request to the 4 Kages of Sandrock, Mist, and Cloud. Share the core coordinates of the Night Owl base. Request long-range spatial saturation fire coverage. Tell them. Kakashi's voice suddenly rose, each word like a hailstone laden with towering rage and unyielding. Will the Hokage of Leaf Village needs their power. Now. Immediately. Yes. The communications ninja shuddered, a light of desperation blazing in his eyes, and turned to dash into the temporary command post. Kakashi raised the spatial coordinate crystal, the crimson light of his Sharingan blazing fiercely in the dim entrance, sweeping coldly over the assembled troops. The rest of you. The resolve in his voice like a drawn lightning blade tore through the hopeless air. Target, Night Owl core base. Mission. He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce space, seeing the fallen golden figure in the Holy Land's pit, that gray but smiling face. A tearing pain exploded in his chest, then was replaced by a colder, killing intent. Destroy the spatial pollution source. Rescue the trapped. And Kakashi's voice came from an abyss of frost-carrying hatred, and will that all the 5 great seas could not quench. Avenge our Hokage. Avenge. The grief, pain, and despair suppressed too long ignited at that moment, turning into a thunderous roar. Like the howl of a wounded wolf pack carrying the final resolve to shatter Jade, it swept through the entire shelter, even overpowering the low growls of living weapons in the distance. Every Leaf Ninja's eyes burned with hellfire, a chakra surged violently in their grief and anger. Move out. Kakashi ordered, his form blurring into a streak of lightning, charging first into the corpse-strewn streets. Follow. Jiraiya growled, white hair flying close behind. Kill. The assembled Leaf Ninja, like a bursting flood, charged out of the shelter, with towering rage to avenge their Hokage, rushing toward the spatial coordinates of the final battlefield, shrouded in gray-white contamination. The lights of Leaf Village, amidst blood and fire, launched a desperate charge against the final darkness. In the Holy Land's pit, at the same moment, Kakashi shouted, Avenge. The Shadow Husk core, tightly bound by Shikamaru's shadow, erupted with its purple-gold light to the extreme. A subtle but devastating black rift like the scythe of death shot out abruptly from a crack on the core's surface, instantly severing Shikamaru's shadow-binding seal line. Simultaneously, this rift, like a living thing, stabbed straight at Naruto, who was wrapped in the Slug Sage's power. Damn it. Tsunade and Shikamaru's faces turned ashen. The core's backlash was faster and deadlier than anticipated. At that critical moment, Boruto let out an inhuman roar. He moved. His body converging, all his power burst forth, with astonishing speed, instantly placing himself in front of his father. His pure eye burning with molten gold and ice crystals locked onto the incoming spatial rift. In his right hand was no longer a pure Rasengan, nor the ice of pure erosion, nor the dark purple of the karma. Instead, it was a chaotic, ever-warping orb of energy gathering his own chakra, the karma's raging energy, the last worm, will transmitted from his father, and the vast life tide of the Slug Sage. An orb swirling with gold-red ice blue, dark purple, and emerald green light. This orb was extremely unstable, yet it carried a strange power that pierced falsehood and locked onto truth. Stop, now. Boruto slammed that chaotic orb onto the incoming spatial rift, targeting the faint chakra imprint of Sasuke deep within the rift at the core center. Eye of the Heartlock. Spatial coordinates anchor. Would it be salvation or utter destruction? At the moment when 2 resolute lights were about to collide, the fate of the Holy Land and Leaf Village was pushed into an unfathomable abyss. Stop. Bo Ren's roar, like the cry of a dying beast, tore through the desperate air of the pit. He transformed into a streak of resolute light, throwing himself before his father without hesitation, facing the deadly rift that could slice through space itself. In his right hand the chaotic energy sphere, the resilience of the whirlpool chakra, the fury of the Sie's power, the warmth of his father's will, the immense life tide of the slug sage, was forcibly compressed together under extreme pressure. Goldened icy blue, dark purple, and emerald lights wildly spun, collided, annihilated, and reborn, emitting a grating sizzle, as if he held a miniature stellar core on the verge of explosion. His Jing Yen opened to its limit. In the pale field of vision, the cutting space rift was analyzed in the finest detail, the cold laws of space flowing like threads of death. And at the end of the rift, deep within the storm of turbulent violet gold energy at the core, a faint yet achingly familiar chakra imprint, tinged with profound purple like a dying candle in a gale, was none other than Zhuozhu. Heart's eye locked. No time to consider consequences, no space to hesitate. Bo Ren poured all his will, all his power, and all his prayers into this single strike. He viciously pressed the highly unstable chaotic energy sphere in his hand against the source of the space rift, not to destroy it hidden, but like the most precise key trying to pierce into the rift's interior and accurately touch Zhuozhu's chakra coordinates. Bo Ren, Gang Shou, and Luwan's cries were drowned by the immense energy fluctuation. No earth-shattering explosion, only a strange hum that made the soul tremble as if the universe's membrane was being forcibly pierced. The moment the chaotic energy sphere contacted the space rift, time seemed to stretch countless times. Bo Ren felt his right hand along with the bones and meridians of his entire arm being madly cut and shredded by countless invisible space blades. Agony darkened his vision, a blood spurted like a fountain from the cracks on his arm. The ice erosion and Xie's power within him went out of control, surging like a rampaging flood. But he gritted his teeth until they broke the molten gold and ice crystals in his Jing Yen, almost blazing. He locked on relentlessly. The last wisp of warmth while his father had infused protected his core consciousness on the verge of collapse like a stabilizing pillar. The chaotic energy sphere arduously squeezed into the space rift inch by inch. Golden red and emerald lights frantically resisted the spatial cutting and the repulsion of the core's violet gold energy, while icy blue and dark purple forces like drills guided by Bo Ren's Jing Yen recklessly stabbed toward the faint purple coordinate deep within the core. Crack. A crisp sound like glass shattering. Under Bo Ren's impossibly precise internal explosion, the largest crack on the surface of the floating shadow skeleton core burst open. A deep twisted space fissure, as if leading to another dimension, was forcibly torn open. Inside the fissure it was not pure nothingness. Countless broken spatial fragments, violent currents of violet gold energy, and a figure tightly bound by countless violet gold energy chains, suspended in the center of the chaotic storm. Uchiha Zhuozhu. His eyes were tightly shut, his face pale as paper, his breath so faint it was almost imperceptible. Half of his body was covered in eerie gray-white crystals, his chakra fluctuations chaotic, as if he could be torn apart at any moment by the raging spatial storm. The violet gold chains binding him were continuously draining his chakra, feeding it into the core itself, maintaining the strange stability of this space. Uncle Zhuozhu. Bo Ren's eyes split with rage. He saw the gray-white crystals on Zhuozhu, so similar to the deathly gray on his father's face. The moment the core was forcibly torn open and the space fissure appeared. The sacred land space emitted a grievous moan like a dying beast unable to bear the strain. The entire pit, even the whole Mount Mayaboku ruins, began to tremble violently and chaotically. The ground undulated like waves, massive rocks peeled from the dome, turning to dust in midair from invisible spatial turbulence. The air was filled with space fissures visible to the naked eye like black lightning, crazily breeding, spreading, and annihilating. The shattering of the shadow skeleton core was like pulling out the last pillar supporting the space. The spatial collapse had begun. The space is collapsing. Luwan screamed hoarsely, his shadow surging wildly to try to pull Gang Shou and Ming Ren, but the ubiquitous space cracks caused his shadow to sink like into mud. Ming Ren. Gang Shou held Ming Ren's cold body tightly, pouring out her sage chakra desperately to counter the growing spatial tearing force. The life tide of the slug sage fluctuated violently under the impact of the spatial collapse, and the faint heartbeat in Ming Ren's chest wavered again. More lethally with the core torn, the cold spatial repulsion that had rejected the slug sage's power did not disappear, instead it became more chaotic and violent due to the collapse. Like countless icy needles they crazily stabbed at the life energy wrapping Ming Ren. Bo Ren bore the brunt. The wound on his right arm instantly expanded under the tearing of spatial turbulence, blood staining half his body. The chaotic energy sphere he had forcibly maintained violently trembled in the space fissure, and the backlash struck his chest like a heavy hammer. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with ice crystal debris, his body sent flying backward by the immense force, slamming heavily into the scorched rock wall. His vision was a sea of blood and the pain almost drowned his consciousness. But his Jing Yan still stared fixedly at the figure entangled in chains within the space fissure. Uncle. Zhuozhu. Boren struggled to get up, but his body felt as heavy as lead. No. So close. Just a little more. At that moment, inside the space fissure, Zhuozhu, bound by chains, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Not his usual Rinnegan nor Sharingan. Those eyes were a chaotic violet gold filled with coldness, disorder, and inhuman agony. The erosion of the shadow skeleton core had penetrated to the bone. But deep within that chaotic violet gold, a faint profound purple belonging to Uchiha Zhuozhu himself, like a struggling star in the darkness, flickered with extreme difficulty under Bo Ren's Jing Yan gaze. It seemed to sense the cataclysm outside the collapse of space, and even more so, Bo Ren's desperate and unwavering gaze. Bo Ren. An extremely hoarse voice like gravel rubbing faintly came from the space fissure, directly echoing in Bo Ren's mind. It was not the coldness of the shadow skeleton, it was Zhuozhu. Uncle Zhuozhu was forcibly resisting the erosion and issuing a warning. With this warning, the struggling purple in Zhuozhu's eroded violet gold eyes suddenly burst with unprecedented brilliance. A faint yet pure chakra infused with unyielding will, like a final flicker, forcibly broke free from some of the chain's bindings, transforming into a tiny purple thunderbolt that instantly pierced the chaotic spatial storm and struck Bo Ren's chaotic energy sphere, which was on the verge of dissipating with pinpoint accuracy. This purple thunderbolt, like the last fuse, ignited the chaotic energy on the brink of destruction in Bo Ren's hand. Boom. This time it was a true explosion, but not a destructive release of energy. Rather, under the precise guidance of Zhuozhu's purple thunder and the locked focus of Bo Ren's Jing Yan, the violent spatial power of the Xia within the chaotic energy sphere and the freezing power of the pure erosion burst forth, as if given life and direction. The target was no longer the core itself, but the violet gold chains binding Zhuozhu. Icy blue frost instantly spread, briefly freezing even the rampaging spatial turbulence. The dark purple Xia's power, like corrosive maggots, frenziedly devoured the violet gold energy on the chains. The golden red and emerald powers formed the toughest shield, briefly protecting Zhuozhu's body. Crack, crack, crack. Under the precise strike of multiple forces, several of the most critical violet gold chains broke. Now, only this thought remained in Bo Ren's mind. Enduring the excruciating pain of every bone feeling shattered, he squeezed out the last trace of chakra from his body, his Jing Yan locked firmly on Zhuozhu's position, and activated the most fundamental ability of space-time ninjutsu, requiring precise coordinates. Pull. Flying Thunder God Guidance Alteration Pull. An extremely faint spatial ripple, ignoring the rampant turbulence around, instantly connected Bo Ren and Zhuozhu in the space fissure. Konoha above the ruins. Kakazai's figure, like a silver lightning bolt tearing through shadows, sped through the collapsing buildings. Behind him were Konoha and ninjas surging out like a desperate torrent, and Zilayi with his white hair wildly flying and sage chakra faintly boiling. Coordinates locked. 800 meters ahead. Spatial distortion point. A sensory Jounin shouted hoarsely, his voice broken in the howling wind. Kakazai's Sharingan scarlet light pierced through the spreading dust and gray-white mist, clearly seeing the target. A spatial area rippling violently like water waves, constantly emitting gray-white pollution. That was the core entrance of the Night Owl base. Space interference projectiles. Covering fire. Kaka, she ordered coldly without any hesitation. Several sealing squad ninjas simultaneously threw specially made kunai with rapidly spinning sealing talismans at their tails, shooting toward the distorted space like meteors. Boom. 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 The kunai detonated the moment they touched the spatial distortion. Not a physical explosion, but intense spatial interference ripples. Like cold water thrown into boiling oil, the distorted space violently churned and vibrated at the outward spreading gray-white pollution visibly stalled, and even the roaring of living weapons coming from inside became twisted and indistinct. Good chance. Zilayi roared, completing hand seals in an instant. Sage Art Needle Jizen. Countless white hair needles infused with sage chakra shot like a downpour toward the disrupted spatial node, trying to forcibly tear open a passage. Earth Release Iron Cannonball Technique. Wind Release Vacuum Great Sphere. Lightning Release False Darkness. The Konoha ninjas following immediately bombarded the same point with various ninjutsu. The glow of ninjutsu exploded over the dim ruins, intertwining with the ripples of the space interference projectiles, forming a devastating energy storm. Just as the ninjutsu flood was about to tear open the space barrier completely. An indescribable violent tremor, as if originating from the very source of the world, swept across space, from the sacred land in the north, without warning. This tremor was so intense and terrifying that the ground of the entire Konoha ruins surged like giant waves. The sky seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, clouds spinning wildly. Kakashi and Zillai's expressions changed drastically at the same time. This spatial tremor far surpassed the level of the shadow skeleton core shattering. Was it a large-scale collapse of the spatial node where the sacred land was located? Rumble. As if to confirm their guess, the spatial node at the entrance of the Night Owl base, which had been bombarded by ninjutsu and disturbed by interference projectiles, suddenly collapsed inward and shattered like glass struck by a heavy hammer under the terrifying spatial tremor from the sacred land. A massive pitch-black space channel with unstable violet gold electric sparks flickering at its edges was brutally and forcibly torn open. Deep inside the channel, instead of the base's scenery, there were violent spatial turbulence and a scene of a rapidly collapsing pitch-black pit filled with floating boulders and a sense of destruction. It was the battlefield pit of Mount Myaboku. The two battlefields were forcibly connected by this sudden spatial collapse. Is that the sacred land? Zillai exclaimed in shock. Kakazai's Sharingan instantly captured the scene in the pit. Ming-Ren on the verge of death, Bo-Ren struggling covered in blood, Zhuozhu entangled in chains, and the remnants of the shadow skeleton core, which was completely shattering and releasing a destructive, violet gold radiance. Ming-Ren, Bo-Ren, Zhuozhu. Kakazai's heart felt pierced by an ice spike. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned into a bolt of lightning ready to rush toward the violent space channel. But at that moment, another change occurred. In the scene of the collapsing sacred land pit, Bo-Ren's desperate pull technique seemed to gain a huge boost the moment the space channel opened. A faint spatial ripple forcibly penetrated the rampant turbulence and connected to the Konoha ruin side. And the target was Kakashi. Bo-Ren's faint yet clear will filled with endless pain, and a last glimmer of hope slammed directly into Kakazai's mind. Grandpa Kakashi. Catch. Uncle Zhuozhu. Before the words faded. Whoosh. A black figure wrapped in broken violet gold chains, half of its body covered in gray-white crystals and breathing faintly, was hurled out like by an invisible hand, shot out from the violent spatial turbulence of the sacred land pit along the connected spatial ripple, flying straight toward Kakashi, who had just studied himself on the Konoha ruins. Zhuozhu. Kakazai's pupils contracted as his Sharingan instantly predicted the trajectory, and his body reflexively lunged forward. Thud. Kakashi barely caught the heavy cold figure. His hands felt a slimy coldness and the touch of hard crystals. Zhuozhu's eyes were tightly shut with lingering violet gold traces of erosion on his face, his breath as faint as a dying candle, but he was alive. It worked. Zillai and the other ninjas were both shocked and overjoyed, but Kakazai's heart sank to the bottom. He jerked his head up to look at the sacred land pit across the space channel. Bo-Ren had used the last of his strength to push Zhuozhu out, but he himself lost his balance, caught by the violent spatial turbulence, and flung away like a kite with a broken string. Behind him, the completely shattered remnant of the shadow skeleton core burst with a final destructive violet gold. At the same time, Gangsho, carrying Ming-Ren and Lu Wan desperately pulling with his shadow, were completely swallowed by the collapsing space and the core's explosion. Bo-Ren. Kakashi let out a heart-wrenching roar. Rumble. The scene of the sacred land pit twisted and shattered completely in the blinding violet gold light of the core explosion. The violent spatial turbulence, like a bursting flood, surged violently through the connected space channel toward the Konoha ruins. At the same time, deep within the Night Owl base, the roars of countless living weapons stirred by the spatial collapse grew even more ferocious. Ahead lay a devastating spatial turbulence, behind a surging tide of living weapons. And Ming-Ren and Bo-Ren. Their lives were unknown. Kakashi held the icy Zhuozhu in his arms. The Sharingan reflected the approaching spatial storm and the shadows of monsters. A chilling, blood-freezing sense of despair tightly gripped his heart for the first time. Were the lights of Konoha truly about to be extinguished at this moment? Kakashi held Sasuke's cold and heavy body, his right Sharingan reflecting two torrents of destruction. Ahead, a violent spatial turbulence surged like an ancient beast breaking free from its cage, carrying shattered rocks, twisted arcs of purple gold lightning, and the aura that annihilates all, madly rushing through the spatial passage. Behind them, deep within the Night Owl base, countless living weapons, enraged by the collapse of space, let out a scalp-tingling inhuman roar, forming a gray-white tide of death that crushed the already crumbling ruins and surged forward. Despair. A cold despair capable of freezing the soul instantly clenched the hearts of every Konoha ninja. With annihilation ahead and a tide of monsters behind, there was nowhere to escape. Kakashi. Jiraiya's white hair danced wildly, his sage chakra surging fiercely at the surface, his face showing unprecedented seriousness and determination. Take Sasuke and go. I'll hold them off. He formed hand seals, massive sage chakra gathering wildly, preparing to use his body as a barrier to confront this dual crisis. No. Kakashi's voice was hoarse yet resolute, his Sharingan fixed firmly on the surging spatial. Boruto's last thought, filled with endless pain and hope, catch Uncle Sasuke, burned into his soul like a red-hot iron. The image of Naruto's fallen body and Boruto being swallowed by the turbulence flashed madly in his mind. Where to go? The Hokage of Konoha and his son, their fates unknown. Could he retreat any further? In this moment of life and death, when the shadow of death was about to engulf everything. The request from Konoha. I received it. A loud authoritative voice like rolling thunder pierced through the roar of the spatial storm and the howls of the living weapons directly exploding above the ruins of Konoha. The voice carried the roughness of sand and the wildness of wind and sand. Sand hidden, join the battle. Magnet release sand gold world technique, activate. In the southwest direction of the Konoha ruins, the ground was torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand. Endless yellow sand soared into the sky, instantly condensing and compressing into a massive wave of sand gold that blotted out the sun and shimmered with a metallic sheen. This wave did not crash, but as if alive, accurately and swiftly spread and converged along the edge of the turbulent space erupting from the passage. Like a sturdy dam constructed against a raging flood, the sand gold wave collided violently with the spatial turbulence. The ear-piercing friction and the screech of energy annihilation were deafening. The sand gold was continuously torn, crushed, and annihilated by the violent spatial force, but more sand gold surged endlessly from deep within the earth, continuously filling and reinforcing. It forcefully blocked and contained the destructive spatial jet in a relatively small area for the time being. It was the fourth Kazekage Raza. The remote spatial fire support from Sunagakure arrived. Iwagakure joined the battle. Doton 10,000-mile earth flow wall, solidify. Following closely, a voice steady as a mountain rang out. From the northeast direction. At the edge of the Konoha ruins, countless massive stone walls inscribed with ancient runes rose from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. They were not haphazardly piled, but like the most precise fortress components stacked layer upon layer and interlocked, instantly constructing a second heavier and more impregnable rock barrier around the sand gold wave. They firmly reinforced the sand gold dam and constructed a wall of desperate size toward the surging tide of living weapons. Kirigakure joined the battle. Sudden great explosive water wave surge. From the southeast, a towering wave suddenly manifested out of thin air. This was not ordinary water flow, but a sage-level water release containing immense impact and extreme cold. Like the overflowing Milky Way carrying the momentum to crush all, it fiercely washed toward the spatial turbulence that was temporarily blocked by sand, gold, and rock. The extreme cold collided with the violent spatial energy, producing deafening explosions and the sound of ice crystals shattering. At the same time, the surging water flowed like an agile giant python, part of it crashing into the oncoming tide of living weapons, scattering them and buying precious breathing space for the Konoha ninjas. Kumogakure. Join the battle. Raten lightning devastation, 1,000 years dance slash. The last roar sounded like the wrath of the 9 heavens. From the northwest direction. A thick blinding blue-white lightning bolt tore through the dim sky, carrying the might to penetrate heaven and earth, accurately slicing into the core area of the spatial turbulence, bound by sand gold, impacted by water release, and blocked by rock walls. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying explosion. The moment the lightning struck, the violent spatial turbulence was forcibly torn apart and annihilated. The purple gold arcs were engulfed by the even more violent blue-white lightning. The shockwave generated by the explosion struck the sand gold dam and rock walls like a tangible giant hammer, causing them to shake violently and cracks to spread. Yet the 3 lines of defense under the enhancement of 5 cage-level powers held firm. The surge of spatial turbulence was forcefully suppressed by these 4 precise and violent long-range strikes from the 4 corners of the ninja world. Although still violent, the impact range was firmly contained within the sand gold dam. It bought Kakashi and the others a glimmer of hope. Now is the time. Charge in. Target the core of Night Owl. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly captured this fleeting opportunity. Without hesitation, he threw Sasuke, whom he was holding, to a strong medical ninja behind him, protect him. At the same time, he formed hand seals as fast as lightning. Raikiri. Amidst the piercing sound of 1,000 birds chirping, the violent blue-white lightning instantly condensed in Kakashi's right hand. This time Raikiri was no longer in the form of a sharp thrust, but was forcibly compressed and shaped into a massive lightning drill that spun, cut, and tore through space. Follow me. Kakashi roared, his body transforming into lightning, charging toward the entrance of the passage, restrained by the sand gold dam yet still filled with terrifying spatial turbulence and remnants of explosions. The target was the core of the Night Owl base, the cold metallic structure vaguely visible deep within the passage. Cover Kakashi-senpai. Jiraiya shouted angrily, his sage chakra erupting, countless white hairs shooting like steel needles toward the remaining purple-gold arcs and spatial fragments within the dam. Kill your way in. Destroy the source of pollution. The remaining Konoha ninjas, witnessing the support of the 5 Kage and Kakashi's determination, felt their grief and fighting spirit ignite completely. They braved the violent energy aftermath and sporadically emerging spatial fragments within the dam, following Kakashi, like moths drawn to a flame charging into that deathly passage. Inside the passage, the scene resembled a purgatory. Shattered spatial fragments flew around like sharp glass rain. The remnants of purple-gold arcs emitted lethal shrieks, and the violent energy turbulence tore at everything. With every step forward there were sacrifices. A Chunin was sliced in half by a spatial fragment, his screams abruptly cut off. A Jonin attempted to block a purple-gold arc only to be vaporized along with his kunai. Kakashi's Raikiri drill spun wildly ahead, cutting and clearing the path. His Sharingan reached its peak, predicting the most lethal trajectories of energy, his body weaving like a ghost through the gaps of death. Jiraiya's sage ninjutsu and the desperate cover from the Konoha ninjas relieved him of immense pressure. Closer. Even closer. At the end of the passage, a massive circular structure made of cold, unknown metal appeared in sight. At the center of the structure, a mass of gray-white viscous substance, continuously writhing and emitting a nauseating aura, pulsed like the heart of a living creature. This was the source of the spatial pollution. Countless twisted gray-white energy tentacles extended from that mass, connecting to the depths of the base and the spatial passage itself. That's it. Kakashi's killing intent surged. The light of Raikiri swelled to its utmost. Ignoring the frenzied energy attacks around him, he pushed his speed to the limit, like an arrow, leaving the bow piercing toward the pulsing gray-white core. You shall not succeed. A cold, inhuman roar echoing with metallic friction suddenly erupted from deep within the circular structure. Swish! 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 3 gray-white figures moving at unimaginable speed appeared in Kakashi's path as if teleporting. Their forms twisted crystalline shells covering their bodies, their eyes burning with hollow purple-gold light, emanating an aura far exceeding that of ordinary living weapons. They were the elite guards of Night Owl. Their arms instantly transformed, morphing into 3 massive energy blades shimmering with spatial cutting waves crossing to slash at Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils constricted. These 3 attacks blocked all his escape routes. Taking them heat-in meant certain death. But he could not stop. The target was right in front of him. In this life-and-death moment, Kakashi-senpai, duck! A calm yet commanding shout came from the side behind. Without hesitation, Kakashi suddenly lowered his body. Buzz! A shadow as black as ink yet glimmering with sharp cold light at the edges zipped past Kakashi's head, precisely wrapping around the wrist of the energy blade wielded by the 3 elite guards. Shadow bind technique. A secret technique of the Nara clan. But this precision and power far exceeded that of an ordinary jonin. Kakashi caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye at the entrance of the passage, a blood-soaked weary, but sharp-edged Shikamaru, the original, emerged. He had burst out with the severely injured Tsunade and Naruto at the last moment before the Holy Land collapsed. At this moment, Shikamaru was forming hand seals, his shadow binding the 3 guards as if it were alive. Beside him, Tsunade knelt on the ground, her hands pressed firmly on Naruto's chest, maintaining the flickering flame of life, as weak as a candle in the wind, her face pale as paper, clearly at her limit. Kakashi, hurry! Shikamaru shouted, his shadow trembling violently under the terrifying strength of the 3 guards, nearly breaking. Opportunity. Lightning surged in Kakashi's eyes. Using the inertia from his low position, he slid through the narrow gap beneath the 3 bound guards like a lightning snake. The Raikiri drill in his hand, carrying the last hope of Konoha and the will of revenge, fiercely pierced toward the pulsating gray-white core of pollution. Raikiri pierce. Boom. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed the gray-white substance. The destructive power of the lightning release surged in wildly. The gray-white substance emitted a wailing shriek, as if countless souls were howling violently, twisting and boiling, the surface tentacles flailing and breaking apart. Did it succeed? Kakashi's heart just felt a flicker of hope when an unexpected change occurred. Deep within the gray-white core that had been pierced by Raikiri, there was not total annihilation, but rather a sudden eruption of an even deeper, colder, and more despairing dark aura. A gigantic claw entirely composed of pure gray-white energy and covered in strange runes suddenly emerged from within the core without warning. This claw ignored the violent Raikiri energy, bearing a power that could freeze the soul, its 5 fingers spread wide like the shadow of death covering the sky, reaching down fiercely toward Kakashi, who was within arm's reach, and all the Konoha ninjas fighting behind him in the passage. Ants, dare to touch the taboo. That cold, inhuman voice, tinged with a hint of anger and absolute indifference, resonated once more. The shadow of death, unprecedentedly immense. The shadow of death, icy viscous and carrying the law of freezing souls like solidified ice, instantly enveloped Kakashi and all the struggling Konoha ninjas in the passage behind him. The massive energy claw extended from the depths of the gray-white core, its 5 fingers spread wide, covered with bizarre and ancient runes. Its very existence seemed to distort the surrounding space and time. The violent blue-white lightning of the Chidori upon touching the surface of the claw silently disintegrated and annihilated like fragile ice crystals. Kakashi felt that all the chakra in his body, even the breath of life itself, was being forcibly frozen and drained under the shadow of that claw. Kakashi. Jiraiya's eyes were nearly split apart in fury. The sage chakra he had gathered with all his might transformed into a massive fire-release blast and slammed into the giant claw, yet upon touching that layer of gray-white energy it vanished like a mud ox entering the sea, not even a single ripple stirred. The attacks of the other shinobi were like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. An absolute disparity. This was a suppression that surpassed ninjutsu and sage arts, reaching the level of the world's laws. Ants. Daring to touch forbidden things. The icy voice carrying a hint of weary indifference echoed once again in the depths of everyone's soul. The massive gray-white claw, ignoring all obstacles, closed firmly and slowly, intending to crush Kakashi and this very space into pieces. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, trying to find a single opening, but his vision only showed a cold, dead gray-white. His body was imprisoned by invisible law force, unable to move even a finger. Despair coiled around his heart like an icy viper. Is this the end? Naruto. Boruto. Sasuke. Konoha. Just at the critical moment when those gray-white 5 fingers were about to close completely and grind Kakashi into dust. WWWWW. A bizarre energy ripple entirely different from any known chakra fluctuation swept in without warning from the deeper, more chaotic space turbulence of the Night Owl base. This energy intertwined cold and scorching heat, order and chaos coexisting. It carried the extreme cold of the purification, erosion, and the devouring of the karma, yet in its core burned a single point of pure ultimate molten gold, will that seemed to pierce through all delusions. Is it Boruto? Yet this energy is too unfamiliar. It seems to forcibly merge Boruto's own chakra, karma, purification, erosion, the life source of the slug sage, and even the spark of will his father last imparted. In the raging space turbulence, an indescribable, uncontrollable mutation occurred. This mutated energy ripple, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly disturbed the absolute law domain covered by that gray-white giant claw. Szzz. A faint but piercing tearing sound. Under Kakashi's Sharingan's extreme perception on the surface of that nearly closed gray-white giant claw near the wrist, this sudden chaotic and powerful alien energy ripple actually tore open an extremely fine, almost invisible crack. Inside the crack was not gray-white energy, but a deep, light-devouring void. It was a sign that the law had been forcibly disturbed, showing brief disorder. Now, Kakashi's brain unleashed unprecedented potential on the edge of death. His Sharingan instantly captured that fleeting crack. The feeling of being imprisoned loosened by a billionth just at the moment the crack appeared. Arg! Kakashi let out an inhuman roar, draining every ounce of potential from his body. He abandoned the Chidori, abandoned all defenses. With speed beyond his limits before his body was re-solidified by the law force, he completed an extremely complex technique requiring precise spatial coordinates, flying thunder, god-guided thunder. The target was not himself. It was the spatial coordinate crystal he had held in his hand, now floating before him, frozen by the gray-white law force. He poured his remaining chakra, along with the extremely brief disturbance brought by that mutated energy ripple from Boruto, all into the crystal. Transfer, target locked, inside the corruption core. Schwa. The spatial coordinate crystal, driven by Kakashi's will, burst with blinding light. It turned into a barely perceptible spatial stream of light, following the fine crack torn by Boruto's energy on the wrist of that gray-white giant claw, and, like the most cunning virus, instantly drilled inside, vanishing into that deep void. What? The ice-cold inhuman voice carried the first trace of an extremely subtle waver, as if somewhat surprised by this tiny ant's final move. Almost at the same moment, the coordinate crystal entered the claw's crack. Boom, 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 boom. The golden sand tsunami from Sunagakure, the Tenthu-Sanli earth wall from Iwabakure, the extreme cold torrent from Kirigakure, and the world-ending lightning from Kumobakure. The long-range support of the 4 Kage, after a brief charge, launched a second wave of saturation strikes like divine punishment, hitting precisely at the entrance of the spatial passage, constrained by the golden sand embankment. The target was directly pointed at that exposed, gray-white giant claw. The terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the wrist area of the claw. Golden sand was annihilated, rocks shattered, water vaporized, lightning devoured. But the combined power of 4 cage-level forces, especially concentrated on a single point, finally shook that seemingly invincible law body. The fine crack at the wrist torn by Boruto under the combined bombardment of 4 violent forces expanded and spread like ice struck by a stone. Countless fine gray-white cracks instantly crawled over the wrist. Roar. A roar filled with pain and fury as if from the deepest abyss burst forth from the core of gray-white for the first time. The entire core structure of the Night Owl base trembled violently. That giant claw that blotted out the sky paused and shook violently for the first time. It's working. Jiraiya roared, keep attacking. Smash it. The Konoha shinobi, seeing hope, recklessly hurled their jutsu at the cracks on the giant claw. However, the backlash of the law also descended. The gray-white giant claw shook violently. A colder, more despairing gray-white shockwave like a ring of destruction erupted from the claw's center. Puff. 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 Inside the passage, several Konoha shinobi closest to the claw without even time to scream had their bodies instantly grayed and crumbled into dust like weathered stone statues. Jiraiya's sage art protective chakra fluctuated violently and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi bore the brunt his body as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer sent flying heavily backward, crashing into the passage wall, blood spraying wildly, even the light of a Sharingan dimmed. Meanwhile, deep within the space turbulence, Boruto felt as if he had been thrown into a madly spinning massive vortex of shattered mirrors and destructive lightning. His body had long lost sensation, only the endless tearing pain and bone-deep cold alternating in torment. Every breath carried ice crystal shards and the taste of blood. Consciousness drifted in chaos. Father's slipping hand. Uncle Sasuke's figure bound by chains. Granny Tsunade's cries. Grandpa Kakashi's desperate roar. Scenes flashed like fragments before being torn apart by the violent space turbulence. Father. Uncle Sasuke. Everyone. Just as consciousness was about to sink completely into the dark abyss, a strange feeling rose from the depths of his soul. He saw it. Not with his eyes, but with a deeper, more primordial perception. He saw his own body, the forcibly merged chaotic and violent forces, the icy blue of purification, erosion, the dark purple of karma, the emerald life source of the slug, sage, the golden red will of his father, and his own Uzumaki bloodline chakra. Under the extreme destructive pressure of space turbulence, instead of collapsing, actually collapsed in a bizarre manner toward the burning molten gold point in his eyes. The Jogan became the only singularity in this chaotic storm. The molten gold point spun, madly devouring and merging all the incoming power. The icy blue was evaporated and purified by the molten gold's heat, transforming into pure insight. The dark purple was forcibly suppressed and bound by the molten golds, will becoming the edge of spatial cutting. The emerald vitality merged into the molten gold, sustaining the precarious life fire in this violent fusion. The golden red will became the core, the most blazing fuel of this molten gold. An unprecedented cold and burning agony, like billions of steel needles piercing from the eyeballs into the brain. Boruto felt as if his entire head was about to burst from this newborn power. He let out a silent roar deep in consciousness. Just in this extreme pain, his Jogan, which had been tightly shut from agony, suddenly opened. No longer the previous interweaving of molten gold and ice crystals, nor pure pallor, but a nearly transparent strange ice seemingly made of flowing molten glass. Deep in the pupil, no longer a rotating pattern, but an extremely tiny singularity seemingly containing the birth and death of cosmic stars constantly collapsing and exploding. A singularity. Heart's eye insight into all things, a cold, emotionless term naturally surfaced in Boruto's consciousness. Just at the moment this insight into all things eye opened, Boruto's vision pierced through the violent and chaotic space turbulence, through the cold metal structure of the Night Owl base, through the gray-white energy barrier of the Law Giant Claw. Directly seeing deep into the core. He saw that pulsating gray-white corruption source core like a massive womb constantly giving birth to death. Countless gray-white energy tentacles connected the entire base and also connected the spatial passage. He saw the figure of Grandpa Kakashi sent flying covered in blood. He saw even more. Deep inside the gray-white core, in the center of the chaos that bred despair and corruption, floating in eyeball. A colossal eyeball entirely composed of pure gray-white energy, with a pupil like a rotating death. This eyeball radiated a cold indifferent will that viewed all things as straw dogs. It was the true core of the corruption source. That Law Giant Claw was merely an extension of its will. And the spatial coordinate crystal that Kakashi desperately drove into the core was now being entangled and devoured by countless gray-white energy tentacles. It was about to be completely annihilated. But just at the moment the crystal was about to be fully devoured, Boruto's insight into all things eye pierced through layers of obstruction and precisely locked onto the accurate spatial anchor point inside the crystal. A coordinate. A spatial coordinate that was tightly wrapped and isolated by the law force of the gray-white core, located deepest in the core, emitting a faint yet tenacious life fluctuation. The aura of that coordinate. Faint yet carrying a familiar trace of nature energy from the shinobi world. And a trace. extremely faint of a vast will belonging to a certain enormous life form. Is it? Shikatsu Forest. It's the coordinate where the great slug sage itself resides. Grandpa Kakashi's goal is to use the crystal's spatial anchoring ability to forcibly connect the coordinate of the Shikatsu Forest sacred land with this corruption core. Boruto's mind raced. Under the extreme insight and thinking speed granted by the insight into all things, he instantly understood Kakashi's crazy plan of risking death to survive. He intended to use the vast life source of the great slug sage to directly impact and purify this deadly corruption core, using poison to fight poison, pitting life against death. But the crystal's power was too weak. It was about to be annihilated. Coordinate. Connect. Boruto's shattered consciousness had only this one thought left. His newly awakened insight into all things instinctively aimed at the crystal about to be devoured, aimed at the coordinate inside, belonging to Shikatsu Forest. He had no power to send energy nor time to think about complex techniques. All he could do was focus all the power of his newly born eye that could pierce illusion and lock onto truth onto that single point. Lock. A silent thought like an invisible bridge pierced through the space turbulence, disregarded the law barrier, and landed precisely on that spatial coordinate crystal about to be completely submerged by the gray-white tentacles. www. The crystal, originally dim and about to be devoured the moment it was locked by Boruto's insight into all things, as if injected with a final shot of adrenaline, suddenly erupted with unprecedented penetrating spatial light. This light was not an attack, but a pure spatial positioning signal. It pierced through the layered seals of the gray-white core like the brightest lighthouse in the dark night, shooting precisely toward the distant Shikatsu Forest. Shikatsu Forest, deep within the vast and boundless giant cavern. The great slug sage's mountain-like body was continuously sending vast life source energy across space to the Mount Myaboku ruins, sustaining Naruto's faint spark of life. Its mind was filled with worry about the collapse of the sacred land and compassion for Naruto's fate. An extremely faint distress signal carrying a precise spatial coordinate pierced through spatial barriers and directly imprinted itself onto its vast consciousness. The source of the signal pointed unmistakably to the pollution core in the ninja world continent, which was emitting a dense aura of death. Then the great slug sage saw. Through the last vision of that coordinate crystal, it saw the cold gray-white eyeball deep in the night owl core. It felt the indifferent will that viewed all things as straw dogs. That was the ultimate blasphemy against all life. Blasphemer of life shall face the wrath of life. For the first time, cold anger rose in the great slug sage's vast mind. It was no longer just a compassionate observer. Its massive body shook violently, and the endless natural energy of the entire Shikatsu Forest instantly boiled and roared. A torrent of life source energy 100 times more vast and 1,000 times more condensed than when it previously supported the sacred land, carrying the great slug sage's 1,000-year accumulated anger and purifying will flowed through the temporary channel established by that spatial coordinate crystal and reinforced by Boruto's insight into all things, like a celestial river pouring backwards savagely and precisely slammed into the depths of the Night Owl base's corruption core. Target, directly at that cold gray-white eyeball. Boom rumble. The core of the Night Owl base erupted with the most terrifying tremor since the battle began. The gray-white corruption core, like an ice cube thrown into boiling magma, was instantly overwhelmed by unimaginable torrents of life source energy. The terrifying roar, indescribable in words, was not an explosion, but rather the fundamental collision and annihilation of two utterly opposing cosmic laws deep within the core. The core structure of the Night Owl base twisted, deformed, and disintegrated in an instant under the violent shock of energy, as if it were decayed wood thrown into a furnace. The cold metal structure, under the extreme wash of life source power, seemed to come alive, with green moss crazily sprouting on its surface, blooming with illusory flowers, only to be eroded, withered, and turned to ash by the grayish-white death energy erupting from deep within the core in the next moment. At the boundary of the two forces, the space crumpled like wrinkled paper, presenting a bizarre and twisted spectacle. The vast life source power accumulated by the slug sage over 1,000 years surged forth, carrying the overwhelming will to purify everything, transforming into a green torrent that pierced through heaven and earth fiercely and precisely, flooding into the polluted core, directly striking that cold enormous eyeball composed of pure gray-white energy. Roar. No longer cold indifference, but a scream filled with pain, rage, and disbelief. The gray-eyed eyeball trembled violently, its surface of dead silent nebula swirling furiously, trying to unleash even stronger gray-white death energy to annihilate this overwhelming torrent of life. It regarded all things as mere fodder, yet never imagined it would be so directly struck by such pure and vast primal life energy. Like a scorching iron pressed against ice, the torrent of life energy collided violently with the pure gray-white death energy, annihilating each other. The green radiance frantically eroded the gray-white eyeball. Wherever it passed, the gray-white energy melted away like snow under the sun. The swirling, dead-silent nebula on the surface of the eyeball was forcibly torn apart and shattered. The enormous eyeball shrank and dimmed at a visible speed. Effective. The Slug Lord's power is purifying it. Kakashi, who had been blasted away, struggled to lift his head. His Sharingan fixed on the hellish scene at the core. A spark of ecstasy ignited in his heart. But he also saw that the gray-white eyeball, in extreme pain, unleashed gray-white death energy that counterattacked like a reflection, frantically eroding and polluting the green torrent of life, even attempting to reverse pollute the wet bone forest along that spatial passage. This was a tug-of-war of will and energy. Whoever exhausted first would be utterly annihilated. Inside the passage, the surviving ninjas from Konoha were thrown about by the terrifying residual waves of collision, all injured. Jiraiya's sage chakra was rapidly depleting, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he still stood firmly in front of everyone, resisting the violent energy fragments. Sasuke, cradled by a medical ninja, seemed to have stopped the spread of the gray-white crystals under the close wash of life source power, with faint signs of melting at the edges, yet he remained unconscious, his breath weak. "Hold on. We must hold on," Jiraiya roared, rallying for the slug sage's power and buying time for his side. Deep within the spatial turbulence, Boruto's newly awakened eye of insight clearly saw the breathtaking duel deep within the core. He saw how the green torrent was dissolving the gray-white eyeball like a hot knife through butter, and also witnessed the insane and malicious counterattack of the gray-white eyeball as it neared death. He saw that although the slug sage's power was vast, it was rapidly consuming itself as it crossed space, clashing against the law-level death energy, with a feeling of exhaustion creeping in. Simultaneously, he also saw another scene that made his heart stop. At the edge of the chaotic spatial storm generated by the core collision, several familiar figures were swaying like lone boats in a raging sea. It was Granny Tsunade. She was drenched in blood, her left arm twisted at a strange angle, clearly suffering severe injury during the collapse of the sacred land. Yet she still held tightly onto a figure. It was Dad. The ashen color on Naruto seemed to fade slightly under the wash of the slug sage's life torrent, the spark in his heart still stubbornly pulsing, but weak enough to seem as if it could extinguish at any moment. Behind Tsunade was Shikamaru, almost cocooned in shadows. His complexion was pale, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, clearly pushed to the limit. Using the Nara clan's secret shadow techniques, he forcibly bound himself, Tsunade, and Naruto together like a fragile protective sphere, struggling to maintain their integrity against the violent spatial turbulence. They were being swept by a powerful spatial turbulence, drifting towards an unknown spatial rift that radiated a more chaotic and ancient aura away from the core battlefield. Granny Tsunade. Uncle Shikamaru. Dad. Boruto screamed in his heart. He wanted to rush over, but his body was still caught in the violent turbulence, unable to move. The newly awakened eye of insight granted him unparalleled perception, yet it did not bestow him with the power to combat such a level of spatial storm. He could only watch helplessly as his family was pulled towards an unknown peril. Just as Boruto's eyes widened in despair, yet he felt powerless. Buzz. The chaotic power within him forcibly merged, and temporarily maintaining a delicate balance under the guidance of the Eye of Insight, suddenly began to stir violently. Especially the dark purple energy belonging to the wedge, like a shark catching the scent of blood, surged madly towards the molten golden point in his eyes. Its target was precisely the gray-white eyeball that was being dissolved by the torrent of life at the core. A greedy desire to devour stemming from the wedge's instincts burned like wildfires in Boruto's consciousness. It wanted to devour the residual power of that eyeball. No, I can't. Boruto instantly became alert. He forcibly suppressed the wedge's agitation. The gray-white death energy contained in that eyeball was purer pollution than the wedge itself. Once devoured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, in his current state, he could not control such a level of devouring. But the wedge's desire was so strong that it almost broke free from the bounds of his will. The balance of his body was instantly disrupted, and the ice erosion power began to backfire. Excruciating pain swept through his entire body again, just at this moment of being trapped on all sides with his consciousness approaching collapse. Child. Look. There. The vast consciousness of the slug sage, tinged with urgency and guidance, resonated once more within Boruto's soul. Not transmitting information directly, but through the spatial coordinate crystal, still connected to the core battlefield locked by Boruto's Eye of Insight, conveying a vague coordinate pointing. This coordinate did not point to the core battlefield nor to the rift towards which Tsunade and the others were drifting, but rather to a region that was extremely secretive, exposed after the collapse of the Night Owl base's core structure, sealed by layers of energy barriers. That area emanated a cold, precise, inhuman aura, completely at odds with the chaos of the entire base. And at the center of that area, Boruto's eye of insight penetrated the barriers and vaguely saw a massive brain immersed in some viscous nutrient solution connected by countless precise tubes and nerve bundles. A brain that had been stripped of its body, existing solely as a pure thinking organ. It emitted faint yet incredibly precise energy fluctuations, as if it were the central processor for the complex operations of the entire base. Control. Hub. Destroy. Cut off. Connection. The slug sage's thoughts were intermittent, clearly reaching their limit in the confrontation with the gray-white eyeball. Boruto instantly understood the slug sage's intentions. That gray-white eyeball was the core will of the pollution source, and this brain was likely the physical control hub for the Night Owl base's actual operation. As long as it was destroyed, the gray-white eyeball's energy extraction and control over the entire base could be cut off, greatly weakening its power to resist the slug sage. Moreover, the position of this hub seemed closer to the path where he was being swept away by the turbulence. A crazy plan instantly formed in Boruto's mind. He could not directly confront the core battlefield, nor could he immediately rescue Tsunade and the others, but perhaps he could pull the rug from under them. He no longer forcibly suppressed the wedge's desire to devour, but instead guided this violent power, mixing it with the remaining chakra and the sharpness of the ice erosion, pouring it all into his eye of insight. Target, lock onto that hidden control hub brain. The molten golden point of the eye of insight spun wildly, focusing. An invisible and intangible thought impact, yet containing ultimate insight and the will to cut through space, disregarded physical distance, and the violent energy turbulence striking fiercely towards that hidden area like the most precise mental blade. Eye of the heart, universal cutting. Pfft. No earth-shattering noise. But Boruto saw that the hidden area, protected by heavy energy barriers, was slashed as if by an invisible blade. The sturdy energy barriers shattered silently like fragile soap bubbles. Countless precise tubes and nerve bundles connecting to the giant brain under the impact of the universal cutting thought were severed and charred as if swept by high-temperature lasers. The massive brain, immersed in nutrient solution, suddenly convulsed violently. Countless fine cracks appeared on its surface, and the precise energy fluctuations instantly became chaotic. Booming. The core battlefield where the gray-white eyeball was madly clashing against the slug sage's torrent of life shook violently. The gray-white death energy it released suddenly weakened by at least 30%. The energy tendrils that originally stabilized the connection to the entire base became disordered, dim, and even began to break. The pressure of the slug sage's torrent of life decreased sharply. The green radiance surged as if bolstered by reinforcements, crashing even more fiercely towards the severely injured and weakened gray-white eyeball. Roar. The gray-white eyeball emitted an unprecedented scream filled with shock, anger, and unwillingness. It seemed to sense that the control hub had been destroyed. The source of power was cut off. Opportunity. Kakashi's eyes sparkled. He painfully sustained his injured body, and his Sharingan instantly locked onto the dimmed, shrunk gray-white eyeball. Jiraiya Sensei. The strongest strike. Kakashi shouted hoarsely. Understood. Jiraiya, with his white hair dancing wildly, poured all the remaining sage chakra into his hands. Sage Technique Super Giant Rasengan. A giant blue spiral ball several meters in diameter and containing terrifying sage energy formed in Jiraiya's hands, carrying the momentum to destroy everything, and smashed fiercely towards the gray-white eyeball that was being pressed down by the torrent of life. Kakashi moved at the same time. He bit his finger, and blood traced an arcane path in his palm. Summoning technique, 8 ninja dogs. Smoke exploded, and 8 ninja dogs of various sizes appeared. Pakin. Buru. Take everyone with you. Target that eyeball. Use your strongest Fang over Fang. Attack its weakest pupil. Kakashi's command was concise yet frantic. Woof. Leave it to me. Pakin barked, and the 8 ninja dogs instantly transformed into 8 high-speed rotating chakra drills like precision missiles, fiercely slamming into the center of the swirling, dead silent nebula of the gray-white eyeball, following closely behind Jiraiya's Super Giant Rasengan. Boom. Super Giant Rasengan hit first. The terrifying sage energy exploded on the surface of the gray-white eyeball. Immediately afterward, the 8 Fang over Fang attacks gathered with all the strength of the ninja dogs like 8 red-hot steel nails, plunged fiercely into the energy breach created by the spiral ball, deeply embedding into the fragile pupil. The slug sage's torrent of life surged in. No! That cold, inhuman voice let out its last unwilling scream. Crack. A crisp and chilling sound of shattering. The gray-white eyeball, representing the ultimate pollution and death under the triple impact of the slug sage's life purification, Jiraiya's sage technique bombardment, and the fatal piercing of the 8 ninja dogs, instantly filled its surface with spiderweb-like cracks. Then, before everyone's shocked gaze, it exploded like a glass ball that had been stretched to its limit. Boom. Countless gray-white energy fragments burst forth like dying meteors, shooting out in all directions. A destructive energy shockwave instantly swept across the entire core of the Night Owl base. The base collapsed completely. The spatial passage began to twist and shrink violently after losing the support of the core of pollution. Go! Kakashi shouted, enduring his severe injuries, activating body flicker technique to rush towards the nearest Konoha ninja, attempting to lead them to escape. Jiraiya grabbed the nearest injured person and rushed towards the shrinking exit of the spatial passage. However, just as the core was annihilated and the spatial passage was about to close, a minute fragment containing pure gray-white death energy and the last trace of unwilling will from the annihilated eyeball, like it had a life of its own, ignored the chaotic energy storm and precisely shot towards the depths of the spatial turbulence. The target was none other than Boruto, who had just released universal cutting and was in an extremely weak state of mind and power. Boruto's eye of insight clearly captured this deadly fragment. But he had just exhausted all his power. His body and mind were in the most fragile state, unable to dodge at all. The fragment silently penetrated into Boruto's forehead. A bone-chilling cold. A cold that transcended the physical frigidity of spatial turbulence, piercing straight into the deepest recesses of the soul. As the ashen fragment sank into the center of his brow, it engulfed Boruto's entire being. Time itself seemed frozen. The raging spatial disturbances, the annihilating core explosion, the distant wavering figures of Tsunade, and the others, all of it receded into the distance, in Boruto's perception growing blurred and indistinct. The world seemed to narrow to that single point at his brow, a searing pain, as if branded by a red-hot iron, yet also like the most venomous ice stabbing into him. Boruto couldn't even form a complete syllable. His body convulsed violently in the turbulence. In his newly awakened eyes, those molten gold eyes that perceived all phenomena, his pupils contracted to their utmost limit. Beneath the near-transparent vitreous luster of his irises, a highly ominous cold ashen nebula suddenly spread like ink dropped into clear water. Blasphemy. Life shall return to silence. A fragment of an icy, impassive consciousness carrying infinite death will, like a clinging boneworm, furiously drilled into the depths of Boruto's awareness through his brow. It sought to corrupt this vessel that had just displayed such bizarre potential, to devour that molten gold will, to drag this newly kindled light into eternal ashen emptiness. Get out! Boruto howled soundlessly in the depths of his consciousness. Instinctively, he summoned every remaining shred of power within him to resist. The resilience of the whirlpool chakra, the warmth of his father's will, the lingering life source energy of the slug sage, and even the power of his newly awakened insight into all phenomena, all surged toward his brow, attempting to expel, purify, or trap the invading fragment of death. But the death aura contained within the ashen fragment was too pure, too virulent. Like the most stubborn virus, it madly eroded every force Boruto mustered. The molten gold singularity was entangled and dimmed by the ashen nebula. The emerald life force was contaminated and withered by the death aura. The crimson gold spark of will flickered precariously under the icy assault. Even more terrifying, the karma within Boruto, formerly suppressed, now erupted in frenzy under the stimulation of this pure death aura, like oil poured on a blazing fire. Dark purple energy surged madly toward his brow. It did not aid Boruto in resistance, but instead, driven by a greed akin to kindred attraction, sought to merge with and devour the ashen fragment. The ice-eroding force also counterattacked, rampaging through his meridians. Boruto felt like a tattered rag doll being torn apart by three opposing forces. His body tumbled uncontrollably in the spatial turbulence. The cracks on his skin spread wildly again, blood oozing out mixed with ice crystals and wisps of ashen aura. At the center of his brow, a distinct ashen mark like a third eye was slowly emerging. Boruto. Tsunade, far away and about to be swallowed by the spatial rift, seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned her head and saw the chaotic evil aura erupting from Boruto in the turbulence, as well as the piercing ashen point at his brow. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented terror and anguish. Damn it. Shikamaru saw it too, but he could barely save himself. His shadow barrier was on the verge of collapse under the violent spatial forces. The core battlefield of the Night Owl. Rumble. With the complete detonation of the ashen eyeball, the Night Owl base, deprived of its core support, finally met its utter end. The massive metal structures, like a giant beast stripped of its skeleton, collapsed and disintegrated layer upon layer in a deafening roar. The spatial passage, bereft of sustaining power, began to twist, shrink, and annihilate violently like dough kneaded by an invisible giant hand. A horrifying suction force emanated from the center of the annihilating passage, greedily drawing in base debris, energy fragments, and even light itself. Move. The space is about to collapse completely. Kakashi roared hoarsely, his Sharingan bloodshot from overexertion. Suppressing the agony of what felt like every bone in his body breaking, he repeatedly used the body flicker technique, pushing several seriously wounded comrades toward relatively safe areas. Jiraiya's sage chakra was almost exhausted. His white hair was disheveled and blood constantly seeped from the corner of his mouth. He formed hand seals and summoned a massive toad stomach, rock barely managing to withstand the terrifying suction and collapsing metal fragments from the Annihilation Center. Go, all of you, into the passage. The surviving leaf ninjas, erupting with their last strength in despair, supported one another and charged desperately toward the rapidly shrinking spatial passage exit, its edges flickering with unstable electric arcs, while battling the violent suction and falling metal blocks. With every step forward came sacrifice. One ninja was crushed into pulp by a massive metal beam, another was swept by a spatial fissure, half of his body vanishing without a trace. Kakashi and Jiraiya brought up the rear, fending off the most lethal attacks. Kakashi's lightning cutter had long been extinguished. He could only rely on taijutsu and kunai to parry each collision, causing him to spew blood. Jiraiya's toad stomach, rock, was covered in cracks after successive heavy blows on the verge of collapse. Kakashi. Jiraiya. Shizune, who had already reached the passage entrance, turned back and let out a piercing cry. Go. Don't worry about us. Jiraiya roared as his white hair like steel whips sent a huge falling metal plate flying. Kakashi said nothing. His Sharingan fixed on the Annihilation Center. He saw within that chaotic storm of destruction the purest wisps of ashen death aura, residue from the shattered ashen eyeball. Not completely swallowed by the spatial annihilation, but as if alive, trying to bore into the collapsing spatial structure and escape into unknown dimensions. One of those wisps seemed to sense something and shot rapidly toward the direction of Boruto, deep within the spatial turbulence. We can't let them escape. Alarms blared in Kakashi's heart. These law-infused death fragments, once escaped, would cause endless trouble. Instinctively, he wanted to pursue, but his severe injuries and the violent spatial suction rendered him immobile. Just then, lightning released stream of lightning, arrow of purification. A cold, dignified female voice exploded like thunder above the chaotic battlefield. The voice came from beyond the shrinking spatial passage. Shriek. A bolt of blue-white lightning condensed to the extreme and imbued with a sacred purifying aura shot precisely into the passage, like a meteor cutting through the night sky. Its target, those few wisps of ashen death aura trying to escape. It was support from Cloud, the Raikage Secretary Mabui. She had personally arrived at the passage entrance and launched this critical strike. The arrow containing Cloud's highest purifying lightning release instantly pierced through those pure wisps of ashen death aura. Blinding lightning burst forth, enveloping, purifying, and annihilating them completely. One of the wisps heading toward Boruto was also violently shaken by the arrow's residual energy. Its trajectory deflected, and it was eventually swept into the depths of the raging spatial turbulence, lost. Kakashi's heart eased slightly, but the crisis was far from over. The entire base collapsed faster. The spatial passage contracted to a narrow gap barely wide enough for one person. Kakashi. Now. Jiraiya grabbed Kakashi's arm and hurled him toward the passage entrance with his last strength. At the same time, the massive toad stomach, rock beneath his feet, finally gave way and shattered with a roar. Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi's eyes nearly split. Enough talk. Look after that brat Naruto for me. And the future of the leaf. Jiraiya's white hair whipped wildly, a free and resolute smile crossed his face. He spun around, formed the final hand seal, and poured every last ounce of his sage chakra into the ground beneath him. Sage Art Gourd Toad Prison Seal. A translucent toad phantom, massive and formed of sage chakra, instantly swelled like a giant bubble, momentarily enveloping and isolating the collapsing core area and the violent spatial suction. Buying precious escape time for Kakashi and the remaining ninjas. Go. Kakashi knew this was the chance Jiraiya had bought with his life. Without hesitation, suppressing the burning tears in his eyes and the agony in his heart, he transformed into a blur and, carrying the last two gravely wounded ninjas, plunged into the slit of the spatial passage, now only a thread wide and about to close completely. The moment Kakashi's figure vanished into the passage. Boom! The barrier formed by the Toad Sage art was utterly torn apart by the violent collapse. Jiraiya's figure was completely swallowed by the endless darkness and the cascading metal torrent. The entire core of the Night Owl base, along with that tainted space, was reduced to a chaotic void amidst earth-shattering explosions and the light of spatial annihilation. Deep within the spatial turbulence, Boruto had almost lost perception of the outside world. All his spirit and power were locked in a life-and-death struggle against the invading ashen fragment at his brow and the rampaging karma within. The death will of the ashen fragment, like a clinging boneworm, furiously eroded his consciousness, seeking to stain his very soul with ashen gray. The karma, meanwhile, acted like a greedy tautia, recklessly trying to devour this pure nutrient, to strengthen itself and fully turn against its host. The ice-eroding force ravaged amidst the chaos, freezing his vitality. Three forces slammed into one another, tearing relentlessly within his body. Boruto's body trembled violently in the turbulence, blood vessels bulged like earthworms beneath his skin, sometimes covered in frost, sometimes spreading ashen patterns, then erupting in dark purple light. The ashen mark at his brow grew clearer, like a malevolent third eye. Dad. Uncle Sasuke. Everyone. The last trace of clear consciousness, amidst the intense pain and chaotic erosion, struggled to survive like a candle flame in a gale. The warmth of his father's will, the last vestige passed into him, was besieged by the ashen death aura, and the karma, like a lone boat on a raging sea, its light growing ever fainter. Just then, a faint yet deeply familiar warm current carrying a gentle life aura suddenly emanated from Boruto's tightly clenched right palm like a trickling stream. It was his father's shuriken. The special shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique always carried by Naruto. Unbeknownst to Boruto, he had unconsciously clasped it tightly in his hand. At this moment, with Boruto's life at extreme risk and the internal forces in utter turmoil, this tool, bearing his father's will and the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God, seemed to trigger some deep protective mechanism. The Flying Thunder God seal etched on the shuriken under the impact of Boruto's chaotic energies spontaneously lit up with a faint golden light. A strand of chakra, distinctly Naruto's imbued with a protective will, flowed like a final spark along Boruto's arms, struggling toward his heart, toward that consciousness nearly swallowed by darkness. At the same time, the shuriken became a faint but extremely clear spatial coordinate anchor, belonging to Naruto himself. Dad. Boruto's fractured consciousness caught the familiar warmth. This warmth, like a lighthouse in the darkness, granted him the last strength to resist the erosion. Instinctively, with his remaining will, he directed the three chaotic forces within him, the ashen death aura, the karma, and the ice erosion, that were nearly tearing him apart, no longer to fight pointlessly but to surge toward the glowing Flying Thunder God shuriken. Like driving three rampaging beasts toward a single vent. Swoosh! Guided by Boruto's will and triggered by the Flying Thunder God seal, a highly unstable spatial vortex, twisting in ashen dark purple and ice blue, suddenly opened around the Flying Thunder God shuriken in Boruto's hand. The raging spatial turbulence was forcibly drawn into the vortex. Boruto's body at its limit, along with the three colliding destructive energies within, was instantly swallowed by the distorted vortex and vanished without a trace. Mount Myaboku ruins at the edge of the sacred land's collapse. Space was like a shattered mirror, enormous fissures stretched into the infinite void. Huge boulders suspended in zero gravity drifted slowly into the darkness. A spherical barrier barely maintained by shadows and riddled with cracks floated arduously in the violent spatial after waves like cosmic dust. Inside the barrier, Tsunade knelt on one knee, bathed in blood, her left arm hanging limp. All her chakra, along with the power transmitted by the slug sage to sustain Naruto's life, was concentrated in her hands pressed firmly over Naruto's heart. Her face was as pale as gold paper, a sweat mixed with blood dripped down. Her body trembled slightly from extreme overexertion, but her eyes were fixed on Naruto's pallid face. Naruto lay still, of the faint crimson gold spark at his heart sustained by the vast life source energy of the slug sage, and Tsunade's desperate medical ninjutsu pulsed with extreme difficulty and weakness. Each beat seemed to drain all the world's strength. The ashen death spreading on his face appeared to have stalled, but had not receded, like a frozen mask of death. Shikamaru huddled in the corner of the barrier, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his aura depleted to its limit. Maintaining this shadow barrier against the spatial turbulence had nearly drained his last vestige of life force. His shadow had become extremely thin and transparent, as if it might dissipate at any moment. His glasses were already shattered, the exposed eyes were bloodshot, filled with exhaustion and despair. He didn't even have the strength to think about the next move. Shikamaru. Hold on. Tsunade's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. Shikamaru barely lifted his eyelids as his lips moved, but no sound came out. Just then. The space not far ahead of the barrier abruptly twisted violently with no warning. A spatial vortex, spinning in ashen dark purple and ice blue, radiating a heart-stopping, unstable aura, materialized out of thin air. Then a figure, drenched in bloodskin, covered in cracks with an eerie ashen mark at his brow, was hurled out as if by an invisible giant force, crashing heavily onto the floating rock in front of the shadow barrier. It was Boruto. But his current state plunged Tsunade and Shikamaru's hearts into an icy abyss. Boruto was curled up, convulsing violently. The ashen mark at his brow writhed like a living thing, exuding a cold death aura. Dark purple karma patterns slithered like vipers beneath his skin, clashing fiercely with the spreading frost. His body had become a chaotic battlefield of energies, three destructive forces collided madly, threatening to tear him apart at any moment. In his hand he tightly gripped the Flying Thunder God shuriken, still glowing faintly. Boruto. Tsunade let out a heartrending cry wanting to rush over, but maintaining Naruto's life prevented her from moving an inch. Shikamaru struggled to manipulate his shadow, but the shadow barrier fluctuated violently. He too spat out a mouthful of blood, and the barrier grew even thinner. As if sensing the presence and cry of his closest kin, the violently convulsing Boruto raised his head with extreme difficulty and slowness. He opened his eyes. Those eyes. The left eye was a cold, deathly chaos of madly spinning ashen nebula. The right eye was a tumultuous, violent vortex of interwoven dark purple karma patterns and ice blue gears. Only in the deepest part of his pupils, a faint, nearly invisible spark of molten gold belonging to Boruto himself, flickered, reflected by the faint light of his father's shuriken like a lighthouse in a raging storm struggling on, tenaciously. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only blood-carrying ice crystals and ashen aura came forth. Dad. Shuriken. A broken, nearly indistinguishable syllable mixed with bloody foam was forced out with difficulty. Boruto curled up on the icy floating rock, each convulsion threatening to tear his body apart. Ashen death aura, dark purple karma, and icy blue corrosion, three destructive forces rampaged and clashed within him like savage dragons vying for dominion over his crumbling vessel. The veins beneath his skin bulged hideously, now coated with a deathly gray frost, now spreading, devouring dark purple patterns, now split apart by frozen crystals. The writhing gray-white mark on his forehead exuded a bone-chilling aura like an evil third eye. He lifted his head with difficulty, his inhuman eyes, the left a chaotic nebula, the right a vortex of karma and corrosion, fixed intently on the shadow barrier. His gaze pierced the thin shadow barrier, landing on his father's pallid face under Tsunade's grandmother's pressed hands, and on the faintly flickering golden-red spark that seemed ready to die out at any moment. Dad. The kunai. Broken syllables mixed with blood and gray-white breath forced their way out. With the last shred of his own will, Boruto raised his right hand, clutching the flying thunder god kunai, trembling and agonizingly slow, pointing toward the barrier. On that kunai, Naruto's flying thunder god formula stubbornly emitted a faint golden glow, despite the chaotic energy buffeting it like the last vestige of a father's protective will. Boruto. Tsunade's heart felt as if torn by claws. She saw the inhuman chaos and pain in her grandson's eyes, and even more the desperate struggle of that molten gold light deep within his alien pupils. She wanted to rush over recklessly, if only to hold him, if only to share a fraction of his pain. But her hands were welded to Naruto's chest, sustaining that faint spark of life, a mooring she could not release. A single ripple of sage chakra could snuff out that spark forever. Shikamaru. Tsunade's voice was choked with sobs, hoarse and desperate. Shadow. Pull him over. Now. Shikamaru curled in a corner, his body convulsing from extreme exhaustion. The shadow barrier wavered violently like a candle in the wind, cracks spreading like a spiderweb under the strain of his will. Each spatial tremor made him spit out blood, mixed with fragments of his organs. He heard Tsunade's cry and saw Boruto's hellish condition outside the barrier. Pull him over. Shikamaru's lips twisted into a bitterest smile. His shadows had already wrung out the last drop of strength, maintaining the barrier itself was precarious. Extending them to grasp Boruto precisely amid the raging spatial currents and bring him safely inside was nothing but a pipe dream. He couldn't even focus to consider the feasibility. His mind was a blur from blood loss and oxygen deprivation. He tried to raise a hand, his fingertips twitched slightly. At the edge of the shadow barrier, a tiny wisp of shadow, barely visible and thinner than a hair, extended with excruciating slowness toward Boruto. The instant it emerged from the barrier, it was severed by an invisible spatial rift. Shikamaru grunted, blacked out, and collapsed completely. The shadow barrier's light dimmed by half, becoming nearly translucent. The furious spatial energy outside the barrier found the breach and surged in, crushing and tearing. It's over. Tsunade's heart sank into an icy abyss. Despair flooded her like freezing water. Naruto was dying, Boruto was mutating uncontrollably, Shikamaru was spent, and they themselves were about to be swallowed by the collapsing space. The flame of Konoha. Was it really about to be extinguished? Then in that moment of utter despair, an extremely faint sensation carrying a precise spatial coordinate like a stone thrown into still water exploded in Kakashi's perception. That fluctuation came from the direction of the collapsing sacred site. It was Naruto's flying thunder god coordinate. And it was nearby. Kakashi's figure had just emerged from the dying spatial pathway of the Night Owl, carrying the last two severely wounded shinobi, landing on the edge of the ruins of Konoha. The grief over Jiraiya's sacrifice still lingered. He was drenched in blood, his chakra nearly depleted, and his Sharingan throbbed with piercing pain from overuse. But at that moment the faint coordinate fluctuation was like a beacon in the darkness, instantly reigniting his nearly extinguished fighting will. Naruto. Boruto. Kakashi whipped his head around, his Sharingan locking onto the source. A twisted, chaotic spatial rift formed after the sacred site's collapse. Without a second thought, Kakashi didn't even have time to speak to Shizune beside him. He pushed a severely injured shinobi into Shizune's arms, drained the last trace of chakra from his body, and formed hand seals at a speed beyond his limit. Flying Thunder God Technique. SHHHH. A flash of silver lightning tore through the smoke-filled air, and Kakashi vanished. At the edge of the collapsed sacred site, the shadow barrier as Shikamaru completely lost consciousness silently shattered like a soap bubble. The violent spatial currents and weightless tugging force descended instantly. Tsunade grunted, her body nearly lifted off the ground by the immense pull. She held Naruto tightly using her body as the last shield and crashed heavily into a floating boulder. The pain made her vision darken. Shikamaru was flung away like a kite with a broken string. And Boruto outside the barrier bore the brunt. His body, already on the verge of collapse, lost its rocky anchor and was instantly swept up by the raging currents, tossed like a tattered doll into the bottomless dark rift. The kunai with the faintly glowing flying thunder god mark in his hand became the only clear coordinate in this chaos. Boruto. Tsunade screamed in despair, watching her grandson swallowed by darkness. Just as Boruto's body was about to disappear into the rift, SHHHH. A dazzling silver lightning bolt like a blade slicing through eternal night exploded without warning beside Boruto. As the lightning subsided, Kakashi's figure materialized out of thin air. His face was as pale as paper, his Sharingan bloodshot, and his body trembled violently from consecutive use of Flying Thunder God and severe injuries, but his timing and position were miraculously precise. Kakashi's left hand like an iron claw seized in the nick of time the right wrist of Boruto, who was gripping the Flying Thunder God kunai and being dragged by the currents. His hand met icy coldness and chaos. The skin on Boruto's wrist was cracked a gray-white dark purple, and icy blue breaths coiled like vipers, furiously eroding Kakashi's palm. Sharp pain and a chilling deathly aura instantly spread up his arm. Kakashi grunted and his Sharingan blazed with a resolute light. Ignoring the agonizing erosion, his right hand held a kunai already poised, charged with the last of his lightning release chakra. Hold still. Kakashi roared hoarsely, driving the kunai fiercely into a relatively stable floating boulder beside Boruto. Lightning exploded and the kunai sank deep into the rock. The powerful lightning chakra momentarily disrupted the small-scale spatial currents, creating an extremely brief stable anchor. Seizing that instant of stability, Kakashi, using all his strength, yanked Boruto, who was nearly swept away back by. At the same time, his gaze, like that of a hawk, locked onto Tsunade, Naruto, and the drifting Shikamaru. Also, the coordinate sense of Flying Thunder God clearly pointed to Naruto. Without pausing while pulling Boruto back, Kakashi's free right hand formed seals like lightning. Flying Thunder God guiding thunder, pull. Target, Naruto. Hum. A faint but precise spatial ripple ignored the raging currents, instantly connecting Kakashi and Naruto in Tsunade's arms. A powerful pulling force acted on Naruto. Kakashi. Tsunade instantly understood. Without hesitation, the moment the pull came, she used her last strength to thrust Naruto in her arms forcefully toward Kakashi. At the same time, she used the reaction force to hurl herself like a cannonball toward the flung Shikamaru. Naruto's body, guided by the Flying Thunder God formula, instantly crossed the turbulent currents and appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi's right arm swept out, catching Naruto's cold, heavy body firmly. His hand met deathly gray stillness. Only the faint spark at his heart still beating made Kakashi's heart clench. Let's go. Kakashi clutched Boruto, who was struggling violently with rampaging energy ready to explode, with one hand, and held the faintly flickering Naruto, whose life was like a candle in the wind, with the other. He looked toward the direction of the Konoha ruins where Shizune and the others were. There was a Flying Thunder God kunai he had left there beforehand. This was the last chance to escape. Carrying these two dying children, Kakashi drained the last potential from the depths of his soul, his Sharingan blood red and dripping. Both hands erupted with power. Flying Thunder God, second step. Hum. A blinding silver light blazed again. Kakashi's figure along with Naruto and Boruto vanished instantly. Almost at the same moment Kakashi disappeared. Boom. Tsunade crashed heavily onto Shikamaru, shielding him with her body. A massive space fragment like a guillotine sliced through where she had just been. And the floating rock where Boruto had been along with the kunai Kakashi had driven in was instantly shredded into powder by the raging currents. Kakashi. Take them. Go. Tsunade, holding the unconscious Shikamaru, watched the direction where Kakashi vanished, a relieved, bitter smile on her lips. Then the furious spatial forces completely swallowed that region, pulling her and Shikamaru into endless darkness and currents. At the edge of the Konoha ruins, a blinding silver flash came and went. Thud. 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 Three figures crashed heavily onto the ground, littered with rubble and bloodstains like torn sacks. Cough, cough. Kakashi curled up, coughing violently, each cough bringing up mouthfuls of blood and fragments of his organs. Continuous extreme use of Flying Thunder God, especially the second step jump carrying 2 dying people, had nearly torn his meridians and internal organs to shreds. The light of his Sharingan went out completely, it was covered in blood, his vision a blurry scarlet. He struggled to lift his head and look around. Naruto lay to his left, his face still ashen, but the faint spark at his heart still flickered with extreme difficulty. The life thread Tsunade had desperately maintained seemed not entirely broken. And Boruto. Kakashi's heart tightened. Boruto curled on the right, convulsing violently like a fish out of water. The gray-white mark on his forehead writhed like a living thing, emitting a bone-chilling deathly aura. Dark purple comma patterns and icy blue corrosion marks moved under his skin like boiling magma, clashing and crawling, making a grating, sizzling sound. Cracks spread across his skin, oozing dark purple blood, mixed with gray-white breath and ice crystals. In his hand he still clutched the battered Flying Thunder God kunai. Its golden glow was now nearly invisible. His eyes were the most terrifying. The left chaotic nebula spun wildly cold and dead, the right vortex of karma and corrosion was like a black hole devouring light. Only the molten gold deep in his pupils, crushed by gray and dark purple, flickered like a dying candle, its light fading as if about to go out completely. Boruto. Hang on. Kakashi struggled to crawl over, but his body was like broken pieces, unable to move. Kakashi-senpai. Shizune and the surviving Konoha shinobi cried out, rushing over. When they saw Naruto's deathly pallor and Boruto's monstrous mutation, all their faces turned pale. Quick. Medical unit. Top priority. Shizune suppressed her inner shock and ordered hoarsely. Several medical ninja rushed to Naruto, trying to revive the faint spark of life. Others rushed to Boruto, but as soon as they got close they were forced back by the chaotic, icy and corrosive energy field erupting from him. Their medical chakra sank like stones into the sea, unable to even get close. The power inside him is rampaging, repelling all external energy. A medical ninja shouted in terror. Kakashi watched Boruto writhing in agony, his aura growing more chaotic and malevolent, his alien eyes gradually being overrun by gray-white and dark purple. An icy chill shot from his feet to his head. He had brought them back. But could they really save this child? The 3 destructive forces within Boruto, now free from spatial suppression, were engaged in their final, most brutal battle inside his body. No matter which side won, what awaited Boruto would be total annihilation or an unimaginable mutation. And Naruto. How long could that spark last? The lights of Konoha, after paying an unimaginably heavy price, seemed to have been forcibly sustained. But these 2 flames flickered on the edge of destruction, so frail they could be blown out by any breeze. At the edge of the leaf's ruins, smoke, blood, and the stillness of death mingled in the air. The surviving ninjas gathered like wounded wolves, their eyes fixed on the 3 fallen figures at the center, their gazes interweaving grief, bewilderment, and a lingering tremor of survival. Shizune directed the medical unit like moths drawn to flame, charging recklessly toward Naruto and Boruto. Lord Hokage. Several elite medical ninjas knelt beside Naruto, their hands instantly enveloped in dense green medical chakra, carefully pressing against his pallid chest. Yet when their chakra touched the layer of lifeless gray, it encountered the most impenetrable insulator, unable to penetrate even a fraction. That power of death born from the backlash of the baryon mode, a law-like stillness, stubbornly repelled all external life force. No. The rejection is too strong. We can't inject chakra at all. A medical ninja's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling with despair. They could only watch helplessly as the faint golden red spark in Naruto's chest, deprived of Granny Tsunade's continuous sage chakra, flickered ever more weakly and slowly, like a candlewick about to burn out, its light fading as if it would vanish completely in the next moment. Young Lord Boruto. Another group of medical ninjas attempted to approach Boruto, who was curled up and convulsing, but the moment they entered a 1-meter radius around him, a cold, chaotic, corrosive energy field erupted like a thorny wall of darkness. With a sharp hiss, the leading medical ninja screamed as the medical chakra covering his hands was instantly tainted and frozen by gray-white deathly energy, and eerie livid patterns rapidly spread across his skin. He staggered back, held firmly by his comrades, staring in terror at his rapidly numbing arm. Don't get close. The power inside him is out of control. It will backlash against anything nearby. Shizune, her face pale, harshly stopped the other medical ninjas who wanted to approach. She stared at Boruto, at his eyes, completely covered by gray-white chaos and dark purple karma erosion vortex, with only a spot of molten gold deep in the pupils, struggling madly, but growing dimmer, and at the writhing gray-white mark on his forehead. A chill shot from her spine to the top of her head. This was no mere injury, it was contamination and energy conflict at the level of natural laws. It was a terrifying power that even Lady Katsuyu needed to use all her strength to contend with, and it was waging a final battle within this boy. Kakashi-senpai. Shizune looked helplessly at Kakashi, who was collapsed on the ground, coughing blood. Kakashi struggled, propping his upper body up with trembling arms. His Sharingan was covered in blood, his vision blurred, but he could clearly sense the condition of the two children beside him. Naruto's flame of life was like a candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the verge of extinction. Boruto was like a bomb about to detonate, a mixture of three destructive energies. Once the balance was completely shattered, the consequences would be unimaginable. And he, with his chakra depleted and meridians severed, couldn't even move a finger. What could he do? Despair. A cold, deep despair like solid ice water flooded everyone present. They had paid a terrible price to snatch the Hokage and his son back from the brink of hell, yet it seemed they had only brought the process of death back to this equally devastated homeland. Dad. In the midst of that dead silence, an extremely weak, almost dreamlike voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from Naruto. Everyone jolted and looked at Naruto in disbelief. There on his face, ashen like carved stone, his tightly shut eyelids trembled ever so slightly. His lips, covered in lifeless gray, opened and closed with extreme difficulty and faintness, as if calling out silently. Naruto. Kakashi's heart pounded violently. Ignoring the pain, he crawled to Naruto's side. Can you hear me? No response. Naruto's eyes remained shut, his breath so faint it was almost imperceptible. Only the spark in his chest after that faint call seemed to be infused with some invisible power, brightening by the tiniest fraction. Then something even more astonishing happened. Naruto's right hand, which had been hanging limply cold and stiff under the deathly gray, actually began to rise, extremely slowly, with a difficulty as if breaking free from a weight of 10,000 tons, trembling, lifting upward. The movement was stiff and sluggish, like rusty machinery, yet it carried an unyielding life, innate persistence. His fingertips, trembling, groping, reached toward the side, toward Boruto, who was writhing in pain, wrapped in gray-white and dark purple energy. The target was not Boruto's body, but Boruto's right hand, which was tightly gripping a flying thunder god kunai and shaking violently. Naruto, you mean to? Kakashi instantly understood the will behind Naruto's nearly impossible action. He wanted to touch Boruto. To touch the kunai in his son's hand, the one that carried his will and coordinates. An indescribable pang of sorrow and shock struck Kakashi. This was Uzumaki Naruto. This was the will of the Hokage. Even if his body was dying and his soul was bound by stillness, the conviction to protect those closest to him could still transcend the limits of the flesh, driving this broken body to make a final effort. Help him. Kakashi rasped at Shizune and the medical unit. Stabilize Naruto's body. Give him a fulcrum. Shizune instantly snapped into action. She threw herself beside Naruto, no longer attempting to inject medical chakra, but instead firmly and gently supporting his trembling shoulder and arm, providing a stable support for his raised hand. The other medical ninjas snapped out of their stupor and carefully fixed Naruto's other body parts to prevent him from collapsing completely from the strain. With everyone's support, Naruto's trembling death-gray right hand moved forward with difficulty, inch by inch. His fingertips cut through the cold air, carrying a heartbreaking slowness and persistence, and finally touched Boruto's equally cold, cracked right hand, which was covered in chaotic energy and tightly gripping the kunai. At the moment Naruto's fingertips met Boruto's hand, a faint but distinct warmth, the purest protective will of Uzumaki Naruto flowed like a bridge crossing the boundary of life and death through the touch into Boruto's chaotic, cold, and collapsing body. Simultaneously, the flying thunder god kunai in Boruto's hand, the moment Naruto's will touched it, blazed like a torch, erupting with an unprecedented warm and steadfast golden red light. This light pierced through the gray-white death energy and dark purple karma patterns, slithering beneath Boruto's skin like a lighthouse in the darkness, instantly illuminating the chaotic battlefield within him. Ugh, ah. Boruto let out an inhuman roar, a mix of pain and a strange sense of release. The three destructive energies that had been violently conflicting and tearing at his soul and body under the illumination of this sudden pure will warmth from his bloodline, and the golden light of the flying thunder god coordinate reacted violently like ice thrown into a furnace. The erosion of the gray-white death energy was temporarily driven back and suppressed by the protective will. The rampage of the dark purple karma force was momentarily bound by the space-stabilizing power within the flying thunder god coordinate. The freezing of the ice erosion showed extremely slight signs of melting under the warmth of the protective will. More crucially, deep within Boruto's alien eyes, which had been completely covered by gray-white chaos and dark purple vortexes, the almost extinguished point of molten gold light, infused with his father's will and illuminated by the flying thunder god's radiance, burst forth with unprecedented, almost burning intensity. Dad! A silent scream exploded in the depths of Boruto's soul. His own molten gold will, bolstered by the conviction his father had transmitted at the cost of his life, finally broke free from the maddening crush of gray-white and dark purple, regaining a sliver of control over his body. In that critical moment of will revival, the power of the newly awakened Eye of Insight, which had been silent in chaos, instinctively activated under the drive of the molten gold will. Its target was not the outside world, but the three still raging, temporarily suppressed, and bound destructive energies within his own body. He would guide them. Not to fight, not to expel, but to forcibly vent them out using the flying thunder god kunai as an anchor point and the temporary channel established by his father's will. Like finding a spillway for a flood about to burst a levee. Ugh, huh. Boruto let out a beastly roar from his throat, his molten gold eyes blazing. Summoning the last shred of regained willpower, he guided the rampaging gray-white death energy, dark purple karma force, and ice gold erosion like three destructive torrents twisted together, surging madly toward his right hand, which was still clutching the flying thunder god kunai. The golden light on the flying thunder god kunai flickered, violently unstable under the impact of the three destructive energies. A spatial vortex, extremely unstable, its edges twisted and torn, filled with the three-colored destruction of gray-white, dark purple, and ice blue, opened violently around the kunai. A devastating suction force erupted from within. No. The space is going to collapse. Kakashi's expression shifted drastically. He recognized the sign of an impending space annihilation, triggered by the energy rampaging. Yet just as this out-of-control vortex was about to fully explode, consuming Boruto, and even everyone around him, Boruto's blazing molten gold eyes locked onto far beyond the leaf's barrier, where a grey tide of living weapons surged with earth-shaking roars. A mad and desperate thought flashed through Boruto's mind, which had just regained a sliver of clarity. The spillway. The target is them. Get the hell. Oh, UT. Boruto let out a hysterical roar. Using all his will and strength, he hurled the flying thunder god kunai, which was about to burst from the destructive energy, along with the twisted three-colored spatial vortex attached to it, with all his might toward the direction of the living weapon tide. At the edge of the leaf's barrier, the remaining defense ninjas were desperately holding the line against the relentless tide of living weapons, relying on the battered fortifications. Flashes of ninjutsu rose and fell, screams intermingled. The line was on the verge of collapse, about to be overwhelmed. Hold the line. For the leaf, a jonin roared, detonating his last paper bombs, taking several monsters down with him. Just as the line was about to break, a streak of light trailing a trail of gray-white, dark purple, and ice blue destruction, like a falling calamity star, flashed across the ruins of the leaf and slammed with pinpoint accuracy into the densest center of the living weapon tide. Then, an explosion beyond description. No flames, only pure annihilation. A massive orb of destruction, hundreds of meters in diameter, interwoven with gray-white, dark purple, and ice blue, swelled violently. Inside the orb, space was completely twisted and torn apart. The rampaging gray-white death energy, like a plague, instantly corroded the living weapons it touched, turning them to ash. The dark purple karma force, like a voracious glutton, madly devoured all matter and energy. The ice blue cold instantly froze everything within range, then shattered it into the finest crystalline powder by the violent spatial forces. In an instant, at the heart of the surging, seemingly endless living weapon tide, a vast, utterly silent vacuum appeared. Thousands of living weapons along with the ground beneath them vanished, as if erased by an invisible eraser, leaving only a massive smooth-edged crater covered in eerie ice crystals and ashen traces. The orb of destruction slowly contracted and dissipated. In its place, only the battered flying thunder god kunai remained stuck at an angle in the center of the crater, the three-colored light on it fading, until it finally died out completely. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Whether it was the surviving leaf ninjas or the living weapons on the periphery that had not been caught in the blast, all were utterly stunned by this sudden, incomprehensible, and terrifying strike. The destructive power carrying the coldness of death, the frenzy of devouring, and the despair of freezing seemed like a divine punishment. Did it work? A leaf ninja drenched in blood stared at the massive death crater ahead, muttering to himself, his voice filled with overwhelming shock and lingering fear. At the center of the ruins, the moment Boruto threw the kunai and vented most of the destructive energy within him, his whole body went limp, collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The writhing gray-white mark on his forehead had dimmed considerably, but it hadn't disappeared like an ugly scar. The rampaging dark purple karma patterns and ice blue erosion marks under his skin had largely subsided. The cracked wounds no longer oozed chaotic energy, only normal blood. The most noticeable change was in his eyes. The chaotic nebula in his left and the karma erosion vortex in his right had vanished, replaced by tired, tightly shut lids, but with an ominous ashen undertone faintly visible beneath them. He slipped into deep unconsciousness, his breath faint, but at least the destructive civil war within him had temporarily ceased. The price was that the three forces he had forcibly vented like clinging parasites had become deeply imprinted within his very origin. As for Naruto, after his fingertips touched Boruto and transmitted that final shred of will, his raised arm fell. The faint spark in his chest after the pressure relief from Boruto's venting seemed to flicker once more, but then settled into an even slower, weaker rhythm. The gray pallor on his face seemed to have spread even deeper. Kakashi looked at the two unconscious children beside him, one bearing the seed of destruction within the other whose flame of life was about to be extinguished. In the distance, the roars of the living weapons resumed after the brief stillness. Although they had been intimidated by Boruto's devastating strike, their numbers were still vast, and they began to gather again from both sides of the crater, like a gray death tide surging once more toward the tattered Leaf defense line. The lights of the Leaf flickered in the deepening twilight. The ruins of Konoha lay steeped in a profound silence, a haunting stillness that echoed the aftermath of calamity. At the edge of the massive crater caused by Boruto's cataclysmic strike, the remaining living weapons, after a brief moment of shock, emitted a deep and threatening growl akin to the whimpering of a wounded beast reverberating through the swirling smoke. They did not attack immediately but lingered at the crater's edge, their hollow purple-golden eyes fixated on the center of the ruins, as if evaluating, wary and awaiting some command. Behind the broken defense line, the surviving Konoha ninjas gasped for breath, tending to their wounds, their eyes a mix of shock from the recent devastating blow, fear of the unknown power, and profound concern for the two figures in the center, whose fates hung in the balance. No one cheered, only heavy breaths and suppressed sobs filled the air. At the center of the ruins, the atmosphere was as solid as lead. Quick! A stretcher. Be careful. Shizen's voice was laced with undeniable urgency yet subdued, as if afraid to disturb something. The medical team gently placed Naruto and Boruto onto makeshift boards that were still relatively intact. Naruto lay quietly, his face a deathly gray akin to frozen wax covering much of his visage, slowly, but inexorably creeping towards his neck. His chest barely rose and fell, with only a faint golden red spark at his heart struggling and weakly pulsating against the pallid backdrop. With each beat the intervals stretched out painfully, the light dimming, as if it would merge completely into the boundless silence at any moment. Several medical jonin surrounded him, their hands enveloped in a feeble green light, yet they dared not touch him, only futilely attempting to sense the flickering flame of life that could extinguish at any moment, their faces etched with helpless despair. Boruto's condition was equally distressing. He lay unconscious, his breathing shallow and rapid. The grayish-white mark on his forehead, though no longer writhing frantically, resembled an ugly brand, exuding a relentless chill of death. The energy surging beneath his skin had subsided, but cracked wounds marred his body with blood seeping out dark. What left the medical ninjas at a loss was the energy field lingering within him, a chaotic resonance mixed with cold silence, frenzy devouring and stubborn freezing, like an invisible force field repelling all external healing chakra. As their green light approached, it would become distorted, frozen, or tainted, making it impossible to delve deeper or provide treatment. Kakashi, supported by Shizune, struggled to sit up. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, mingled with internal fragments. His Sharingan completely dulled his vision, a haze of crimson. He could not discern the specific condition of the two children, but the despairing aura in the air and the medical ninja's helpless murmurs conveyed more clearly than any visual shock. They were teetering on the edge of a cliff, and the rope was fraying inch by inch. Kakashi-senpai. Shizen's voice quivered. Lord Hokage. Young Master Boruto. We. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling her to stop speaking. He struggled to lift his heavy head, his blurred vision gazing northward, the direction of the collapsed Holy Land. How were Tsunade and Shikamaru faring? Jiraiya's final smile seemed to linger before his eyes. Konoha's top combat strength had nearly been decimated in this battle. An overwhelming sense of emptiness and powerlessness washed over him like a cold tide, almost drowning his remaining will. Kakashizuma. The shadows of Sunagakure, Wagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure have sent urgent news. A communications ninja stumbled over, his face etched with the exhilaration of survival. The united forces of the Four Shadows have reached the borders of the Land of Fire. They are racing to Konoha's aid. Lord Rozuna inquires about Lord Hokage's safety and the current situation. Should they immediately intervene to eliminate the remaining living weapons? Reinforcements. They have finally arrived. This news, like a stone cast into stagnant water, stirred a faint ripple among the surviving ninjas. In their weary and despairing eyes, a spark of hope reignited. But Kakashi's heart sank deeper. The reinforcements had arrived, but could Konoha's Hokage hold on until that moment? He took a deep breath, the air mixed with blood and dust stinging his lungs. Reply to the Four Shadows. Lord Hokage is gravely injured and unconscious. The situation is critical. Konoha appreciates the allies' assistance. The current number of remaining living weapons is unknown, but they have been subdued and have not launched a large-scale attack for the time being. Please advance the Four Shadows forces according to plan, prioritizing the establishment of safe zones and medical points. Konoha needs time. Yes. The communications ninja saluted and turned to sprint away. Time. Kakashi looked at the faint spark at Naruto's chest, which was nearly invisible. What they lacked most was time. Just then. Look. What is that? A guard ninja suddenly pointed at the sky, raising a voice of uncertainty. Everyone looked up abruptly. In the distance, a soft yet overwhelmingly powerful emerald green pillar of light, like a bridge of life connecting heaven and earth, pierced through the thin clouds, defying the barriers of space, projecting from the direction of the wet-bone forest, traversing a great distance, with pinpoint accuracy. The target of the light pillar was none other than Naruto the Vortex, whose flame of life was on the verge of extinguishing. In the name of the wet-bone forest. Sustain. The flame of life. The vast far-reaching intent of the Sage of Slugs, imbued with endless compassion and resolve, swept across the entire Konoha ruins in an instant. The life essence contained within this intent was so pure, so formidable, that even the stubborn blades of grass sprouting from the ruins instantly unfurled their leaves, and the pervasive atmosphere of death and despair was momentarily cleared. The emerald green pillar of light enveloped Naruto with precision. The deathly gray skin that had stubbornly resisted medical chakra began to sizzle under this boundless source of life, derived from nature, as if ice and snow were meeting the warm sun, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The speed at which the pallor spread was forcibly restrained for the first time. The faint golden-red spark at Naruto's heart, wrapped and infused with the overwhelming source of life, exploded like it was infused with the purest lamp oil, radiating an unprecedented yet still weak but resolute glow. It pulsed. It began to beat strongly and steadily. Lord Sage. Shizune and the medical team wept tears of joy. They could clearly feel that Naruto's life breath, on the brink of extinction under the support of this power, was like withered wood encountering spring, rekindling a trace of faint vitality. Though still frail, at least, that light had not gone out. Kakashi's blurred vision seemed to be illuminated by this beam of life, and his tense heartstrings finally found a moment of respite. The Sage of Slugs once again extended a helping hand at the most critical moment. However, the Sage of Slugs' intent did not cease. It resonated with unprecedented gravity within the souls of Kakashi and Shizune. Naruto's life is like a candle in the wind. Reparticle backlash is withering at the level of the laws. My power can only sustain, cannot reverse. Boruto. The Sage of Slugs' intent turned towards the unconscious Boruto, filled with deep concern. The grayish-white death energy has invaded the source, entangled with the forces of the wedge and ice erosion, forming the seed of chaos. Forcibly removing it may provoke unpredictable annihilation. Only guiding, with the eye of the heart, can navigate the chaos. My true form cannot descend into this realm. Sustaining Naruto's fire is already. Whether Konoha's light can reignite depends on your own will and bonds. As these words fell, the mighty pillar of life continued to envelop Naruto, continuously infusing him with life force, yet the vast tide of the Sage of Slugs' intent gradually receded, clearly concentrating all its power on sustaining Naruto's last breath of life. Guide. Navigate chaos. Rely on will and bonds. Kakashi and Shizune looked at the unconscious Boruto, gazing at the grayish-white mark on his forehead, their hearts heavy. The words of the Sage of Slugs undoubtedly placed a more arduous and tenuous hope upon their shoulders. Kakashi-senpai. Look at Boruto. Shizune suddenly exclaimed. Under the afterglow of the Sage of Slugs' life-giving pillar, Boruto, lying unconscious, seemed to slightly turn his eyelids. A drop of murky tear mixed with blood silently slipped from the corner of his eye, soaking into the disheveled hair at his temple. It seemed that, even in his unconscious state, he felt the overwhelming life essence, sensed his father's weak yet tenacious heartbeat, and felt the weight of responsibility and the faint glimmer of hope. The faint light of dawn finally struggled to pierce through the heavy clouds shrouding Konoha, casting the first pale rays upon the scarred ruins. In the distance, the howls of living weapons seemed to grow more restless, yet they remained deterred by the devastating crater and the life essence of the Sage of Slugs lingering in place. Konoha's light, after paying an unimaginable price, finally was not entirely snuffed out. Naruto clung to the last breath of life sustained by the Sage of Slugs' power across space. Meanwhile, Boruto, with the chaotic seed of destruction buried within him, also represented the only flicker of hope. The call to rebuild their home had yet to sound, and deeper shadows had already descended. The dim light of dawn sparingly fell upon the ruins of Leaf Village, coating the cold steel and charred wood with a pale, deathly stillness. The emerald pillar of light from the Slug Sage, like a celestial anchor, enveloped Naruto. Its vast life force stubbornly resisted the law of decay from the heavy particle backlash, sustaining the faint yet unyielding flame of his heart. This pillar of light was the only warm and hopeful beacon on the battlefield of despair. Yet beyond it the air grew as heavy as lead. The vanguard of the allied forces from the hidden sand rock mist and cloud villages, like a torrent of steel, finally broke through the lingering smoke and appeared at the edge of Leaf's ruins. Banners fluttered violently in the morning wind, their grim military bearing exuding an overwhelming pressure. At the forefront, the four Kage, flanked by their elite guards, strode toward the center of the ruins. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the emerald pillar that pierced heaven and earth, then fell upon the two figures lying on crude stretchers beneath it. The fourth Kazekage raised his face as hard and cold as gold sand swept his sharp gaze over Naruto's death-gray-covered face and faintly rising chest. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. When his eyes turned to the unconscious Boruto on the neighboring stretcher, especially the grayish-white mark on Boruto's brow, like a living brand exuding ominous icy malice, his pupils abruptly contracted. As a master of magnet release, he was extremely sensitive to energies and instantly detected the chaotic, cold, corrosive residue lingering within Boruto's body. This was no ordinary wound. The third Tsuchikage Inoki, hovering in midair, emanated a mountain-like majesty despite his small stature. His eyes, weathered by countless ages, lingered on Naruto for a moment, a faint trace of regret flickering through. Then they focused more on Boruto, a glint of shrewd calculation deep within his clouded pupils. This boy. Is he the one mentioned in the reports who unleashed that devastating strike? The power lingering on him. Dangerous and full of unknowns. The fifth Mizukage Terumi, may her beautiful face now filled with gravity and concern, stepped forward quickly. Ignoring the guard's attempts to stop her, she knelt beside Naruto's stretcher and extended a hand cloaked in mist to probe his condition. But before her fingertips could touch the deathly gray skin, they were repelled by an invisible force. Frowning deeply, she looked at Shizune. How is the Hokage? It's only thanks to the slug sage sustaining the last flicker of vitality across dimensions. Shizune's voice was weary and sorrowful, briefly explaining the irreversible nature of Naruto's heavy particle backlash and the slug sage's tenuous maintenance. The fourth Raikage, towering like an iron pagoda with lightning crackling faintly under his skin, strode directly to Boruto's stretcher like a volcano about to erupt. He looked down at the unconscious youth. The grayish-white mark on the boy's brow and the chaotic energy lingering within made his muscles tense. He raised his head abruptly, his gaze shooting like lightning toward Kakashi, who stood shakily supported by Shizune. His voice thundered, Kakashi. What is this now? The Raikage's thick finger pointed at Boruto's brow. That mark. And the aura left in his body, it's exactly the same as the death aura from those monsters at the Night Owl base. And that power of freezing and devouring. That's not a power any human should possess. Has he been corrupted? Has he become a new threat? The Raikage's accusations, like icy blades, instantly shattered the brief tranquility of dawn. The faces of nearby leaf ninjas drained of color, their eyes filled with humiliation and rage, yet they could not refute him. Boruto's devastating strike and his current state indeed bore too many inhuman traces. Under the Raikage's violent pressure, Kakashi swayed. Though his Sharingan was dim, it still met the Raikage's gaze calmly. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, his voice hoarse but clear, Raikage Dono. Lord Boruto. The power inside him is the polluted fragments from the core of the shadow remnant, the karma implanted by the Otsutsuki and the ice erosion power left by Momoshiki, fusing into chaos under extreme circumstances. He guided it in a desperate attempt to rescue Sasuke and unleash destructive force to save the defense line. He is not a threat, he is the cost. The Raikage's fury grew stronger. A cost with 3 destructive powers buried inside him, ready to run out of control and explode at any moment. Are you telling me Leaf's defense line was saved by such a bomb? Now he lies here. Who can guarantee that when he wakes he'll still be himself? Who can guarantee he won't be completely devoured by those powers and become the next shadow remnant? Terumi May stepped between the Raikage and Kakashi, her voice carrying the authority of a Mizukage. Watch your words. Boruto is a hero of Leaf. He is the Hokage's son. His powers, though dangerous, were turned to protect everyone in this desperate situation. Is it the attitude of an ally to interrogate a gravely wounded elder and a comatose child like this? The Raikage laughed, bitterly looking around at the ruins and the living weapons prowling beyond the distant crater. Protect with a power that destroys indiscriminately. If he hadn't been lucky enough to aim that power at the monster horde, this very ruin would be the grave of all of us. Leaf's Hokage has fallen. Must we now let a chaotic bomb that could ignite at any moment become a new threat? The atmosphere became instantly tense. Cloud's guards gripped their swords, while Leaf's ninjas clenched their kunai in grief and indignation. The newly arrived allies, in the face of harsh reality and unknown fear, found the foundation of trust swaying. Enough. An aged, steady voice rang out with indisputable weight. Inoki, still hovering, descended slowly and stood between the two sides. Arguing now is pointless. The Hokage's life is sustained by the miracle of the slug sage, a fortune in misfortune. As for Uzumaki Boruto, Anoki's gaze fell once again on the grayish-white mark on Boruto's brow, a sharp glint flashing in his clouded eyes. His condition indeed demands the strictest monitoring and the highest-level containment protocol. This is not a matter for Leaf alone, it concerns the safety of the entire shinobi world. As concerns are not without reason. Raza spoke coldly, the allied forces of the 4 villages have arrived. The remaining living weapons are no threat. Cleaning them up is only a matter of time. The immediate priority is to establish a secure command center and medical area. At the same time, he paused. Uzumaki Boruto must be quarantined and observed with sensory and sealing specialists from all 4 villages jointly assessing the state and potential threat of the chaos seed inside him. This is the bottom line. Quarantine. Observation. Joint assessment. Shizune and Leaf's ninjas felt their hearts sink. This meant treating Boruto like a prisoner and an experiment. Kakashi's breathing grew heavy. He was about to object. Cough. Cough. A faint agonizing cough suddenly sounded from Boruto's stretcher nearby. Everyone's eyes snapped toward it. On the stretcher, Boruto's pale face covered with a sickly gray twisted and his eyelids trembled violently as if wrestling with some invisible force. The grayish-white mark on his brow with his struggles twitched slightly like a living creature emitting an even colder death aura. Lord Boruto. Shizune cried out. Under the tense gaze of all, Boruto's tightly shut eyelids with immense difficulty slowly opened. What met everyone's eyes was a pair of utterly exhausted bloodshot eyes, yet deep in their pupils still burned a faint molten gold light. That light, though feeble, carried a soul-stirring clarity that saw through everything. And a weight beyond words. His gaze first wandered blankly over the unfamiliar sky and shattered landscape. Then, as if drawn by some instinct, it moved with difficulty slowly to the side, toward the direction of his father enveloped in the emerald pillar of light. When his sight fell upon Naruto's death-gray-covered chest, barely sustained by the light pillar's faint heartbeat, the molten gold light in his weary eyes trembled violently. Pain, guilt, sorrow, fear. Countless emotions surged like a storm in those eyes. But in the end they were all forcibly suppressed by a deeper, more resolute will. Boruto opened his mouth, a sound like a broken bellows rasping from his throat. Each word seemed to drain the last of his strength, yet struck clearly into every heart. I am not a bomb. He lifted his right hand, covered in cracks and still stained with dark purple and ice blue traces, trembling, pointing to his brow to that cold grayish-white mark. It is my responsibility. His gaze swept over Reikage, Anoki, Raza, Terumi, Mei, and finally settled on Kakashi and Shizune. In the depths of those molten gold pupils burned a flame of realization beyond his years, almost tragic. Watch me. Seal me. Study me. Do what you must. But his voice suddenly rose, carrying an indomitable resolve. No one dares disturb my father's rest. As the words fell, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, the molten gold light in Boruto's eyes instantly dimmed. His eyelids closed heavily, and he sank again into deep unconsciousness. Only the grayish-white mark on his brow seemed to silently proclaim the chaos dormant within him and the dangers ahead. Silence reigned over the ruins. The anger on Reikage's face froze. Anoki's clouded eyes showed a flicker of barely concealed surprise. Raza's cold expression softened slightly. Terumi Mei covered her mouth, her eyes filled with complex pain. Kakashi looked at the unconscious Boruto. At the declaration he had shouted with all his might. A powerful surge of bitterness and pride struck his heart. This child. After enduring such immense suffering and transformation, the first thing he did upon waking was still to protect his father, to bear this heavy burden. The faint light of dawn finally fully dispelled the night, illuminating this ravaged land. Above Leaf's ruins, a new configuration silently took shape. Allies and suspicion, protection and threat, responsibility and future. None of these contradictions had disappeared. Instead, because of Boruto's declaration and the dormant chaos seed within him, they became even more entangled. The slug sage's pillar of light still warmly enveloped Naruto, the faint spark of his heart stubbornly beating within the vast life force. And Boruto, this lamp entwined in chaos yet still burning with the will to protect, finally emitted its own undeniable light in the dawn. The future was shrouded in mist, but the battle was far from over. Boruto's declaration shouted with all his life force, "No one is allowed to disturb my father, resting," was like a massive stone thrown into stagnant waters, creating silent ripples at the heart of the Konoha ruins, which lingered for a long time. The anger on Reikage's face solidified, transforming into an indescribable complexity. His tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed, and his hulking figure leaned slightly forward as if examining a wounded yet still fierce young beast, his gaze wandering between Boruto's unconscious face and the cold gray-white mark on his forehead. The resolute will and heavy awareness contained in that declaration far exceeded what one would expect from a 16-year-old carrying an almost tragic impact that shook something beneath his iron-blooded exterior. Anoki floated in midair, his murky old eyes glimmering, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. The calculating glint did not fade, but was mixed with a barely noticeable interest. This little brat is more interesting than he anticipated. This burden and awareness are both a bargaining chip and a variable. Raz's face, as hard as gold dust, still revealed little emotion, but the time his scrutinizing gaze lingered on Boruto had evidently extended by several breaths. The shadow of the Wind Country was more concerned with controllable and uncontrollable risks. Was the will Boruto was displaying now a shackle or a key? The pain in Terumi Mice's eyes nearly overflowed. She looked at the unconscious Boruto on the stretcher, then at Naruto, who was also on the brink of death beneath the light column, finally settling her gaze on Kakashi, who was emaciated yet still held his back straight. The Mizukage took a deep breath, breaking the silence, her voice carrying an undeniable determination. Enough. We have witnessed the sacrifices of Konoha, the contributions of the Hokage, and everything this child has borne. Now is not the time to question allies. The Four Shadows Alliance must act immediately. Her gaze swept over Raikage, Tsuchikage, and Wind Shadow. Your elite troops are responsible for eliminating the remaining living weapons at the perimeter and establishing the first line of safety. Lord Inoki, the Earth Release troops must immediately construct temporary defensive installations and triage areas. Lord Raza, the Magnet Release troops will be responsible for transporting supplies and purifying contaminated areas. The medical troops will be jointly commanded by us from Kirigakure and Konoha, establishing the highest standard emergency center immediately. Our goal, at all costs, preserve Hokage Naruto and stabilize Vortex Boruto. Execute. Terumi Mice's decisiveness and resolve temporarily suppressed the undercurrents swirling among the Four Shadows. Orders were swiftly issued, and the massive coalition machine began to operate efficiently. The sand and gold barriers began to delineate safe zones, and a massive rock platform rose from the ground to serve as a temporary hospital, while the medical ninjas from Kirigakure and proficient water release users started clearing the rubble and setting up a sterile environment. Kakashi's tense body finally relaxed slightly, an indescribable weariness and gratitude swelling within him. He nodded ever so slightly at Terumi Mae. Shizune immediately directed Konoha's medical team, carefully transferring Naruto and Boruto's stretchers to the newly elevated, relatively flat rock platform. The emerald light column enveloped Naruto like a shadow. Shizune. I need all medical records from Konoha regarding the backlash of the heavy particle mode. Immediately. And all bodily data records of Vortex Boruto, the more detailed the better. A middle-aged female medical ninja wearing a Kirigakure forehead protector and exuding a calm and capable aura walked briskly to Shizune's side, speaking rapidly with eyes sharp as a scalpel. She was Chiba Rin, the head of the Kirigakure medical team. Yes, Rin-senpai. Shizune did not hesitate at all, immediately arranging for personnel to retrieve the data. Konoha's medical system under Tsunade's leadership stood proud in the ninja world, but at this moment any external assistance was invaluable. The atmosphere on the temporary emergency platform was tense to the extreme. Naruto was placed at the center of the platform, the emerald light column connecting him to the distant wet-bone forest like a lifeline. Several of the most elite medical jonin from Konoha and Kirigakure surrounded him, their hands covered in a gentle chakra glow, yet they did not dare to easily touch the layer of ashen gray. They were like the most precise instruments, cautiously sensing the flow of the overwhelming life force within the light column, as well as Naruto's heartbeat, fragile as a spider's thread. The life force is continually being infused, barely counteracting the spread of the law of death silence. But the backlash is like a maggot burrowing into bone and the essence of the soul. Conventional medical ninjutsu is completely ineffective. The heart pulse fluctuation is extremely weak, relying entirely on Lord Slug's power to force it along. Once any external force intervenes improperly, even the slightest disturbance could. Record. 3 heartbeats per minute. Intervals extremely unstable. Life signs fluctuation threshold below critical point. The low and urgent exchanges passed among the medical ninjas, each forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. This is not treatment, this is walking a tightrope, maintaining a thread that could snap at any moment. On another side, Boruto was placed at the edge of the platform in a relatively independent area, temporarily arranged with simple isolation runes. He remained unconscious, the gray-white mark on his forehead silent, but the chaotic residual echoes within him acted like an invisible force field repelling the approaching medical chakra. Several ceiling ninjas nervously arranged more complex suppression runes around him, attempting to stabilize the dormant power within him. Kakashi declined the stretcher, leaning against a broken wall, his blurred vision straining to focus on the center of the platform. Shizune handed a recently delivered bloodstained scroll to Chiba Rin. This was Konoha's most classified medical file on the heavy particle mode, personally sealed by Tsunade. Chiba Rin quickly unsealed it, scanning through the obscure terms and alarming experimental data at an astonishing speed, her expression growing graver. She suddenly looked up at Shizune and then at Naruto in the light column, her voice carrying a hint of incredulous weight. The life furnace, completely exhausted. Essence overdraft. This is no longer just an injury. This is the law of life rejecting him. To force it to maintain is like going against the heavens. How long can Lord Slug's power last? Shizune's face turned pale, her lips trembling, unable to answer. This was a despairing reality that everyone knew but dared not speak of. At that moment, Lord Kakashi, we have a discovery. A sensing ninja from Kumogakure suddenly rushed to Reikage's side, lowering his voice to report urgently while clearing the battlefield's edge. We captured a faint yet very pure chakra response from Uchiha Sasuke. It's right at the edge of the area where space has collapsed the most. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Reikage both jolted. Kakashi's heart tightened sharply. He's still alive. The response source is extremely weak and the position is rather strange, seemingly drifting within the remnants of space cracks. Unable to pinpoint accurately, but the life signal is incredibly weak. The sensing ninja added. Kakashi struggled to rise. Sasuke, he's still alive, but trapped in space debris that could vanish at any moment. AI. Kakashi hoarsely looked at Reikage. I need an elite team. Immediately. Sasuke. Reikage AI frowned, glancing at Naruto, precariously positioned at the center of the platform, and at the distant living weapons still lurking menacingly, then at Kakashi, who seemed on the brink of collapse. He spoke deeply. The space cracks are too dangerous. We're short on manpower. Wait until we've cleared it. We cannot wait. Kakashi interrupted him, his voice filled with unprecedented urgency. That fragment could vanish at any moment. Sasuke is the only one who might know more secrets about the Night Owl and Shadow Corps. Also, he is Naruto's most important bond. The last sentence he nearly shouted. Reikage AI looked at the determination in Kakashi's eyes, disregarding all else, and thought of the value of the intelligence Sasuke might hold. Finally nodded heavily. Darui. Key. You lead an elite team and go with Kakashi. Move quickly. If there's any anomaly, withdraw immediately. Yes. The two elite jonin from Kumogakure saluted firmly. With the assistance of Shizune and a Konoha ninja, Kakashi struggled to stand, even unable to tend to his still. He took one last deep look at the silent Naruto beneath the light column, then at the unconscious Boruto, marked with a gray-white imprint on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he turned and staggered towards the direction indicated by the sensing ninja. Every step caused excruciating pain in his insides, yet his strides were exceptionally firm. Temporary emergency platform core area. Chiba Rin's gaze fixated on the scroll, discussing the exhaustion of the life furnace. Then she looked up at Naruto's ashen face within the emerald light column. A bold and almost fantastical thought flashed through her mind like lightning. Wait. She suddenly grabbed a Konoha medical ninja nearby who was recording Naruto's heartbeat. You mentioned earlier that young Master Boruto has the power of ice erosion within him. From Otsutsuki Kanshiki. Yes. Rin-senpai. The ninja was startled. Ice erosion freezes vitality, but also freezes status. Chiba Rin's eyes grew brighter, her words speeding up as if she had grasped a lifeline, just like forcibly sealing a dying being in absolute zero, pausing its process of decay. Shizune and the other medical ninjas were stunned, then their eyes burst with incredulity. Rin-senpai, you mean to utilize the residual ice erosion power within young Master Boruto? But that's too dangerous. The ice erosion power itself has a strong corrosive and destructive nature. And young Master Boruto now? Shizune's voice carried immense concern. I know it's dangerous, Chiba Rin declared resolutely, but this is the only hope. Lord Slug's power is battling against the law of death silence, like rowing upstream. Lord Naruto could run out of strength at any moment. We need a buffer, a mechanism to forcibly pause his The freezing property of ice erosion, if guided properly, might be able to freeze Lord Naruto's current state of dying yet not dead on top of Lord Slug's power. To buy time for finding a way to reverse it. She looked at Shizune with blazing eyes. This requires extremely precise operation. It needs to guide the relatively mild residual echoes of ice erosion within young Master Boruto, while avoiding the chaotic gray-white dead energy and the power of the wedge within him. This requires a bridge. A guide who can resonate with young Master Boruto's power and who absolutely trusts him, willing to bear all risks. Everyone's gaze unintentionally turned to the edge of the platform where the unconscious boy, marked with a gray-white Boruto, had just declared he would protect his father's rest. Now the last glimmer of hope to save Naruto was unexpectedly tied to this child within whom a seed of chaos lay buried. Moreover, he was to act as a medium guiding that dangerous power to touch his father's dying body. The risks involved were immeasurable. Once it goes awry, not only could Naruto be instantly frozen in vitality by ice erosion, but Boruto himself could also be utterly detonated. The heavy choice loomed like a boulder over Shizune and all the medical ninjas. The dawn seemed not to dispel the gloom hanging over Konoha, but rather laid the choices of hope and destruction bare before. At this moment, in a distorted space ruin far from the platform, Kakashi, with the help of elite Kumogakure ninjas, finally found the figure of Uchiha Sasuke, entangled in the remnants of purple-golden energy chains, half his body covered in gray-white crystals, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. He lay with his eyes tightly shut as if trapped in eternal slumber. Only his tightly pressed lips and a trace of deep-seated pain between his brows testified to the torment he had endured. Kakashi's heart sank. Sasuke's condition was worse than expected. Could he wake up? Would the crucial intelligence he held about the Night Owl and Shadow Corp core also submerge with him? Above the ruins of Konoha, hope flickered like a candle in the wind, swaying on the tightrope of life and death. Naruto awaited a desperate gamble to freeze his life, mediated by his son. Sasuke languished at the edge of space debris, while Boruto, in his unconsciousness, remained blissfully unaware that he was about to become the key to saving his father, and also the most dangerous sword of Damocles hanging over his father's head. The gears of fate turned heavily and clumsily amidst the ruins and dawn. At the center of the emergency triage platform, time itself seemed frozen by the emerald pillar of light and the weight of a fateful decision. The vast life force of the slug sage, like a warm river, enveloped Naruto, stubbornly resisting the law of death that had penetrated his very bones and soul. Yet that tiny spark of golden-red heart fire grew ever weaker and slower, each pulse's interval stretching into an agonizing eternity, as if the next beat would be the last, forever merging into the pale stillness. Chiba Rin's proposal was like a thunderbolt striking dead waters, exploding in the hearts of Shizune and all the elite medical ninjas. To forcibly freeze Naruto's dying state using the remnants of ice erosion within Boruto, buying time to find a way to reverse the process. The idea was bold, insane, like lighting another fuse beside an already exploding bomb. Rin-senpai, this is too risky. Shizune's voice trembled as she looked at Boruto, unconscious at the edge of the platform, at the pale gray mark on his forehead that lay dormant yet still radiated a deathly chill. Borutosuma's power is extremely unstable. The pale gray death chi, the karma seal, the residual ice erosion. They were like three ferocious beasts forcibly caged together. Guide the ice erosion. One misstep could provoke the other two forces, triggering a full-blown rampage. Then not only would we fail to save the Hokage, but Borotosuma would be. I know. Chiba Rin cut her off, her gaze sharp as a scalpel, her voice carrying an unyielding resolve. Every single second the Hokage's life is slipping away faster. The slug sage's power is going against the heavens. It's burning the very essence of the Shikatsu forest. We cannot afford to wait. This is the only method that might earn him time. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, even if the risk is immense, we must try. Her gaze swept across the silent but wavering medical jonin. What we need is a guide who can resonate deeply with Borutosuma's power, possesses a will strong enough, and is willing to bear any consequence. This person must delve deep into Boruto's consciousness or chakra pathways, carefully bypass the minefields of the pale gray death chi and karma seal, precisely guide out the relatively gentle remnants of ice erosion, and then in the most stable state channel it into the Hokage to achieve an instant freeze. This requires absolute trust and a determination that disregards everything. A guide to enter the chaotic battlefield within Boruto's body. It was like dancing on a blade's edge, walking the brink of the abyss. One misstep and the guide's own spirit and chakra would be corrupted and torn apart by the chaotic forces. I'll do it. A calm but resolute voice rang out. Shizune turned sharply to see a young Kunoichi, her face pale with exhaustion, her left arm bandaged and stained with blood, yet her eyes burning with a determined fire, Hyuga Hanabi. She had somehow arrived at the platform's edge, her pallid face bloodless, clearly bearing serious injuries, but her pure Byakugan was fixed on the unconscious Boruto and Naruto beneath the pillar of light. Hanabizuma. You. Shizune gasped. The Byakugan can see through chakra pathways. Hanabi's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor, but more than that, an unshakable resolve. I am Boruto's anti-relative who watched him grow up. I know his chakra, I know him. I believe in him. Even in this state, the will of Naruto Uzumaki himself within his body will never yield. I am willing to be that bridge. She turned to Chiba Rin. Tell me what I need to do. Chiba Rin gazed deeply at Hanabi, wasting no words, and issued instructions quickly and clearly. Hanabi, your Byakugan is key. I need you to lock onto the residual ice erosion chakra in Boruto's pathways. Avoid the active zones of the pale gray death chi and karma seal. I will use the Hidden Mist's Water Heart Mirror Moon technique to amplify and refine your spiritual perception, making it the finest of conduits. You will use your will to guide that ice erosion remnant along the temporary channel built by my water release chakra, precisely injecting it near the Hokage's heart meridian. Remember, the goal is to freeze the state, not freeze life itself. It must be fast, steady, touch, and withdraw. Success or failure hangs on a single moment. Understood. Hanabi nodded firmly without hesitation. She walked to Boruto's stretcher, ignoring the biting cold pain from the invisible chaotic force field, sat cross-legged and formed hand seals. Byakugan activate. Pure white light bloomed from Hanabi's eyes, instantly penetrating Boruto's skin and muscle, clearly seeing the ravaged battlefield within him. The pale gray death chi was like thick viscous poison coiled deep within the pathways and organs, exuding a chilling dread. The dark violet karma seal was like a raging thundercloud restlessly prowling around the pale gray death chi. Only scattered dots of icy blue light, relatively gentle, lay scattered at the edges like frozen streams, the remnants of Momoshiki's ice erosion. Hanabi held her breath, her concentration razor-sharp. Carefully, she maneuvered her Byakugan's vision, evading those violent energy whirlpools like navigating a myriad swamp to find safe footing, and finally locked onto a relatively calm icy blue stream. Now, Rin-senpai. Water release Water Heart Mirror Moon. Chiba Rin's hands moved in a blur of seals, and a layer of soft, concentrated pale blue water light surged from her palms, flowing like liquid moonlight, gently enveloping Hanabi's hands and head. Instantly, Hanabi felt her spiritual perception amplified and refined tenfold, her sensitivity to that icy blue stream sharpened dramatically. She could even touch the freezing sensation of the ice erosion. Guide it. Follow my water flow. Chiba Rin's voice resonated directly in Hanabi's mind. Hanabi gritted her teeth, pouring all her will into carefully grasping that icy blue stream, as if holding a red-hot branding iron. The bone-chilling cold backlash surged through her amplified spiritual perception, making her whole body tremble violently, her Byakugan vision blurring for an instant. But she held on tenaciously, guiding the ice blue stream along the slender channel of Chiba Rin's water release chakra, like a thread of moonlight carefully out of Boruto's body. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Shizune clenched her hands so tightly her nails dug into her palms. Several SEAL Team ninjas had cold sweat on their foreheads, ready to activate the strongest suppression seals at any moment. That thread of icy blue energy, like a living crystal snake, trembled and slowly extended toward Naruto's chest within the pillar of light, guided by Chiba Rin's exquisite water release technique. Target, the heart meridian. Just as the icy blue thread was about to touch Naruto's death-gray skin, suddenly, a change occurred. Within Boruto's body, the previously calm pale gray death chi seemed startled by the escaping ice erosion. A thread of pure pale gray energy, like a lurking viper, shot out from its resting place, ignored all the evasive paths of Hanabi's Byakugan, and slammed viciously into the guided icy blue stream. Sizzle. Like oil meeting ice. The ice blue and pale gray clashed and annihilated violently. A freezing backlash storm surged along the mental connection, crashing harshly into Hanabi's mind. Pfft. Hanabi was struck hard, her body jerking backward as she spat blood. Her Byakugan dimmed instantly, her vision going black. Her connection with that ice erosion force was forcibly severed. Hanabi. Shizune cried out, moving forward. Don't worry about me. Hanabi rasped blood at the corner of her mouth, struggling to reactivate her Byakugan. Continue. There's still a chance. Boruto. He's helping me. In that instant of backlash, Hanabi had clearly felt that as the pale gray death chi struck the ice erosion, the spark of Boruto's own will within him erupted like a sleeping volcano for a fleeting moment. An invisible force forcibly suppressed the subsequent agitation of the pale gray death chi, even confining most of the backlash storm from the clash within Boruto's own body. Otherwise, that strike would have gravely wounded her spiritual foundation. It was Boruto. Even in deep coma, he was using his remaining will to protect the guide, protecting the hope of saving his father. Chiba Rin also sensed that instant suppression, and a fiercer light blazed in her eyes. Without any hesitation, she gathered her water release chakra again, instantly rebuilding the guide channel even more solid than before. Again. Hanabi. Lock onto the next stream. Boruto is supporting us. Hanabi, enduring the splitting pain in her skull and the blurry vision, activated her Byakugan once more. This time she no longer carefully avoided, but charged with a reckless determination. She instantly locked onto another thicker, but deeper ice erosion remnant closer to the Karma Seal Zone. That's it. Rin-senpai. Hanabi's voice was hoarse with the abandon of one who had burned all bridges. Go. Chiba Rin's water release channel, like the most precise conduit, connected instantly. This time Hanabi's will, like the sharpest blade, stabbed fiercely into that massive ice blue. At the same time, she clearly felt that spark of molten gold well within Boruto erupt again, acting like an invisible barrier, forcibly isolating the surrounding restless pale gray death chi and karma seal. The icy blue current was successfully guided out. Along the water release channel, like an arrow from a bowstring, it stabbed with perfect precision into Naruto's heart. The moment the icy blue current touched Naruto's heart meridian, the emerald pillar of life light quaked violently. From the point of ice blue injection, a layer of crystalline translucent ice crystals radiating a frigid aura spread instantly over Naruto's death-gray skin. These ice crystals, as if alive, rapidly covered his chest-neck face. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was as if sealed within a block of pure flawless ice. Inside the ice, the emerald life force still flowed, enveloping Naruto. His faint heartbeat stopped. No. Shizune and all the medical ninjas clearly felt that in the moment the ice covered him, Naruto's nearly extinguished life flame had been paused. All life activities, including the bone-deep deathly stagnation backlash, were forcibly frozen in the instant before the ice sealed him. Success. That faint golden red spark was frozen deep within the crystal. Vital signs completely frozen. The spread of the deathly stagnation has stopped. A medical ninja stared at the monitor where the reading had become a straight line, his voice trembling with disbelief. The slug sage's power is frozen, but not rejected. They coexist, another ninja exclaimed excitedly. Shizune looked at Naruto, now like a sleeping deity within the ice, then at Boruto, who was convulsing violently again from the backlash of forcibly suppressing his inner power, the pale gray mark on his forehead writhing wildly, blood laced with ice crystals and gray chi seeping from his lips. Tears blurred her vision. It was a desperate gamble. A gamble where the sun was the medium and his own will was the price. Boruto, with his remaining will and the chaotic forces within him, forcibly suppressed the interference, cooperating with Hanabi and Chiba Rin to complete that nearly impossible freeze. The price was that Boruto's barely calmed chaotic aura surged again into violent turbulence. The dark violet karma marks and icy blue erosion scars under his skin writhed like enraged vipers. The pale gray mark on his forehead seemed to have deepened a shade. SEAL Team. Maximum intensity suppression seals. Stabilize Borotosama immediately. Shizune ordered hoarsely while rushing to Hanabi's side. Hanabi had already collapsed unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Her Byakugan closed, her face as pale as paper, her spirit clearly pushed beyond its limits. Deep within the twisted spatial ruins. Found it. Darui shouted, lightning-wreathed blade cleaving through the last few distorted spatial rifts with precision. Kakashi, supported by Shur, stumbled forward. The sight before him made him draw a sharp breath. A fragment of space no larger than a truck, its edges constantly flickering with annihilating electric sparks, floated like an island in the universe amidst the raging chaos. Inside the fragment, Uchiha Sasuke's body was tightly bound by several broken remnants of purple gold energy chains, like a sacrificial offering. Half his body was covered in thick pale gray crystals, the other half was riddled with scars down to the bone and his breathing was so faint it was barely perceptible, his face etched with lingering pain and a soul deep. Most startling were his eyes, closed tightly with two dried tear-like streaks of dark red at the corners. Sasuke. Kakashi's heart sank. He forced himself, barely activating his Sharingan, trying to gauge Sasuke's condition. The moment his gaze touched Sasuke's body, a faint yet extraordinarily pure and profound Rinnegan chakra wave inside Sasuke pulsed violently without warning. Then Kakashi's Sharingan was pulled by an invisible force and his vision was instantly dragged into a dark mental space filled with broken purple gold chains. At the center of this space, Sasuke's shattered mental projection was tightly bound by chains. But at that moment his closed Rinnegan suddenly opened a slit. Within the slit there was no white of the eye or pupil, only a swirling abyssal purple nebula that seemed to devour everything. Pale. Gray. Eye. Coordinates. A hoarse fragmented thought fragment laden with immense pain and a hint of horror slammed like the mutterings of a dying man into Kakashi's consciousness. Kakashi trembled violently. Pale gray eye. Could it be the eyeball at the core of the Nidal contamination source? Had Sasuke sensed something while imprisoned? At the same time, on Sasuke's real body at his waist, in an unremarkable tool pouch, mostly covered by pale gray crystals, a palm-sized black metal plate of unknown material, its edges, carved with complex runes, suddenly emitted an extremely faint, but sinister, space-distorting purple gold glow stimulated by Sasuke's Rinnegan chakra pulse. The form of the glow faintly took the shape of a cold, indifferent eye outline. Kakashi's Sharingan instantly caught this anomaly. What was that thing? A relic from the Night Owl. Something Sasuke brought out at the cost of his life. Above the ruins of Konoha, Naruto was sealed in ice, his life flame forcibly frozen. Boruto's chaotic inner forces surged again in his desperate attempt to save his father, the pale gray mark on his forehead dark as ink. And at the edge of the space fragment, Sasuke, between life and death, finally transmitted a horrifying clue about the pale gray eye. A black metal plate engraved with a sinister eye was quietly emitting an ominous glow. Hope, like a frozen flame, barely persevered in the depths of despair. Yet the hidden dangers and unresolved mysteries, like shadows, quietly spread beneath the dawnlit ruins. Temporary emergency platform. The crystalline ice, translucent and exuding a faint eerie cold, completely sealed Naruto within. A verdant pillar of life force pierced through the ice, enveloping the solidified figure within. That faint spark of golden red was frozen deep within the ice, like an eternal moment captured in amber. The spread of deathly gray was forcibly halted. The backlash of the laws was suppressed by the eerie balance formed between the ice crystals and the life source force. The cost was absolute stillness. Shizun's trembling fingers traced the icy crystal surface, sensing the faintest pulse of life forcibly frozen within. It worked. For now. She murmured, her voice carrying the exhaustion of a narrow escape and a deeper unease. Naruto's life had been put on pause, but how long could this freezing last? Would the ice erosion force corrode the life source of the slug sage? Everything was unknown. At the other end of the platform, the atmosphere grew even heavier. Ugh. Boruto convulsed violently on the stretcher. The gray-white mark on his forehead writhed and bulged like a living venomous insect. The dark purple karma marks and ice blue erosion marks that had just calmed beneath his skin erupted once more, raging like boiling venom colliding through his meridians. His cracked wounds oozed dark purple blood, mixed with gray-white aura and ice crystals. The three destructive forces within him, after being forcibly suppressed and coerced to guide the ice erosion, had become like enraged beasts, completely out of control. Quick. Suppression runes. Maximum output. The leader of the sealing squad roared, his hands forming seals so fast they seemed like afterimages. Several sealing ninjas exerted their power simultaneously, and the complex rune array arranged around Boruto's stretcher instantly blazed with blinding light. Numerous chains formed of chakra gleaming with various lusters shot out from the rune array, winding around Boruto's violently struggling body. Crack. The gray-white death aura, dark purple karma force, and ice blue erosion marks clashed fiercely with the sealing chains. The chains groaned under the strain, their light flickering unsteadily. Despite the suppression of the sealing force, Boruto's body still trembled violently, and a beastly agonized growl escaped his throat. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, the molten gold light of his self flickered and struggled madly within the chaotic vortex, like a lone boat about to be swallowed by a raging sea. Increase output. Don't let him go completely berserk, the sealing squad leader shouted, his eyes nearly splitting. If the seal was broken and Boruto was fully consumed by chaos, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kakashi, leaning on Sure for support, staggered back onto the platform. His blurred vision swept over the frozen Naruto, his heart clenching painfully. Then his full attention was seized by the violent energy fluctuations and agonized roars from Boruto's side. When he saw the madly writhing gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead and the three out-of-control energies rampaging within him, an icy chill gripped his heart. The fragmented thought Sasuke had conveyed, gray-white eye, clanged like an alarm bell in his mind. He instinctively reached for his ninja tool pouch, his fingertips touching the cold black metal plate he had taken from Sasuke's pouch. An icy chill pierced his hand. On the surface of the metal plate, the faint outline of an eye formed of weak purple gold light, and coldly indifferent seemed to silently watch everything on the platform. Kakashi-senpai. How is Sasuke-sama? Shizun asked urgently upon seeing him. Kakashi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the storm in his heart, and said hoarsely, Sasuke is severely injured and unconscious. His condition is critical, but he's alive. He brought back critical intelligence. His gaze swept over the people on the platform, pausing briefly on Boruto, then settling on the sealing squad leader who was directing the sealing. First, stabilize Boruto. The sealing squad exerted all their strength and finally managed to suppress the rampaging energy temporarily. Boruto stopped convulsing, but the color of the gray-white mark on his forehead turned as deep and chilling as solidified lead. He fell into a deeper coma, his breath weak and erratic. His body was tightly bound to the stretcher by dense sealing chains like a dangerous prisoner. The immediate crisis was averted, but the atmosphere on the platform did not ease. The eyes of the four Kage were all focused on Kakashi. Kakashi, what critical intelligence? Reikage asked in a deep voice, his gaze as sharp as a blade sweeping over the black metal plate tightly gripped in Kakashi's hand. Kakashi raised the metal plate. The cold, indifferent eye contour formed of purple gold light was clearly visible in the dim light of dawn. While imprisoned by the shadow husk's core, Sasuke sensed the presence of the gray-white eye. His voice carried a heavy, penetrating force. The core will of the night owl's contamination source, the eye ore we destroyed, is not an isolated origin. In the fragmented thoughts Sasuke transmitted, he mentioned coordinates. Coordinates. Anoki floated closer, his murky old eyes fixed on the cold eye contour on the metal plate. This thing is the coordinates. Highly likely. Kakashi's fingers traced the complex arcane runes along the edge of the metal plate. This object Sasuke risked his life to bring out. The spatial fluctuations on it are very special with strong directivity. I suspect this points to the true location of the gray-white eye's real body. Or rather, the source of the will behind it that treats all things as straw dogs. The true source. Terumi May gasped. You mean, what we destroyed was just a clone. I'm afraid so. Kakashi's voice carried a trace of bitterness. Otherwise there's no explanation for why Boruto could still be contaminated by its residual fragments after the core was destroyed. That low-level will of deathly stillness. Its root may still be hidden in some unknown corner. And this thing, he shook the metal plate in his hand, is the key to finding it. A dead silence fell over the platform. Everyone was stunned by this deduction. The victory just won at a terrible cost was instantly shrouded in a deeper shadow. The night owl and the shadow husk might only be the tip of the iceberg. How terrifying would the true body of an entity capable of projecting a law-level contamination source be? Reikage A clenched his fists until they cracked, his fury nearly erupting. Damn it. So you're saying we lost so many people, destroyed a base, took down a core, and never even saw the real enemy? It could create a new night owl at any time. I'm afraid. Yes. Kakashi's voice was heavy. Moreover, the gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead is very likely the brand left by the will of the gray-white eye's true body. It's the marker for locking onto Boruto as a special vessel. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on Boruto, who lay unconscious under heavy seals. Fear, worry, apprehension. Complex emotions permeated the air. Boruto, the boy who had just risked his life to protect his father and the defense line, had now become the key and marker connecting to the unknown source of terror. So we have two urgent tasks now. Anoki's voice broke the silence, carrying the calm of a seasoned strategist. First, use this metal plate to decipher the coordinates of the gray-white eye's true body. Mobilize the power of the entire ninja world to find it and destroy it before it strikes again. Eliminate the threat once and for all. Second, his gaze shifted to the sealed Boruto, his eyes profound. Uzumaki Boruto. He is both the greatest potential threat and possibly the key to opposing the gray-white eye's true body. The seed of chaos within him originates from fragments of that eye orb and may contain the power code to counter its true body. He must be placed under the strictest surveillance, protection, and research. Under the premise of safety. Exploit his value. Protection and research. Shizun's voice rang with anger and grief. Onakizuma. Young Master Boruto is not an object. He is a hero of Konoha, the son of the Hokage. Precisely because of that, we cannot allow him to fall into danger or let the power within him go out of control. Anoki did not yield. This concerns the survival of the entire ninja world. Konoha cannot afford another loss. Kakashi remained silent. Anoki's words were cold and realistic. He looked at the frozen Naruto, at Boruto, heavily sealed like a caged beast, at the cold metal plate in his hand, and felt his heart clutched by an invisible hand. The future of Konoha and the fate of the ninja world were all tied to these two flickering flames in the gale. Kakashizuma. Hokage-sama. There's a change inside the ice. A medical ninja monitoring Naruto suddenly issued an urgent alert. Everyone's attention was instant. Inside the transparent ice crystal enveloping Naruto, an extremely fine but pure golden red chakra, as if alive, was arduously separating from the frozen spark at Naruto's heart. Ignoring the ice crystal's barrier and the constraints of space, like a tired bird returning to its nest, it fluttered tremblingly yet with unwavering determination toward the sealed Boruto beside him. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, that wisp of golden red chakra, like the warmest candle flame, gently pierced through the dense sealing chains on Boruto's body, ignored the violent and chaotic force field within him, and finally sank into the deep gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead. The gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead, the moment it was infused with that golden red wisp, suddenly lit up with an extremely faint but incredibly warm golden red edge. Like cold metal thrown into a furnace. The deep gray-white seemed to be burned and softened by that edge of light, no longer appearing so dead and ferocious. At the same time, Boruto's tightly furrowed brow, twisted in pain, seemed to relax ever so slightly. The three violently conflicting forces within him, under the mediation of this sudden warm power carrying his father's protective will, actually experienced an incredibly brief and subtle moment of calm. Is this Naruto's will? Terumi May covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. It's father. Shizun's tears streamed down. Even frozen, he is still protecting Boruto. Kakashi watched the golden red wisp merge into the gray-white mark, saw the momentary peace on Boruto's brow, and his blurred vision seemed illuminated by this faint light. He tightened his grip on the black metal plate in his hand. Beneath the cold touch lay a heavy responsibility. The light of Konoha had never been extinguished. Even frozen, even entangled by chaos, the light of protection born from bloodline, and will still stubbornly pierce through the darkness, attempting to illuminate the path ahead for a lost child. The dawn light finally fully spread over the ruins of Konoha. In the distance, the flags of the 4 Kage allied forces fluttered in the morning wind. The solemn troops began to methodically clear the battlefield and establish defenses. The trumpet of a new battle had not yet sounded, but everyone knew that a war concerning the very root of the entire ninja world had only just begun. And Uzumaki Boruto, this lamp entangled by chaos, yet still burning with the fire of protection, had already stood at the very center of the storm. The first light of dawn generously bathed the ruins of Konoha, dispelling the deepest darkness, yet unable to erase the scars of devastation. The emerald pillar of the slug sage pierced through the ice crystals like a celestial stabilizing needle, sustaining Naruto's life flame, frozen but unextinguished. Upon the platform, a faint yet warm aureole of golden red light edged the ashen gray mark upon Boruto's forehead, a spark dancing defiantly upon glacial ice, signifying his father's guardianship transcending the frost. This slender ray of light briefly lifted the heavy gloom shrouding the platform. Incredible. Chiyu-rin gazed at the transformation upon Boruto's brow, her eyes brimming with awe and contemplation. The will of the Hokage, has it truly pierced the icebound veil to resonate with the chaos seed within young Master Boruto? This was no mere bond of blood, it was resonance on the plane of will itself. This will appeared capable of neutralizing the frigid stillness of the ashen mark, carving out space for Boruto's own consciousness to awaken. Shizune watched the gentle golden red rimmed silent tears tracing down her cheeks. It was Naruto's final safeguard, forged from life itself, a father's voiceless cry, do not give up. Immediately record all fluctuations in young Master Boruto's energy field. Prioritize monitoring the interaction between the ashen gray mark and that thread of golden red will. Chiyu-rin issued the order swiftly, her voice edged with barely concealed excitement. This may be our pivotal window, not only to comprehend the chaos seed, but perhaps even to uncover its ultimate countermeasure. Medical nin and sealing specialists sprang into action. Exquisitely calibrated sensory instruments were delicately arrayed around Boruto, while the intensity of the rune chains was finely adjusted in response to subtle shifts in his energy field. Boruto remained unconscious, yet the deep anguish furrowing his brow had softened, ever so slightly. Within him, the 3 violent clashing forces entered a relatively stable dormancy, tempered by the golden red, will like savage beasts pausing their war. Kakashi observed the scene, his fingers gripping the black metal plate, relaxing, just a fraction. He handed the plate to a Jonin-level sealing specialist from Konoha's sealing division. Assemble our most elite sealing and spatial analysis experts. Immediately, dedicate all resources to deciphering the coordinates inscribed upon this plate. Remember utmost secrecy. The entire analysis process must occur under absolute isolation. Yes, Lord Kakashi. The sealing Jonin accepted the plate with solemn reverence, as if receiving a white-hot brand, and turned away without delay. Reikage looked upon Kakashi's meticulous preparations, then at the ice-encased Naruto and the temporarily stabilized Boruto. His furrowed brow did not fully ease, but his earlier fury had settled into a deeper, more profound gravity. He turned to Inoki and Rashi. Lords, Konoha requires time to recover. Perimeter surveillance and cleanup operations shall fall to us. Relay orders. Cloud Village units operating in squads shall coordinate with Sand and Stone villages to conduct a thorough sweep of Konoha's ruins and all surrounding territories within a 50-kilometer radius, eliminating every remaining living weapon and contamination source. Ensure the safety zone remains impenetrable. Yes, sir. Darui acknowledged and departed. Inoki hovered silently, his clouded gaze sweeping across the bustling platform and distant ruins before settling upon Kakashi. Konoha's reconstruction and subsequent affairs brook no delay. The title of Hokage cannot remain vacant. Until Naruto recovers, you must step forward and shoulder this responsibility. His tone carried an unassailable weight. Kakashi stiffened almost imperceptibly. The Hokage mantle, he had never sought it least of all now amidst such utter desolation, with a beloved friend frozen in ice, and a cherished student drowning in chaos. Yet Inoki's words laid bare the brutal truth. Konoha needed an anchor, and the shinobi world required a clear voice. He drew a slow, deep breath, the air thick with dust and iron tang, searing his lungs yet sharpening his mind with chilling clarity. His gaze swept over the icebound Naruto, over Boruto, shielded by seals, over the weary yet hopeful faces of survivors gathered around him. I understand. Kakashi's voice, though quiet, rang with unwavering resolve across the platform. Until Naruto returns, I, Kakashi Hatake, shall serve as acting Hokage, overseeing Konoha's restoration and coordinating the Shinobi Alliance. Konoha will not fall. His declaration stood like an unbroken banner planted amid the rubble. In the eyes of surviving Konohanan, embers of hope rekindled, a weary spine straightened just a little. Well said. Anoki nodded once. Then, regarding the final disposition of Boruto Uzumaki and the protocol for sharing the coordinates inscribed upon that metal plate. Disposition. Meitarumi interrupted the Tsukage, her voice resonating with the authority and a trace of indignation of the Mizukage. Lord Inoki Boruto is now our shared hope and solemn duty. His condition has only just stabilized. Naruto-sama's sacrifice made with his very life lies before us. To speak of disposition now is premature. I propose establishing a joint research team composed of the finest medical sealing and sensory specialists from all 4 villages, operating under Konoha's oversight, to conduct continuous secure monitoring and study of young Master Boruto. Our primary objective: stabilize his condition and explore the potential of his will to resist the chaos. Rashi added coolly, Konoha's oversight is acceptable, but the research team must retain independent authority over information sharing and assessment. The chaos seed embedded within Boruto Uzumaki threatens the entire shinobi world. Its fate cannot be decided by Konoha alone. Reikage grunted, but offered no objection. Clearly the 4 Kage had reached a temporary accord on Boruto joint supervision, collaborative research, and preservation of the status quo. Kakashi understood this implicitly. It was already the best possible outcome he could have secured for Boruto. He spoke firmly, agreed. The joint research team shall be convened immediately, coordinated jointly by Shizune and Chiyurin. Research shall prioritize safety and stability above all else. All major decisions require consensus among the 4 Kage. Several days later, in an isolation chamber at the edge of Konoha's ruins, the makeshift medical ward. The air held the sharp scent of antiseptic mingled with the faint soothing aroma of medicinal herbs. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the crude window, casting dappled patterns upon the floor. Boruto lay upon a specially designed bed, his body still enveloped in dense, intricate sealing runes, like a youth slumbering within a chrysalis of script. The ashen gray mark remained upon his brow, yet its border glowed with a tenacious warm aureole of golden red, a defiant geothermal ember upon a frozen wasteland. His breathing had grown markedly steadier. Within him the 3 annihilating forces, calmed by both seal and paternal will, rested in temporary dormancy. Hinata Hyuga sat beside the bed. Her left arm, freed from bandages, still bore a stabilizing splint. Though her face retained its pallor, her pure pearlescent Byakugan eyes remained fixed, unblinking, upon Boruto. Her fingertips hovered with infinite gentleness 1 inch above the mark on his brow, just beyond the shimmering veil of sealing light, as if sensing the strange interwoven pulse of golden red warmth and ashen cold. Boruto. Her voice was soft, trembling faintly with unshed tears. Can you hear me? Everyone is waiting for you. Your uncle Naruto is waiting too. On the bed, Boruto's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly. Hinata's heart leapt. She held her breath, focusing her Byakugan to its utmost limit, piercing the luminous barrier of seals, to behold the battlefield within his mind, a chaotic vortex veiled in ashen death mist, violet wedge force, and icy blue corrosion. At its center, a tiny, fiercely pure ember of molten gold burned, like a candle in gale winds, compressed, torn, yet refusing extinction. Encircling it, a steadfast, warm golden red will acted as an unyielding shield, silently holding back the encroaching chaos. It was Boruto's own will and the enduring protection left by Uncle Naruto. Tears welled instantly in Hinata's eyes. She concentrated, shaping her intent into the gentlest of calls, moonlight-given form, and extended it tenderly into that maelstrom brushing against that fragile ember of gold. Boruto, don't be afraid. We're all here. Hold on. For Uncle Naruto. For Konoha. At her mental touch, the molten gold light seemed to draw strength and flickered, ever so faintly. The glow, just for an instant, brightened infinitesimally. At the same moment, within Konoha's provisional command center, converted from a massive stone platform, the atmosphere was grave and taut. Kakashi sat at the head of the table, exhaustion lingering in his frame, yet his gaze piercing, already bearing the quiet authority of the Hokage. Shizune and Shikamaru, his injuries eased, but his face still pale, leaning subtly on shadow-assisted support, sat to either side. Opposite them sat corps envoys dispatched by the 4 Kage Tamari of Suna Koratsuchi of Iwa Darui of Kumo and Chojuro of Kirigakure. Spread across the vast conference table lay scrolls, maps, and sensory reports. Preliminary monitoring by the joint research team confirmed. Shizune reported, her voice weary yet precise, that the chaos seed within young Master Boruto remains in relative stasis. The resonance of Naruto-sama's will proving pivotal. Hinata Hyuga's attempt at conscious contact yielded faint signs of response, indicating that Boruto's own will is awakening and waging a desperate struggle against the chaos within. Good news. Chojuro exhaled in relief. But the danger remains immense. Kuratsuchi interjected her tone grave that Ashen Mark functions as an absorption node, ceaselessly drawing ambient natural energy and Boruto's own vitality to nourish the chaos within. Should external equilibrium falter, or should Naruto's will resonance weaken, the risk of catastrophic eruption escalates dramatically. And the ceiling division. Kakashi turned to Shikamaru. Shikamaru adjusted his newly fitted glasses behind the lenses. His eyes reflected profound fatigue and concern current sealing techniques suppress, but cannot eradicate. We are integrating fragments of the Tsuchikige's dust-release sealing theory with Kirigakure's cursed seal methodologies to develop a more robust, will resonance reinforcement seal. This would utilize Boruto's reviving will and Naruto's residual power as its core, forging a self-sustaining, internalized stability structure, but it demands time and stronger cooperation from Boruto's will itself. Time. Kakashi's fingers tapped unconsciously upon the table. That is precisely what we lack most. Any progress on the metal plate's decryption? The lead sealing analyst rose immediately, his expression alight with urgency and solemnity, reporting to the Hokage. Major breakthrough in coordinate decryption. Though the core glyph cluster is archaic and obscure, cross-referencing residual spatial fluctuations recovered from Sasuke Uchiha's weapon pouch, and structural analysis of the Night Owl base's ruins, we have confirmed it with high certainty. The coordinates point to. He inhaled deeply, gesturing toward a heavily marked region on the map, far to the continent's western edge, veiled by dense fog and perilous, sees the ruins of the Kirigakure castle. More precisely, to the vicinity of the forbidden spatial threshold known in ancient texts as the Yomi no Hirasaka. The Yomi no Hirasaka. All present paled. Legend held it as the forbidden passage linking the mortal realm to the land of the dead, a place so perilous even the sage of six paths had sealed it away. Could the true form of the Ashen Eye reside within that land of the dead? Tamari's voice carried a chill. Kakashi's heart sank. This destination embodied ultimate peril and unknowability. To penetrate its depths and destroy a loftier source of corruption. This mission dwarfed the assault on the Night Owl base in sheer magnitude of risk. Additionally, the sealing analyst hesitated, then added, during decryption we discovered the spatial coordinates inscribed upon the plate are not static. They undergo an extremely slow rhythmic drift. Based on projections, they will enter a relatively stable window phase in approximately 3 months' time. 3 months. Kakashi looked out the window. Above the ruins, scattered workers were already clearing debris, aided by Suna's magnet release Nin, and Iwa's earth release specialists erected sturdier temporary shelters. Konoha's reconstruction had barely begun. Naruto remained encased in ice. Boruto was lost in chaos. Sasuke lay grievously wounded and unconscious. Could Konoha muster even a fraction of its former strength within 3 months? Could they devise methods to stabilize Boruto or even awaken Naruto? And could they assemble a force formidable enough to descend into the Yomi no Hirasaka and confront unspeakable terror? 3 months. Kakashi's voice resonated in the hushed command center, heavy as mountain stone. 3 months hence, the target is the Kirigakure castle ruins, the entrance to the Yomi no Hirasaka. The Shinobi Alliance shall deploy its most elite forces for Operation Source Severance. The command fell like a boulder into still water. Tension thickened in the command center. For the next 3 months, every day would be a race against time, cultivating new life upon the rubble while amassing strength to plunge into the realm of death and sever the root of evil. And now, deep within Konoha, within a special isolation chamber guarded by layers upon layers of seals, Sasuke Uchiha lay upon a hospital bed, eyes closed, connected to life support systems. His wounds were catastrophic. Half his body remained encased in ashen crystal, melting only agonizingly slowly under the slug sage's remotely channeled life force. Suddenly, his tightly pressed lips trembled, almost imperceptibly. A broken, blurred, dreamlike murmur escaped his throat, so faint it nearly dissolved beneath the steady beep of monitors. Not just one, coordinates drifting, is a trap. Karen, stationed at his bedside, snapped her head up, her crimson Sharingan flaring wide, riveted to Sasuke's face. Had she imagined it? Yet his lips, had they truly moved? Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. What did you say? What trap? Karen leaned in urgently, her voice trembling. But Sasuke gave no further reply, seemingly retreating once more into the abyss of unconsciousness, as if those words had been nothing more than the delirium of grievous injury. Only his furrowed brow deepened, suggesting that, even in the fathomless dark of coma, he wrestled with some immense, unspeakable dread. Karen's heart hammered. She dared not trust her ears, but those fractured syllables, not just one, coordinate the drift is a trap, coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. She stared at the sleeping Sasuke, then out the window at the ruins where reconstruction hummed with fragile purpose, and a fierce, chilling unease seized her. Konoha's future seemed to hurtle at breakneck speed toward a horizon veiled in unknown and terrible. Kakashi's command, in 3 months the target is Hwangkwan Biosaka, sank like a stone into stagnant waters, stirring up silent waves within the temporary command center of Konoha. The tense, grave, and resolute atmosphere nearly solidified into something tangible. The ruins of Ghost Lamp City, Hwangkwan Biosaka. These names alone felt like a cold wind carrying whispers of the deceased, sending chills down one's spine. 3 months. Dalu-e repeated softly, the muscles on his dark face taut the time is too tight. The elite of Yun-e need to rest, and the new ninja tools require time for deployment. The Sand Hidden's magnetic release troops can handle peripheral spatial interference, and the construction of defensive fortifications. Shikamaru interjected, his tone carrying the practicality typical of the Land of Wind, but to delve deep into the ruins requires a stronger assault force. IWA Hidden will provide the most solid earth release defenses and dust release support. Hei-2, representing Anoki, stated, his gaze sweeping over Kakashi, but intelligence. We need more precise intelligence regarding the interior of Hwangkwan Biosaka. The warning brought back by Lord Sasuke. Not just one coordinate drifting is a trap. What does this truly mean? Is that metal plate really reliable? Her doubts pointed directly at the core. All eyes focused on that metal plate was the only clue that Sasuke had desperately retrieved, also the key pointing to the essence of the gray-white eye. But Sasuke's whispers before his coma, like the most malicious curse, cast a heavy shadow over this sole hope. Kakashi remained silent. Did he not understand the dangers within? He knew better than anyone the weight of Sasuke's shattered warnings. But did Konoha and the entire ninja world still have a way out? To let the essence of the gray-white eye accumulate power in the dark. To gamble that it would not project a new shadow corpse again. To bet that the mark on the gambler's forehead would never be activated. The analysis of the metal plate will be conducted by Konoha's highest-level sealing and sensing teams under the supervision of all 4 shadows. Kakashi's voice was low and firm, breaking the silence. Intelligence sharing, risk sharing. As for Sasuke's warning, we will not ignore it. The action plan for entering Hwangkwan Biosaka must consider the possibility of multiple coordinate traps. Prepare for the worst. He scanned the crowd, his gaze like that of a hawk. 3 months. These 3 months are our only opportunity to accumulate strength, stabilize the rear, and search for more clues. The reconstruction of Konoha must accelerate. Boruto's condition must stabilize. Sasuke must be awakened at all costs. Meeting adjourned. With the order given, the massive war machine began to turn laboriously above the ruins. The representatives of the 4 shadows quickly departed to convey the orders and mobilize resources. Only Kakashi Shizune and the barely standing Shikamaru remained in the command center. Kakashi-senpai, Shizune said anxiously, Lord Sasuke's warning and Boruto's situation. Within the joint research group there is intense debate regarding Lord Inoki's proposal to exploit the power of the chaotic seed. I know Kakashi wearily rubbed his brow. Chiba, Rin, and Hanabi tend to favor gently guiding Boruto's own will to combat the chaos, opposing any radical stimulation. But some believe that time is of the essence and requires more efficient means. He looked at Shikamaru, the progress of will resonance enhancing the seal. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, his shadow coiling around him like a weary vine supporting him. The theoretical basis is there, but it requires Boruto's own will to be strong and stable enough as a core anchor point. Right now we are still far from that. He paused, his voice lowering. Moreover, I worry that even if the sealing succeeds, it merely prolongs the fuse of the bomb. The essence of the gray-white mark is a channel connecting to the source, unless the source is destroyed ultimately. He did not finish, but the meaning was clear. Kakashi's heart felt heavy. To destroy the source. Hwangkwan Biosaka, 3 months. Every step felt like walking a tightrope over an abyss. Karen stood guard by Sasuke's bedside, her crimson Sharingan fixed unwaveringly on Sasuke's pale face, capturing every subtle change in his breathing. The broken murmurs, not just one coordinate drifting is a trap, swirled in her mind like a curse, bringing intense unease. The door to the ward was gently pushed open and Sakura entered holding a tray of medicine. Her complexion was equally haggard as Tsunade's disciple and Konoha's top medical ninja. She bore the dual burden of treating the severely injured and stabilizing Naruto's frozen state. Karen, you should take a rest. Still watch for a while, Sakura said softly. No. Karen shook her head, violently gripping Sasuke's cold hand. I feel. He wasn't just mumbling unconsciously. He must know something. That trap, where Kakashi and the others are going. Sakura set down the medicine, looking at Karen's anxious expression. Sighed. Kakashi-sensei is aware of Sasuke's warning. But in the current situation, we have no choice. The ruins of Ghost Lamp City are the only clue. But Karen desperately tried to argue, but was interrupted by an extremely weak voice from the hospital bed. Cough, Sasuke's brow furrowed again, his throat emitting a painful, almost strangled groan. The hand not covered in gray-white crystals twitched slightly. Sasuke-kun. Karen and Sakura rushed to the bedside simultaneously. Sasuke's eyelids trembled violently as if battling an unseen darkness. This time there were no clear syllables, only a series of more fragmented, blurry, and torn consciousness fragments that emerged intermittently. Split, mirror, coordinates, true, false, annihilation. Mirror. True and false coordinates. Annihilation. Karen and Sakura's faces turned pale instantly. The information Sasuke transmitted was even more horrifying than his previous murmurs. There are multiple coordinates for the entrance to Huangquan Biosaka, and they might have a mirror relationship. One true and one false. Stepping into the false one leads to annihilation. This is no longer a trap, it is a dead end. We must immediately tell Kakashi-sensei. Sakura decisively turned and rushed out. Wait. Karen grabbed her, a hint of determination flashing in her crimson Sharingan. The information Sasuke-kun conveyed is too vague. What is a mirror? How to distinguish between true and false? Without specific information, it will only confuse and hesitate Kakashi and the others. Konoha cannot afford any wavering now. She looked at Sasuke's pained and struggling face. A frantic thought sprouted. Sakura, help me. Use your medical ninjutsu in conjunction with my chakra. I want to use mental resonance to forcefully enter Sasuke-kun's depths of consciousness. He must still retain key memory fragments. Are you crazy? Sakura exclaimed in shock. Sasuke's current mental world is in chaos. Forcibly intruding could not only seriously injure you from backlash, but could also completely destroy his remaining consciousness. I know the risks. Karen's voice carried an unyielding determination, but this is the only chance to obtain precise intelligence. For Sasuke-kun, for Naruto, for Boruto, and for Konoha. I must take this gamble. Sakura looked at the fiery determination in Karen's eyes, then at the unconscious Sasuke on the bed, and finally nodded heavily. She understood Karen's feelings for Sasuke and the weight of this intelligence. Alright. I will protect his physical essence. You, be careful. Isolation observation room. Boruto lay on a bed lit by runes, the golden red glow at the edges of the gray-white mark on his forehead steadily shining like a lighthouse guarding against the dark. Hinata Hanabi sat at the bedside, hands forming seals, her pure white eyes penetrating the ceiling light curtain, continuously transforming her gentle intentions into a trickling stream, injecting them into the chaotic battlefield deep within Boruto's consciousness, nurturing the struggling molten gold will. Boruto, hold on, you can hear this. Hanabi's intention brushed over the desolate plain like a spring breeze. Naruto is waiting for you. Lord Sasuke is also trying hard to wake up. Everyone has not given up. Konoha needs you. In the center of the chaotic battlefield, that flickering molten gold light, under Hanabi's continuous nurturing and the protection of the surrounding golden red, will burn tenaciously, even brighter and more stable than before. It began to attempt extremely faintly to send out tentative ripples to the surrounding chaos. These ripples touched a strand of icy blue glacial residue. The glacial residue trembled slightly, not violently retaliating, but instead transmitting a faint obedience. Another ripple touched a relatively gentle dark purple wedge force fragment at the edge, which calmed down like a beast that had been soothed. There was a response. Hanabi felt overwhelming joy. Boruto's will was attempting to communicate, even guiding those relatively gentle chaotic power fragments. At that moment, buzz, a torrent of cold, indifferent, and filled with endless death and malice, surged forth unexpectedly from the deepest part of the gray-white mark on Boruto's forehead, like a lurking venomous snake revealing its fangs. This intention did not attack Boruto himself, but rather it precisely and maliciously pounced toward Hanabi's unguarded gentle intention. Ants, dare to touch my vessel. The cold deathly will pierced deeply into Hanabi's spiritual depths like millions of ice needles. Hanabi let out a piercing scream. Her Byakugan was instantly tainted by the gray-white death energy. Her vision plunged into a cold, lifeless darkness. She was struck hard, her body violently flung backward, crashing heavily against the wall, blood gushing from her eyes and mouth. Lady Hanabi. The medical ninjas and sealing team outside were taken aback, rushing in immediately. Meanwhile, Boruto's body on the hospital bed arched violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The gray-white mark on his forehead erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light, instantly swallowing the warm golden red glow at the edges. The deep gray-white spread like a living thing rampaging beneath the skin, the dark purple wedge patterns and icy blue scars, igniting like explosives, going berserk in an instant. The dense ceiling rune chains emitted a piercing wail, their light flashing wildly, cracks spreading instantly. Suppress it. Quickly. Maximum output. The head of the sealing team was on the verge of bursting with rage. Pooh. 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 Several sealing ninjas simultaneously spat out blood, desperately injecting chakra into the rune array. A blinding light erupted, forcibly suppressing the chaotic storm that had erupted within Boruto. Boruto crashed heavily back onto the bed, the light of the gray-white mark dimming, but that golden-red glow completely vanished. His eyes tightly closed, his breath weak, and utterly chaotic dark purple blood, laced with gray-white energy, seeped from the corners of his mouth. Lady Hanabi. The medical ninjas helped the barely conscious Hanabi, her eyes tightly shut, tears of grayish blood streaming down her cheeks, her spirit severely wounded. It's the mark, that thing. It's preventing us from awakening Boruto. A sensing ninja looked at the instrument displaying the flickering molten gold light in Boruto's consciousness, now almost extinguished by the gray-white death energy and raging wedge force, his voice filled with fear at his warning. It wants to completely take control of this vessel. In the temporary command center, Kakashi was deep in thought over the tactics for Huangquan Biosaka on the map when a dark ninja appeared like a wraith, his voice carrying an unprecedented urgency. Hokagesima. Emergency. The observation room is out of control. Lady Hanabi is severely injured and unconscious. Young Boruto's consciousness is on the verge of collapse. Lord Naruto's frozen state has shown abnormal energy fluctuations. Kakashi spun around, his pupils constricting. He dashed out of the command center, sprinting toward the isolation zone. Triple crises like 3 poisoned blades simultaneously pierced the freshly budding hope of Konoha. The terrifying warning conveyed by Sasuke still echoed in his ears. The chaotic seed within Boruto unleashed a deadly roar, and even Naruto, who was frozen, showed unknown disturbances. The flames of Konoha flickered violently in the gale, as if they would be completely extinguished in the shadows after dawn at any moment. Kakashi, a silver lightning bolt tearing through the air, sprinted through the battered temporary passage. His heart pounded violently in his chest, each throb sending agonizing waves through his organs, yet he remained oblivious. An urgent AMBU report stabbed through his nerves like an ice pick. Hanabi gravely injured. Boruto's mind shattered. Naruto's frozen seal destabilizing. Sasuke's warning still echoed in his ears, while the shadow of destruction had already transformed into tangible claws, viciously tearing at the most vulnerable lifeline of Konoha. He dashed first toward the isolation observation room. The acrid scent of blood and the violent remnants of chakra assaulted his senses. Hanabi lay on the stretcher, eyes tightly shut with traces of ashen bloodstains at the corners of her eyes. Her breath was faint, her spirit clearly shattered by catastrophic psychic damage. Several medical ninjas scrambled to stabilize her injuries. On the sickbed, Boruto convulsed violently as if an invisible giant hand gripped his throat. Each spasm was accompanied by the groaning of bones buckling under unbearable pressure. The gray-white mark on his forehead blazed like a red-hot brand, exuding a bone-chilling deathly aura. The ring of warm gold-red light at its edge had vanished completely. Beneath his skin, the dark purple comma patterns and ice-blue erosion marks rampaged like uncontrollable venomous dragons, crashing against the ceiling rune chains that covered his entire body. The chains flashed wildly and became riddled with cracks. Dark purple blood, mixed with gray-white vapors and ice crystals, seeped from his mouth. His eyes were shut tight, yet Kakashi's blurred Sharingan seemed to see the faint golden light deep within Boruto's consciousness, now dimming like a candle in a gale under the brutal assault of gray-white death energy and raging Kama power. Suppress it. Don't let him lose control. The leader of the ceiling squad, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, roared hoarsely. He led his squad in pouring out their chakra desperately to reinforce the crumbling seal. It's the mark. It's counterattacking. It's preventing us from waking young Master Boruto. A sensory-type ninja's voice trembled. It's trying to fully devour Boruto's will. Kakashi's heart plummeted into an icy abyss. The gray-white mark's counterattack was fiercer and more venomous than he had anticipated. It sought not only control of Boruto's body, but a complete obliteration of his resistant will. Lord Kakashi. Lord Hokage, over there. Another AMBU's terrified voice rang out. Kakashi spun around and charged toward the center of the platform. The sight before him made his pupils contract. The emerald pillar of life energy enveloping Naruto remained stable, but the translucent ice crystal within it was undergoing a sinister transformation. Deep within the crystal, the frozen gold-red ember at Naruto's heart suddenly began to seethe and tremble violently like cold water thrown into boiling oil. Each tremor caused fine cobweb-like cracks to appear on the surface of the encasing ice. An extremely faint, chaotic, and frigid stream of gray-white energy began to seep out thread by thread from the cracks in the ice, attempting to taint the pure pillar of life. This gray-white aura was identical to the death energy erupting from Boruto's brow mark. It was trying to erode the sage slug's life force and shatter the frozen balance. It's the mark's backlash. Through the bloodline connection, it's contaminating Lord Naruto. Chiba Rin, her face deathly pale, formed hand seals and tried to purify the seeping gray-white aura with water-release chakra, but met with little success. Boruto and Naruto, father and son, were linked by blood and will. The all-out assault of the gray-white mark within Boruto could now extend its tendrils of corruption and chaos along that bond, reaching toward the frozen father. It aimed not only to destroy Boruto, but also to cut off Naruto's last thread of hope. The shadow of annihilation loomed over Konoha's final hope. The chaos within Boruto was about to explode fully. Naruto's frozen balance hung by a thread. And Sasuke still lay on his sickbed, his life hanging in the balance. In that critical moment when despair threatened to consume everyone, a guttural roar, inhuman mingling endless agony and fury, burst from Boruto's throat. This roar did not originate from the cold will of the gray-white mark, but from the melting gold will that belonged to Boruto himself, on the verge of being utterly crushed. Under the threat of extreme pain and destruction stimulated by the attack on his father, the faint golden spark erupted with unprecedented, nearly blazing radiance, like a cornered beast striking back. Get out! A silent yet thunderous roar detonated in the depths of Boruto's consciousness. Then a resonant hum. Boruto's tightly shut eyes snapped open. His left eye was no longer the chaotic nebula of before. Instead it became a madly spinning, light-devouring, dark purple vortex, the raging form of Kama power ignited by extreme fury. His right eye was not the ice blue erosion mark, but burned with nearly transparent, soul-piercing, molten gold flame. This was the pinnacle manifestation of the Jogen's power to discern all phenomena, driven to its limit by his burning will. And the gray-white mark on his forehead under the impact of this dual transformation twisted and writhed violently like ice thrown into a furnace, emitting a silent shriek. Even more astonishing, the instant Boruto opened his eyes, his right eye ablaze with molten gold flames ignored spatial barriers and the ice crystals blockade, locking onto the violently trembling gold-red ember at Naruto's heart in the center of the platform with absolute precision. Dad! A cry from the depths of his soul. His left eye, burning with a dark purple vortex, suddenly erupted with terrifying suction. The target was not external, but the raging gray-white death energy and ice-blue erosion marks within him. He was actively guiding these two destructive forces like two rampaging evil dragons, madly surging toward his right eye, blazing with molten gold flames. Well, what is he doing? The Sealing Squad leader watched in horror as Boruto voluntarily channeled the most violent energies inside him. The sealing chain snapped with piercing sounds under the immense energy impact. Stop him! Is he trying to self-destruct? Someone shouted. But Kakashi raised his hand sharply and barked, wait. His Sharingan locked onto Boruto's alien eyes, burning with resolute flames. That was not the look of self-destruction. It was a mad gamble of placing everything on a single throw. Just as the raging gray-white death energy and ice-blue erosion marks were about to surge into the molten gold right eye, Boruto's molten gold right eye blazed with intensified light. An intangible, formless mental strike imbued with ultimate insight and spatial-cutting will, like the most precise sniper shot, followed the bloodline bond, ignored spatial and ice crystal barriers, and stabbed fiercely into the trembling gold-red ember at Naruto's heart. The target was not the ember itself, but the wisps of gray-white death energy clinging to its surroundings, trying to corrode the frozen balance. Heart's eye myriad phenomena severance. There was no earth-shattering sound. Yet everyone on the platform clearly sensed an invisible razor-sharp willpower acting like the most delicate scalpel, instantly severing the threads of gray-white death energy that had been spreading from Boruto's mark toward Naruto's ice crystal. Simultaneously, this will force precisely excised the contaminating gray-white death energy that had seeped around the ember in Naruto's heart, stripping it away like a tenacious bone-eating worm. The excised gray-white death energy, now rootless venomous insects, was instantly captured and devoured by the terrifying suction of Boruto's left eye, burning with the dark purple vortex. Ugh. Boruto let out a pain-racked groan. Devouring the gray-white death energy originating from the same source detonated a bomb inside him. The dark purple Kama patterns swelled, instantly, madly suppressing and tearing at this rebellious power. The sealing chains on his body fragmented inch by inch, cracks on his skin widened further, and blood gushed out. But at the same time, at the center of the platform, the violently trembling gold-red ember inside Naruto's ice crystal stabilized the moment the gray-white death energy was stripped away. The seething ceased, the light became pure and warm again. The cracks on the ice crystal began to heal slowly under the nourishment of the emerald life force. The trace of contamination was utterly gone. Boruto had used his own body as a battlefield and crucible, forcibly devouring the gray-white death energy that tainted his father. With self-destructive madness, he protected the purity of his father's frozen state. The price was that the gray-white mark inside him, having just lost a portion of its power, erupted with even more ferocious fury. More pure and frigid death energy surged from the depths of the mark, joining with the provoked Kama power to crash like a tsunami against Boruto's burning molten gold will. With a thud, Boruto could no longer hold on. His body went limp, collapsing heavily onto the sickbed. His eyes were shut tight, his breath faint and chaotic to the extreme. The gray-white mark on his forehead blazed with intense light, as if determined to devour the last trace of molten gold. But the corner of his mouth curved upward, barely perceptibly, almost unnoticeably. It was a smile that carried endless pain yet an inexplicable relief. Kakashi rushed to Boruto's bedside, his heart torn as he looked at his son's horrific state. He lifted his head sharply, his voice hoarse yet resolute, toward Chiba Rin and the sealing squad. Maximum life support. Will resonance guidance. Spare no cost. Stabilize him. He then turned his gaze to the frozen Naruto at the gold-red ember that had regained its purity, his eyes burning with fierce flames. Contact the 4 Kage. Kakashi's voice cut through despair like a drawn blade. Source severance operation is moved up. We don't have 3 months. Coordinate analysis at maximum speed. 1 month. In 1 month we must enter Yamatsu Hirasaka. Before that, Kakashi's gaze shifted toward the special ward carrying his last hope. Awaken Sasuke. He is our only key. Karui Sakura. Whatever methods you use, wake him up. The commands rang out like war drums on the ruins. The flame of Konoha, protected by Boruto's desperate guardianship with his life, and will was forcibly pulled back from the brink of destruction. But a greater storm was gathering on the far shore of the underworld. 1 month would be the life-or-death sprint between Konoha and annihilation. Kakashi's command, 1 month from now to Huankwan Viriosaka, thundered like a clap of thunder over the ruins of Konoha, instantly dispelling the shadows of despair and igniting the dormant battle spirit. There was no time for sorrow, no time for hesitation. The countdown to destruction was hastened by Boruto's life, and Will and Konoha, along with the entire shinobi world, had to run faster. Temporary medical area, Boruto's isolation room. The air was as heavy as a block of lead. The acrid smell of blood mingled with the scent of disinfectants and the energy aura of sealing talismans. Boruto lay within a reinforced sealing talisman array glowing with more complex patterns like a young beast nailed to an altar. His eyes were tightly shut, and the gray-white mark on his forehead resembled a solidified block of lead intertwining deep death energy with a newly emerging, extremely faint golden light forming a bizarre balance. The rampaging energy beneath his skin was temporarily suppressed by a powerful seal, yet every weak breath was accompanied by the humming of sealing chains, as if accumulating power for a more terrifying explosion. Chiba Rin and Shizune led the elite members of the joint research team gathered around the bed as alarming data streams flickered on the instrument screens. The activity of the gray-white mark is temporarily suppressed below threshold levels, but the entropy of the internal chaotic seed continues to rise slowly. It absorbs the energy dissipating from the seal and the life force of Master Boruto as nourishment. The perception expert from the Mist Village spoke in a low voice. The will resonance left by Lord Naruto has been severely weakened, barely maintaining a flicker of golden will. Vital signs are extremely fragile, relying solely on life support devices and the residual light from Lord Kabuto's life column. The medical jonin from Konoha added, his gaze filled with concern. Forcing a wake-up or stimulation carries immeasurable risks. How is it on Hanabi's side? Shizune looked to the side. Mental trauma via Kugan damage. But life is not in danger. The medical ninja in charge of Hanabi whispered her last words before falling unconscious. Boruto's will is still burning. Don't give up. Shizune took a deep breath, looking at Chiba Rin. Senpai, can the will resonance enhance the seal still be conducted? Chiba Rin's eyes were sharp as a scalpel fixated on the faint golden light on Boruto's forehead. It must be conducted. This is the only way to buy him time or even become the method to counter the core of chaos. But a stronger resonance source is needed. Lord Naruto's will has been weakened. We need another being that can resonate deeply with him. Another resonance source. Shizune's heart skipped a beat. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to another direction, the Special Isolation Ward. Special Isolation Ward. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The pungent smell of medicine intertwined with the ticking of precision instruments. Sasuke still lay on the hospital bed, his eyes tightly shut, half of his body encased in gray-white crystals, melting at a painfully slow pace under the continuous wash of life force. Sakura's hands were covered in a rich green light pressed firmly against Sasuke's heart, maintaining his weak heartbeat and chakra circulation, sweat beading on her forehead. Her complexion was as pale as paper, clearly exhausted. Beside the bed Karen sat cross-legged, her crimson Sharingan blazing to the utmost. Her hands formed an extremely complex seal, seemingly pulling at the threads of the soul, her fingertips entwined with faint blood-colored chakra gently connecting to Sasuke's temple. Her body slightly trembled from extreme focus and mental strain, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, but her eyes burned with reckless madness. Mental synchronization, deep resonance. This was a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, using one's own spirit as a bridge to forcibly delve into the chaotic depths of the target's consciousness, carrying immense risk. Karen's consciousness navigated like a small boat struggling through the stormy seas, filled with broken purple-golden chains repeatedly battered by violent fragments of memory and the remnants of gray-white death energy. She saw the fragmented battlefield deep within Sasuke's consciousness. The imprisoned pain. The cold gaze of the shadow bone core. The tearing of space's crevices. And, at the deepest point shrouded in layers of gray-white mist, the forbidden memories of the gray-white eye and Huangquan Biryosaka. Sasuke-kun. Hold on. Tell me. The truth. Karen's consciousness cried out in the storm, her blood-colored chakra burning like a fuse forcibly searing through the gray-white mist that blocked the memories. Sizzle. The mist was burned open to reveal a narrow gap. A blurry yet heart-stopping fragment of an image suddenly crashed into Karen's consciousness. An endless chaotic void flowing with rivers of dark purple and gray-white energy. In the void not one but 3 orbs floated. 3 enormous, slowly rotating gray-white eye orbs emanating a cold, lifeless aura. They were arranged in a triangular formation connected by twisted light bands, forming a massive and eerie balance structure. And the coordinates pointed to by the black metal plate that Sasuke brought back. Pointed directly to one of the eye orbs. But the image clearly showed that when the coordinate light spot of the metal plate approached that eye orb, instantly became ethereal. And one of the other 2 eye orbs suddenly illuminated with real destructive radiance. Simultaneously, a cold, indifferent voice fragment like the laws of the universe exploded in Karen's mind mirror triangle. Annihilation trap. Puff. Karen was struck by lightning, her body violently propelled backward, blood gushing from her 7 orifices like a fountain. The mental synchronization was forcibly interrupted. She crashed heavily to the ground, her consciousness plunging into darkness. Sakura. Sakura exclaimed in shock, immediately placing a hand on Karen's chest to inject medical chakra. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Sasuke's body twitched violently at the moment Karen's mental synchronization was interrupted. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened a slit. From that slit it was no longer chaos, but a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with deep pain, horror, and a hint of forced clarity. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan. Trap. Is. Triangle. Sasuke painfully squeezed out a few fragmented syllables, each word seemingly exhausting all his strength before falling into unconsciousness again. But the eyes he had just opened and those broken words were like lightning in the night, illuminating the truth. Triangle. Mirror triangle. Sakura's heart raced. The fragments of intelligence that Karen had risked her life to bring back and Sasuke's last moment of clarity confirmed the most terrifying suspicion. At the entrance to Huangquan Biryosaka, 3 coordinates mirrored each other. The metal plate points to the bait. Stepping in means annihilation. The true body is hidden in one of the other 2 eye orbs. This is a deadly death triangle. She suddenly looked up and shouted hoarsely to the umbu waiting at the door, quick. Report to Kakashi-sensei. The coordinates are a trap. 3 mirrors. Entering the false coordinates means annihilation. We must find a way to distinguish the true from the false. Konoha Temporary Command Center Emergency Meeting of the 4 Shadows. On the massive rocky platform, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Kakashi stood at the main seat with a huge map, marked Ghost Lantern City Ruins and Huangquan Biryosaka behind him. The holographic images of Reikage A, the acting Tsuchikage Kuratsuchi, with Inoki stationed in the rear, Kazakage Raza, and Mizukage Terumi, Mei stood solemnly on either side. The air was filled with a sense of tension that had yet to dissipate from the smoke of battle. Master Boruto's condition is temporarily stable, but extremely dangerous, and Lord Naruto is frozen in place. Lord Sasuke briefly woke up and Karen the Jonin brought back crucial intelligence at the cost of severe injury. Kakashi's voice was resolute, carrying an undeniable weight. Confirmed the coordinates pointed out by the metal plate at the entrance to Huangquan Biryosaka contain 3 mutually mirroring spatial nodes. The metal plate points to one as a bait stepping and triggers spatial annihilation. The true gray-white eye body is concealed within one of the other 2 mirror nodes. 3 mirrors. Reikage as projection widened his eyes in anger, his fists cracking. Damn it. It truly is a trap. How do we distinguish the true from the false? Raza's voice was cold as sand. Spatial mirroring is difficult to perceive. A strong attack is equivalent to sending oneself to death. We need a key. Kakashi's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on the map. In the fragments of information transmitted by Sasuke, there are descriptions of annihilation trap and mirror triangle. Combined with the images that Karen risked her life to bring back. The true entrance may require some specific resonance or mark to open, or it may require suppressing all 3 nodes simultaneously. The intelligence is insufficient, but one thing is certain. He took a deep breath, his voice carrying a determination of no turning back. Conventional methods cannot distinguish. Our only hope lies with Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto. Terumi may frown tightly. His gray-white mark on his forehead is the imprint of the will of the true body of the gray-white eye. It is the key that connects to the source. Kakashi said solemnly, the joint research team infers that when he approaches the true body node, the mark will undoubtedly produce the strongest resonance response. This is a spatial connection that cannot be disguised. He is our living coordinate detector. Also, the only possible key to safely unlock the true entrance. The command center fell into a heavy silence. To use a boy who harbored a chaotic bomb within him who could be completely consumed by the mark at any moment as a guide and key to delve into a dead end. The risks involved were chilling just to think about. This is too insane. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but speak. Given Boruto's current condition, can he withstand the mental shock of approaching the true body? What if he is completely controlled by the mark at a critical moment? We have no choice. Kakashi's voice suddenly rose, carrying a resolution to gamble everything. Either we bet on Boruto's only hope to storm into Hwangkwan Biryosaka in 1 month and destroy the source. Or, wait for the Grey-White Eye to regain its power and project new disasters. The chaotic seed within Boruto will erupt. The entire shinobi world will be plunged into an irreversible calamity. This is the opportunity Boruto risked his life to seize for us. We have no choice. The heavy pressure felt like a boulder resting on the hearts of every shadow. Reikage as projection fell silent for a moment before slamming his fist down on the virtual table. Let's do it. The elite of the Cloud Village ready at any time. Sand Village join the battle. Raza stated coldly. Rock Village, there is no retreat. Kuratsuchi spoke decisively on behalf of Inoki. Mist Village is willing to fight for hope. Taromi Mice's voice carried weight and determination. Good. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with lightning. The final plan for the Source Severance operation is confirmed. 1 month from now, the most elite forces of the Four Shadows will penetrate the Ghost Lantern City ruins, the entrance to Hwangkwan Biryosaka. Objective: destroy the true body of the Grey-White Eye. Core of the operation: Uzumaki Boruto. With the command given, the massive war machine roared to life. The Sand Village's magnet release troops began large-scale production of special anti-spatial interference protective gear. The Earth Village's Masters of Earth and Dust Release worked around the clock to devise suppression plans for spatial mirroring. The Mist Village's water release experts and medical teams optimized life support systems and spiritual defense barriers. The Cloud Village's lightning release assault team and weapon experts frantically adjusted the strongest assault weapons. The entire ruins of Konoha transformed into a vast armory and training camp for the ultimate battle. And at the center of the storm, Uzumaki Boruto remained asleep within the cocoon of his seal. The gray-white mark on his forehead resembled an eye of the abyss, and that faint golden light under the weight of suppression and protection burned like a spark in a storm struggling to endure, awaiting the arrival of the final day of judgment. Special Isolation Ward. Sakura leaned tiredly against the wall, having just stabilized Karen's in. Sasuke had once again fallen into a deep coma, but the shock brought by the moment his eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan opened still lingered in the air. The door to the ward was gently pushed open. Kakashi walked in, his face marked by dust and undeniable fatigue, yet his eyes were exceptionally sharp. He glanced at the unconscious Sasuke and Karen, his gaze finally settling on Sakura. Kakashi's voice was low, carrying a weight of entrustment. The mission to awaken Sasuke has failed. But the intelligence you brought back is crucial. Sakura raised her head, her eyes filled with bloodshot concern. Kakashi-sensei, is Boruto really going to go? Kakashi fell silent for a moment, moving to Sasuke's bedside, gazing at his dear friend's pale and pained face. He is the key. And also a warrior. This is a fate he must bear, just like Sasuke, who once bore the name Uchiha. He paused, his voice carrying a barely perceptible rasp. We need Sasuke. At any moment he might wake up. We need the power of his Rinnegan. And his understanding about space. Sakura nodded firmly. I will stay here, not leaving an inch. Kakashi took one last look at the unconscious Sasuke before turning to leave. At the door he paused, not looking back till Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto are waiting for him. The ward door closed gently. Sakura gazed at Sasuke on the hospital bed, then looked outside at the busy figures preparing for battle in the ruins, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She knew the final countdown had begun. Can the lights of Konoha penetrate the darkness of Hwangkwan? The answer will be written in blood and fire. 1 month. Kakashi's words of waiting for him seemed to linger in the cold air of the hospital room, yet Sakura felt her heart weighed down by something far heavier. Sasuke's pale face sank into the pillow. The brief glimpse of eternity left behind by his opened eyes sent shockwaves through her nerves like shards of ice. Trap. Triangle. Annihilation. Each broken word pointed towards a deeper abyss of despair. She wiped the wet traces off her face. This was not a moment of weakness, never. She took a deep breath, the taste of potion and blood mingling in the air, and pressed her hands against Sasuke's heart once more, the green light rekindling, faint yet persistent. Sasuke, you must come back, she silently cried out. For Naruto, for Boruto, for all of us, you cannot fall here. The air remained heavy enough to wring out water. The rhythmic ticking of the machines resembled the countdown of a second hand, striking the nerves of everyone in the room. Chiba Rin's brows were knotted tightly, her fingertips tapping unconsciously on the clipboard, producing a dull tap-tap sound. The curve representing Boruto's vital signs on the screen flickered weakly like a candle in the wind, while the entropy curve of the gray-white mark slithered upwards like a snake waiting to strike. The will of molten gold has been suppressed too harshly. The voice of the mist sensory ninja was hoarse, gazing at the mark on Boruto's forehead that was nearly entirely covered in gray-white, with only a thread of golden line remaining, the resonance of Lord Naruto's will. Feels like it's behind a thick layer of frosted glass, almost imperceptible. If this continues, Master Boruto's own consciousness. Don't talk about giving up. Chiba Rin interrupted him sharply, her voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable sharpness, cutting through the gloom. As long as there is a glimmer of light, we cannot give up. She turned her head, her gaze burning, as she fixed it on Shizune as the other resonance source. Been decided. Shizune's heart sank suddenly. She certainly knew who Chiba Rin was referring to. The person in that special ward. She opened her mouth, her voice somewhat hoarse. Lord Sasuke has just undergone a mental resonance shock, and Karen is heavily injured and unconscious. His own situation is extremely unstable. Forcing a will resonance, the risks for him and for Boruto are risks. What step isn't like walking on a knife's edge right now? Chiba Rin's voice suddenly rose, filled with an almost obsessive fervor. Boruto is now like a seed wrapped in gray. Naruto's will is a protective layer, but it has been corroded too severely. We need another powerful force, one that can penetrate the gray-white and resonate directly with Boruto's core will. It's like another ray of sunshine forcibly penetrating the dark clouds, awakening the seed's vitality. She stepped a few paces to Boruto's bedside, leaning down, almost pressing against the flickering ceiling light curtain, staring intently at the trace of molten gold. Look. It's still pulsing. The wicked is fighting. Master Boruto's own will has never truly extinguished. What he needs is a connection, an external force that can ignite the fire within him. Lord Sasuke's ocular power, his Sharingan, the chakra of Indra within him. Especially that lifelong bond he shares with Naruto. He is currently the only and last possible resonance source. Silence fell over the isolation room. Only the stubborn ticking of the machines and the faint humming from the ceiling chains due to energy conflict could be heard. Shizune looked at Chiba Rin's bloodshot yet remarkably bright eyes, then at Boruto on the bed, fragile like porcelain. Logic told her this was too insane. The success rate was slim, and a slight mistake could lead to the destruction of both. But Boruto's faint heartbeat, that tenacious pulsing molten gold, and the words from Hanabi before her fainting, Boruto's will is still burning, felt like a hot iron branding her heart. I will find Sakura. Shizune finally spoke, her voice filled with a determination to risk it all to persuade her and to persuade ourselves. Special isolation ward, Sasuke's abyss of consciousness. No longer a chaotic storm of fragmented memories. In this moment, Sasuke felt himself suspended in an absolute viscous darkness. There was no light, no sound, no direction. Only an endless heaviness and coldness, as if submerged in solidified asphalt. The sense of bodily existence grew faint, with only the tearing pain deep in his spirit, and the three cold, massive, triangular gray-white eyes imprinted like an eternal nightmare floating at the center of his consciousness. Trap. Mirror. Annihilation. Those fragmented words echoed in the void, carrying a suffocating despair. Boruto. Naruto. What has become of them? That metal plate, leading everyone to a dead end. Guilt and helplessness surged like icy tides, trying to completely engulf his remaining consciousness. At that moment, a faint light, almost assimilated by the darkness, flickered to life in the viscous void. It was neither Naruto's dazzling gold nor Boruto's molten gold infused with the warmth of flame. Instead, it was a light, cooler and more familiar, infused with an indescribable tranquility and penetrating power. The light gradually condensed, outlining a figure in an Akatsuki cloak with black hair falling to shoulder. The figure quietly hovered before Sasuke's consciousness, back turned to him, seemingly gazing at those three massive gray-white eyes. Sasuke's consciousness surged violently like a stone thrown into still water. A name carrying a sealed pain and disbelief detonated deep within his soul. Nizan. The figure slowly turned around. Uchiha Itachi's face remained youthful with a hint of familiar fatigue, but those eyes were no longer the appearance eroded by illness and darkness before his death, but clear, containing complex and profound emotions of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. He quietly gazed in the direction of Sasuke's consciousness, without speaking, yet a silent intent was directly conveyed, carrying a weight like a sigh. Foolish little brother. Have you pushed yourself into such a dire situation? This thought struck like thunder, tearing apart the chaos and despair within Sasuke's consciousness. This was not an illusion. This feeling was too real. Was it Itachi's residual chakra? Or an illusion created by his near-death consciousness? No illusion. Itachi's intent echoed again, as if seeing through his confusion. But it is not my true soul. This is merely A mark that briefly manifested due to your intense obsession and the special death aura of the space deep within your bloodline. A mark. About reality. Itachi's gaze pierced through Sasuke's chaotic consciousness, seemingly landing on those three massive gray-white eyes filled with an understanding that sees all. Mirror triangle. The trap of annihilation. You have seen its horror. His intent was calm yet penetrating, but despair clouded your vision, Sasuke. You only saw the appearance of destruction, yet failed to perceive the essence of the lock. Lock. Sasuke's chaotic consciousness suddenly stilled. Itachi raised his hand, a glimmer of light gathering at his fingertip, pointing to the distorted connection of light between those three eyes. Three bodies balanced, mirroring each other, a stepping into the illusion is annihilation. But the true keyhole is not within any of the eyes themselves. His fingertips' faint light traced the center point of the triangle structure, a seemingly void area, the keyhole. At the center of balance. At the singularity where reality and mirror intertwine. And the key to unlock it. Itachi's gaze seemed to penetrate layers of consciousness barriers, turning towards a distant yet tangible direction, where Boruto was in the isolation room. Not that cold metal plate. The true key has always been beside you. It lies in the child's eyes. Not the mark on his forehead, but something burning alongside that molten gold deep within his soul. Find it before stepping into the trap. Otherwise, Itachi's figure began to blur and become transparent like a flickering candle in the wind. You all will be completely devoured by this trap of annihilation. Along with the last hope. His final words transformed into a silent sigh as Itachi's figure completely dissipated into the dark abyss of Sasuke's consciousness, leaving only the riddle of the keyhole and key along with the warning of in the eye's soul deeply branded upon Sasuke's remaining clarity. Special Isolation Ward Reality. Sakura was fully focused on maintaining Sasuke's vital signs. Suddenly, on the hospital bed, Sasuke's body spasmed violently without warning. More intensely than any previous convulsion. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyes were rolling wildly. Veins bulged at his temples, a suppressed beast-like growl issued from his throat. The pattern of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, even through his closed eyelids, seemed ready to emit a bloody light. Is that Sasuke? Sakura exclaimed in shock, immediately increasing her chakra output. Calm down. Sasuke, can you hear me? Temporary medical area, Boruto's isolation room. Almost simultaneously. Buzz. The complex ceiling array covering Boruto erupted with a blinding light without warning. All the machines emitted sharp alarms simultaneously. The curve representing the entropy of the gray-white mark shot up like an uncontrolled rocket. This is bad. The mark is in revolt. Chiba Rin shouted, suppress it. Full force, suppress it. The medical ninjas hurriedly formed seals to reinforce the ceiling. But what was even more alarming was that Boruto's body, which had been completely still, began to tremble slightly. The finger resting on the bedside covered in needles and monitoring cables trembled slightly, like the first subtle quiver from a sleeping volcano. In the ruins of Konoha at the edge of the temporary training ground, Kakashi stood atop a broken wall, silently overlooking the bustling camp below like a massive beehive. The magnetism ninjas from Sunagakure were testing armor shimmering with runic light, producing dull metallic clanging sounds. The Earth ninjas from Iwagakure were quietly debating the rock structures created by simulated spatial nodes, dust swirling around. The medical team from Kirigakure was carefully dividing up a potion emitting a pale blue glow, the air filled with a strange herbal scent mixed with sea breeze. The lightning assault team from Kumogakure was conducting short-distance body flicker drills, flashes of lightning bringing waves of low rumbling sound. Every figure, every sound twisted into a single rope pulled taut to the extreme, pointing towards a place of death named Hozuki's tomb. A month later. He pulled down a bit of his mask, inhaling the cold air tinged with gunpowder and dust deeply. His gaze instinctively turned towards the medical area. Boruto, Sasuke, Naruto. Faces flashed through his mind. Itachi had once said in such a moment of despair, his words bizarrely resurfaced. In the world of ninjas, those who break rules and iron laws are called trash. But those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than trash. Kakashi's lips curled into a bitter arc. Breaking rules. What they were about to face was the very rules of the world itself. Cherishing comrades. The cost could be everyone's lives, including that boy who was treated as the key. At that moment, a shadowy ninja appeared like a ghost behind him, kneeling on one knee, his voice carrying a barely noticeable urgency. Lord Kakashi. Emergency report from the Special Isolation Ward. Lord Uchiha, Sasuke is showing severe fluctuations in consciousness. Meanwhile, Master Boruto's isolation room. The seal is exhibiting strong reactions for unknown reasons. Kakashi turned around abruptly. A sharp gleam shot from his single eye. The flames of the storm before the tempest suddenly began to sway wildly. Sasuke's consciousness fluctuations. Boruto's sealing reaction. The simultaneous occurrence of these anomalies, was it a sign of despair or the deeply buried molten gold and slumbering Indra on the verge of awakening under ultimate darkness. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting towards the direction of the medical area. The answers lay in those two rooms, not far apart yet entwined with the fate of the entire ninja world. Kakashi's figure tore through the stifling air of the medical zone, leaving behind the acrid scent of lightning release's body flicker. He stood as rigid as a spear before the door of the special isolation ward. Inside, Sakura's voice carried an unprecedented urgency, a green glow flickering fiercely between her hands as she desperately suppressed the violently convulsing body on the bed. Sasuke, hold on. Look at me. Sakura's cry was laced with tears, sweat soaking her forehead. Sasuke's struggle was savage, inhuman muscles bulging as the metal frame of the bed groaned under the strain. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo gleamed like a red-hot branding iron, emitting an eerie crimson light, as if it would burst forth at any moment. What happened? Kakashi stepped in, his lone eye sharp as a hawk scanning Sasuke's condition, and the unconscious Karen beside him who had just undergone emergency treatment. It was sudden. Without warning. Sakura panted, breathless. His mental fluctuations are so violent. It's like something exploded inside his head. Even more violent than when he synchronized with Karen. Kakashi's heart sank. This was no mere confusion. His gaze shifted toward the isolation room of Boruto next door, where the piercing alarm still echoed clearly through the walls. In Boruto's isolation room, the situation was worse. The light of the ceiling array blazed like an uncontrolled sun, blinding to the eyes. Complex runic chains trembled and hummed frantically as if they would shatter in an instant. The screen displaying the entropy value of the Ashen Mark was blood red, the numbers jumping wildly, emitting a shrill alarm. Chiba, Ri, and Shizune leading the team, their faces pale, their fingers forming seals, trembling from excessive chakra output, veins bulging on their foreheads as they strained to maintain the crumbling seal. We can't suppress it. Not at all. The mist sensory ninja's voice was hoarse with despair. The activity of the Ashen Mark is skyrocketing exponentially. It's actively attacking the seal. The molten gold will. I can barely feel it. Boruto. Shizune cried out in shock. At the center of the sealed cocoon of light, Boruto, who had been as still as a puppet, began to twist unnaturally. Beneath his skin, gray-black energy writhed and bulged like a living creature, each movement causing the ceiling light to flicker violently. Most horrifying of all, the Ashen Mark on his brow bubbled like molten magma, its faint molten gold edge being dragged inexorably bit by bit into the deep ashen abyss by a powerful suction, as if it were about to be completely devoured. Another resonance source. We must try now. Chiba Ri's voice cracked, her eyes bloodshot, fixed on the dying molten gold. Otherwise it will be too late. Lord Sasuke sighed. At that critical moment. Gwa. From the next room, Sasuke's suppressed groan suddenly erupted into a tearing roar. With that roar, an indescribably cold and savage chakra burst forth. Boom. The walls of the room instantly cracked like a spiderweb. An icy chill mixed with a destructive dojutsu pressure swept through the entire medical zone like an invisible tsunami. Every medical ninja felt their heart clench as if grasped by an unseen giant hand. On the bed, Sasuke's body arched violently. The ashen crystals covering half of his body cracked and splintered under the impact of this erupting power. And his eyes, sealed for days, snapped open. No longer clouded, no longer filled with pain, and they were eyes that burned with a cold flame, carrying a weariness and resolve born from the abyss of hell, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In the crimson base, complex tomo patterns spun wildly, locked onto a point in the void, as if piercing through walls, through space, directly nailing Boruto in the next room. In Boruto's isolation room, the moment Sasuke's Mangekyo opened, the ashen energy violently attacking the seal on Boruto's body suddenly halted, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. The last trace of molten gold, on the verge of being utterly consumed, flickered stubbornly, violently, like a candle in the wind. Then the boiling Ashen Mark on Boruto's brow contracted inward in an eerily silent motion. As if some ferocious beast startled by a sudden threat retracted its claws. The pressure on the seal abruptly lessened. The blinding light dimmed instantly. The alarm values on the monitors, which had been jumping wildly, dropped briefly, almost imperceptibly. This is... Shizune was speechless with shock. Chiba Ri's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity, seizing this fleeting anomaly resonance. It's Lord Sasuke's dojutsu. His will. Countering the erosion of the Ashen Mark. Though violent, it's effective. Quick. Now. Reinforce the seal. Guide the molten gold will. The medical ninjas snapped out of their daze, seizing this precious opportunity to pour their chakra into the ceiling array. The light stabilized once more, still flickering, but far better than its previous state of collapse. In the special isolation ward, Sasuke's open Mangekyo stared fixedly into the void, his pupils a maelstrom of chaos and a forcibly gathered tremor and understanding from the depths of his soul. The riddle left by Itachi's phantom, the keyhole is in the center, the key is in the eye soul, burned like a searing brand on his consciousness, just emerging from chaos. Boruto. Molten gold. Eyes. Soul. Fragmented thoughts collided in his chaotic mind. That eruption moments ago was less an act of control and more a primal instinctual backlash from the depths of his bloodline triggered by the imminent collapse of Boruto's ashen rampage and the final warning left by Itachi in his mind. Sasuke. Sasuke. Look at me. Can you hear me? Sakura's voice was a mix of ecstasy and lingering fear, her hands still not daring to leave his body as green light flowed continuously. Sasuke's gaze moved with difficulty, agonizingly slowly, finally focusing on Sakura's tear-streaked and sweat-soaked face. His lips moved slightly, emitting a hoarse sandpaper-like sound. Boruto. His eyes. Each word drained the last bit of strength he had mustered, the crimson light in his eyes flickering violently as if it would extinguish again at any moment. Boruto. Sakura's heart leaped to her throat. What about his eyes? Sasuke, what are you— Sasuke's gaze faltered again, the terrifying vision of the ashen through-body structure appearing in his mind, the cold words, annihilation trap, tolling like a death knell. He took a sharp breath, using every ounce of remaining strength to force out broken yet distinct syllables. Trap. Key. Not in coordinates. In his soul. Look at his eyes. With the last word, the light of his Mangekyo abruptly dimmed, his body went limp, and he sank into deep unconsciousness again. But this time the cracks on the ashen crystals covering half his body had visibly widened, even revealing small patches of fresh bloodied skin. Key. Not in coordinates. In Boruto's soul. Look at his eyes. Sakura repeated in a murmur, her heart racing. The information was too vague, too crucial, and too heavy. What had Sasuke risked his life to convey? Kakashi stood at the door, taking in everything. Sasuke's brief awakening, his Mangekyo gaze directed at Boruto, and that final fragmented warning. Like key puzzle pieces slamming into his fast-working mind. Itachi's phantom hint. Sasuke's key and soul eyes. Boruto's eerily contracting ashen mark and the countering molten gold. And that deadly mirrored triangular trap. A bold, nearly insane idea struck through the fog in Kakashi's mind like lightning. He spun around, his lone eye fixed on the direction of Boruto's isolation room, where the ceiling light still flickered. Could it be that the true key is not the ashen mark on Boruto's brow itself? Could that faint, heavily suppressed, nearly extinguished, molten gold will be the core to unlocking the path to survival? And Sasuke's Rinnegan? Or some deeper bond resonance is the key to seeing and using that key? If so, then the core strategy of the Source Severance operation a month from now would undergo a earth-shattering. Instead of relying on Boruto's mark to passively detect coordinates, they would need to actively awaken, even exploit, the molten gold will, buried deep in Boruto's soul, wrapped in layers of ashen energy. The thought made Kakashi's blood run cold, yet carried a shuddering excitement. The risk. This was tantamount to placing Boruto on the rim of a volcano. But if the information Sasuke had brought back at the cost of his life was true, this might be the only path to break through the annihilation trap and strike directly at the core of the Ashen Eye. He needed verification immediately. He needed clearer guidance from Sasuke. He needed a more definite response from the will of Boruto swallowed by the ashen power. Kakashi's hand unconsciously moved to the ninja tool pouch at his waist, where the edge of a scroll recording the most dangerous forbidden techniques lay cold and hard. He looked at the flickering ceiling light in the isolation room, then at Sasuke lying still in his bed. The pre-storm light had not been extinguished in that heart-stopping collision. Instead, it had scattered into even more dangerous and unpredictable sparks. These sparks, would they ignite the final hope, or would they become the fuse that dragged everyone into the abyss of destruction? Time in the dead silence of the medical zone ticked mercilessly onward. Kakashi knew that the time left for Sasuke to awaken, for Boruto to stabilize, for the entire ninja world to solve the riddle, was slipping faster and faster toward that black entrance named Yomi no Kuni. And deep within Boruto's tightly shut eyelids and his soul tightly bound by ashen chains, had that spark of molten gold truly heard the call from Indra? How would it respond? Kakashi's palm, through the rough fabric, could clearly feel the cold and sharp edges of the scroll. The contents recorded within it bore an ominous and bloody aura just from their names. Soul resonance, heart turning against the current, an ancient secret technique of the Vortex clan which uses the powerful soul of a third party as a bridge to forcibly invade and guide the chaotic soul consciousness of the target, carrying great risks. A slight misstep could turn both the caster and the recipient into fools, or even lead to soul annihilation. It was once used to deal with madmen possessed by evil spirits, but now, are they really going to use it on Boruto? On that child whose soul was corroded by the grayish-white mark like a cracked glass bottle? This thought churned Kakashi's stomach. He watched the ceiling light within the isolation room stabilize again, yet it still flickered like a ticking time bomb. Boruto lay there quiet as a sacrifice. Sasuke's last words, "The key is in the soul." Look into his eyes. Pierced his nerves like a cold sting. Itachi's illusion. Sasuke's warning, the molten gold deep within Boruto's soul. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed, his thoughts spinning like a rapidly rotating windmill. If the speculation were true, that bit of molten gold will be the real key. Relying on Boruto's passive reaction to the grayish-white mark when approaching the coordinates would be a death wish. That thing would only lead to a trap. They must actively awaken Boruto's own while letting him see the true keyhole. But how to awaken him? How to make him see? Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice tinged with exhaustion, and a barely perceptible tremor interrupted his thoughts. She stood by Sasuke's bedside, having just finished a new round of chakra stabilization, her face pale as paper. Sasuke has stabilized for now. The speed of the crystallization melting seems to have quickened a little. She looked at Kakashi's hand on the ninja tool pouch, her expression complex. What are you thinking? What did Shizune and Chiba Rin say? Kakashi did not answer, directly turning his gaze to the isolation room. The fluctuations on Boruto's side. Sakura followed his gaze, her brows furrowing. The seal has stabilized for now, but the activity of the grayish-white mark is still very high. The molten gold will. Senior Chiba said it's like a spark buried under dozens of meters of volcanic ash, extremely faint. Sasuke's previous outburst was like a gust of wind that temporarily blew away some ash, but when the wind stopped, the ash covered it again. She paused, her voice lower. Senior Chiba insists that we must try soul resonance again, and it must. The target is still Sasuke. She looked at her lifeless husband on the bed, her eyes filled with deep, unshakable worry. Kakashi remained silent. Chiba Rin's obsession was bordering on madness, but her intuition was often terrifyingly accurate. Sasuke was the only resonance source capable of producing a significant suppressive reaction to Boruto's grayish-white mark. But Sasuke's current state cannot withstand another mental shock. Kakashi's voice was dry. Forcing resonance might render him unable to awaken forever. Sakura's body trembled imperceptibly, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, knuckles turning white. The air grew heavy, nearly solidifying. Sasuke's consciousness abyss. Darkness, viscous, still cold. But this time it was not an absolute silence. A low metallic buzzing sound like background noise continued to echo. The remaining fragments of Sasuke's consciousness, like glass beads submerged in the cold sea, passively felt this irritating buzzing. The mark left by Itachi's illusion, the keyhole is at the center, the key is in the eye's soul, burned like a red-hot iron, radiating heat and pain in the chaos of consciousness. He could not see Boruto, but he could vaguely sense the immense cold and malicious grayish-white aura next door, and deep within that aura a faint warmth, almost crushed like the embers of the sun. Boruto, the key. Chaotic thoughts tried to coalesce. Itachi said the key is in the eyes, not referring to ordinary eyes, but to the soul. Is it the will? Is it that bit of molten gold? Just then the continuous metallic buzzing sound suddenly rose in pitch. It became sharp and piercing, as if countless invisible steel needles violently pierced into Sasuke's chaotic consciousness. Accompanying this sharp buzzing, he felt the enormous grayish-white aura next door suddenly swell and stir. A cold, greedy will surged forth like a tide aiming straight for that faint molten ember. No! A surge of anger from deep within the soul exploded in Sasuke's chaos like an instinctive reaction. This was not a conscious will, but more like a sleeping dragon's response when stepped on its reverse scales. His consciousness fragments trembled violently, and the power hidden deep within the Uchiha bloodline erupted in response to this external malice. Buzz. A point of crimson light suddenly ignited within Sasuke's consciousness fragments. It was not the pattern of a kaleidoscope, but a cluster of jumping, destructive black flames. Amaterasu. This small cluster of black flames did not attack the outside world, but ignited within the depths of Sasuke's consciousness abyss. The target was those dark energies that coiled around his consciousness fragments, symbolizing the remnants of grayish-white corrosion like cold chains. Hiss! The silent burning occurred on the level of consciousness. The grayish-white chains emitted a sound of lament as they were eroded, gradually turning into nothingness. Though it was just a minuscule amount, that heavy feeling of being bound and polluted surprisingly lightened a bit. Like a heavy shackle was burned away at a tiny rust point. At the same time, an extremely faint yet incredibly clear sense of connection transmitted through the barriers of the consciousness abyss, like the tremor of a broken chain. The target was that faint molten will being crazily suppressed by the grayish-white. In Boruto's isolation room, the light of the ceiling array flickered steadily. Boruto seemed to be asleep. But just at that moment, Chiba Rin's sharp eyes suddenly caught something unusual. Wait! She called out, stopping the nearby medical ninja from attempting to adjust the instruments. She saw the molten gold light deep within Boruto's profound grayish-white mark, which had almost been completely submerged suddenly and violently pulsate. The amplitude was so great that even the entire grayish-white mark seemed to ripple slightly. Then a faint but clearly audible zing sound, as if an invisible chain had suddenly been pulled tight to its limit, and then one of them snapped. What sound? Shizune looked around at the instruments with uncertainty. Everything seemed normal. It's not the instruments. Chiba Rin's voice carried a hint of incredulous excitement as she stared at Boruto as if trying to pierce through his skull and see into the depths of his soul. It's the sound of the level of will. The molten gold will. Just now, it just actively struggled a bit. And it seems like it broke free from something's restraint. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through the wall towards the special ward next door. Sasuke Dono, was it you again? What have you done this time? In the special isolation ward, Kakashi and Sakura both sensed it. Just at the moment that faint zing sound transmitted, the unconscious Sasuke on the hospital bed twitched slightly with no warning. The movement was small, like being gently shocked by electricity. And on half of his body a grayish-white crystalline patch the size of a fingernail silently shattered and peeled away, revealing beneath it fresh skin imbued with a healthy hue. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in shock, immediately checking her face, displaying a mixture of astonishment and ecstatic joy. His vital signs. Chakra circulation. Just now, it fluctuated. Although faint, it was an upward fluctuation. Is he getting better? Kakashi's lone eye suddenly contracted. He glanced at the crystalline patch peeling off Sasuke, then quickly looked towards the direction of Boruto's eyes. The previous faint zing sound, the violent pulsing of Boruto's molten gold will, and Sasuke's Bodis reaction. These three occurred almost simultaneously. This was no coincidence. A clear and chilling image formed in Kakashi's mind. Sasuke instinctively resisted the grayish-white corrosion in the abyss of his consciousness. Amaterasu burning the chains, and the energy of this resistance directly vibrated the molten gold will bound in Boruto's soul, perhaps even helping it break one of its shackles. In turn, the resistance of the molten gold will echoed back, faintly stimulating Sasuke's body, in reality accelerating the melting of the grayish-white crystals. Resonance. A deeper level of soul resonance that required no active casting, almost instinctual. A mutual motivation based on resisting a common enemy, grayish-white corrosion rooted in bloodline and will. Kakashi slowly released his hand from the ninja tool pouch. The coldness of the scroll's edges seemed to dissipate a bit under something more fiery named possibility. He no longer needed that dangerous forbidden technique. At least not now. The real key might not need to be forcibly dug out. What it needed was ignition. To set it ablaze with another key that burned with the same indomitable flames. Sakura Kakashi's voice was low and powerful, carrying a clarity that cut through the fog. Watch over Sasuke. Each time he fights back, each improvement might be helping Boruto. He turned again towards the isolation room, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the wall, landing on the sleeping boy. As for you, Boruto. Kakashi's voice was light, almost only audible to himself, yet it bore a heavy weight. We have seen your spark. Now it's your turn to ignite it. The flame before the storm seemed to surge a notch higher in that silent tremor of the soul. The invisible chains between sparks had finally snapped the first one. But ahead, how many more remained? Could the molten fire sealed by layers of chains completely spread before the countdown to destruction reached zero? And deep within Sasuke's consciousness, what kind of turning point would that burning black flame bring him? A month. Time has never been so stingy. Kakashi turned and strode out of the medical area. He needed to immediately summon the four shadows and the think tank. Strategies must undergo fundamental adjustments. Boruto was not a detector, he was a torch. And Sasuke would be the fuse to ignite the torch. A new storm in the silent tremor of the soul was already accelerating its rotation. Kakashi's low growl of ignite struck the dead silence over the medical sector like a scorching brand. The command transformed into an invisible current piercing every corner of the ruined Konoha. The holographic image of the emergency meeting of the four Kages flickered to life, once more the air thick, not with heavy resolve, but with a suffocating blend of exhilaration and doubt ignited by a possibility even more insane. Ignite the fire within that boy. Use him as a torch. The projection of the fourth Raikage nearly shattered the virtual table, his voice like thunder. Sixth Hokage. Are you sure the pressure hasn't driven you mad? Will that spark even be enough? The risk is immeasurable. Acting Sachikage Kuratsuki's voice carried the unique gravitas of IWA. Boruto's body is the final vessel. If we lose control during the ignition. But Sasuke's resonance. And the broken chains. Mizukage Terumi Mice fingertips tapped lightly on the virtual armrest, her aquamarine eyes swirling with tempestuous thoughts. If this is true, it may be the only path to break the annihilation trap. Kirigakure agrees to the new plan. We will devote all our resources to optimizing mental defense and will stabilizing agents. Kazekage Raza remained the most silent. His sand-gold eyes swept over Kakashi before settling on the 3 cold mirror node markers on the holographic map. Sunagakure will forge the soul anchor. His voice was as cold and hard as iron. A magnet release barrier to stabilize the fragile fuse between him and Sasuke. The cost will be heavy. Doubt, shock, and finally a consensus of desperate resolve emerged. The strategic core was completely reversed. Uzumaki Boruto from a key for probing coordinates was elevated to a torch that must be ignited to illuminate the true path of survival. And Uchiha Sasuke was the sole fuse to ignite that torch. The entire allied shinobi forces centered around this insane new core began a final life-squeezing sprint. Kumogakure deep within the lightning gorge, the harsh clang of metal forging echoed day and night. A massive lightning release generator was being reshaped into a twisted spike-studded ring structure, the lightning heart furnace. The brawny men of Kumo fought bare-chested, their skin charring and healing under the violent lightning release chakra. They imbued their own savage will into the lightning chakra, attempting to forge a lightning release barrier core that could stimulate and protect the spiritual spark. Every charging test was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps and the sight of operators with blood streaming from their orifices. Damn it, hold on. If you can't withstand this much lightning, how can you forge a heart guard for that kid? The Raikit's roar echoed through the gorge. Iwagakure Old Man Inoki personally oversaw the work, floating in midair, his aged eyes sharp as an eagle's. Below, at the center of a massive earth release formation, hovered a complex rock structure that constantly warped, simulating the spatial mirror nodes. Iwa's dust release masters took turns, their fingertips emitting thread-thin white beams, carefully cutting and analyzing the seemingly void singularity region at the structure's core, sweat drenching their foreheads. Balance. The absolute point of equilibrium. The decomposition field of dust release must be precise down to the chakra molecule level. A single misstep and space collapses. Inoki's voice carried unprecedented gravity. Kirigakure in the hastily constructed pharmacy lab, a pungent, mixed odor hung heavy in the air, spinal extract of deep-sea behemoths, powdered millennium coral, and a secret medicinal catalyst left by the first Mizukichi. Ao led the medical team, his Byakugan blood vessels bulging under his eye patch, his gaze fixed on the ever-shifting cerulean liquid in the boiling cauldron, ocean abyss, mind-soothing dew. A young medical ninja made a slight misstep, a wisp of medicinal vapor escaping. He instantly went vacant, drool dripping from his lips, and was quickly dragged away for emergency treatment by his comrades. The concentration of mental contamination is still too high. Dilute. Add neutralizer now. 3. Hurry. Ao's voice was hoarse, his bloodshot eyes unblinking. Sunagakure Raza stood before a vast sand table, his hands hovering above it. Golden sand flowed like a living thing, coalescing into 2 tiny humanoid outlines in the center, abstract models of Boruto and Sasuke. Countless threads of sand finer than hair shot from the hands of magnet release ninjas stationed around, carefully winding and connecting between the 2 models, attempting to forge a stable soul link channel. With each connection, the caster's face paled. Magnetic lines are the strings of will. Tense them. Steady. Don't let the connection between the fuse and the torch break. A trace of blood silently seeped from the corner of Raza's mouth. Konoha Core, Special Isolation Ward. The pressure like a mountain fell entirely upon Sakura and Chiba Rin. Sasuke's body had become the eye of the storm in his unconscious state. The black flames of Amaterasu continued to burn the gray-white shackles in the depths of his consciousness. Each minor snap was accompanied by violent convulsions and flaking crystal on his physical body. Sakura, operating like the most precise instrument, pushed her medical jutsu to the limit. She had to repair the internal damage from his struggle while guiding the newborn power to melt the crystallization. Sweat pooled at her feet. 3rd left rib fractured. Chakra backflow impacting the ventricle. Suppress. Now. Sakura's voice was hoarse like the scrape of metal. Chiba Rin paced around Boruto's isolation room like a frantic caged beast. On the monitors, the faint fluctuation of the fused gold will remained feeble like the last flicker of an oil lamp in a... Every time Sasuke's consciousness burned deep within, the fused gold in Boruto's soul would jump in response, but it was far from enough. The stimulation is too indirect. Too passive. Chiba Rin halted abruptly, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Shizune. We must make Sasuke-sama actively guide it once. Even if just for an instant. Use the power of the black flames along that invisible string and pass it to Boruto-sama. Actively ignite that spark. Shizune's face went pale. This would mean Sasuke-sama using his own broken soul as a conduit. What if? There is no what if. Chiba Rin roared. Either we actively ignite the torch, or we all turn to ash in the trap together. Sakura. She suddenly turned toward the adjacent room. That black fire deep in Sasuke-sama's consciousness. Can you somehow nudge it? Sakura through the walls seemed to hear Chiba Rin's mad proposal. She looked at her husband convulsing in pain on the bed, then at her own trembling hands worn from overexertion. Nudging Amaterasu. In the chaotic abyss of Sasuke's consciousness. It was practically suicide. But was what Chiba Rin said the only way to survive? Just then. Ag. Sasuke's body arched violently upward. More intense than any previous convulsion. The gray-white crystal covering his chest cracked and shattered in large pieces. Beneath his closed eyelids the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo spun madly blood-red light almost piercing through. A surge of cold, violent, and destructive chakra erupted uncontrollably. Boom! The heavy wall of the ward was instantly blasted open into a huge hole. Dust filled the air. At almost the same moment. Whoosh! The ceiling formation in Boruto's adjacent isolation room erupted with an unprecedented blinding light. All monitor screens overloaded, instantly emitting an anguished wail of impending destruction. Boruto's body shook violently. The gray-white mark on his brow twisted and swelled like a living thing. A greedy cold will surged forth, attempting to utterly crush that faint fused gold. Suppress it. Chiba Rin and Shizen, eyes wide with fury, led the medical team in desperate hand seals. Through the dust Sakura coughed blood, but clung tightly to Sasuke's weakened body after the outburst. In the instant of that devastating energy release, she had sensed it clearly. The cluster of Amaterasu black flames deep in Sasuke's consciousness had been violently stimulated by an external cold and malevolent will from Boruto's rampaging gray-white mark. The black flames instinctively retaliated, striking back along that intangible connection like a venomous serpent. That one strike. Clang. 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 3 crisp, almost tangible snapping sounds echoed in the depths of Boruto's soul. The faint fused gold squeezed by the gray-white madness suddenly erupted into an illusory flame a foot high as if doused with burning oil. Though it was instantly extinguished by even more violent gray-white energy, the light and heat of that moment were so clear, so scorching. Boruto. Chiba Rin shrieked, tears and sweat mingling. His will. Just now. It burned. It burned. The dust slowly settled. Kakashi appeared at the edge of the hole. His single eye stared fixedly at the flickering ceiling formation in the isolation room, then shifted to Sasuke unconscious in Sakura's arms. His chest crystal almost entirely melted, his breaths dangerously faint. The cost was heavy, but the spark had finally actively and violently burned for the first time. Yet in that brief flash of light deep within Sasuke's chaotic consciousness, from the embers of the Amaterasu black flames, burning the gray-white shackles, a minuscule bow-chilling gaze, like a needle piercing through endless time and space, suddenly stabbed into his remaining perception. Accompanying that gaze was a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, as if from the edge of the universe, a mixture of greed and indifference. The key will soon return. The lamplight before the storm after this brutal collision had been ignited for a moment, yet it had also drawn the deeper gaze of the abyss. Was that sigh a warning? A prophecy? Or the signal for the final hunt to begin? Kakashi's palm was ice cold. It's burning. It's really burning. Chiba Rin's voice trembled with tears laced more with the wild joy of surviving against all odds. She slumped onto the icy floor of the isolation ward, her fingers still twitching unconsciously. That instant surge of molten gold flame like a shot of adrenaline pierced into every heart that had been drowning in. The price was the gaping hole blasted in the adjacent ward, the almost torn open wound on Sasuke's chest, and Sakura's body, drained to the brink of collapse, swaying precariously. Kakashi stood at the edge of the breach. Rubble and dust settled on his silver hair, but none could breach the frozen ice in his gaze. He had seen the spark of hope, but more than that he had heard the final icy sigh that Sasuke's consciousness had captured in its depths. The key will be returned. The ash-gray eye never ceases its watch. It is accelerating. It is forcing. The plan remains unchanged. Execute at the limit. Kakashi's voice cut through the dead silence like forged steel. The soul anchor of Suna must be deployed first. The lightning heart furnace of Kumo must complete core charging within 7 days. I want the final model of the singularity suppression array. Kiri, prepare the deep abyss condensation due at maximum dosage. The target, he thrust a finger toward the isolation ward, where the light within had stabilized yet still slumbered like a volcanic giant, is Boruto. Next time, we will make that spark burn through the shell. The entire allied camp erupted like oil thrown into boiling water, a complete explosion of activity. Hope brought even more frenzied exploitation. Within the Suna camp, Raza's face was harder and colder than gold dust. Before the enormous magnetic sand table, 2 sand gold models representing Boruto and Sasuke were connected by a dense web of shimmering golden threads. These threads were extremely fragile, requiring continuous chakra and mental energy from Suna shinobi to maintain. One by one they collapsed from exhaustion, and were dragged away only for fresh faces to take their place, pale-faced, sustaining the trembling strings. Steady. The strings cannot break. This is the only pathway for the fuse. The bloodstains at the corner of Roz's mouth had dried, but fresh trickles seeped out. He pressed his hands down in the air, a vast magnetic field enveloping the entire area, forcibly stabilizing the connections that could collapse at any moment. The price was the Kazekage's life force draining away at an alarming rate. Sasuke's ward temporarily reinforced. The green glow of Sakura's medical ninjutsu had never been so dim. She was overdrawn to the extreme, her chakra nearly barren, sustained only by sheer willpower. The wound on Sasuke's chest healed slowly under the green light, and beneath the newborn skin the traces of gray-white crystallization were barely visible. But the cost was that his chakra was like a dried riverbed, his life force as faint as a candle in the wind. Not enough. Far from enough. Sakura bit her lower lip, blood beads forming. She looked over at Karen, who had just woken, her face ghostly pale. Karen, help me. Karen's crimson Sharingan opened with difficulty, but she nodded weakly yet firmly. She pressed her trembling fingers over her own heart, and strands of pure life-infused red chakra, like rivulets, flowed into Sakura's body. Take it. Save him. And save that stupid brat. In Boruto's isolation ward, Chiba Rin prowled around the seal array like a starving wolf. On the instrument screen, the fluctuation curve of that molten gold will showed a tiny upward spike every time Sasuke's consciousness flickered, even in unconscious twitching. See? The connection is still there. And it's clearer. She pointed at the screen, her voice hoarse and feverish. Every time Lord Sasuke resists the gray-white remnants, every time a spark, the ember of Amaterasu, flickers in the depths of his consciousness, it ignites a spark in young Master Boruto. A two-way resonance. They're charging each other. Shizune. Prepare the maximum dose of deep abyss condensation dew. Once the lightning heart furnace is in place, conduct the first active guided resonance. Shizune finished the sentence, her face still pale, but her eyes now carrying a desperate determination. The secret medicine of Kiri was carefully prepared. A cerulean liquid shimmered in its specialized container, exuding a cold and calming aura. Success or failure rested on this single move. Time squeezed to the limit slipped into the late night of the 7th day. At the lightning heart furnace core in the Kumo camp. At the center of a massive ring-shaped device, a fist-sized blazing white orb of compressed violent lightning chakra hovered, emitting a low hum that seemed to tear space itself. Around the device, dozens of elite Kumo shinobi lay collapsed, alive or dead. Reikage A was drenched in blood, half his body charred black, his one remaining hand gripping the control hub, his single eye fixed on the lightning orb. Charge. 99. 100. Done. He let out a beast-like roar, then fell to one knee in exhaustion. In Boruto's isolation ward, the atmosphere was thick to the point of breaking. The seal array had been temporarily adjusted, its strength reduced, but filled with runes to guide and amplify mental waves. Boruto lay still in the center of the array, the gray-white mark on his brow like a slumbering beast. Chiba, Rin, Shizune, and Sakura, supported by Karen barely standing, surrounded the array's eye. The golden threads of Suna's magnetic soul anchor connected physically to Boruto, with their other end piercing through the wall to link to Sasuke's heart in the adjacent ward. Lord Sasuke's condition. Chiba Rin's voice was taut. Consciousness. Faint fluctuations. The spark of Amaterasu is still there. Sakura closed her eyes, sensing with all her might the embers deep within her husband's soul. Boruto's vital signs are critical. Prepare Kiri's potion injection. Kumo's lightning heart furnace energy connection ready. Kakashi stood at the console, his single eye scanning all key nodes, finally settling on Sasuke and Boruto. He took a deep breath and swung his hand sharply downward. Begin. Guide the resonance, ignite the torch. The blazing white lightning orb from Kumo shot a blinding beam, piercing through layers of barriers and crashing into Boruto's isolation ward. Violent lightning chakra imbued with the will to stimulate and protect plunged instantly into the seal array. The entire array blazed as bright as daylight. Soul anchor maximum output. Roz's hoarse voice came through the communication. The golden threads linking Boruto and Sasuke flared like red-hot branding irons. The vast magnetic field forcibly stabilized the fragile soul pathway. Inject the deep abyss condensation dew. Shizune pressed the button. The icy blue liquid flowed through the life support tubing into Boruto's bloodstream. Sakura. Guide Lord Sasuke's spark. Follow the string, send it over. Chiba Rin shouted. Sakura's hands, covered with the red chakra transferred from Karen, trembled as she pressed them over Sasuke's heart. Her spirit, like the finest probe, pierced with great difficulty into the frozen darkness of Sasuke's consciousness. She saw it. In that void of faint but tenaciously burning black flame, the embers of Amaterasu. Sasuke, help me. Help Boruto. Ignite him. Sakura's soul cried out, sending all her thoughts, prayers, and Karen's life chakra like a gentle yet firm force brushing against the cluster of black flames. As if answering her call. With a hiss, the black Amaterasu flame leapt upward for an instant. A chill destructive force bearing the indomitable will of the Uchiha traveled along the red-hot soul string forged by Suna's magnet release, like an arrow loosed from the bowstring shooting straight to the other end. In Boruto's isolation ward, the moment that black willpower force arrived through the string. Boom! The dormant gray-white mark within Boruto's body erupted like ice dropped into boiling oil. Violent gray-white energy fought back, wildly trying to sever the connection and devour the invading spark. Suppress. Chiba, Rin, and Shizune roared, driving the seal array to its limit alongside the medical unit. Kumo's lightning exploded within the array, resisting the gray-white counterattack. Boruto's body jerked upward like a fish out of water. His tightly shut eyes amid the violent clash of energies suddenly snapped open. His left eye an utterly dead, frozen gray-white like eternal ice. His right eye ablaze with a seething molten gold glow blindingly bright. Ugh. A roar not quite human tore from Boruto's throat. It was not pain, but an ultimate cry of a soul being torn apart and set ablaze. His right eye, the molten gold pupil, rotated without focus, as if piercing through the roof through endless space and fixing itself upon an absolute point in the void. That point, formless and intangible, yet seemed to be the most fragile, the most central locus of the spatial structure, the center of the mirror triangle, the singularity. In the instant he saw that singularity. An indescribable hum, as if emanating from the entire cosmos itself, exploded outward with Boruto at its center. The entire ruins of Konoha trembled violently. Space rippled like water. All sensor-type shinobi felt a powerful dizziness and a piercing pain on the soul level. The molten gold light in Boruto's eye burned to its zenith. His lips moved and a few broken words like thunderbolts struck everyone's ears. The gate is open. The eye is watching. As he spoke, the molten gold light in his right eye extinguished like a spent candle. His entire body, like a puppet with its strings cut, crashed heavily back into the seal array. All instruments screamed in mad alarms. The gray-white mark recaptured his right eye, the dead gray-white now in full possession. A dead silence fell over the isolation ward. Only the piercing alarms and the heavy breathing of the group remained. Success. Failure. Boruto's last words, "The gate is open. The eye is watching," echoed like a curse in Kakashi's mind. He jerked his head up, his single eye seeming to pierce through the roof toward the direction of the Hozuki Castle ruins. A bone-chilling cold climbed up his spine. It was not an illusion. That spatial tremor just now. The declaration, "The gate is open." And the phrase, "The eye is watching." The ash-gray eye. It knew they were coming. It was waiting for them. The storm was no longer gathering. It had already arrived. The gateway to the underworld had opened its icy crack the moment the spark burned out. And behind the gate that I watched coldly as they stepped into the abyss. The lingering echo of Boruto's words, "The door is open. The eyes are watching," cut through everyone's hearts like ice-coated blades. After a brief silence, an even more violent eruption followed. Spatial coordinates. Lock onto the direction of his final gaze. Kakashi's roar tore through the wailing of the alarm. The perception unit, like a whipped top, pushed their Byakugan sensory techniques and space-measuring instruments to maximum output, frantically capturing the source of the terrifying spatial tremor and the singularity direction locked by Boruto's right eye of molten gold. Directly above the Hozuki Castle ruins. Spatial coordinates. Confirmed. It's the central singularity Lord Itachi indicated. Hyuga Takuma's voice trembled with disbelief, the veins around his Byakugan bulging grotesquely. Young Master Boruto's vital signs are plummeting. The gray-white mark's active backlash has exceeded the critical threshold, the medical team cried out. Lord Sasuke. Sakura's exclamation came. In the adjacent ward, Sasuke's body convulsed violently as if struck by a heavy hammer in the instant Boruto's molten gold extinguished. The last gray-white crystals covering his body shattered completely and vanished, but dark red blood foam spilled from his mouth and nose. The violent fluctuations of his soul's strings worsened his already fragile condition. Sever the soul anchor. Immediately. Kakashi ordered sharply. The magnetic release threads of Sunagakure dimmed and snapped instantly. Raza grunted, staggered back, and was steadied, his face as pale as paper. Chaos. Utter chaos. But Kakashi's single eye burned with startling brilliance amid the turmoil. The gaze Boruto bought with his life was like a lighthouse lit in the endless fog. The coordinates were found. The true entrance, the central singularity of the mirror triangle, was locked in. The cost was heavy, but the path was open. Orders. Kakashi's voice, like a horn on an ice field, overpowered all noise. Final phase of Operation Cut Source, Torch of the Yellow Springs, is to begin immediately. All combat units proceed according to the predetermined plan. Target the spatial singularity of Hozuki Castle ruins. The 4 Kages. Follow me. Into the Yellow Springs. The command spread like wildfire, igniting the war machine already honed to its limits. In the darkness before dawn, the Hozuki Castle ruins. Once a prison for the worst criminals of the ninja world, it now lay in broken walls and rubble like a giant skeleton under the pale moonlight. Directly above the heap of bones, space churned like a massive twisting vortex. At its center was not blackness, but an absolute heart-stopping void, the singularity Boruto had last gazed upon. 3 enormous faint gray-white eye phantom images orbited this void like satellites radiating an icy lifeless pressure. The mirror triangle. The annihilation pit. The trap itself was the camouflage for the entrance. The most elite forces of the allied forces descended silently upon this land of death. Iwagakure Inoki floated at the vanguard, his small frame exuding a mountain-like aura. Dust-release detachment of the primitive world technique. He formed hand seals. 2 beams of white light, fine as hairs, but containing terrifying decomposition power, shot precisely toward the 2 sides of the singularity. Their aim, not to attack the singularity, but to sever and suppress the 2 closest mirror eye phantoms. Where the white light passed, space groaned under unbearable strain. The 2 eye phantoms fluctuated violently, blurring, relieving pressure on the singularity entrance. Suppress the mirrors. Clear the way for the torch. Don't embarrass this old man, you brats. Kumogakure, the scorching white core of the Thunder Heart Furnace, was placed on a custom mobile platform carried by 8 cloud ninja giants. Reikage, his body wrapped in bandages, raised his sole arm. Lightning released Thunder Light Shield. The blazing white thunderball erupted with blinding light, forming a massive lightning barrier enveloping the entire vanguard of the allied forces. Violent lightning arcs leaped, emitting an aura that stimulated the spirit and resisted erosion, blocking the gray-white deathly aura seeping from the mirror eyes. Where thunderclouds reach, all evil retreats. Hold firm, damn it. Kirigakure Meitarumi stood inside the barrier, forming hand seals. Water release, abyssal breath. Massive water-tuned chakra mixed with the medicinal power of abyssal concentration turned into a thin light blue mist with a calming mind-purifying effect, spreading within the barrier to provide the final mental shield for all warriors. Ao's Byakugan was fully open, locked on every change in the spatial vortex. Spiritual contamination density is skyrocketing. Guard your minds. The medicine's effect lasts only a quarter of an hour. Sanageki Raza, pale-faced, sat cross-legged on the ground, hands pressed into the sand. Golden sand, like a living creature, spread out, constructing a massive, constantly flickering magnetic release array beneath the allied forces, the Earth Anchor Array. The array's core light pointed distantly at the life support pod at the very center of the formation, guarded personally by Shizune and Chiba Rin. Inside lay Boruto, unconscious, the gray-white mark on his brow, dead, yet he alone was the key. Magnetic field stable. Torch coordinates locked. Magnetic release squad, maintain formation. Even in death. Don't let the array scatter. Konoha core Kakashi stood beside the pod, pulling down his mask, revealing the carved lower half of his face. Behind him, held up by Sakura and Karen on either side, was Sasuke, barely able to move. His face was white as a ghost, his breath faint, but his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan forced itself open. Crimson pupils fixed on the spatial singularity, carrying bone-deep exhaustion and decisive resolve burning to the extreme. His Rinnegan had not yet recovered, but those eyes that could see through all phenomena were the final guarantee for positioning and guidance. Sasuke, can you still see? Kakashi's voice was low. Sasuke didn't answer, only nodded, almost imperceptibly, his gaze like a nail driven into the void singularity. Whether his Rinnegan would recover at the critical moment was the greatest unknown. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice trembled, but carried a desperate resolve. Leave Boruto to us. You and Sasuke must. Kakashi patted her shoulder, his gaze sweeping across faces, young, old, all equally undaunted by death. He took a deep breath, and his voice, though not loud, reached every warrior clearly. Operation Cut Source, final objective, destroy the gray-white eye. Operation Codename, Torch of the Yellow Springs. He pointed sharply at the churning spatial singularity at the source of the cold gaze. The torch is lit. The road ahead is the Yellow Springs. All forces charge. The command struck like thunder. The elite of the allied forces, already poised, transformed into fearless streaks of light. Under the suppression of Iwa's dust release on the mirrors, the path opened by Kumo's lightning barrier, the mental shield from Kiri's mist, and the stability of Suna's Earth Anchor Array, they charged headlong into the void singularity that devoured everything. Just as the vanguard was about to touch the singularity, a sudden change. In the center of that seemingly void singularity, a colossal, icy, lifeless gray-white eye burst open. Within the eye, the charging allied forces were reflected with the indifferent detachment of a higher life form looking down on ants. Then, boom, boom, Boom! The three mirror eye phantoms orbiting the singularity exploded like bombs. Torrents of gray-white energy, instead of attacking the singularity, transformed into three devastating beams of light, slamming into the other two mirror nodes that had been temporarily suppressed by Iwa's dust release. Space fragile as glass instantly spread with web-like black cracks. Terrifying suction, distorted fields, and violent spatial turbulence erupted from the fissures like an out-of-control meat grinder. Target: the charging Allied forces. Watch out for spatial aberrations. Ao's Byakugan captured a terrifying sight. From those spatial cracks, countless twisted grotesque monsters, formed of pure gray-white energy and space fragments, surged out like a tide. They howled silently, carrying an aura of annihilation charging at the Allied forces. It's a trap. The mirror nodes were detonated to create spatial turbulence and aberrations to intercept us. Kakashi's pupils shrink. Don't stop. Rush through. The only target is the center of the singularity. The battle instantly turned white-hot. The bloodiest slaughter had already begun before stepping into the Yellow Springs. The lightning barrier flickered violently under the assault of gray-white energy and spatial turbulence. Iwa's dust release masters held on desperately to suppress spitting blood. Sunagekir's Earth Anchor Array flashed with golden light, wildly magnetic release ninja falling in rows. Kirigakir's blue mist was torn apart. Sasuke's Mangekyo spun frantically, trying to capture the aberration's weaknesses, but his exhausted body caused his vision to blur. Inside the life support pod, Boruto lay unconscious, but the gray-white mark on his forehead burned hot in the moment the giant eye in the singularity opened. A faint yet cold and greedy will seemed to be connecting through the mark linking to that eye. Kakashi slashed through a charging spatial aberration, its foul gray-white mucus splashing on his face. He looked at the spatial singularity, so close yet an abyss away, and at the enormous indifferent gray-white eye. The torch was lit the road ahead, the Yellow Springs. But the first obstacle beyond the gate of the Yellow Springs was lined with devouring fangs. The abnormal heat of Boruto's mark foretold even greater danger. Could Sasuke's Rinnegan still shine? Naruto. How long can your will protect this child? The order to charge had been given, there was no turning back. Blood and fire would stain the first step into the abyss. And the master of the abyss awaited their sacrifice with cold indifference. Above the ruins of the Ghost Lantern Castle, the sky was no longer of the mortal realm. Space resembled a canvas torn asunder by a mischievous child, with pitch-black fissures spreading like a spiderweb as violent roaring torrents twisted rocks, debris, and even light itself into fragmented distortions. The aberrant forms composed of ashen-white energy surged forth like maggots crawling from the fissures of hell, endless and silent, pouncing upon the intruders in a relentless slaughter. The lightning defensive barrier flickered unsteadily under the tide-like assault, each glimmer accompanied by the muffled groans of cloud shinobi spitting blood. The golden anchor formation of sand gold blazed fiercely as magnet release users fell like wheat before a scythe. Raza's face was ashen, blood streaming from the corners of his lips, yet he stubbornly maintained the stable coordinates of the life support capsule. Dust release. Hold it together. Anoki's roar was faint amidst the energy storm. His diminutive figure hovered at the core of the dust release's white light, his aged face flushed crimson. The delicate white strands, like fragile cobwebs, desperately restrained the cataclysmic torrents surging from the two detonated mirror nodes, carving a narrow passage for the vanguard's charge. The cost was that one dust release master after another from IWA fell from the sky, their chakra utterly depleted. Left flank. The aberrations have breached. Ao's Byakugan detected the gap in the defensive line, his hoarse voice issuing a warning. Before his words faded, a twisted ashen-white energy mass, resembling a colossal bone claw, tore through the weakened lightning barrier and lunged straight for the formation's core, Boruto's life support capsule. Not a chance. A beast-like roar erupted. Reikage A, drenched in blood, charged like a frenzied rhinoceros, his single arm wreathed in blinding lightning, using his body as a shield to slam into the bone claw. Boom! The piercing screech and sound of bone shattering of the energy entity rang out simultaneously. As form was hurled away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the ruins, his fate unknown. The bone claw was mostly shredded by the violent lightning release, but the residual energy still swept fiercely across the outer shell of the life support capsule. Boruto. Shizune and Shiba Rin's eyes were bloodshot, their medical ninjutsu's green light blazing to the maximum as they desperately shielded the capsule. Inside the capsule, Boruto remained unconscious, yet the ashen-white mark on his forehead burned like a branding iron under the cold, indifferent gaze of the giant eye at the singularity's center. A thread of icy will was greedily seeping and eroding through the invisible connection. Sasuke. Sakura's scream carried a sob. The moment the life support capsule was struck, Sasuke, supported by Sakura and Karen, arched his back violently and coughed up a mist of dark red blood. His forcibly opened eternal Mangekyo trembled violently, his vision completely blurred. The Rinnegan remained dormant. He could feel the agony of the molten gold spark deep within Boruto's soul being crushed by the ashen white, could feel the cold gaze of that giant eye, yet he was powerless to pierce through. Despair like icy tides instantly drowned Kakashi. The vanguard advanced inch by inch amid the slaughter of spatial turbulence and aberrations. Boruto the torch was about to be wholly devoured by the ashen white mark. Sasuke the fuse was on the verge of extinguishment. Could it be that they would be annihilated without even setting foot on the threshold of the underworld? Inside the life support capsule, Boruto's consciousness was sunk into an absolute icy ashen white void. No light, no sound, only boundless silence and heavy shackles. His father's final smile before being frozen, Uncle Sasuke's bloodstained figure, the shouts of his comrades. All warm memories were buried and frozen under thick layers of ashen white ice. So cold. So tired. Just let it be. Sleep on. Boruto. A distant voice as if transmitted through millennia of ice. Was it father? No. Older than father's voice. Warmer, carrying the scent of sunlight and grass. Your fire has not yet gone out. Stand up, my child. The will of Azura never yields. Hum. Deep within the soul, heavily bound by ashen white chains and buried, that tiny, almost forgotten molten gold spark, which had long dimmed, gave a sudden, inexplicable pulse. Like a sleeping heart receiving its first surge of scorching blood. At the same time, crack. A faint yet clear sound of shattering. It came not from outside, but from deep within Boruto's soul. The final protective layer formed by Naruto's frozen will under the relentless erosion of the ashen white mark, and that ancient call had finally cracked open a fissure. A wisp of faint yet pure and blazing molten gold will, like magma suppressed for eons, burst forth. It did not directly confront the ashen white enveloping his body, but instead flowed upstream through the cold connection channel between the ashen white mark and the giant eye at the singularity. At the singularity's center, the giant ashen white eye. For the first time within the depths of that indifferent pupil, a minuscule fluctuation, named astonishment, appeared. A weak yet scorching will originating from the very essence of life and incomprehensible to it surged back like a virus through the channel it had used to erode Boruto, striking violently in return. Though as faint as a firefly, it brought a momentary sting to the core of that icy will. On the real battlefield. At the very instant the molten gold counterflow struck Boruto's soul. Sasuke, supported by Sakura and Karin, trembled violently. An indescribable, deeply resonant heat from the very depths of his bloodline struck his nearly exhausted soul like an electric shock. It was not pain, but a thrill of being ignited by fire of the same origin. What is this? Sasuke's bloodshot eternal Mangekyo stared fixedly at the life support capsule. Through the thick walls of the capsule, he seemed to see it. He saw the molten gold fire breaking through the ashen white ice layers within Boruto's soul and flowing upstream. The shape of that flame. The indomitable will. How similar it was to Naruto's chakra burning to its utmost during the battle at the Valley of the End. Azura. And what shook his soul even more was that when his gaze, piercing through the molten gold fire within Boruto, turned toward the giant ashen white eye at the singularity, a sudden change occurred. That originally indifferent, intact ashen white eye radiating supreme authority had, the very moment the molten gold fire counterattacked, at the deepest part of its pupil, an extremely tiny yet absolutely existent point. Suddenly flared with a trace of molten gold light like a white paper pierced by a red-hot branding iron. That light was faint, yet it stood out like a lighthouse in the night, clearly marking a location. A lock hole, not within the eye itself, but hidden deep within its will, a coordinate ignited by Boruto's counterflowing molten gold will. I see it. Sasuke's voice was hoarse and fractured, yet carried an almost manic penetrating force that drowned out the battlefield's roar. He abruptly broke free from Sakura and Karin's support, his body swaying, but his eternal Mangekyo blazed with the final radiance of his life, locking onto that single point of molten gold deep within the giant eye. Simultaneously, the chakra of Indra within him, ignited by that molten gold will, burned madly, like a final flicker before death. Kakashi. The real lock hole is not in space. It's inside its eye. That molten gold point. Strike there. Use the power that severs causality. The Rinnegan. He needed the Rinnegan. Only the Rinnegan's Amenotejikura, or a higher-dimensional space-time dojutsu, could strike that lock hole in the will's core regardless of distance. But his Rinnegan. Sasuke. Kakashi understood instantly. He saw the molten gold point locked in Sasuke's gaze. He also saw the final moment of clarity and resolve in Sasuke's eyes, bought with his burning life. There was no time to hesitate. He slammed his hand onto the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Inside lay the special flying thunder god kunai left by Minato Namake's. Cover me. Target. The singularity's center. Kakashi's roar reverberated across the battle. He erupted in a surge of lightning, transforming into a resolute lightning arrow, ignoring the surrounding aberrations and spatial turbulence, shooting straight toward that giant ashen white eye. He didn't need to strike it, he only needed to get closer. A little closer. Protect the sixth Hokage. The remnants of the allied forces roared their final cry. Dust released lightning, water walls, sand, gold. All remaining power was concentrated, recklessly carving a fleeting path paved with flesh and blood for Kakashi. Kakashi's figure, like a lone boat on a raging sea, charged through the violent energy storm, and in an instant reached within 100 meters of the giant eye at the singularity. Spatial turbulence tore at his body, ashen-white deathly energy eroded his will. He drew the special flying thunder god kunai. The target was not the enemy but Sasuke teetering behind him. Sasuke, catch it. Kakashi hurled the kunai with all his might toward Sasuke's direction. On the kunai the flying thunder god's formula blazed. The very moment the kunai left his hand. Thud! Several ashen-white spikes formed from spatial fragments shot out from the fissures beside Kakashi, piercing his body. Blood sprayed. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's scream was heart-rending. Sasuke stared at the flying thunder god kunai streaked with lightning and shooting toward him like a lifeline, and at Kakashi's pierced figure. The fire of life burning in his eyes suddenly exploded. A reluctance and fury from the deepest recesses of his soul mingling with Indra's chakra, and the scorching resonance transmitted by Boruto's molten gold will surged like a bursting dam crashing violently against his closed Rinnegan. Crack. As if some shackle deep in his soul had been shattered by sheer force. Sasuke raised his head abruptly. That Rinnegan, silent for too long, suddenly opened. No longer the purple ripples of the past, and now deep within the pupil burnt the dark violet of Indra and a faint ember of molten gold radiating a violent aura of destruction and rebirth. His gaze instantly pierced through space, ignoring distance, and locked onto the molten gold lock hole, deep within the giant eye ignited by Boruto's molten gold will. Aim no Tachikara. Sasuke's roar carried bloody spittle. The light of the Rinnegan blazed to its zenith. He expended the last dregs of his life force to activate the dojutsu. The target, not to transfer himself nor an object, but to swap the positions of the flying thunder god kunai thrown by Kakashi with the molten gold lock hole deep within the giant eye. Space groaned under the unbearable strain. That lightning-streaked flying thunder god kunai vanished into thin air. The next instant it was driven like a red-hot nail deep into the molten gold lock hole within the giant eye. Oh! An indescribable agonized shriek, as if from the very origin of the universe, erupted from the depths of the giant eye. The entire space shook violently. All ashen-white aberrations collapsed like boneless mud, instantly softening and disintegrating. The torrents surging from the two detonated mirror nodes came to an abrupt halt. The colossal ashen-white eye twisted and trembled madly, the molten gold point deep within its pupil spread like a virus rapidly corroding the icy ashen-white. Now, Naruto. Inside the life support capsule, the unconscious Boruto, as if sensing the instant the key entered the lock, let out a hoarse cry. The ashen-white mark on his forehead flickered and boiled wildly. The last remaining wisp of molten gold will, like a final dying flash, burned fiercely and poured through the embedded flying thunder god kunai. Boom! An unimaginable explosion erupted. It was not a material impact, but a collapse of will and rule. At the singularity's center, that giant ashen-white eye along with the twisted spatial vortex around it began to dissolve and melt rapidly like a snowball thrown into hot water. A bottomless pitch-black passage radiating an aura of chaos and finality burst open in the heart of the collapse. The true entrance to the Yomi no Hiraka forcibly torn open. A violent suction instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The remnants of the allied forces were drawn like leaves toward that pitch-black passage. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Machiruma's scream was shredded by the gale. Boruto. Sakura and Shizune clung desperately to the fixing cables of the life support capsule, their bodies dangling in the suction. After activating the Rinnegan, Sasuke collapsed like a broken puppet. His Rinnegan closed, his breath faint to the point of near extinction. Kakashi, drenched in blood, was dragged by two Anbu staring at the devouring passage entrance. At that moment, crack, crack. Inside the life support capsule, the frozen crystals of Naruto's will around Boruto's body under the ultimate outburst of will moments ago were finally covered in cracks. A faint yet warm and familiar chakra aura, like the early winter sun, seeped through the cracks, quietly spreading. The passage swayed in the collapsing space like the throat of a giant beast. The torch burned out, the fuse turned to ash, and the door finally opened. But what awaited them beyond the door? Was it an end or another beginning? Was Naruto's freezing a prelude to shattering or a final guardian? Kakashi coughed blood, gazing at the pitch-black passage, then at the dying Sasuke, the crack-ridden Boruto, and the remaining forces torn by the suction. His blood-stained hand slowly clenched into a fist. The underworld was trodden, the torch reduced to ash. But deep within the ash, was there still residual warmth? The pitch-black entrance to the passage, like the greedy throat of a cosmic beast, erupted with a terrifying suction force. The shattered alliance was like withered leaves in a gale involuntarily dragged inward. The broken walls and rubble of the High-Octane castle ruins, the lingering smoke, and the remains of the fallen all rapidly shrank and twisted in view, ultimately swallowed entirely by the pure darkness. Hold onto the life support pod. Jing Yin's voice was barely audible amid the howling turbulent currents. She and Xian Yalin clung to the mooring cables like vines, their fingers white from the strain. Inside the pod, Bo Ren lay unconscious. The gray-white mark on his brow was like cooling embers, dim yet stubbornly present. The last blazing molten gold will seemed completely spent, leaving only a cold husk. But on the pod's surface, the frozen cracks formed by Ming Ren's will silently spread under the channel's violent energy flow. A wisp of warm golden chakra flickered like a stubborn firefly deep within the fissures. She was supported by Tuumbu. His severed arm wound was hastily sealed with chakra, but blood still seeped out, staining half his body red. His single eye stared fixedly into the unknown darkness deep in the passage, then he turned his head painfully back toward the entrance. Zuozhu. That figure collapsed on the ground, seemed to be supported by a stream of golden sand at the last moment of his disappearing sight. Was it Luo Sha? Is he still alive? The Rinnegan. Those eyes that had just opened, burning with their final light. Zuozhu. Ka's eyes throat tightened as he swallowed the taste of blood. Hope was slim, but he had to believe. Falling. An endless fall. No light, no sound, only pure nothingness and a crushing, suffocating sense of presence. It felt like being submerged deep in a sea of solidified asphalt where even thoughts became thick and sluggish. The violent spatial currents had vanished, replaced by a deeper, colder, dead silence. The surviving soldiers of the Alliance, like insects frozen in amber, had even their fear numbed. The life support pod emitted a faint glow, the only light in this absolute darkness. After an unknown time, perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. A low grand drone like the sigh of the universe at its dawn came from afar, slowly resonating through the frozen darkness. Ahead, in the absolute void, a faint light appeared. Not the warmth of the sun nor the coolness of stars, but a cold, pure concept manifested gray-white. The light rapidly expanded and coalesced. It had no form, no boundary, only an endless, slowly flowing sea of gray-white energy. At the sea's center, three enormous, slowly rotating gray-white eye phantom images formed a triangular arrangement. They were more solid and ancient than those seen above High-Octane Castle, exuding an indifferent will that transcended time and space. Between them, countless dense, twisted light ribbons connected, forming a massive, intricate, and despair-inducing eternal structure. This was the true form of the gray-white eye, a pure will aggregate. Cancer cell of annihilation. Return to zero. A voice that could not be traced sounding directly in everyone's soul declared coldly. No anger, no hatred, only the indifference of executing a predetermined program. With this declaration, the gray-white sea undulated, and an irresistible will to decompose all existence into primordial nothingness, like an invisible tide slowly pressed down upon the imprisoned alliance. Despair instantly gripped each throat. Before this absolute will, any ninjutsu, any struggle seemed, even thoughts would be erased. Inside the life support pod, Bo Ren's dormant consciousness abyss once again felt the cold existence erasing will. But this time, deep in the abyss, there was no longer absolute stillness. The wisp of warm chakra seeping from Ming Ren's frozen cracks, like the most resilient seeds, stubbornly took root and spread in this absolute cold. Bo Ren. Ming Ren's voice rang out clearly in Bo Ren's soul, no longer muffled through ice, carrying the scent of sunlight and an unprecedented gravity. Look at it. Don't be afraid. It is strong. But it does not understand. Does not understand what protection weighs. Does not understand the flame of never giving up. Show it your fire, our fire. Inside the pod, the gray-white mark on Bo Ren's brow suddenly blazed with heat. But this time it was not cold erosion. Deep within the mark, an infinitesimally faint, but Bo Ren branded molten gold will, as if fed a final fuel, suddenly rekindled. It did not oppose the gray-white, instead it wrapped itself around the warm and vast will transmitted by Ming Ren, turning into a tiny yet incredibly tenuous molten gold flame swimming against the current. Along the invisible connection between the gray-white mark and its essence, it slammed fiercely into the triangular structure formed by the three colossal eyes at the center of the gray-white sea. Piff-faff. Like a drop of water falling into boiling oil. Bo Ren's insignificant molten gold flame nearly annihilated in an instant upon touching the core of the gray-white will. But at that very moment, crack boom. Inside the pod, the ice seal formed by Ming Ren's will pulled by Bo Ren's will eruption finally shattered completely. A vast warm golden chakra torrent like the dawn of the sun burst forth. This torrent did not directly strike the gray-white sea, but instead completely merged into Bo Ren's upward molten gold flame. The will of father and son. The inheritance of Axie Yuluo and Bo Ren's own awakening. At this moment, crossing ice and erosion, they completed the ultimate fusion and transmission. That faint molten gold flame, upon merging with Ming Ren's will, suddenly swelled. It transformed into a molten gold torrent that pierced through the void. It was no longer resistance, but a declaration. An affirmation of existence, itself the most fervent from the source of life. It slammed fiercely into the core triangular structure of the gray-white sea. Wow. The entire gray-white sea violently boiled and twisted. The three massive eye phantoms emitted a silent shriek. The cold, indifferent core will for the first time experienced violent turmoil and fluctuation. It could not understand, could not comprehend how this life, as insignificant as a speck of dust, could erupt with a will so defiant of the return to zero law. This will, like the most lethal virus, eroded its absolute rational structure. Now, Kakashi. A weak yet remarkably clear voice resounded deep in Kakazai's soul. It was Zuozhu. He was alive. And he had even transmitted his intent through some remnant soul link within this isolated space. Its balance has been broken by Bo Ren and Ming Ren's will. The weakest connecting point in the triangular structure's core lies at the junction of the pupil and sclera of the upper left eye. That is the absolute singularity I once saw when the forces of Yinduoluo and Axioluo collided. Attack there. Use the power that severs all connections. The Rinnegan. Zuozhu's Rinnegan indeed retained a trace of power. From outside, using his final dojutsu, he pierced through space and pointed out the ultimate weak point for Kakashi, a singularity in the will structure. Kakazai's eyes blazed with their final light. He broke free from his supporters and formed a hand seal with his remaining right hand. All chakra left in his body burned recklessly. Kemui. The target was no longer to transfer objects or distort space. Instead, it was to condense all his strength and will into a single point. Following the directions Zuozhu had indicated, aiming at the most vulnerable core singularity in the will structure of the upper left eye phantom in the gray-white sea, he unleashed the ultimate spatial annihilation. A minuscule black spiral, as if capable of devouring all light, shot from Kakazai's Mangekyo Sharingan. Silent and ignoring spatial distance, it instantly struck that locked will singularity. No earth-shattering explosion. No clash of energy torrents. Only a subtle yet clear crack, like the first fissure on glass, resounded in everyone's soul. Then, the immense eternal indifferent gray-white sea along with the three rotating colossal eye phantoms was as if, and then starting from the singularity where Kakazai's Kamui had struck, fine crack lines like a spiderweb spread outward silently and rapidly. In an instant they covered the entire gray-white will aggregate. Return to zero. Error. Cannot. Comprehend. The cold will for the first time carried a fluctuation akin to confusion, then ceased abruptly. The entire gray-white will aggregate like a weathered sand sculpture silently and completely collapsed, dispersed into primordial particles of nothingness, merging into this eternal darkness. The cold will that sought to annihilate everything receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Absolute stillness descended again. But this time there was no suffocating pressure. The suction of the channel disappeared. The remaining soldiers of the Alliance drifted in the cold void like abandoned seashells on the shore. The light of the life support pod stabilized. Inside, Bo Ren remained unconscious. The gray-white mark on his brow had completely vanished. In its place was a faint golden mark like a burn from a flame. His breathing was steady, as if he had sunk into the deepest slumber. The golden chakra erupted by Ming Ren was nowhere to be seen, as if it had completely melded into his son's body. Kakashi expended his last ounce of strength, his body drifting slowly in the void. He looked at Bo Ren in the pod, then back at the dark stillness. Was it over? Had that nightmare called the gray-white eye truly ended? At that moment, a faint yet deeply familiar silver-purple light like a firefly in the darkness drifted slowly from the direction of the channel entrance. Within the light was a figure, Uchiha Zuozhu. His eyes were tightly closed, his face pale as paper, his breath feeble, but his chest still rose and fell faintly. Most strikingly, his just-opened Rinnegan had lost all luster like dusty purple glass, beads devoid of... He had succeeded. He used his final power to guide the end. The price was eternal darkness. The magnetic release power from Sunagakure supported him, sending him gently to Kakazai's side. Luosha's figure appeared in the distance, equally weak, evidently having paid a great cost. Kakashi extended his remaining hand and gently placed it on Zuozhu's cold wrist, feeling the faint pulse. He looked at Zuozhu's closed eyes, then at Bo Ren sleeping in the pod, and finally his gaze turned to the depths of the void that had just devoured the terrifying entity. The ashes were cold, the strong enemy gone. But the cost was too heavy. Zuozhu had lost his Rinnegan, and Ming Ren's will seemed to have completely merged into Bo Ren's body, his fate unknown. Was that new golden mark on Bo Ren a rebirth or an unknown threat? Was this dark space called Huangquan Viliang Slope truly safe, or the beginning of another unknown? The entrance of the channel slowly contracted and closed in the distance, like a healing wound completely sealing off the Guidang castle ruins. The remnants of the Alliance drifted in eternal stillness, like a lone boat lost in the boundless universe. Where was the way home? And where would the future sail? She closed his single eye, feeling in the stillness the steady breathing of Bo-Run in the pod and the faint pulse of Zhuozhu beside him. Deep in the ashes, warmth still lingered. The ember had not died of the path ahead. Still awaited a dead silence. A silence so cold it chills to the bone. The void of Huangquan beyond, akin to congealed ink, devours light, sound, and the sense of time's passage. The remaining soldiers of the coalition drift like discarded broken dolls in this boundless darkness. The faint light emitted by the life pod is the only lighthouse against absolute nothingness, illuminating the sleeping face of Boruto. Within, on his forehead, a new golden mark like a scar of flame shimmers with a restrained and peculiar luster under the dim light. Beside him, Sasuke lies quietly on a crude platform made of sand gold, eyes tightly shut, his breath as weak as a flickering candle in the wind. Those eyes that once pierced through the cycle of all things are now mere silent, lifeless purple whirlpools. Kakashi leans against a floating piece of rubble, his severed arms wound tightly bound by Sakura's last bit of medical chakra and torn fabric. Every weak breath pulls at the excruciating pain throughout his body. His single eye scanned the despairing darkness. Did they win? Yes, that terrifying will conglomerate had collapsed. But at what cost? Naruto's frozen form shattered, his will merging into Boruto, their fates uncertain. Sasuke paid the price of his eyes for the guidance to the end. Boruto, that golden mark on him, is it a new life or an unknown brand? More importantly, how to return? This void where even direction loses meaning is itself an eternal. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura's voice was hoarse as she knelt beside Sasuke, her fingers resting on his pulse, feeling the weak thrum that was almost gone. Her chakra was nearly depleted, unable to maintain even the most basic healing light, leaving her to futilely warm Sasuke's cold hand with her body heat. Sasuke. His body temperature is dropping. Boruto's vital signs are stable, but the life pod's energy reserves are less than 3 hours left. Her words were like ice picks shattering the brief silence. Despair spread silently, even more overwhelming than when facing the gray-white eyes. At that time there was still a goal, still the courage to fight. But now there was only the cold, endless wait for death. Cough. Rashi coughed out a mouthful of blood, mixed with gold dust, struggling to support the sand-gold platform that held Sasuke, and some floating debris, his face ashen. Magnet release. Here. It's like being trapped in a quagmire. The consumption is too great. His sand-gold sheen dimmed significantly, each manipulation seeming slow and heavy. Shizune and Chiba Rin stood guard beside the life pod, the red bar on the instrument indicating energy was ruthlessly shrinking. Chiba Rin stared intently at the golden mark on Boruto's forehead, her expression complex. It seemed to contain some incomprehensible flow of energy, yet it could neither be captured by the instruments nor utilized. In this suffocating despair, a faint silvery light like a firefly appearing on a summer night quietly flickered in the void not far from Kakashi. The light was weak, but exceptionally stable, dispelling the absolute darkness in a small area. Kakashi's single eye suddenly focused. That light was familiar. It was the light of the Flying Thunder God technique. He quickly searched his waist, empty. The special kunai he had thrown to Sasuke at the entrance. He strained to turn his head, looking towards the source of the light. It was the kunai floating not far from Sasuke, the one he had thrown, which Sasuke had nailed into the core of the gray-white eye with the heavenly hand power. At this moment it floated quietly, the technique's runes emitting a faint but continuous silver light. The Flying Thunder God technique still has a reaction. Kakashi's heart raced. How could this be? This was an entirely isolated space. The technique left by Minato Namake's could actually penetrate spatial barriers. He suddenly looked at Sasuke. Could it be that when Sasuke activated the heavenly hand power at the last moment, he swapped the kunai with the spatial singularity, causing this kunai to in some way acquire the spatial coordinate characteristics of the shattered gray-white consciousness core? Had it become a faint beacon pointing to the real space? This thought struck Kakashi like lightning, piercing through the fog of despair in his heart. Rashi. Kakashi's voice trembled with excitement and weakness. Do you see that light? That kunai. Use your magnet release. Make it the core. Pull us, everyone and the life pod, as close as possible. Fix it into one whole. Hurry. Rose's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. He didn't need to ask further. The rekindled light in Kakashi's eyes was the answer. Sand hidden. Anyone still breathing? Connect the sand gold together. Magnet release, sand gold flow binding. He roared, disregarding the blood spilling from his mouth, slamming his hands down on the sand gold platform beneath him. The dim sand gold surged again like living tentacles, laboriously reaching towards the kunai, emitting silver light, carefully wrapping and securing it. At the same time, more sand gold began to connect the floating debris life pod and the remaining soldiers, dragging them slowly but surely towards the kunai's core position. The process was slow and painful. The sand gold operated within this void as if stirring in thick asphalt. Each tug consumed what little life force Rashi had left. More and more injured ninjas could not hold on, silently slipping into the darkness during the connection process. Sakura used her last ounce of strength to bind Sasuke's body tightly to a larger piece of debris near the kunai's core with bandages. It became a ragged raft. Rashi collapsed on the sand gold, breathless, gazing at the floating island pieced together from debris, sand gold, the life pod, and remaining soldiers, relying on the light core of the flying thunder god kunai. Kakashi struggled to move next to the kunai, his remaining hand trembling as he pressed weakly against the glowing technique runes. He closed his single eye, pouring all his remaining chakra and will into it regardless of the consequences. He was not going to activate the flying thunder god. He knew his strength and the condition of this kunai were insufficient to transport so many people through space. What he had to do was sense the last faint connection this kunai had with the external space. Like catching a thread-thin starlight in the absolute darkness. In the void, time lost all meaning. Every second felt like a century. Cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, mingling with blood. He could feel the technique's depths within the kunai, a nearly imperceptible ripple in space, like a candle's flicker in the wind. Where was it pointing? Konoha, Kirigakure, or the unknown void? Uncertain. But he had no other choice. Grab anything and secure yourself. Kakashi shouted with all his might, his voice standing out starkly in the silence. Just as his will connected with that tiny spatial ripple. Buzz. The light of the flying thunder god kunai suddenly surged. No longer a weak firefly, but a blazing magnesium strip. The blinding silver light instantly illuminated the entire sand gold debris island. An irresistible violent spatial pull erupted from the kunai. The exclamations were drowned by the violent tearing force. The entire island was like being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, then spinning and compressing furiously around that kunai as the core. The space screamed past their ears. Their bodies were pulled to the limit, as if they would be torn to shreds in the next second. The life pod emitted alarms amid the violent shaking. Sasuke's body was tightly bound by the sand gold, still being tossed around like a rag doll. Sakura clung desperately to the debris, holding Sasuke, her nails cracking. Kakashi felt as if his soul was about to be ripped from his body by that violent pull. Before him was an endless torrent of silver light. His consciousness blurred in the extreme tearing. Not knowing how long had passed, perhaps only an instant. Boom. A muffled extreme sound. As if crashing into an invisible giant wall. All the pulling force suddenly vanished. The blinding light faded. In its place was gravity. The long-lost heavy sensation of being pulled down returned. And air. Cold air, thick with the smell of char and blood. Kakashi fell heavily onto a soft yet cold ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He struggled to open his single eye, now smeared with blood. Faint moonlight. Charred, twisted tree remnants. The acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. And in the distance, the remains of the Kirigakure, like a massive scar tearing the earth, still resonating with terrifying energy fluctuations. They had returned. Back to the battlefield ruins that had just experienced hell. Cough. Cough, cough. Intense coughing and moaning sounded nearby. The remaining soldiers lay sprawled on the cold, scorched earth like dead fish washed ashore, gasping and writhing in pain. The life pod was plunged at an angle not far away, its body covered in cracks, but the light remained stable. Boruto sleeping soundly inside. Rashi lay nearby, sand gold scattered all around, his fate unknown. Sakura struggled to rise, immediately rushing towards Sasuke, who was wrapped in sand gold. Sasuke. Sasuke. Her trembling fingers reached for his carotid artery, sensing that faint but steady pulse, tears finally breaking free. Kakashi lay on the ground, gazing at the cold moon above the ruins, feeling the solid touch of the cold earth beneath him, the overwhelming sense of relief after surviving the ordeal almost drowning him. They had returned, truly returned. Just then a weak yet incredulous voice called out, "Lord Kakashi." It was Hyuga Takuma, struggling to sit up, his Byakugan activated, looking towards the depths of the Kirigakure ruins. Over there, at the location of the spatial singularity. Something is gathering. Kakashi's heart sank heavily. He struggled to prop himself up, following Takuma's gaze. In the center of the Kirigakure ruins, above the area that had once been torn apart by the spatial singularity, now only a massive pit remained. The air was permeated with thin, familiar, gray-white energy. They were being drawn in by an invisible magnetic force, seeping slowly from the spatial cracks all around, and even from the chakra of the fallen warriors, slowly and laboriously gathering towards the center of the pit. Though weak enough to be nearly ignored and moving as slowly as a snail, that cold dead aura conveyed itself clearly, like a maggot burrowing into bone. The gray-white eyes had not been completely annihilated. Its remnants of will fragments were instinctively reassembling. Kakashi's single eye narrowed to a pinprick. A chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. The spark of hope that had just ignited was doused with this cold reality. The path home was set, but the phosphorescent flame had not extinguished. But above the ruins, that quietly gathering gray-white dust, was it the embers of an ending or the prelude to a nightmare rekindled? Boruto's golden mark on his forehead, Sasuke's tightly closed eyes, Naruto's merged will, was the tremendous price they paid merely to exchange for a tragic postponement. Kakashi's blood-stained hands dug deep into the cold, scorched earth. He looked at the slowly gathering gray-white, then turned to his unconscious close friend, his sleeping disciple, and the surviving soldiers struggling and groaning on the ruins. The storm seemed to have calmed, but beneath the ashes the cold undercurrent had already begun to stir. A new battle perhaps had quietly begun the moment they set foot on the path home. The night wind over the ruins of Guiding City, carrying the stench of scorch and blood, cut across Kakashi's face like a blade. His lone eye fixed upon the air above the massive crater at the center of the ruins. Thread-like, almost imperceptible streams of pale gray energy, like ghostly breath, seeped from the lingering cracks in space, and the still warm embers of the battlefield slowly and stubbornly converging toward the crater's center. That cold, deathly stillness felt like a viper's tongue lapping at the fragile nerves of the survivors. Converging. Kakashi's voice was as dry as sandpaper scraping. That thing, like a cockroach, can it be crushed to death? His blood-stained hand clawed into the frozen, scorched earth, his nails splitting unnoticed. The golden mark on Boruto's brow in the life support capsule, Sasuke's tightly closed eyes, the blood of countless sacrifices, could all that only by a grim deferment. Extremely low concentration. Very slow. Hyuga Takuma's Byakugan veins bulged, his voice trembling with disbelief, but it is indeed gathering. Like moisture condensing toward an invisible core. This defies reason. Its original will has already been extinguished, but existence itself may have left behind indelible traces. A cool, slightly husky female voice sounded without warning behind Kakashi. He whirled around. The movement wrenched his severed arm wound, sending blackness before his eyes. In the shadow of a broken wall untouched by moonlight, two figures had appeared just a few paces away. On the left stood a tall woman in a deep purple old-style Uchiha clan outfit, covered by a worn gray cloak. Her delicate face bore an ineradicable weariness, but most striking were her eyes, not Sharingan but an eerie, almost translucent silver gray. They reflected the slow converging pale energy streams above the crater, and deep within her pupils fine motes of light seemed to dance. It was Uchiha Hikari, rumored to have inherited an ancient secret art and to wander the cracks of time. On the right stood a slightly slender, gentle-mannered youth, also in Uchiha attire, a faint, comforting smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were mild, 3-mo Sharingan, yet his entire being exuded an extremely restrained, spring breeze-like spiritual power. Sure sway of the body flicker. He too was alive. Hikari. Sure sway. Sakura struggled to rise from beside Sasuke, her face a mix of surprise and wariness. The Uchiha clan was already a sensitive subject after the war, and these two were notoriously elusive. Their sudden appearance at the very heart of the disaster was far too abrupt. I sensed an extraordinary spatial annihilation wave and a most ominous echo emanating from here. Uchiha Hikari's voice was flat, her silver gray eyes still locked on the crater, as if she could see what ordinary eyes could not. Time here has been brutally torn and forcibly stitched back together. Those pale energies are not mere residue, they are more like dust that was splashed into the cracks of time by that devastating explosion, and are now being slowly pulled back by some lingering gravity. She raised a hand, and faint star-like silver motes swirled at her fingertips as she brushed the air. Where the motes passed, the previously invisible pale energy flows briefly revealed thread-like trajectories. All trajectories pointed faintly toward an invisible point at the crater's center. Time, dust. Kakashi chewed over the unfamiliar term, a deeper chill gripping his heart. And that source of gravity. Shursui interjected gently, his gaze crossing the crater to rest on Sasuke lying motionless nearby, then shifting to Boruto in the life support capsule, finally settling on the golden flame mark on Boruto's brow, which glowed with restrained luster. In his gentle smile was a barely perceptible gravity. Seems to be in an extremely faint resonance with a new powerful life imprint. Resonance. Shizun's voice shot up in fear as she looked at the capsule. Boruto. You mean the mark on Boruto is drawing those things back? This was more horrifying than the spontaneous convergence. Not active attraction. Shursui shook his head, his 3-tomo slowly rotating, as if parsing an invisible mental link. More like a resonance of existence. Like two magnets that naturally attract even at a distance. The new mark on Boruto holds a power level too high, to the point where it becomes a beacon that the masterless pale dust in this space-time instinctively seeks. Though extremely faint, it exists. Uchiha Hikari withdrew the starlight from her fingers, her silver-gray eyes finally turning to Kakashi sharp as blades. We must find that invisible gravity core and erase it completely before it gathers enough to form a new consciousness embryo. Otherwise, when dust gathers into streams and streams into seas, the birth of another pale eye is only a matter of time. Moreover, she paused, looking at the crater with unprecedented dread. This convergence seems tainted by a chaotic nature of time, making it even harder to predict and erase. A new despair colder than the night wind seized everyone's throat. The enemy was not only not dead, but resurrecting in a more bizarre and troublesome way, and had linked damnably with Boruto, whom they had just saved at great cost. Can you find that core? Kakashi's voice was hoarse, holding onto a last shred of hope as he looked at Uchiha Hikari. Her ability was the only clue. Hikari did not answer immediately. She looked again toward the crater. Deep in her silver-gray pupils the flowing motes suddenly accelerated, as if tracing and analyzing the horrific time turbulence that had just ravaged this space. Her brow furrowed deeper, and her face grew even paler. Very blurry. It is flickering in both space and time, as if being interfered with by something. She abruptly turned her gaze like lightning, piercing a dark corner deep in the ruins. Who's there? Come out. Almost as she spoke. Swish. A black silhouette faster than the eye could track flickered from the corner she had fixed upon, vanishing like a ghost into the night. Its target was not them, but straight for the crater where the pale energy was converging. So fast. Shizui's pupils contracted, his three-tomo instantly morphing into a pinwheel shape. His body left an afterimage as he used his body flicker technique to pursue. Yet the black silhouette's speed was no less than Shizui's. Like two lightning bolts tearing the night, they flashed across the rubble in a few bounds and closed in on the crater's edge. Stop him. Kakashi barked, struggling to rise, but collapsing from the pain. The remaining ninja could not match that speed. Just as the shadow was about to plunge into the crater's range. Humph. A cold metallic sneer seemed to echo directly in everyone's minds. Next, a sinister, viscous, ominous purple chakra burst forth like a sudden swamp directly in front of the black. The shadow's charge was abruptly halted for an instant. In that delay, Shizui's body flicker finally caught up. A hand blade infused with powerful spiritual energy, shrieking as it tore the air, slashed viciously at the shadow's nape. The black silhouette, seeming greatly wary of the purple chakra, dared not charge through. It twisted its body at an impossible angle, narrowly evading Shizui's hand strike, and simultaneously swung back. Rip. Several chakra shuriken wrapped in black mist silently shot towards Shizui's face from treacherous angles. Shursui retreated swiftly, his Sharingan tracking the trajectories precisely. He deflected the shuriken with a blur of kunai. The crisp clangs rang out sharply in the deathly still ruins. The shadow, failing its strike, did not linger. Using the rebound, it drifted back like a specter, vanishing into the deeper darkness in a few bounds, leaving only a faint, nauseating stench of decay. Shursui did not pursue. He stood still, his gentle face for the first time completely dark, his Sharingan fixed on where the shadow had disappeared. Then he slowly turned his gaze to the purple chakra that had blocked the path and was now dissipating. The chakra's aura, cold evil with a mad thirst for knowledge. He knew it all too well. Orochimaru. Shizui's voice was low, laced with icy, killing intent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari stared intently at the spot where the shadow had last lingered before vanishing, a particular charred rock on the crater's edge. In her silver-gray pupils the light motes whirled wildly. In the moment the shadow was blocked, it had seemed to leave an extremely stealthy mark on that rock. An anchor, composed of distorted pale energy, minuscule yet radiating a wavelength identical to the crater's gravity core. He didn't come to destroy. Hikari's voice carried a chilling disbelief. He came to feed. That mark, it is accelerating the convergence. Kakashi followed her gaze, but saw nothing. Yet he could sense that the cold, deathly energy over the crater had indeed grown slightly denser. And the convergence speed had clearly increased. The identity of the black silhouette, likely Orochimaru's faction, its inexplicable purpose to accelerate the reassembly, the deadly anchor left behind, the mysterious resonance with Boruto's mark, and the hope and enigmas brought by Uchiha Hikari and Shursui. Above the ruins the ghost fires had not yet died, but darker shadows and stranger visitors were drawn here. The dust of time converged to the fleeting shadow lurked in the darkness. Was that anchor the fuse to a new catastrophe or the beginning of a greater conspiracy? What role would the golden mark on Boruto's brow play in this accelerating vortex? Kakashi looked at the unconscious Sasuke, at the sleeping Boruto, and then at the grim-faced Hikari and Shursui. The aftermath of the storm had not yet subsided, and a new, more complex storm vortex had already taken shape in the ashes and shadows. The end of the return journey seemed not to be peace, but another more treacherous, uncharted sea. The night wind, thick with the smell of charred earth, swept through the silent ruins, chilling the heart. The last traces of stardust light on Uchiha Hikari's fingertips faded completely, but her silver-gray pupils remained locked on the charred rock at the crater's edge, the pale white anchor left by the mysterious shadow barely discernible to the naked eye. Above the crater, the wisps of pale white energy flow converging visibly accelerated like sharks scenting blood, becoming more purposeful. The sense of deathly stillness in the air grew heavier by a degree. Feeding. Kakashi chewed on the word, his single eye sweeping across the dark ruins where the shadow had vanished, then returning to the crater. Orochimaru. Or his people. What are they up to? Accelerating the nurturing of a new monster. The wound on his severed arm throbbed piercingly in the night wind, but it was nothing compared to the chill in his heart. It's not simply cultivating a parasitic insect. Shizui's voice carried contemplation, his gentle face unusually grave. He walked to where the obstructing purple chakra had dissipated, crouched down, and his three-tomo Sharingan carefully scanned the ground for residual, almost imperceptible energy traces. This chakra. Cold and viscous, bearing Orochimaru's characteristic mad thirst for knowledge, but there seems to be a hint of impatience. Moreover, he looked up at Hikari. That shadow's target was clear, its movement swift as a specter. Once obstructed, it immediately gave up without lingering. More like, it was executing a precise command, leaving the anchor, and then quickly withdrawing. Too purposeful. Whatever he's in a hurry for, the fact is that thing is accelerating its growth. Raza struggled to sit up, coughing up a mouthful of bloody spittle mixed with gold sand. He pointed toward the crater, his voice hoarse. We have to destroy it. While it's still a point. He looked at Uchiha Hikari with Tsunegakir's characteristic directness. Can your time dust? Locate that core. Dig it out. Everyone's gaze converged on Hikari. She was the only hope. Hikari didn't look at Raza. Her silver-gray eyes still fixed on the crater, the light dust deep in her pupils swirled faster and faster, almost forming a small vortex. Her brows were tightly knitted, fine cold sweat beaded on her temples, and her face grew paler. It's flickering. Spatial coordinates shifting. Timeline also has double images. Interference is very strong. She spoke with difficulty, a barely perceptible tremble in her voice. Clearly such retrospection analysis was a huge burden on her. That anchor, like a nail driven into a crack in space-time, not only accelerates convergence, it's also confusing my lock on the core. Just then. Ugh. A faint dreamlike moan came from the direction of the life support capsule. It was Boruto. Shizune and Xianyelin immediately rushed to the capsule's side. Inside the capsule, the long-sleeping Boruto had his brows tightly furrowed as if trapped in a painful dream. The golden flame mark on his forehead was now glowing brighter and more unstable than usual. What was even more alarming was that around the mark, extremely fine, nearly imperceptible pale white threads flickered in and out like living things, as if trying to entangle and erode the golden light. The mark is reacting. It's resonating with the energy from the crater. Xianyelin cried out, her fingers flying over the instruments as the screen data jumped wildly. Mental fluctuations are intense. He's in pain. Almost at the same moment, Boruto moaned. Arg. Sasuke, held tightly by Sakura, suddenly convulsed violently. His already faint breath instantly became disordered. Under his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs were rolling wildly, as if experiencing a tremendous shock deep in his consciousness. Even without the Rinnegan, the deep bond forged through life and death, shared experience, and will resonance between him and Boruto was now clearly transmitting Boruto's pain and confusion. Sasuke. Tears instantly welled in Sakura's eyes as she held him tightly. Don't go. That's no longer your battlefield. Stop. Kakashi's heart sank to rock bottom. Shizui's speculation was confirmed. Boruto's mark had indeed become a beacon and resonance source for the converging pale white dust. His own pain through that invisible connection could even shock the severely wounded, dying Sasuke. Hikari. Kakashi suddenly turned to Uchiha Hikari, his voice carrying an irrefutable resolve. No matter how hard, lock onto that core. We must destroy it before it grows, before Boruto is completely worn down. What do you need? Chakra. Mental energy. Everyone here is at your disposal. He swept his gaze over the remaining ninja still standing. Each had a resolute look in their eyes, even if they had to drain every last drop of chakra. Hikari's body trembled slightly, and the light dust vortex in her silver-gray pupils suddenly accelerated to its limit. She fiercely bit the tip of her tongue, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth tinged with a strange silver interference. Too strong. The anchor is confusing. The core is moving. Her voice became ethereal, as if her consciousness was leaving her body. Need. A reference. A point. Of the same origin. Yet different. From that core. Her gaze, with difficulty, as if pulled by invisible threads, slowly moved to Boruto frowning in pain inside the life support capsule, and to the golden flame mark on his forehead struggling against the pale white threads. Boruto. Kuin. Mark. Hikari's voice was intermittent with a nearly sacrificial tone. His mark is of the same origin as the pale white, both derived from the power of the pale white eye, yet has been completely transformed by the new Naruto. It is the best beacon, and also the most dangerous bait. You want to use Boruto as a reference. Shizune was both shocked and angry. How can he endure it in his current state? The mark is being eroded. This is the only way to penetrate the interference and lock onto the core. Hikari's face was as white as paper, the light dust in her pupils seeming to burn. But someone must enter his mental world, guide the mark to become the beacon, and at the same time, protect his consciousness from being eroded or from being captured by the core in reverse. Enter Boruto's mental world, guide the mark, protect his consciousness. At this very moment when Boruto's own spirit is violently fluctuating and the mark is being eroded by the pale white. This is practically a suicide mission. And the candidate. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Sasuke, whose breath was faint but reacting violently to Boruto's pain, and to Sakura, who was holding him tightly. "I'll go." A weak yet incredibly clear voice sounded. It wasn't Sasuke nor Sakura. He stood up, walked to the life support capsule, his gentle gaze falling on Boruto's pained face, then turned to Kakashi. "My body flicker is not limited to physical techniques. Mental-level body flicker and protection is another application of my Mangekyo." He pointed to his own gentle yet profound three-tomo Sharingan. "Moreover, my dojutsu Kodo is most adept at subtly guiding and guarding the mind. Although I cannot directly oppose the pale white will, perhaps I can open a small safe zone for Borutokin within the storm of his spirit, guiding the light of his mark." He paused and looked at Hikari. "Senior Hikari, I need your cooperation. At the moment I enter Boruto's mental world and guide the mark to become the beacon, you must seize that fleeting coordinate and lock onto the core. The opportunity may come only once." Hikari's silver-gray pupils met Shizui's Sharingan, an unspoken understanding flowing between them. She nodded heavily and her fingertips once again swirled with stardust light, brighter and more dangerous than before. "Shirzue, it's too dangerous." Sakura couldn't help shouting. Boruto's mental world is a battlefield right now. And that core, someone has to go. Shirzue smiled, the smile still gentle yet carrying a calmness that saw through life and death. Sasuke-kun has already paid the price of his eyes, and he needs rest. As for me, he looked toward Sasuke, his gaze complex. I owe the Uchiha and this world. It's time to repay some of that debt. Kakashi looked at Shirzue, then at Hikari, who was nearing her limit, then at Boruto struggling in pain inside the life support capsule, and at the pale white clouds accelerating their convergence above the crater. There was no time to hesitate. He nodded heavily. "I'm counting on you, Shirzue." Hikari. Action immediately unfolded. Shizune and Qianyao-lin adjusted the life support capsule's energy output to maximum to maintain Boruto's fragile vital signs. With tears in her eyes, Sakura gently laid Sasuke flat and guarded by his side, alert to the surrounding darkness. Shirzue sat cross-legged beside the capsule, his hands forming an extremely complex hand seal. He closed his eyes and his gentle aura instantly became ethereal and profound. Beneath the closed eyelids, his three-tomo Sharingan seemed to emit a warm glow. Uchiha Hikari stood between the crater and the life support capsule, her silver-gray pupils completely transformed into two rotating vortexes of stardust. She spread her hands, the stardust light at her fingertips like tangible threads, one end pointing toward the crater, the other gently connected to the capsule, as if building an invisible bridge. Blood slowly seeped from the corners of her eyes and mouth. "Begin." Hikari's voice seemed to come from a distant time and space. Shizui's body trembled slightly. A mental force, gentle yet incredibly tenacious, like an invisible spring breeze, followed the stardust bridge Hikari had built, softly and firmly reaching into the life support capsule, into Boruto's chaotic mental world being eroded by pain and pale white. Boruto's mental world. No longer the icy pale white stillness of before, it was now a raging hell of lava. Golden flames, molten gold will, and pale white cold tides, erosion, energy clashed and tore at each other madly. Space twisted and cracked, and memory fragments fell and burned like meteors. Boruto's consciousness was like a small boat in a storm, bobbing in the waves of destruction, letting out a silent scream. Shizui's figure appeared with difficulty as a faint greenish phantom in this storm of destruction. His gentle mental energy turned into an invisible shield, barely withstanding the impact of the raging energy. He saw the center of the storm, Boruto's consciousness core, being enveloped and eroded by a writhing mass of pale white energy. Above the core, the golden flame mark representing the newborn will flickered unsteadily like a candle about to go out. "Boruto." Shizui's voice, like a clear spring, directly reached the enveloped consciousness core. "Hold on. Look at me. Guide your light. Illuminate what you must protect." His Mangekyo Sharingan lit up with a gentle glow in the mental projection. "Kodonamed Heart Guard." Invisible mental ripples spread out, not forcibly controlling, but like the toughest vines gently wrapping around Boruto's nearly submerged consciousness core, isolating part of the violent erosion and infusing a clear, steadfast power. At the same time, Shizui's will, like the most precise carving knife, guided the flickering golden flame mark, not to resist the pale white but to burn. Turn the will to protect and the unyielding faith into the purest light. Guide it to look beyond the storm at the cold source that ceaselessly pulls the pale white energy. The real world. At the moment, Shirsue guided Boruto's mark to burn and become a beacon. Found it. Uchiha Hikari's eyes snapped open. Stardust light burst from her silver-gray pupils. The stardust thread connecting her fingertip to the capsule suddenly tautened. Her other hand pointed at a certain flickering, elusive point deep in the crater. That point in Hikari's sight was being firmly locked by a pillar of molten gold light born from Boruto's burning mark, piercing through both spirit and reality. Core coordinates locked. Space solidification, time dust bind. Hikari let out a hoarse scream. Blood tinged with silver light gushed from all 7 orifices. From her fingertip pointing at the crater, all the stardust light shot like burning meteors toward the locked point. Where the light passed, space emitted a strange jerky sensation, like an old film jamming. That constantly flickering gravity core trying to escape was forcefully nailed in place by the stardust containing the power of time. Though only for a fleeting moment. Now! Attack! Hikari's voice carried bloody spittle, her body swaying. No need for orders. Raza, who had been guarding by Sasuke like a rock, had already poured the last of his power into his hands the moment Hikari locked the target. He slammed both palms onto the ground. Magnet release, gold sand rain, core break. Countless gold sand needles as fine as cow hair yet carrying terrifying penetrating power like a golden storm ignored spatial distance and instantly covered the briefly solidified core area locked by Hikari. Every gold needle carried Raza's final will, destruction. A dense teeth-grinding sound of penetration echoed deep in the crater. That solidified spatial region, like a balloon punctured by countless needles, suddenly collapsed inward. The converging pale white energy flow instantly lost its target, becoming chaotic and dissipating. Did we succeed? Qianya Lin stared at the instruments, her voice trembling. Inside the life support capsule, Boruto's tightly furrowed brow seemed to relax a little, and the golden light of his forehead mark stabilized somewhat. Sasuke's convulsions also stopped and his breath steadied. However, Uchiha Hikari showed no sign of relief. On her blood-stained face, her silver-gray pupils stared fixedly at the collapsed core point with unprecedented horror. No, that's not the core itself. Hikari's voice was full of disbelief. It was just a projection, a bait, fixed here by the anchor. The real core. It's been transferred. At the moment, when Boruto's mark was guided to become the beacon, it followed that light. In reverse. Anchored itself in. Her gaze, as if pulled by an invisible force with immense fear, slowly moved toward. Deep within the golden flame mark on Boruto's forehead in the capsule. The anchor mark appears at the depth of the heart is unfathomable. Shizui's mental infiltration, Hikari's time dust confinement, Raza's all-out strike. All shattered was merely a decoy. And the true core, the source of calamity where pale white gathers, instead followed the light of Boruto's mark to erode in reverse and anchor itself deep within his soul. Boruto. This torch-bearing new hope, could it be that unknowingly he has already become a new Shirsue is still inside his mental world. Hikari's stardust bridge has not yet broken. What will happen next? Will the anchored core begin to devour Boruto's will, or is it brewing an even more terrifying explosion? Kakashi looked at Hikari's horrified expression at Boruto, who seemed to have calmed inside the capsule, and a chill deeper than when facing the pale white eye itself instantly froze his blood. Uchiha Hikari's startled cry of anchored deep within the mark pierced through everyone's heart like an icicle dipped in poison. Inside the life support pod, Boruto, who had just calmed down slightly, suddenly felt the golden flame mark on his forehead erupt with blinding radiance. No longer a warm gold, but a chilling ghastly glow mixed with icy gray. An indescribable cold, viscous, like an ancient beast awakening, surged from the depths of the mark through Hikari's still-connected stardust bridge, flooding back to invade reality. Shirsue! Kakashi roared. Shizui's spirit was still inside Boruto. Beside the pod, Shizui's meditating body jolted violently. Blood instantly seeped from his 7 orifices. His tightly shut eyes trembled fiercely, his gentle expression replaced by excruciating pain. Inside the mental world, the momentarily protected clear space was being savagely crushed by the raging gray-white will. Boruto's consciousness core let out a mournful wail. Disconnect. Hikari. Now. Shizune screamed, lunging for the pod's control panel. No. Uchiha Hikari's silver-gray pupils blazed with stardust, blood dripping from her mouth, yet she stubbornly maintained the thread of stardust connecting to the pod. If the bridge breaks, Sasuke and Boruto will be completely trapped inside. The core will devour them instantly. She bore the terrifying two-way pressure, resisting the encroaching gray-white while maintaining this only lifeline. Then what do we do, eh? Sakura, holding the unconscious Sasuke, stared in despair at Shizui's attack. The mark itself. On the physical plane. Hikari forced the words through clenched teeth, each syllable laced with blood. Use. A power that can sever the connection. Annihilate the will. But it must be precise. Or else. Boruto too. Attack Boruto's mark in reality. It was like dancing on a razor's edge. One misstep and Boruto would suffer instant brain death. He'll do it. A cold, raspy voice yet filled with unwavering resolve rang out. It was Sasuke. He had forced his eyes open somehow. Those eyes, once vibrant with the Rinnegan's light, now empty purple whirlpools, blazed with a purer, more frenzied flame of will. He abruptly broke free from Sakura's embrace, his body swaying from weakness and pain, yet he stood rooted like a drawn broken sword. His right hand trembling yet eerily steady, pressed against his own heart. Sasuke. Your eyes. Your body. Sakura tried to stop him, but was awed by the all-consuming madness in his gaze. Eyes. Are gone. Sasuke's voice was hoarse and fragmented, carrying a chilling calm. But seeing things doesn't always require them. He suddenly exerted force. His fingertips pierced the skin over his heart. Blood gushed out. He was forcibly extracting his last heart's blood and the remnants of Indra's chakra origin. With blood as the guide. With soul as the sacrifice. Sasuke growled, his blood-stained fingers tracing ancient sinister black runes that exuded an aura of destruction in the air. That was the opening gesture of the Uchiha forbidden arts, a taboo technique that burned life and soul for an instant of ultimate power. Sasuke. Stop. You'll die. Kakashi's eyes split with fury as he struggled to lunge and stop him. Shut up. Loser. Sasuke coughed blood, but a nearly savage grin twisted his lips. That idiot Naruto. Staked his life on his son. I, as his uncle, have to show something. He drew more and more black runes, faster and faster, coalescing into a spinning, ominous black orb before him. At the orb's center, a faint dark purple light flickered like a dying star, his last flame of life. Sasuke. Hold on. Give me the coordinates. Sasuke's roar shook the ruins. He wasn't shouting, he was screaming with his life. Inside Boruto's mental world, Shizui's spiritual avatar, now faint as smoke, still stubbornly guarded the last shred of clarity in Boruto's consciousness core. The gray-white wills tied like billions of icy tentacles tore at his spirit and corroded Boruto's soul. He could feel Sasuke's frenzy in reality. He saw it. Through the connection between Boruto's mark and the outside, he saw the black orb before Sasuke, pregnant with both destruction and life. Boruto. Sasuke used the last of his spiritual energy to hurl his will like a great bell into Boruto's consciousness core wrapped in gray. Look at your father. Look at Sasuke. Look at everyone fighting for you. Ignite your fire. Give Sasuke. Perhaps his father's will roared from the depths of his soul, perhaps Sasuke's madness ignited the last of his blood, perhaps Shizui's unyielding guard awakened the sinking consciousness. Boruto's core, heavily encased in gray, burst forth with unprecedented light. Not pure gold, not icy gray, but a blazing white, an extreme light that seemed to burn everything, purify everything. This light pierced through the gray encasement, through the barrier between spirit and reality, and along Uchiha Hikari's stardust bridge, like a searing white javelin piercing through heaven and earth, striking into reality. Its target, directly aimed at the spinning black orb before Sasuke outside the pod. More precisely, it struck the orb center. The precise coordinates of the core within Boruto's mark where the gray-white will dwelt. Now, Sasuke. Shizui's final cry echoed in the mental world as his spiritual avatar completely dissolved in the blazing white light. Reality. Sasuke's hollow Rinnegan seemed to see the blazing white light piercing through. His bloodied hand pressed against the black orb, thrust forward. Forbidden technique, blood prison Amaterasu, world incineration. The black orb condensed from his life soul, Indra's origin, and the ultimate Uchiha forbidden art vanished without a sound. The next instant it appeared directly at the endpoint, guided by the blazing white light, the very center of the eerie radiance on Boruto's forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only annihilation. With the black orb's landing point as the center, an absolute pitch-black domain that seemed to swallow even light itself expanded instantly. The domain was small, yet it exuded a terror that froze everyone's soul. Within it, the eerie glow from Boruto's forehead mark, like a candle flame thrown into a black hole, was extinguished in an instant. The surging gray-white will let out a soundless, agonizing shriek, twisting, evaporating, and dissipating like snow under a scorching sun. Ack. Inside the pod, Boruto let out a scream of utmost agony, his body arching upward before crashing back down. The golden flame mark on his forehead remained, but its edges were ringed with a scorched black trace, as if burned by both purest fire and deepest darkness. The mark's light completely retracted with no further abnormal fluctuations. The gray-white threads that had wrapped around him vanished without a trace. Thud. Sasuke's body, as if all bones had been removed, collapsed heavily to his knees, blood gushing from the wound on his chest, and his 7 orifices like a fountain. The black annihilation domain before him vanished instantly. He lifted his head, his hollow Rinnegan staring toward the pod as if to confirm something. Finally, the light in his eyes completely dimmed, and he pitched forward. Sasuke. Sakura's heart-wrenching cry tore through the night. The stardust thread at Uchiha Hikari's fingertip finally severed. She fell backward like a broken kite caught by Shizune, her breathing faint, her silver-gray pupils losing focus. Shizui's meditating body also slumped to the ground, breathing weakly, but with a rising chest. However, the severe mental trauma left him completely unconscious. Above the crater, the gray-white energy currents, having lost their core anchor, scattered chaotically like headless flies, eventually fading into the air. The suffocating stillness was completely gone. Was it over? Kakashi dragged his broken body, stumbling to Sasuke's side, his remaining hand trembling as he felt for the carotid pulse. A faint beat. Still alive. But the wound on his chest was terrifying, his life flame like a candle in the wind. He rushed to the pod. Boruto lay quietly, breathing steadily. The golden mark on his forehead with its scorched traces was like an ancient brand. The instruments showed stable vital signs. The core is annihilated. Hyuga Takuma's Byakugan swept over the crater, and then Boruto, his voice tinged with the exhaustion of survival. The gray-white energy is completely gone. Silence descended again over the ruins. But this time it was the stillness after battle, heavy with blood and fatigue. The cold moonlight fell on the scorched earth, reflecting the numb, dazed faces of the survivors. They had won. The price. Sasuke at death's door, Shisui gravely wounded, Hikari drained, and countless lives forever lost. Boruto survived, bearing a mysterious mark. The gray-white eye seemed truly ended. Kakashi slumped between Sasuke and Boruto, the pain of his severed arm and mental exhaustion washing over him like a tide. He looked at Sasuke's pallid face, at Boruto's furrowed brow, even in sleep, then at the dark ruins that had just swallowed a terrifying presence. Had the storm truly subsided? Just then. Cough. Cough. Inside the pod, Boruto suddenly let out a violent cough. Slowly, with extreme difficulty, he opened his eyes. His left eye was clear azure, tinged with confusion and exhaustion. His right eye, deep in the pupil, there was a faint, fleeting gray-white like an illusion. Kakashi's single eye suddenly narrowed. A chill shot up his spine, spreading through his entire body. Boruto seemed oblivious to the anomaly in his right eye. His gaze swept over the brutal battlefield, over the unconscious Sasuke and Shisui, finally resting on Kakashi. His lips moved, emitting a weak, hoarse voice. Kakashi. Grandpa. Did I win? The dust of time settled, the fleeting light vanished. Beneath the ashes of victory, that fleeting gray, was it the cinder of an end or a deeply buried seed? The eyes Boruto opened, would they see a new dawn or the prelude to another cycle? Kakashi gazed at the pure blue in the boy's eyes and the fleeting gray. The answer drifted in the cold moonlight over the ruins, unknown to all.